Chapter 1. The Blind Man Playing the Eru. In the 10th year of the Tianyuan era, the first snow fell later than usual. The heavy snow, coupled with the biting cold wind, rendered the streets nearly devoid of passers-by. Only the haunting melodies of the Eru echoed through the air, accompanied by a straw hat, a tattered vest, and a modest stool, forming the ensemble of this solitary performer. Until the system's voice broke the silence, the strains of the Eru gradually ceased. With a gentle tug on the old ox tethered behind him, the creature deftly lifted the stool with its horns. Together, man and beast trudged through the snow, moving toward the horizon. Li Pingyan, at the tender age of 20, had traversed into this realm a decade prior, finding himself blind. While protagonists in other tales were either unremarkable or strikingly handsome, perhaps even born into privilege, his fate was starkly different. His vision was limited to a mere half-meter, rendering him nearly sightless. His only possession was a cow, which had grown alongside him from a small calf to its current formidable size far from endearing. Curiously, this cow had been stolen on multiple occasions, yet miraculously returned unscathed to Li Pingyan each time, perhaps a divine gift bestowed upon him. Beyond that, he possessed nothing. Starting with a single bowl, all else depended on seizing opportunities. Though he had unlocked the Eru system 6 months prior, gaining strength through the act of playing its precise workings remained elusive to him. He knew only that by adhering to the system's mandates and performing on the streets, he would earn rewards. Name: Li Pingyan. Age: 21. Lifespan: 55. Bone quality: mundane. Martial arts: none. Skills: moonlight over the Urquin. Level: LV1500. 10000. Current effects: extends lifespan, promotes blood circulation, alleviates dampness, warms the body. Li Pingyan harbored no lofty aspirations to vanquish dark lords or rescue princesses. He sought neither a government position nor to defend borders. Such ambitions felt distant and unattainable. His only desire was to live a life of peace and health. With a cane in hand, he ambled along, the old ox trailing leisurely behind him. Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. "Hey, blind man!" 3 indistinct figures emerged before him, led by the ruffian known as Dahu. They had yet to tie their hair up and were accustomed to loitering in the marketplace, often seeking amusement through troublemaking. A blind man playing the Eru, isolated and vulnerable, naturally became their target. Ignoring them, Li Pingyan turned to leave, but Dahu swiftly extended his leg, tripping him to the ground. "Ha ha!" 3 individuals erupted into reckless laughter. The street vendors turned a blind eye, accustomed to such antics. These 3 little tyrants rarely met with opposition. Li Pingyan calmly stood up and brushed the snow off his clothes. Big Tiger extended his hand, snatching away Li Pingyan's cane, taunting, "Come chase me, blind man." Li Pingyan ignored him and continued on his way. "Hey, you coward!" Big Tiger's robust figure blocked Li Pingyan's path, resembling a small mountain. Li Pingyan sighed inwardly. If you lot don't leave soon, the patrolling officers will arrive. It was Miss Wong, the tofu vendor, who called out. She was renowned as the beauty of the street, young, lovely, and well-proportioned. It was said that in her youth, men fought over her incessantly. However, she married early. Yet the lingering gazes still persisted, making her tofu business particularly prosperous. After all, who would want to save her tofu that was both white and plump? Big Tiger leered, "Madam, don't frighten me, I'm just teasing him." Miss Wong replied, "If you have nothing better to do than to tease others, be off with you." After exchanging playful banter with Miss Wong, the trio finally departed leisurely. Li Pingyan brushed off the remaining snow and was about to leave. "Have a piece of tofu." Miss Wong handed him a bag of freshly made hot tofu, along with 5 coins. "Thank you." Li Pingyan nodded in gratitude. Miss Wong smiled and affectionately patted the old cow's head. "Be careful on the slippery road." Li Pingyan squinted, the contours of Miss Wong's face emerging in his mind. Her silhouette was graceful, the natural undulations of her features captivating. Though he could not discern her likeness clearly, one's heart often reveals their essence. Li Pingyan led the old cow, treading carefully on the snow. Today's earnings: 10 coins from performing, plus 5 coins from Miss Wong, and an additional complimentary piece of hot tofu. He spent 9 coins on a bowl of hot noodle soup from street vendor, accompanied by free pickles and tofu. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Pinggan lingered. For returning home would only expose him to the cold, and the owner would not chase him away. When there were many customers, he would leave quietly, never wanting to trouble the owner. Occasionally, he would even play a little tune to lift the spirits. Boss, a bowl of noodles. In walked Neo Air, Miss Wang's husband. A few years ago, he was a diligent and honest man. Yet in recent years, he had inexplicably fallen into gambling. Gambling is gambling. Regardless of scale, once one is caught in its grasp, little else matters. Once at the gambling table, regardless of skill or wealth, one would not relent until they had lost everything. His addiction disturbed the peace of Miss Wang's family. My luck is absolutely terrible, Neo Air complained. The noodle shop owner advised, Neo Air, what are you after? You have a business and a beautiful wife. Neo Air scoffed, I'm after the thrill. The owner sighed and shook his head. Moo, moo, came the calls of the cow. This was a gentle reminder to Li Pinggan that it was getting late, and he ought to head home. Blind man, why do you lead that ox around all day when you have no land? Neo Air casually remarked. Why not sell the ox for some money to spend? Li Pinggan replied nonchalantly, the ox is not for sale, it is a family heirloom. He opened the door and stepped out into the biting wind and snow. It was well known throughout the town that the blind man possessed a prized ox. He regarded this ox as a treasured possession. It was said that years ago, some ill-intentioned individuals attempted to steal the ox, and just as they were about to succeed, the crazed blind man, riding the ox with a kitchen knife in hand, pursued them for 2 miles. After that incident, no one in the town dared to covet the blind man's ox. Even Dahu, who relentlessly bullied the blind man, refrained from touching the beast. Returning to the dilapidated temple, wrapped in a tattered blanket, Li Pingyan closed his eyes, channeling the vital energy within him to dispel the distractions in his mind. Before long, a growing warmth began to spread through his lower abdomen. His meridians contracted, and his frozen limbs gradually regained warmth. In this small town, there were no martial arts techniques of any sort. Li Pingyan could only explore bit by bit, affectionately naming his discovery, the warming technique. Thanks to this, Li Pingyan was able to endure the frigid nights. Chapter 1. The Blind Man Playing the Eru. In the 10th year of the Tianyuan era, the first snow fell later than usual. It was a heavy snowfall, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. The streets were seldom graced by passers-by. Only the ethereal sounds of the Eru lingered in the air. A straw hat, a tattered vest, and a small stool comprised this musical ensemble. Until the voice of the system echoed in his ears, the haunting melody of the Eru gradually ceased. He put away the instrument and tugged at the old ox behind him, which adeptly lifted the stool with its horn. Together, man and beast trudged through the snow, venturing into the distance. Li Pingyan, at the tender age of 20, had traversed into this realm a decade prior, only to find himself blind. Unlike the protagonists of other tales who either led mundane lives yet surpassed the likes of Louis Koo, or were strikingly handsome and unparalleled in beauty, his fate was less favorable. His vision allowed him to discern only vague outlines within half a meter, rendering him nearly sightless. His sole possession was a cow, which had grown alongside him since childhood. Once a mere calf, it had now assumed its present form far from charming. Strangely enough, this cow had been stolen multiple times, yet always returned to Li Pingyan unscathed. Perhaps this was a gift from the heavens. Beyond this, he owned nothing. With merely a bowl to his name, survival hinged on seizing opportunities. Though he had unlocked a system 6 months prior, an Eru system that promised strength, through playing the instrument his understanding of its precise benefits remained tenuous. He knew only that by performing in the streets, he could earn rewards in accordance with the system's stipulations. Name, Li Pingyan. Age, 21. Lifespan, 55. Bone quality, common. Cultivation method, none. Skills, moonlight over the Urquin. Level, LV1 500-10000. Current benefits, extends lifespan, promotes circulation, unblocks meridians, dispels dampness, and warms the body. He hoped the system would enable him to lead a life of normalcy. Li Pingyan did not aspire to vanquish dark lords or win the hand of a princess. Positions in court, defending borders, or safeguarding the world, all these aspirations felt unreachably distant. He sought only a life of peace and health. With a cane in hand, Li Pingyan ambled along, the old ox leisurely trailing behind. Hey, blind man, A voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Three indistinct figures emerged in Li Pingyan's limited field of vision. Leading them was Da Hu, who, along with his companions, had yet to bind their hair, mingling among the common folk. With little to occupy their time, they found amusement in stirring trouble. Naturally, a blind man playing the Eru became an easy target for their bullying. Li Pingyan chose to ignore them and turned to leave, but Da Hu swiftly extended a leg, tripping him to the ground. Ha ha ha! Three individuals erupted in unrestrained laughter. The street vendors turned a blind eye, accustomed to such scenes. These three ruffians were seldom confronted. Li Pingyan stood up calmly, brushing off the snow from his attire. Big Tiger seized Li Pingyan's cane once more, mocking, "Come chase me, blind man." Li Pingyan remained indifferent, intent on moving forward. "Hey, you coward!" Big Tiger's imposing figure blocked Li Pingyan's path, resembling a small mountain. With a sigh of resignation, Li Pingyan thought to himself, "If you lot don't disperse soon, the patrolling guards will arrive." The words came from Miss Wang, the tofu seller, renowned for her beauty on the street, young, lovely, and shapely. It was said that in her youth, suitors would often brawl over her affections. However, she married early, yet the lingering glances persisted, ensuring her tofu business thrived. After all, who wouldn't desire tofu that is both pure and ample? Big Tiger leered, "Madam, don't frighten me, I'm merely teasing him." Miss Wang replied, with nothing better to do than to jest with others, "Go on, be off." After a brief exchange of banter with Miss Wang, Big Tiger and his companions sauntered away. Li Pingyan brushed off the remaining snow and prepared to depart. "Have a piece of tofu," Miss Wang offered, extending a bag of freshly made hot tofu along with 5 coins. "Thank you," Li Pingyan acknowledged with a nod. Miss Wang smiled, gently patting the head of an old ox. "Take care on the slippery path." Li Pingyan squinted slightly, the outline of Miss Wang etched in his mind. The contours were smooth, the natural rise and fall of her features captivating. Though her visage remained unclear, one's heart shapes their appearance. Leading the old ox, Li Pingyan carefully stepped through the snow. Today's earnings: 10 coins from performing, 5 coins from Miss Wang, and an extra piece of free hot tofu. He spent 9 coins to purchase a bowl of hot noodle soup from a street vendor, accompanied by complimentary pickles and tofu. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he lingered, not in a hurry to leave. Returning home would only subject him to the cold, and here the owner wouldn't chase him away. When the clientele swelled, Li Pingyan would discreetly take his leave, ensuring he caused no trouble for the proprietor. Occasionally, he would even play a little tune to lift the spirits of those present. "Boss, 1 bowl of noodles," came the voice of Nyo Air, Miss Wang's husband, as he entered. Just a few years prior, he was a diligent and honest man. Yet, in recent times, he had inexplicably succumbed to gambling. Gambling is gambling. Indifferent to its scale, once entangled, one often disregards the consequences. At the gambling table, whether skilled or not, wealthy or not, one would not cease until losing everything. His reckless behavior disrupted the peace of Miss Wang's family. "My luck is absolutely dreadful," Neo Air grumbled. The noodle shop owner urged, "Neo Air, what do you seek? You have a business and such a beautiful wife." Neo Air scoffed, "I seek excitement." The owner sighed and shook his head in dismay. "Moo moo." The sound of the ox served as a gentle reminder to Li Pingyan that nightfall was approaching. It was time to return home. "Blind man, why do you lead that ox around all day when you have no land?" Neo Air casually remarked. "Why not sell the ox and have some money to spend?" Li Pingyan replied coolly, "The ox is not for sale, it is a treasured heirloom." He opened the door and ventured out into the biting wind and snow. The blind man's possession of an ox was a well-known fact throughout the town. He regarded this ox as a precious gem. It is said that years ago, a nefarious individual attempted to steal the ox, and just when success seemed imminent, the blind man, in a frenzy, mounted the ox and chased the thief for 2 miles wielding a kitchen knife. After that incident, no one in the town dared to set their sights on the blind man's ox again. Even the bully, Da Hu, who typically tormented the blind man, refrained from touching the beast. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, wrapped in a tattered blanket, Li Pingyan closed his eyes and summoned the vital energy within him, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Soon, a warmth began to radiate from his lower abdomen. His meridians started to contract, and the numbness in his limbs gradually subsided. The small town lacked any sophisticated martial arts techniques. Li Pingyan could only explore gradually, affectionately naming his discovery the warming technique. Thanks to this, Li Pingyan was able to endure the frigid nights. Chapter 2. Once again, the year is draped in snow, and a heavy snowfall blankets the ground. The snow is thick and soft, crunching pleasantly underfoot. Early rising vendors have already set up their stalls, offering a variety of delights: fried dough sticks, soybean milk, stuffed pancakes, and wontons. The enticing aromas waft through the air, stirring one's appetite. Li Pingyan, leading his old cow, reaches into his pocket. Having spent 9 when yesterday, he now possesses 6. Skipping breakfast is a familiar routine. He has long been accustomed to living on the edge of hunger and satiety. Upon arriving at his usual spot to perform, he notices the beggar Lao Lu shifting aside. "You're here," Li Pingyan nods, acknowledging his companion. The sound of the eru begins to resonate softly in the air, while a surge of vitality courses through him. "Have you heard? The young man from the Zhang family at the town's entrance has passed his examinations and will host a grand feast," Lao Lu informs him. "Learn a lively tune. Perhaps they will reward you with a table of fine food and drink." A lively melody? Li Pingyan ponders for a moment, and the piece galloping across the prairie springs to mind. Before his time travel, he was a professional eru player, and such tunes were second nature to him. On the day of the Zhang family's grand banquet, nearly everyone in town attends. The Zhangs generously erect a long canopy outside, with lavish dishes adorning each table. The sound of firecrackers fills the air with a festive cacophony. Li Pingyan takes a stool and settles in the courtyard. The cheerful melody compels the crowd to applaud. Thanks to this piece, Li Pingyan earns the chance to dine at the banquet. Sweet and sour fish, red sausage, roasted goose, and chicken, dishes rarely seen, greatly stimulate his appetite. Before the feast concludes, a throng of people eagerly brandish their pre-prepared takeout bags, filling them with leftovers. Li Pingyan refrains from joining the fray, not out of disdain for such actions, but simply because he lacks a bag and, being visually impaired, cannot compete with the crowd. Instead, he seizes the opportunity to indulge a bit more. Having filled his belly, he wipes his mouth and prepares to depart when someone calls out to him. It is Miss Wang, the tofu vendor, who, with one hand holding her child and the other extending a bag towards him, offers, "Here, take this." Li Pingyan reaches out and feels a half-roasted chicken, along with some peanuts and cold dishes. Miss Wang hands him a tea egg, lamenting, "These people are too quick. You take this for now." With that, she dives back into the throng, ready for battle once more. Amidst the noise, she does not hear his quiet gratitude. "Thank you." Once again, it is the winter solstice. Li Pingyan counts the days on his fingers. Skill, reflection of the moon in the Urquin, level 2, 5001000. First effect, increases lifespan, promotes circulation of vital energy, unblocks meridians, dispels dampness. Warms the body. Second effect, wind blade technique, 40, turtle breathing technique, 60. Li Pingyan wields no blade. His cane serves as his sword. He can distinctly feel the profound changes in his body as his cultivation deepens, particularly in his senses, which have become remarkably refined. One can even distinctly perceive the trajectory of the falling snowflakes. Over the past year, Li Pingyan's life has improved significantly. As the old adage goes, with a skill in hand, one possesses the world. Li Pingyan's proficiency with the eru quickly secured him a place at various festive occasions in the town. Wherever there was a willingness to pay, he would perform, bringing a modicum of joy to this solitary little town. It was also during this year that Li Pingyan learned to drink, imparting this unfortunate habit to old Neo. A wine gourd has now become one of his constant possessions. Whenever he picks it up to indulge, he first inhales its scent, then shakes his head with a sigh, pondering the day when he can drink freely. Having earned a fortune, this is a delightful aspiration. As twilight approached, Li Pingyan, as usual, led old Neo along the path bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Suddenly, he halted, his curiosity piqued as he glanced in a particular direction. The familiar voice of the tofu vendor was absent, and he could not discern the well-known silhouette. Perhaps Miss Wang has fallen ill. The following day, Miss Wang was still nowhere to be seen. The third and fourth days presented the same absence. On the fifth day, after finishing his noodles, Li Pingyan placed a coin on the table and inquired with the accountant about Miss Wang's whereabouts. He learned that Neo Air had accrued a mountain of debts from usury, having mortgaged his house and vanished. "When did our town ever have usury?" Li Pingyan asked solemnly. "Is the government not concerned?" The accountant scoffed. It's run by the county magistrate's nephew, which is tantamount to being overseen by the magistrate himself. Who dares to intervene? Leaning on his cane, Li Pingyan exited. Outside, heavy snow was falling, blanketing the world in white. Miss Wang's home lay to the east of the town, with its white walls and green tiles, a fine abode. Alas, the feng shui was poor, having given rise to such a scoundrel as Niu Er. He had fallen into a trap at the gambling table, accumulating debts, and then fled like a coward. Li Pingyan knocked on the door, but no one responded, only the barking of a dog. Is anyone home? After a considerable wait, a tremulous voice responded, Is it Pingyan? Only Miss Wang would refer to the blind man as Pingyan. It is I. As the door opened, Miss Wang appeared somewhat astonished to see Li Pingyan and promptly said, We won't be making tofu today. Please come back tomorrow. Li Pingyan hesitated, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately turned to leave, as if he had merely come for the tofu. Wait. Miss Wang called as she retrieved several steamed buns from the stove and placed them into a bag. Take these with you. It was implausible that Li Pingyan would seek her out without reason, leading Miss Wang to surmise that he must be enduring hardships. She also offered him a bowl of corn porridge and a piece of salted radish. Li Pingyan squatted at the entrance and began to eat with gusto. What are your plans moving forward? Miss Wang was momentarily taken aback, realizing Li Pingyan was addressing her. Lowering her gaze and biting her lip, her voice carried a hint of defiance. It is only right to repay one's debts. I shall repay them. Li Pingyan remained silent. If only it were as simple as merely repaying a debt. Interest upon interest, they have you firmly in their grasp. Even if one possesses a mountain of gold at home, it is of no avail. A bowl of coarse flour leaves one utterly destitute. Suddenly, footsteps echo as a group of 5 or 6 ruffians led by Big Tiger strides into the courtyard. Oh, you blind fool, what impeccable timing. Just as her husband departs. You arrive to offer a helping hand? Big Tiger mocks with a laugh. Get lost. Don't obstruct my view. I have no time for you. Half a year ago, Big Tiger had latched onto the thigh of the county magistrate's nephew, and today he has come specifically to collect a debt. Chapter 3. Trouble. Big Tiger pushes aside Li Pingyan and stands at the entrance, leering at Miss Wang with a sly grin. So, have you gathered the money or not? The pressure from above is mounting. Miss Wang, visibly distressed, replies, Just a moment longer. I cannot produce such a large sum immediately, but I assure you I will repay. Assure me, you say? That could take an eternity, given your meager earnings selling tofu each day. Are you dreaming? I truly cannot come up with that much money. Then it's straightforward, either the money or a person. I genuinely have no money. That's simple. You still have someone here, Big Tiger replies nonchalantly. His lackeys laugh, with one even whistling in jest. Miss Wang clenches her fists, her face flushed with embarrassment. She yearns to do something to deter these men from their brazen behavior. Yet, as a solitary mother, she finds herself powerless to retaliate. Big Tiger continues, A beauty like you. I can only imagine how many would desire you in a brothel, especially one who has borne children. You see, there are those who specifically seek out other men as wives. They have little interest in the innocent. Turning to his cronies, he inquires, Any of you fancy this sort? Me. Get out of here. Your type is hardly appealing. Laughter erupts once more. Miss Wang bites her lip, tears welling in her eyes, wishing she could simply end it all right there. If sold into such a place, death would be preferable. But what would become of her child? Big Tiger, seasoned in such matters, knew when to wield the iron fist and when to offer the sweet date. He casually took a seat, shifting his tone to one laced with feigned compassion. I understand your plight. As a widow with a child, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Yet, the pressure from above is relentless, and what can I do? Young Master Gua has made it clear that if the debt is not settled by the end of the year, it will not be me who comes calling. Just think of your son. He refrained from elaborating, knowing Miss Wang was already paralyzed with fear. What am I to do? Big Tiger rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face. Given my connection with young Master Gua, I could speak on your behalf. Granting you an extension of a year or so would be a trivial matter. Miss Wang regarded him with suspicion. You can help me? Of course, Big Tiger said, placing his hand atop hers, the implication unmistakably clear. As the sound of a soft rustle echoed, Big Tiger reached out, intending to caress Miss Wang's delicate face once more, when an abrupt and discordant noise pierced the air, reminiscent of a pig indulging in its meal. Big Tiger furrowed his brow. Can you even converse with young Master Gua? How peculiar. I have yet to witness a dog capable of speaking with its master. Big Tiger was taken aback, momentarily stunned. This was a statement made by the blind man to himself. Had he truly lost his mind? Nevertheless, Big Tiger was unconcerned with the man's mental state. He was determined to have his tongue severed today. His subordinate had already dragged Li Pingyan over, with hands on his hips. The flesh on Big Tiger's face quivered in anger. Are you seeking death? This does not concern you. Pingyan, you should leave. Miss Wang urged anxiously. Big Tiger unsheathed a glimmering blade from his waist. Initially, his weapon had been a stout wooden stick, but since joining young Master Gua in the Fire Bear gang, he had upgraded to a blade. The cold steel pressed against Li Pingyan's cheek. You blind fool, rather than begging on the streets, you come here to play the hero. Have you even looked at yourself in a mirror? As the words left his mouth, the blade flashed through the air. Big Tiger felt the knife in his hand dance up and down, only to find the edge pressed against his own neck in the next instant. The very blind man he had tormented countless times now stood before him, wielding the knife. A chilling dread enveloped him. Big Tiger's eyelids fluttered, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his spine. I am a man of young Master Gua. If you have the guts, go ahead and strike me. Big Tiger doubted the blind man would dare to act. With a fierce jab of the hilt, Li Pingyan struck his chest, sending a wave of searing pain through him. With a gasp, Big Tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson. The turtle breathing technique is a method of internal martial arts wherein practitioners breathe deeply and prolong their inhalation. Li Pingyan had mastered it to a considerable extent, his internal strength profound. With just a bit more force, Big Tiger's internal organs would be shattered on the spot. Big Tiger's eyes widened, struggling to catch his breath. His subordinates stood frozen in shock. They were accustomed to mere brawls, never having witnessed such a scene. The blind man, whom they usually bullied, now seemed almost unrecognizable. Get lost. Big Tiger was supported by his subordinates, fleeing in a panic. Li Pingyan handed a bowl to Miss Wang, wiping his mouth. Thank you. You should lay low for a while. This group will come after you. Miss Wang expressed her concerns. Despite her gratitude for Li Pingyan's defense, Big Tiger was now aligned with young Master Gua, a man not to be trifled with by common folk like them. Li Pingyan adjusted his straw hat and turned to leave. Yet, he did not venture far. Instead, he concealed himself in a nearby alley. Leaning against the wall, he sat down with the old cow. Li Pingyan retrieved 2 baked pancakes from his pocket, sharing one with the cow and consuming the other himself. The dark clouds in the sky thickened, and twilight descended. The sound of his cloth shoes crunching on the snow echoed through the darkness. A procession of over 20 men, armed with various weapons, marched down the street with an imposing presence. Some bore fierce expressions, their chests bared, revealing sinewy muscles amidst the frigid air. For the first time, Dahu suffered such a significant defeat, all at the hands of a blind man. If he did not reclaim his honor today, he might as well abandon his endeavors altogether. The common folk, witnessing the scene, hurriedly retreated to the sidelines, scarcely daring to breathe. The leader, Zhang Wu, was a thug from the household of young Master Gua, brandishing a gleaming katana. Though not tall in stature, he exuded an aura of menace. In the era of the Sui dynasty, a culture of martial prowess thrived amidst the incessant turmoil. It was a point of pride for adult men to carry weapons at their waists as they ventured into the streets. The group made their way towards Miss Wang's residence, but abruptly halted upon reaching a narrow alley. Li Pingyan leaned casually against the wall, blocking the passage with an old ox behind him. Brother Zhang, this is the fellow. At the sight of Li Pingyan, Dahu's fury ignited. A blind man. Chapter 4. The fierce battle. Zhang Wu had not anticipated that the one capable of terrifying Dahu and his entourage would be a mere blind minstrel. I wish to speak with your leader. Might you facilitate an introduction? The blind man's deep voice wafted through the wind. Zhang Wu scoffed. Our leader has no time for you. You have harmed my brother. This matter requires resolution. The blind man stroked his cane, murmuring, this month, I have taken 3 jobs, numbers 3, 6, and 12. Sufficient to sustain me for 2 months and indulge in a few fine wines. Zhang Wu sneered. Such is the price of meddling. I would rather not interfere, but who could resist the tofu she sends me daily? You know how tempting a piece of tofu can be. The wind and snow blurred one's vision. Suddenly, a crackling sound pierced the air. A shadow burst through the snowy veil, accompanied by the howling wind, and faintly mingled with the sound of unsheathing blades. The blind man moved with remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting silhouette for those at a distance, while closer observers caught a glimpse of a faint rainbow-like shimmer. With a series of muffled thuds, several thugs fell to the ground, howling in pain. Do not panic, Zhang Wu shouted, as he swiftly rotated his wrist, slicing through the air with his blade. Yet, his adversary evaded effortlessly. Suddenly, a hand grasped him and yanked him violently inward, causing Zhang Wu to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Is this truly a blind man? The clashing sounds of metal echoed continuously, as some weapons were sent flying, while others were hurled several feet away, leaving their wielders unconscious. A few managed to withstand a strike, yet could no longer grip their weapons. Amidst the chaos, the blind man's blade moved gracefully, akin to a snowflake dancing in the air. To be precise, it was not a blade at all, but rather a cane. Zhang Wu held his breath, realizing his opponent was indeed blind. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a swift arc with his great sword, creating a cutting wind that sliced through the air. The blind man countered with a strike, harnessing the momentum of the blade's speed. A pale blue blade of air sliced through the atmosphere like a radiant halo, carving an arc in the sky. Zhang Wu tumbled several times on the ground before crashing down with a thud. A wound, over a foot long, marred his chest, blood gushing forth. His visage contorted, and his arms convulsed. Dahu, utterly petrified, sat in the corner, his body trembling, gazing at Li Pingyan with sheer terror. He could never have imagined that the blind man he had routinely bullied would turn out to be an extraordinary master. What a ghastly revelation. "Spare me, great hero. I am but a fool who has offended you," he pleaded. The once imposing Zhang Wu now lay prostrate on the ground, stripped of all his former grandeur. The blind man spoke in a deep voice. "Take me to your leader." The Mandarin Duck Tower, the largest entertainment venue in Anqing County, was a fusion of tavern, brothel, and casino. A curtain separated the gambling tables, and within was a small table surrounded by patrons, each encircled by a mound of chips. Such establishments were not the domain of the ordinary. The proprietor, Guo Yu, was none other than the nephew of the county magistrate, Guo. However, operating merely a brothel and casino could not satiate Guo Yu's appetite. Secretly, he engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking, selling local women to distant lands, be it the western regions, Turkestan, or beyond. In a corner of the casino stood several bodyguards and servants, clad in fitted attire and armed, exuding an air of martial prowess. A middle-aged man with a fearsome countenance was embracing a captivating woman, laughing and drinking. This was Guo Yu, the master of the establishment. Suddenly, a jarring noise shattered the illusion of merriment as Zhang Wu was hurled inside, followed by the entrance of a blind man. "I seek your leader," he declared. Guo Yu raised an eyebrow, emanating a dismissive air. It had been ages since anyone had dared to confront him at the Mandarin Duck Tower. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to disperse the numerous gamblers. Soon, the vast gambling hall was left with only Guo Yu and his guards, alongside the blind man adorned with a hat. "I wish to discuss a business proposition," the blind man stated. Guo Yu, perched on the second floor, surveyed him from above. "I recall your name is Li something, isn't it?" "Li Pingyan," the blind man replied. "Ah, yes, Li Pingyan," Guo Yu acknowledged, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "I must admit, I did not foresee your considerable abilities and audacity. You flatter me. I am merely striving to make a living. Why have you come to my territory to snatch employment?" Guo Yu scoffed. His subordinates had silently encircled the blind man, poised for Guo Yu's command. Their synchronized movements suggested that, despite their attire resembling that of the martial world, they were seasoned warriors, having spent considerable time in military service. Particularly the leader, Yi Xian, whose appearance did not resemble that of a Central Plains native, adorned with a pair of gleaming gold earrings. "You misunderstand. I bear no grudge against you, nor am I here to usurp your business. Is it not true that Neo Air from East Street owes you a substantial sum? I have come to repay that debt. I kindly ask you to show some mercy and refrain from further troubling that mother and child." Guo Yu reflected briefly, recalling that it was futile. That woman had caught the old man's fancy. Should you find yourself enamored by her, once the old man tires of her, a few coins might grant you access to her in this brothel. A subtle smirk played upon Guo Yu's lips. With a barely audible sigh, he mused on the futility of it all. His voice turned icy. "Kill him." From behind, a robust man brandished a bone-cleaving knife, aiming a strike at the blind man's head. A sickening squelch echoed as blood sprayed forth. A piercing scream shattered the air. Then came the thud of steel hitting the ground, followed by the sound of a body collapsing. The blind man's cane jabbed forcefully into the right eye of the fallen assailant. Another two men cried out in agony, their massive forms propelled backward, landing several paces away. A third man screamed as he received a knife wound to his shoulder, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The blind man seized a curved saber, its blade sharp, its spine slender. The hilt bent gracefully. Yi Xian lunged forward, delivering a downward strike. The two figures blurred together, each blow unleashing a fierce gust. The rapid succession of strikes was enough to quicken the heart's pulse. Within mere breaths, Yi Xian was injured, exclaiming, "What a remarkable sword technique!" Having been away from military life for years, encountering such a master was indeed rare. The blind man spread his palm, unleashing all the chips he held with a technique akin to tortoise breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They soared toward the flames surrounding them, plunging the gambling den into darkness. Shadows danced amidst the flickering blade lights. In the chaos, Yi Xian bellowed, "Do not lose your composure." Several close bodyguards surrounded him, blades pointed outward, attempting to thwart the blind man. The air was thick with anguished cries. From the moment they embarked on these heinous deeds, their fate was sealed. The formation crafted by Yi Xian and his men had yet to be breached, yet the cacophony of suffering echoed like a dagger piercing their hearts. A flash of steel arced through the air, striking a burly man, who screamed and rolled upon the ground. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened, hands gripping his blade. He carved a curtain of steel through the air, swiftly moving to the fallen man's side. The blind man dodged to the left, evading the strike with remarkable speed, though he still bore a wound. Seizing the moment, another assailant lunged from behind, blade gleaming like snow, swift as lightning. A scream erupted as the man was cleaved through the shoulder and neck. Chapter 5. Blood at the Yuanyang Tower. Everything appeared prolonged, yet it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian inhaled deeply, recognizing the severity of the encounter he faced today. Brilliant blades once more intertwined, illuminating the darkness. In the flickers of steel, both parties caught a glimpse of one another. The pale eyes glimmered ominously. Over the years, Yi Xian's heart had grown sufficiently hardened, merciless, accustomed to the dance of life and death. Yet in this moment, he felt that no battle he had ever faced could compare to this heart-stopping clash. Another strike approached. The swiftness of that strike is beyond description. Yi Xian raised his blade, intending to defend himself. Yet, this strike merely wove an intricate web in the air, elusive and unpredictable. What? Uft! The blind man retreated, retracting his sword. This strike flowed seamlessly, akin to a blade of light devoid of any embellishment, descending slowly. What technique is this? Yi Xian coughed up blood, his voice laced with despair. The wind-listening blade technique. A splendid name. Thank you. Yi Xian collapsed heavily to the ground. Flames flickered once more, and Guoyu sought to charge forth. The blind man twisted his waist, executing a whirlwind-like reverse strike. It pierced through Guoyu's palm and the wooden door alike. Clenching his teeth, Guoyu watched helplessly as death approached step by step. Your skills are impressive. I was indeed presumptuous. Let today's events be forgotten. I shall forego the debts owed by Niu heir. Guoyu made one last desperate attempt. I still possess 3,000 taels of silver notes. Accompany me to the bank to retrieve them. Today's affairs are known to heaven and earth, to you and me. The blind man offered no reply, instead providing an answer with his blade. He touched his blood-stained body and sighed silently. If you had spoken these words sooner, perhaps this could have been avoided. With the blade drawn, there remains no room for negotiation. The blind man reached for a jar of liquor on the table. It was his favorite strong drink, emanating a pungent aroma. The snow outside fell heavily, denser than even the liquor, thick enough to be unyielding. In the 12th year of the Tianyuan era, the New Year's bell had just passed. Yet, the town bore no semblance of festive spirit. Over 10 days prior, blood had stained the Yuanyang building. Among the 25 victims was Guo County Magistrate's nephew, Guoyu. The Yuanyang building was engulfed in flames. A note was left behind, inscribed with 4 bold characters, "Avenge Heaven's Justice." The perpetrator was the blind minstrel, Li Ping'an. His likeness spread through every street and alley, reaching distant villages. The authorities offered a handsome reward. In an instant, constables and bodyguards surged forth. Days later, it was discovered that the notorious scoundrel, Big Tiger, had gone mad. This rogue, after all, faced his just deserts. Tofu. Selling tofu. A familiar voice, a familiar stall, and the familiar aroma of tofu. Miss Wang, clad in cotton attire, had her small face flushed from the cold. In this calamity, she was fortunate to remain unscathed. All those in the know perished in that night's inferno, and no one came to demand debts from her anymore. As usual, She gazed in that direction. Yet, she could no longer see the person who usually guided the ox. She understood why Li Pingyan had killed Guoyu. However, she could not fathom whether it was worth it for her sake. Thus, she longed to confront him and seek clarity, wondering how she might repay such a significant debt of gratitude. Yet now, she received no answers. Only the quiet anticipation of waiting for that individual to reappear before her once more. Along the rugged mountain path, Li Pingyan led the old ox, stepping unevenly through the snow. In his hand, he held a block of frozen tofu, dusted with ice shards. Delicious. In truth, it was not for the sake of justice or righteousness that I acted. It was merely that, when on the brink of starvation, I once received a warm piece of tofu accompanied by a radiant smile. The moment I bit into the tofu, it felt as if the winter snow was about to melt away. That was all there was to it. On a day in mid-March, a sudden clap of spring thunder resonated in the sky, followed closely by a gentle patter of spring rain. The rain, precious as oil, would sometimes drift like silk and at other times descend like a startled swan. Indeed, it was a splendid sight. Li Pingyan, leading his old ox, settled down at a tea stall. The attendant brought forth a large teapot and a bowl, pouring tea into the bowl for him. "Good sir, from where do you come?" "From where I come," the attendant replied with a smile. Li Pingyan sipped half of the tea before offering the remainder to the old ox, which slurped it up contentedly. Li Pingyan then rummaged through his pocket, revealing 15 coins, the last remnants of his meager fortune. He sighed lightly, barely audible. In his past encounters with television dramas and novels, where were the great heroes burdened by such trifles of material existence? A lifetime is spent toiling for money, which, indeed, brings worry to many. Yet, with money, those troubles dissipate like mist. To sum it up succinctly, having wealth is truly delightful. Li Pingyan took out his dining utensils and began to play a lively tune. The melody flowed from his fingertips, graceful and powerful. Skill, Reflections of the Two Springs. Level 2, 5500100000. 1 effect. Increases lifespan, promotes the smooth flow of qi and blood, unblocks meridians. Dispels dampness and warms the body. 2 effect. Wind blade technique. 40. Tortoise breathing technique. 60. Have you heard? Another person died yesterday. The world is in such disarray that the death of 2 individuals hardly raises an eyebrow. It is said that Ma Sandow, a wanted man, has come this way, drawing in many bounty hunters. How much is the reward? 100 for the living, 50 for the dead. The conversation of 2 tea patrons drifted into Li Pingyan's ears, stirring his thoughts. The truth is, he himself was also on the wanted list. Sometimes, upon seeing the bounty amounts, he felt an impulse to turn himself in. Li Pingyan put away his arrow, and a vague scene flickered in his mind. Yet, if the light were too dim, nothing would be discernible. In Luoshui City, throngs of people bustled about. Men worked tirelessly to provide for their families, while housewives ventured to the market for groceries, and vendors congregated on the streets. The city seemed unperturbed by the recent murder, becoming instead a topic of idle chatter among the populace. "Old man, how much for a bowl of wontons?" 16 copper coins. "Is it really that expensive?" Li Pingyan thought to himself, realizing he could not afford even a single bowl of wontons with all his meager possessions combined. Indeed, large cities do not compare to small towns. "It's always been this price," the proprietor replied without lifting his gaze, assuming the tattered figure before him was merely a beggar. Ultimately, Li Pingyan settled for 2 meat buns and requested a pot of free hot water. Squatting in a corner, he and his old ox each enjoyed a substantial meat bun, which appeared to be filled with beef. "It seems like the filling is beef," Li Pingyan suddenly remarked. Chapter 6. The Bounty Hunter in March. The city of Luoshui was still cloaked in lingering chill. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, an air of solemnity and tranquility prevailed, tinged with an ominous calm that hinted at an impending storm. The bounty hunter, known as Xiao Wu, ordered several small dishes and a pot of wine. As he sipped his drink, he surveyed the bustling street, watching the constant flow of passers-by. The term bounty hunter refers to those who, armed with official badges, make a living by capturing fugitives named in wanted posters. In his youthful days at Mananshan, Xiao Wu, had faced the 7 wonders of Lingnan alone, managing to hold my own against all odds. As Xiao Wu regaled those around him with tales of his past exploits, derisive voices rose from the crowd. Despite his youth, he boasted with audacity, inciting laughter from his peers. With a huff, Xiao Wu slammed his bounty hunter badge onto the table and lifted his shirt to reveal a scar on his abdomen. "Huh, I know. That was from when you stole money and got beaten by your father. The years had passed, yet the scar remained, prompting another round of laughter that left Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, his gaze flickered. The wanted criminal Ma Sandow emerged from a tavern, strolling leisurely down the street. Ma Sandow. Xiao Wu rubbed his eyes, recognizing the figure despite the distance. Hey, Xiao Wu, where are you off to? Teased a friend. But Xiao Wu, undeterred, grabbed his knife and badge, hastily exiting the small establishment. Ma Sandow ambled along the street, his gait peculiar. He advanced with his right foot first, the left following slowly, each step appearing laborious. Injured? A smirk crept across Xiao Wu's lips. Fortune seemed to favor him, capturing Ma Sandow would silence all mockery directed at him. After meandering for a while, Ma Sandow stepped onto the gravel-strewn ground, the crunching noise echoing in the stillness. He eventually turned into a narrow alley. Xiao Wu stealthily climbed to a nearby rooftop, keenly observing Ma Sandow. Come out. Ma Sandow's hoarse voice pierced the air, sending a shiver down Xiao Wu's spine, fear etching his youthful features. No response came, save for a rat that scurried from a nearby drainage ditch, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, shadows darted forth, like phantoms emerging from darkness, charging toward Ma Sandow. In a swift motion, accompanied by the ominous sound of drawn blades, a scream erupted, followed by the clatter of a long knife hitting the ground. A figure was hurled several feet away, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless in an instant. The attackers moved with astonishing speed, yet Ma Sandow's blade was swifter still. So rapid were his movements that they seemed to defy perception, as though he vanished into thin air. Xiao Wu held his breath. Within mere moments, the alley bore witness to 4 lifeless bodies. Tremors coursed through Xiao Wu's legs as Ma Sandow, expressionless, twirled a flying knife in his hand. A knot of dread tightened in Xiao Wu's chest, rendering him motionless. Suddenly, the flying knife shot out with alarming velocity. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, it swiftly reached Xiao Wu's side, resembling a radiant tail. Instinctively, Xiao Wu lowered his head as the flying dagger grazed his scalp. Fortuitously, amidst misfortune, he thought only of one thing: escape. Faced with this individual, any semblance of resistance vanished. He swiftly slid down from the rooftop and leaped onto a large tree. With a powerful push from his legs, he vaulted over the surrounding wall, landing outside. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a dagger struck his calf. Bang! With a resounding thud, he was hurled away. Ma Sandow had already landed, standing 100 meters away, observing this naive youth with amusement. The courage Xiao Wu had felt moments ago to capture Ma Sandow evaporated, replaced by sheer terror that nearly made him lose control. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced the air. Ma Sandow turned to find another person crouching in the corner, beside an old cow. Li Pingyan, uninterested in the commotion, feigned death. Seeing and hearing nothing, Ma Sandow narrowed his eyes, certain he would not spare this witness. Yet, out of nowhere, Xiao Wu summoned his courage and shouted, "Run! He is the wanted criminal, Ma Sandow. Go find the authorities. I will hold him off." With that, he unexpectedly stood with a knife in hand. Ma Sandow scoffed at the sight of this unseasoned child attempting to wield a blade. Li Pingyan's expression shifted slightly. Ma Sandow. He retrieved the tattered bounty notice from his pocket. 100 for bringing him in alive, 50 for his death. Are you Ma Sandow? Ma Sandow glanced at Li Pingyan, realizing he was blind. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Xiao Wu was instantly extinguished. He had encountered a blind man, likely unable to even find the courthouse. As Li Pingyan approached, his vision remained clouded, failing to discern Ma Sandow's features. Seeing the blind man, Ma Sandow dismissed him, casually tossing a knife in his direction. Li Pingyan tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the flying dagger. Ma Sandow, taken aback, inquired in a low voice, "What is your name, sir?" "Blind man," he replied. It was only during the act of killing that he would refer to himself as such. The blind man gripped his cane and stepped forward, prompting Ma Sandow to hastily retreat, launching 2 more blades aimed at vital points, swift as the wind. In the darkness, the average person would struggle to cope. In the fleeting moment of flashing blades, the blind man tilted his head, evading one knife, while simultaneously using his cane to block the other. In a single step, before Ma Sandow could react, he was right before him. Bathed in moonlight, Li Pingyan examined Ma Sandow up close. His limited vision extended only half a meter, and though the details were hazy, he could discern the general outline. Tall and slender, he resembled a bamboo pole, with a horse-like face, a prominent nose, and high cheekbones. Strikingly similar to the figure depicted in the wanted poster. It was undoubtedly Ma Sandow. "Let us make a deal," the blind man suddenly proposed. Xiao Wu stared at the blind man, astonished. "Incredible. You are the knife-bearer, aren't you? I have captured him. You may take him to the authorities for a reward. How about we split the proceeds 70-30? The blind man, lacking the badge of a blade-bearer, would find his efforts in vain even if he managed to apprehend Ma Sandow. Moreover, he himself is a wanted criminal. Xiao Wu was still in a daze. "Respond." Only then did Xiao Wu snap back to reality, nodding vacantly. "Good." Ma Sandow's face turned ashen, feeling the humiliation of being traded like a commodity in front of others. With a swift motion, he produced 5 flying daggers. Each blade was unleashed with a fierce intensity, accompanied by a gust of sharp wind. The blind man's ears perked up, wielding his cane as if it were a blade. With a deft twist of his wrist, he executed a clean and fluid maneuver. A flash of cold light accompanied the fierce wind of the blade as it struck Ma Sandow decisively. Chapter 7. The wealthy at the magistrate's office, Captain Zhang. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, inquired, "What brings you here today?" "To claim the bounty." Captain Zhang chuckled, anticipating yet another boastful tale from the lad. To his surprise, Xiao Wu entered with Ma Sandow, bound and alive. The expression on Captain Zhang's face froze for 5 seconds before transforming into a radiant display of astonishment. Within half a day, news of Ma Sandow's capture spread like wildfire throughout Luoshui City. The announcement stirred a tremendous uproar, for Ma Sandow, the notorious bandit, had long roamed this territory. Both the authorities and the blade-bearers harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet, with his mastery of flying daggers, he had remained elusive. The fact that he was captured today by Xiao Wu sent shockwaves through the community. Xiao Wu, limping, found Li Pingyan and handed over the entire bounty of 100 taels awarded by the magistrate. As promised, 70-30. Li Pingyan took out 3 silver ingots, declaring, "I shall not take advantage of you. No need, no need. Were it not for the hero's intervention, I would have already reported to the King of Hell." Xiao Wu was not overly concerned with the money. What mattered more to him was his reputation. Now, on every street corner, everyone knew the name of Xiao Wu. This greatly satisfied his vanity. Li Pingyan said nothing further. With the heavy silver in hand, he departed with old Neo. "Hero, may I ask your name and where you reside?" Xiao Wu hurriedly called out to Li Pingyan. "Just call me the blind man. I sing on the streets of the eastern part of the city," Li Pingyan replied without looking back. Xiao Wu thought to himself, truly a remarkable individual, exuding an impressive aura. 100 taels, considering the purchasing power of this era, equates to a modern sum of between 200 to 400,000. This is no trivial amount. It would suffice to purchase a residence in Luoshui City. However, given that Li Pingyan is a wanted criminal, the prospect of buying a house is best set aside for now. "Old Neo, we can finally enjoy a good meal," Li Pingyan said, his voice carrying an unusual note of joy. "Moo," Old Neo responded with a cheerful bellow. 2 roast chickens, 4 dishes with soup, a jug of wine, and 2 large bowls of fragrant rice. This was the most sumptuous meal Li Pingyan had enjoyed in over a year. After feasting, he decided to grant himself a day of leisure. As the evening drew near, he lingered over his drinks before finally departing at a leisurely pace. He sought out an establishment that would remain open throughout the night and chose a table by the window to settle down. Once again, he indulged in libations while admiring the nocturnal panorama of Luoshui City. Although the sights were somewhat unclear, it felt as though he were enveloped within them. Li Pingyan was uncertain when his eyesight would improve. Drinking alone had its moments of tedium, so he picked up the eru and began to play a gentle tune. Ding! The moon reflected on the second spring, 600-010000. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula, Shengmai powder. It possesses the effects of invigorating energy, generating fluids, nourishing vitality, and calming the mind. At level 1, the moon reflected on the second spring would extend Li Pingyan's lifespan and promote the smooth flow of qi and blood, laying a solid foundation. Level 2 would grant various internal martial arts techniques, such as the wind-cutting blade technique and the turtle breathing skill. The practice of internal martial arts is gradual, requiring step-by-step cultivation and reliance on consistent accumulation. Initially, the training in internal arts is quite similar, focusing on how to cultivate true qi within the body, select appropriate techniques and meridians, and achieve victory over adversaries. Utilizing elixirs that assist in internal cultivation can yield remarkable results. much like Li Pingyan's practice of the turtle breathing technique, which securely locks his essence, spirit, and qi blood power, conserving his energy and strength. The greater the explosive power, the more energy it consumes. Generally, 3 consecutive full-force attacks would leave him utterly exhausted, indicating that Li Pingyan could not maintain such a state for long. Once time passed, he would succumb to a state of weakness. However, with Shengmai powder, he could swiftly recover, and his turtle breathing technique would see significant advancement. The formula for Shengmai powder materialized in Li Pingyan's mind: 9 grams of wood incense, 12 grams each of white peony and mother ginseng, and 30 grams of raw dragon bone. These ingredients, when combined, would circulate the body's qi harmoniously. The herbal decoction should be taken internally, with 1 dose prepared daily, divided into 2 servings after boiling twice. At the break of dawn, Li Pingyan led his old ox to the apothecary to procure the necessary materials for Shengmai powder. The cost of a single dose was approximately 20 taels, a sum quite exorbitant. What was even more vexing was that these herbs could not be found in ordinary pharmacies. After searching through 4 or 5 shops to no avail, Li Pingyan shook his head, temporarily setting aside the notion. He rented a room in an inn, costing him only 10 taels for half a year, and added an extra 2 taels to secure a spot for his old ox. Although the conditions were not particularly splendid, they were certainly preferable to sleeping under a bridge. "Old buddy, we have a place to stay now," Li Pingyan said as he poured fodder into the trough. The old ox responded with a low moo. Li Pingyan chuckled and patted its head. There were countless things that brought him joy, such as savoring a delicious meal, enjoying a good night's sleep, or simply embracing life. When a person's desires are easily fulfilled, their happiness becomes effortlessly attainable. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. During this period, although Li Pingyan has not procured the raw materials for the life vein powder, through sheer diligence, he has successfully upgraded the grade of 2 springs reflecting the moon to 900-010000. Concurrently, Li Pingyan has acquired a new skill, breath lock. This ability bears resemblance to thermal imaging. Although he cannot clearly see individuals at a distance, with the breath lock skill, he can perceive the thermal signatures of enemies. Not only foes, but any living being with internal warmth will reveal their thermal imagery to him. It is akin to a thermal imaging telescope, enabling him to sense creatures from further afield. Breath lock 30 can sense the thermal imagery of living beings within a 10-meter radius. Furthermore, all aspects of Li Pingyan's physique have seen significant enhancement. Name: Li Pingyan. Age: 23. Lifespan: 70. Bone quality: ordinary. Martial arts: tortoise breathing technique: 80. Wind listening blade technique: 70. Skills: breath lock: 30. Status: blind. Early in the morning, Li Pingyan led his old ox to the morning market. Today was different from the past. He boldly ordered 8 large meat buns and 2 bowls of mutton offal soup. Since commencing his training, his appetite had increased remarkably. Hero, I have found you. Chapter 8. A surprising turn. Hero, I have found you. Li Pingyan quickly recognized the familiar voice of Little Five, the knife wielder. Hero, Li Pingyan took a bite of the thin-skinned, meat-filled bun. I do not go by Hero. Little Five wiped the sweat from his brow. Hero, I have found you. Found me? Li Pingyan paused in his meal. 15 coins for funerals, 20 coins for weddings. Meals included, along with my ox. Little Five replied, it's not about singing for funerals or weddings. It pertains to something else. It turns out that after everyone assumed Little Five had captured Ma Sandow, his reputation as a knife wielder's sword, both the authorities and civilian organizations now regarded him as a hot commodity, inundated with commissions. Initially, Little Five was enveloped in vanity, reveling in his newfound acclaim. However, upon reviewing the tasks, his enthusiasm quickly waned. The assignments ranged from capturing notorious bandits to apprehending cultists or investigating attacks by monstrous beasts. These tasks would require 10 lifetimes to complete. At first, he could find excuses to evade them, but as time went on, neglecting a task would inevitably raise suspicions. Reluctantly, he sought out Li Pingyan. Little Five pleaded, Hero, please assist me. It shall not be for naught. I shall forfeit the bounty entirely to you. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then produced the recipe for the life vein powder. Do you have a way to obtain the ingredients listed here? Little Five glanced at the recipe. Most of the ingredients were not typically found on the market and could only be procured from the black market, albeit at a steep price. Suddenly, an idea struck him. One of my clients is the proprietor of the Tongrantang in Luoshui City. He must have a way to acquire these ingredients. Li Pingyan took a sip of the mutton offal soup, and a flicker of thought stirred within him. The medicinal herbs for Sheng Mai San were difficult to procure on his own. Tang, a time-honored brand with a nationwide presence, could provide a more accessible route to acquire them if he could establish a rapport with the right people. At the Luo River, a magnificent treasure ship glided across the water, exuding an irresistible aura of mystery. "Princess, we are nearing Luo River City," Lu Yun announced, standing at the bow and gazing at the water's surface. She remained silent, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips. When a beauty smiles, she truly becomes a vision of unparalleled grace, akin to a piece of jade soaked by water, exuding a warmth akin to the flowing river. She resembled a water nymph from the depths of the river, radiating an enchanting allure. The close maid, Feng Ruo, spoke softly. "Princess, I have heard that recent news from Luo River City is rather unsettling. We ought to exercise caution. We need not fear, as we are not resting in Luo River City, and who would dare to assault a royal treasure ship?" Feng Ruo glanced around before lowering her voice further. "However, I am concerned that with the emperor gravely ill, the second prince may harbor ill intentions. The Great Sui dynasty has endured for 8 generations, 3 of which were ruled by empresses. The current emperor is also an empress, and the favored heir is the eldest princess, Lu Yun. It is well known in the court that barring unforeseen circumstances, Lu Yun will ascend the throne upon the empress's passing. Yet, the political landscape is fraught with intrigue, as the princes are restless and ministers form factions, while regional warlords conspire with one another, each governing their territories. The Great Sui has become a chaotic realm, akin to a scattered pile of sand. Lu Yun exhaled softly. Her earlier joy at the riverside scenery was swiftly overshadowed by a weight of concern. "Procuring those herbs is indeed challenging, but you have come to the right person. Here's the deal. I will only charge you half the black market price. Upon completing this commission, I shall grant you a few additional packets of these herbs free of charge." Wang Dali from Tang glanced at Li Pingyan's prescription and readily agreed. Li Pingyan clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing, "Your help is much appreciated." Wang Dali's commission involved capturing a fugitive named Lu Bo, who had previously worked at Tang. He had stolen numerous secret formulas and even killed Wang Dali's nephew. The authorities had yet to apprehend him. Wang Dali harbored a deep grudge against him and had enlisted the help of an adept named Xiao Wu. "Not to worry, Boss Wang. We shall take care of this matter," Xiao Wu assured. Wang Dali continued, "My men have tracked Lu Bo's whereabouts, but he once mingled with the Fish and Dragon gang, frequently opposing the authorities. Due to his exceptional martial skills and mastery of the blade, the government officials have suffered greatly at his hands." At noon, the sun shone remarkably bright. "Hero, could you teach me that blade technique you used that night?" Xiao Wu incessantly chattered along the way. Li Pingyan paid him no heed, his gaze fixed on the river. According to Wang Dali's intelligence, Lu Bo was hiding by the riverside. "Hey, what are you doing here?" 2 soldiers approached from the east. "Just admiring the scenery, sir," Xiao Wu replied with a forced smile. "Get lost. If you're here to sightsee, choose a better time. The princess's treasure ship is about to arrive. All you idle folks should disperse." Reluctantly, the 2 had no choice but to turn away. "The princess's ship is arriving?" Li Pingyan inquired. Little Five glanced back every 3 steps, gazing longingly at the river's surface. "How could you be unaware of such a significant event? The news has been circulating for half a month. Alas, it is said that our princess is the most exquisite beauty on the Rouge list. One can only wonder if we shall be fortunate enough to behold her countenance." Li Pingyan uncorked a wine flask and took a sip. "Moo." He then opened another flask, offering it to the old ox. "Drink up, old friend." The old ox raised its tail, clearly delighted. Suddenly, the sound of bells and drums echoed across the tranquil river. In the distance, a colossal ship cleaved through the waters, sending up a spray of white waves. "Wow, what grandeur!" Little Five exclaimed. Li Pingyan did not turn around. After all, he could not see. "Moo." The old ox emitted an anxious sound. Li Pingyan furrowed his brow. This was no ordinary ox. He had long been aware of that. The old ox possessed a certain prescience, and its calls could reveal much. Li Pingyan turned his head, but the breadth of his senses could not yet reach such a distance. Boom. Little Five's expression froze in place. The immense treasure ship was suddenly engulfed in flames. A taut and piercing pressure spread through the water in an indescribable manner, transforming the river into a blood-red sea, as if it sought to shred the ship into fragments inch by inch. What a magnificent scene! The princess's treasure ship was attacked. The entire river trembled violently. A section of the ship shattered beyond repair. The ship was destroyed, and lives were lost. Let us go. Li Pingyan grasped the still-dazed little five and turned to flee. The princess's vessel had been assaulted. Those in the government would surely prefer to wrongfully apprehend 1,000 than let one escape. They had just been by the riverbank and would undoubtedly be viewed as suspects. Upon arrival at the magistrate's office, it mattered not whether there was evidence. They would first face a severe reprimand. If fortunate, they might eventually be released. If unfortunate, at best they would languish in prison, and at worst, lose their lives. There is someone in the water, Little Five suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 9. The harsh reality. There is something in the water. In the distance, it appeared as though someone was swimming toward the shore. Let us go take a look, Little Five suggested. Unlike Li Pingyan, who had lived 2 lifetimes and had been blind for over 20 years, growing up in the streets and deeply understanding the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Little Five had grown up carefree, immersed in martial arts novels and tales of legends in the rivers and lakes. How could he comprehend the risks involved? A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Li Pingyan released his grip, intending to leave with the old ox. He always adhered to one principle: refrain from engaging in actions one ought not to undertake. Halt! The 2 soldiers from earlier blocked Li Pingyan's path. Their expressions were cold, faces twisted into sinister grins. To them, these 2 appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, ripe for their taking. Assassins from the explosion? A blind man. The soldier on the left raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at his companion. The companion whispered, "A blind man cannot be spared." No sooner had the words left his lips. Li Pingyan swiftly swung his arm, and the blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the necks of 2 individuals. In an instant, blood surged forth like a fountain, and the 2 men breathed their last. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already leaped into the water, rescuing the drowning victim, a woman, to be precise. A remarkably beautiful woman. A grin spread across Xiao Wu's face. The trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress was all too familiar to someone like him, who often indulged in novels. The woman lay on the ground, expelling water, her appearance quite disheveled. "Miss, are you all right?" he inquired. The woman's bosom rose and fell heavily, rendering her momentarily speechless. Once she regained her composure, Xiao Wu took the opportunity to ask for her identity. Lu Yun quickly steadied herself, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. "Take me to your magistrate." The magistrate? Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback. Although not particularly astute, he was far from foolish. The moment the woman spoke, her request to see the magistrate piqued his curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he was struck by her beauty. She could not possibly be an ordinary palace maid. A bold thought surfaced in Xiao Wu's mind. Could she be the legendary princess? The notion startled him, quickly followed by excitement. He had just saved a princess. Setting aside the prospect of wealth and a life free from worry, the idea that the princess might take a liking to him was not beyond the realm of possibility. Was this not a common plotline found in novels? Hero. Xiao Wu turned to search for Li Pingyan. Yet, there was no sign of him. Only the lifeless bodies of 2 soldiers. Just as Xiao Wu and Lu Yun departed the riverbank, they encountered a group of burly men clad in black uniforms. At the forefront stood a tall, dark-faced man, imposing like a black iron tower, with a long and broad sword slung across his back. The Jinui, Xiao Wu thought, relieved to have found them. He hurried over, addressing them. "Esteemed officials, the princess's ship has been attacked. This lady is from the princess's vessel." The dark-faced man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Xiao Wu impassively before his gaze shifted to Lu Yun. "Who are you?" he demanded in a deep voice. "I am Xiao Wu, the sword-bearer," Xiao Wu replied, utterly unguarded. "Are there others accompanying you?" The dark-faced man pressed further. Xiao Wu nearly blurted out Li Pingyan's name, but suddenly hesitated. Rather than inquiring about the attack on the princess, the man was focused on him, maintaining a calm demeanor as if he were already aware of the impending assault on the princess's ship. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, discreetly reaching for the dagger at his waist. However, he was up against several assassins masquerading as Jinui. Even if Li Pingyan were present, facing such formidable opponents would likely prove futile. What chance did he, Xiao Wu, stand? A glint of cold steel flashed, and Xiao Wu's body froze. Clutching his throat, he contorted in agony. Just as the assassins prepared to strike at Lu Yun from behind him, a thunderous bang erupted, and a cloud of white smoke exploded outward. Not good. The smoke is toxic. The assassins quickly retreated several paces. Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed vacantly in the direction where Lu Yun had vanished. It is likely that he would never comprehend, even until his last breath, why his demise was so abrupt. He harbored numerous fantasies, marrying a princess, ascending to greatness, carving out a domain of his own amidst the chaos of the world. Yet, the world is merciless. Li Pingyan returned to the inn, removed his shoes, and settled onto the bed. Leaning against the wall, he sat cross-legged, channeling his vital energy to focus his mind and replenish his spirit. Upon closing his eyes and then reopening them, daylight greeted him. A glance upwards revealed a somber sky. As Li Pingyan stepped out of the inn, he observed an increased presence of soldiers in the streets, with swift horses occasionally dashing by. The news of the princess's treasure ship being destroyed had reached the capital. Such a significant event had transpired in the small town of Luoshui. Reports indicated that many had been apprehended the previous night, with the local governor's office, military command, and various guards all mobilized, troops hastily summoned from the nearby provinces. However, no one had yet emerged to unify command, resulting in utter chaos. Li Pingyan tended to an old cow, spending the entire day within the inn. He had no intention of pursuing the entrusted task any further. Although he longed for the medicinal herbs needed for the life vein powder, the current turmoil rendered the situation too perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Being mistaken for a traitor could prove disastrous. The following day, news of Xiao Wu's death reached Li Pingyan. Authorities had discovered Xiao Wu's body by the riverbank, alongside 2 soldiers. Naturally, Xiao Wu was deemed a suspect, and those connected to him, his parents and family, were taken to prison, with several friends also apprehended. His likeness circulated throughout the streets. Li Pingyan placed the image on the table, listening to the discussions of the tea patrons around him, and silently sighed. Uncertain whether it was sympathy or sorrow that filled his heart, he lamented the tragic fate of a fellow insignificant soul, much like himself. Recently, the authorities had intensified their investigations. The inn was frequently turned upside down, with groups of people being taken away intermittently. To ensure safety, the innkeeper had relocated several regular guests to rooms in the back courtyard. Thus, Li Pingyan managed to rent a small standalone cottage at a modest price. The garden at the entrance allowed for some vegetable planting, and he often strolled about with the old cow. Within a few days, the other tenants departed, leaving only Li Pingyan and his cow in the entire courtyard. The innkeeper, a kind-hearted man, noticed Li Pingyan's blindness and requested his assistance in maintaining the courtyard, waiving the rent. After all, the courtyard served as a storage space, and having someone reside there would help keep the place lively. Otherwise, mice would ravage the furniture. One day, upon returning from the market with groceries, Li Pingyan heard the old cow mooing, seemingly in distress. "What's the matter, old cow?" Though the cow was calling out, there was no hint of alarm in its voice, indicating that there was no enemy present. As Li Pingyan approached, he discovered a person, more precisely, an unconscious individual. At the entrance, there were traces of dragging, suggesting that the old ox had brought this person back. "Old ox, why have you brought someone back? And a woman at that?" Li Pingyan frowned slightly. The breath lock allowed the thermal image of this individual to materialize before his eyes. How strikingly large. This was Li Pingyan's first thought, as the thermal imaging only revealed the outline of a person. Clearly, the silhouette of this woman was the most prominent he had ever encountered. "Old ox, what possessed you to bring back a random person?" "Moo, I know she is injured, but it's a knife wound, and she looks like trouble." "Haven tea, I told you not to stir up trouble." "Moo moo moo." The old ox nudged Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan was puzzled as to why he was compelled to save her. "Moo moo." The old ox called out earnestly, his little tail wagging incessantly. Although Li Pingyan didn't understand why the old ox insisted he interfere, he knew the ox's predictions were never intended to lead him astray. Previously, it was thanks to the old ox that he had evaded the pursuit of both officials and vigilantes. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Li Pingyan closed the back door and lifted the woman from the ground. She was surprisingly light, not as heavy as expected. This marked the first time in over 20 years since his arrival in this world that he had come into such close contact with a woman. It struck him as rather amusing. Li Pingyan laid the woman on the bed, though he had yet to see her face. Nevertheless, he instinctively judged that she must be quite attractive. He unbuttoned her shirt, and without needing to see, he could sense the wounds on her body. The flesh was torn open, revealing a blood-red interior, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. It looked tragic, but fortunately, it was merely superficial damage. Suddenly, Li Pingyan felt an intense gaze upon him. "You're awake?" It took a moment to elicit a response. "Don't move. I'm going to treat your wounds." "Okay." Their exchange was succinct, devoid of melodramatic misunderstandings. No slap across the face followed by accusations of being a lecher, nor were there any emotional upheavals. Li Pingan retrieved some medicinal supplies and casually picked up a stick. "Bite down. Otherwise, you might bite your tongue." "I don't need it." Li Pingan did not insist and began to cleanse her wounds. The woman bit her lip. It was her first experience being so vulnerable in front of a stranger. A dignified princess had found herself reduced to a mere commoner on the streets, without a single guard by her side. Had it not been for this kind-hearted individual, she might have perished in the streets. It was a pity that she would have to repay the youth who saved her later, should she have a future at all. Lu Yun took a deep breath, her cheeks ablaze. Her gaze swept across Li Pingan's face, and she suddenly froze. "Huh, so he is blind?" Lu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her, coupled with a surge of gratitude. Once the wounds were cleaned, Li Pingan began to sprinkle some white powder over them. Lu Yun's delicate form trembled slightly, and she gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Have you heard a story?" Li Pingan suddenly spoke. "What story?" Lu Yun was taken aback. Once upon a time, there was a banana that, while strolling, suddenly felt overheated. It decided to shed its clothing and, consequently, slipped and fell. After Li Pingan finished recounting this tale, Lu Yun took a moment to comprehend. It appeared to be a joke. The other party had attempted to divert his attention and alleviate his pain through humor. However, the straightforward delivery, combined with such a whimsical jest, elicited a chuckle from Lu Yun, who found that her wound no longer throbbed as intensely. Soon, they proceeded to the final stage of bandaging. This injury requires at least 3 months of recuperation. Try to avoid any strenuous activity for the next few days. Reach out to me if you need anything, Li Pingan instructed, tidying up his belongings. "Thank you," Lu Yun expressed sincerely. "You're welcome," he replied. The courtyard boasted numerous rooms, and Li Pingan contemplated converting one for his own use. However, the innkeeper frequently wandered into the courtyard, prompting Li Pingan to worry about revealing his presence. Ultimately, he resolved to sleep on the floor in his room. For dinner, Li Pingan purchased a package of braised beef, sought out a dish of vegetables, and prepared a bowl of soup. Lu Yun, feeling bored in the room, delicately handled Li Pingan's eru, her movements gentle as if afraid to damage the lifeline of his existence. "It's time to eat," Li Pingan announced as he entered. Lu Yun looked up, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Thank you for your trouble," she said, placing the eru down and taking her seat at the table, her legs neatly tucked together. Her previous attire was tattered beyond wear, leaving her draped only in an undergarment, with white bandages revealing her fair skin, beautifully contoured and captivating. Unfortunately, Li Pingan was not fortunate enough to witness such a scene. Lu Yun picked up her chopsticks, glancing at the dishes on the table. After tasting a bite, she found it quite palatable. The two sat in silence, and Lu Yun, seemingly unable to endure the quiet, sought to spark a conversation, though mealtime left little room for dialogue. Eventually, she resorted to eating while observing the taciturn figure across from her. Judging by appearances, Lu Yun estimated that he could not be over 25, yet his face bore the marks of hardship, and though not imposing in stature, he exuded a sense of fortitude. Weathered by the elements and wandering the streets, Li Pingan had once looked considerably older. However, since acquiring the system and engaging in cultivation, his vitality had surged, rejuvenating his skin and rendering him much younger in appearance. After their meal, as was his custom, Li Pingan settled outside to bask in the sun while leisurely playing a tune. It was the same piece, the moon reflected on the second spring. Lu Yun listened intently, becoming entranced by the melody. There was no lamentation, no entanglement, merely a serene essence of a life adrift, softly infused into the passage of time. Reflecting on the past, with its myriad twists, she found no sense of desolation, but rather a long-lost feeling of belonging, enveloped in an indescribable tranquility and peace. When the piece concluded, Lu Yun remained in a daze, unable to shake off the reverberation of the music. "What is this piece?" She couldn't help but inquire. "The moon reflected on the second spring," he replied. "How have I never heard of it before?" "It's a niche piece, not widely known," Li Pingan responded lightly. The sun warmed the air, and a gentle breeze danced playfully around them. Lu Yun gazed at Li Pingan's retreating figure, the melody of the tune lingering in her ears. Elegantly crossing her legs, her fair, jade-like arm propped her up, enhancing her allure as she slipped into a state of utter relaxation. Chapter 11. Mundane days in the ensuing 3 days, life unfolded without dramatic twists or turns. Instead, it was remarkably tranquil, as if an ordinary couple were simply going about their daily lives. Lu Yun, devoid of the airs of someone who had long occupied a high position, engaged in manageable tasks, such as washing dishes and attending to trivial matters, as her injuries began to mend. While the surface of Luoshui City appeared calm, beneath it, tumult brewed. When Li Pingyan visited a tea house for a meal, he overheard whispers that the princess had perished in an explosion aboard the treasure ship. Her remains were nowhere to be found, yet her personal jade pendant and other items that could confirm her identity had been recovered. It seemed that a change was imminent for the Sui dynasty. However, such matters were beyond Li Pingyan's contemplation, and he had little inclination to dwell on them. As he prepared to settle his bill, he suddenly caught a familiar voice. It was Wang Dali, the proprietor of Tongrentang. Intrigued, Li Pingyan approached him. Wang Dali, engaged in merriment with a few friends, was startled to see Li Pingyan. Previously, he had entrusted matters to Xiao Wu and Li Pingyan, only to find that fate had led them into the disastrous incident involving the princess and the treasure ship. Xiao Wu had subsequently been killed, and his family had suffered repercussions, leaving Wang Dali in a state of fear, concerned for his own safety. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was now deceased. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered Li Pingyan once more. Wang Dali quickly pulled Li Pingyan aside. Li Pingyan, there have been some unforeseen events these past few days. I wonder if our previous agreement still holds. As the storm had seemingly passed, Li Pingyan recalled Wang Dali's request involving Xiao Wu. Wang Dali regarded Li Pingyan with surprise, uncertain of his intentions. It still counts, he replied after a moment's hesitation. A faint smile graced Li Pingyan's lips. That's splendid. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on that person's whereabouts. Of course, Wang Dali remarked, taken aback by Li Pingyan's sense of commitment to their agreement. However, he thought little of it, considering Li Pingyan was merely blind. His initial motivation for the request had stemmed from Xiao Wu's reputation. Given that Xiao Wu had managed to capture Ma Sandao, he presumed he would also devise a way to deal with his adversary, Lu Bo. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Wu would meet such a fate? Wang Dali felt a twinge of misfortune for him. With a polite bow, Li Pingyan took his leave. Wang Dali watched as Li Pingyan, leaning on his cane, departed, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon returning home, Li Pingyan's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed the presence of another individual, the innkeeper. What brings you here today? He inquired, noticing the innkeeper leisurely strolling about the courtyard. Nothing in particular, just taking a stroll. The innkeeper replied, his belly protruding. Li Pingyan suggested, why not stay for dinner tonight? Alas, dinner is already prepared at home. Come in for some tea instead. After several cups of tea, the two engaged in a wide-ranging conversation. The innkeeper greatly enjoys conversing with Li Pingyan, who possesses extensive knowledge and eloquence. After indulging in drink and dialogue for half an hour, the innkeeper finally sauntered away. Once he departed, Li Pingyan let out a sigh of relief. Come out now. The man has gone. With that, Lu Yun emerged from her hiding place in the shadows. She was clad in a loose outer garment, her hair damp, and the buttons at her chest were unable to fasten. It was evident that she had just been bathing when she suddenly heard noise and sought refuge. Lu Yun's face seemed to be enveloped in a soft glow, and her crescent-shaped eyes radiated an alluring charm with an unusual allure. You startled me, Li Pingyan remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow. You've bathed? Yes, Lu Yun replied. At times, she truly doubted whether Li Pingyan was visually impaired. The wounds should not come into contact with water. They are nearly healed, Lu Yun said. Although her injuries had healed, venturing beyond the city was still fraught with danger. Not only was leaving the city perilous, but even stepping outside this small courtyard was quite risky. Li Pingyan could indeed sense that Lu Yun's vitality had returned swiftly, reaching a standard akin to that of a healthy individual. He approached her, unease prompting him to inspect her wounds. To his astonishment, he discovered that most of her injuries had healed remarkably, with new skin already forming. It was nearly miraculous for a frail woman like Lu Yun to recover so swiftly. However, Li Pingyan chose not to pry. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he had no desire to delve deeper. At that moment, Lu Yun's exquisite visage resembled a luscious, rosy peach, radiant with a translucent sheen. Though aware of Li Pingyan's blindness, she felt a twinge of discomfort being nearly unclothed after her bath. I may return late tomorrow. Please eat dinner without me, Li Pingyan informed her. All right, Lu Yun obediently nodded. The night passed in silence. Upon rising the next day, Lu Yun discovered that Li Pingyan had already vanished. On the table lay prepared buns and porridge, awaiting her. As night fell, the clamor of the city was gradually supplanted by the stillness of evening. Some rooms in the clusters of houses were illuminated, while others remained shrouded in darkness. Since the incident involving the princess's treasure ship, the city of Luoshui had instituted a curfew. Merchant vessels were barred from passage, and nearly all southbound ships had been detained. Lu Bo sat in a small boat, gazing at the surging river, and let out a deep sigh. Old man, where is this boat headed? Lu Bo suddenly sensed something amiss. The elderly boatman adjusted his straw hat and refrained from answering, stating that if Lu Bo wished to remain unharmed, he should comply with the employer's instructions. Lu Bo's hand instinctively moved to the dagger at his waist, surveying the man warily. Noticing the boatman had his eyes closed, he momentarily froze, realizing he was blind. Yet, Lu Bo dared not lower his guard and swiftly drew a short knife. The moonlight was hazy, flickering in and out. The old man's cane swept through the air like the wind, and in an instant, Lu Bo's short knife was severed. The blind man transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing at Lu Bo's side, swiftly knocking him into the water. Wang Dali, having indulged in a day of drinking, now felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Leaning against the table, he called out, "Uncle, uncle." In a moment of daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his tragically deceased nephew. A wave of emotion surged within him, causing his hand to tremble. With a loud crash, his teacup fell to the ground. The steward hurried over. My lord, my lord." Wang Dali let out a deep sigh. Having lived his life without children, his only nephew had become his sole support. This nephew was exceptionally intelligent, gifted in the field of medicine. Who would have thought that during a night of inspecting medicine, Lu Bo would be discovered stealing prescriptions? Fearing exposure, Lu Bo resorted to murder to silence him. In the aftermath, Wang Dali spared no expense in hiring skilled mercenaries to capture Lu Bo. Yet, regrettably, Lu Bo was highly skilled and exceedingly cunning. Many seasoned veterans had fallen short against him. The steward comforted him. My lord, please do not grieve further. The men from Wang family village will arrive tomorrow. With their presence, they will surely capture that rascal Lu Bo. Wang Dali sighed again, hoping for such an outcome. Chapter 12. The price of resilience. At the break of dawn the next day, Wang Dali awoke to the news that the men from Wang family village had arrived. Wang family village resembled an assassin's organization, yet unlike those of the underworld, it bore the government's endorsement. Their operations adhered to certain legal constraints, targeting only those notorious for heinous crimes, many of whom were on the government's wanted list. This time, Wang Dali had specifically engaged a second-tier member and two third-tier members from Wang family village, investing heavily. He was willing to risk everything to capture Lu Bo alive. In the grand hall, the three members of Wang family village donned dark green robes, the leader appearing to be in his 30s, exuding a palpable aura of menace. With a large blade strapped to his back, exuding an air of arrogance. The other two appeared significantly younger. Greetings, Master Wang, I am Man Guang. And these two are my brothers. Man Guang did not rise, but merely clasped his fists in greeting. The other two adopted a condescending demeanor, grunting in response. Wang Dali felt a tinge of embarrassment. You three have traveled a long way. I have prepared a feast to welcome you. No need, Man Guang replied directly. We are not here for a meal. Your concern is appreciated, Wang Dali remarked politely. Man Guang stated, Lu Bo, the former deputy leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, wields the renowned whirlwind blade technique, making quite a name for himself in the martial world. Although we brothers are confident in dealing with him, it will require considerable effort. To be frank, Master Wang, you are not one to shy away from expenditure. The remuneration. Before he could finish, Wang Dali interjected, rest assured, I will not let you brothers toil without reward. As he spoke, the steward brought forth a box. Zhao Lin, standing behind Man Guang, opened the box, glanced inside, and scoffed disdainfully. Are you sending us off with mere scraps, Master Wang? It seems you do not hold us brothers in high regard. Wang Dali rubbed his hands together and chuckled awkwardly. What do the three of you mean by that? Zhao Lin smiled, her grin taking on a somewhat sinister quality. For someone like Manager Wang, with such a large business, 1,000 taels of silver was hardly a significant amount. 1,000 taels. Wang Dali's expression shifted dramatically. This was clearly an act of opportunism, taking advantage of the situation. He struggled to contain his anger, wondering where he could possibly procure such a substantial sum. Man Guang smiled faintly. Manager Wang, your family is prosperous, and you have many friends. Surely gathering 1,000 taels is not insurmountable. However, he added, I must remind you, While money may be easy to assemble, capturing a person is far more challenging. Time waits for no one, should Lu Bo vanish. How could Manager Wang avenge his fallen nephew? Wang Dali glared fiercely at Man Guang, ultimately surrendering with a resigned, "Very well. I will find a way to gather 1,000 taels." The three of them exchanged satisfied smiles. They had already gathered intelligence prior to their arrival, deliberately stalling to limit Wang Dali's options. At that moment, a servant rushed in hurriedly. "Sir, what are you shouting about? Is someone dead?" Wang Dali, filled with pent-up frustration, threw his teacup across the room, unleashing his ire upon the unfortunate servant. The hapless servant hurriedly explained, "There's a blind man outside who wishes to see you," claiming to have captured Lu Bo. "What?" The sound of a cane tapping against the marble floor echoed sharply. Li Pingyan entered, shouldering a burlap sack. "Manager Wang." Wang Dali swallowed hard. The sack unmistakably contained a person. Could it truly be Lu Bo? Man Guang and his companions from Wang's estate were taken aback upon hearing that someone had preemptively seized their target. Concern crept into their minds, fearing their enterprise might be thwarted. However, upon seeing Li Pingyan enter, their confusion deepened. "A blind man." Zhao Lin scoffed. "Manager Wang, I believe this blind man is merely here to cause trouble." Man Guang chuckled derisively, previously anxious that this person had indeed captured Lu Bo. But now, realizing he was blind, he recognized him as nothing more than a foolish impostor seeking a reward. Wang Dali regarded Li Pingyan without rushing to judgment. He opened his mouth, only to remember that he did not even know Li Pingyan's name. Li Pingyan unfastened the sack, declaring, "Manager Wang, I have brought the person." Lu Bo's head emerged from the sack, gasping for air. Wang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. It truly was Lu Bo. He struggled to contain his excitement, exclaiming, Well. Suddenly, Lu Bo lunged, spitting out a sharp blade aimed at Li Pingyan's throat. The shift happened so swiftly that no one had time to react. Yet, Li Pingyan did not even turn his head. With a swift swing of his cane, he struck the sack fiercely. Lu Bo let out a pained scream, sent sprawling away. Li Pingyan calmly stated, "Manager Wang, regarding the price we agreed upon last time, along with those medicinal herbs." Certainly. Wang Dali nodded fervently. "I shall come to collect tomorrow at noon, so I shan't intrude any longer. Farewell." With that, Li Pingyan turned and departed. His entire visit, from entry to exit, spanned less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. As the trio from Wangjiazwang remained in a daze, the figure had already departed. "Brother, this scoundrel." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Lin's eyes. A sum of 1,000 taels of silver is no trivial matter. It is sufficient to purchase a residence in the capital, marry a beautiful wife, and live a life free from want. Just when it seemed within grasp, an unexpected obstacle appeared, causing the ripe opportunity to slip away. Man Guang spoke solemnly. "This individual is far from ordinary. Do not entertain any imprudent thoughts." Having traversed the land for many years, he was acutely aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. "Boss, fill this jug with wine, and bring me 3 roasted ducks along with some pickled vegetables," Li Pingyan said, rummaging through his pocket for money. "All right." Upon returning home with the food and drink, he found Lu Yun feeding the cattle. Upon seeing him return with delicacies, a gentle smile graced her lips. "What occasion warrants such a feast?" she inquired. "To replenish your strength," Li Pingyan replied. A warmth enveloped Lu Yun's heart. She understood that Li Pingyan, residing in such humble circumstances, was not a wealthy man. It was likely that he seldom indulged in meat. Yet, he had spent so much for her sake. If she were to return to the palace, she would ensure he received a proper reward. Lu Yun gazed at the whole roasted duck before her, unsure of how to begin. The sight of an entire duck seemed almost too vulgar to partake of, particularly for a princess like her. However, witnessing Li Pingyan devouring his portion with fervor, grease glistening on his lips, she hesitated only a moment before joining in. After all, no one was watching. Here, there was only a blind man and a cow. To her surprise, Li Pingyan had procured 3 roasted ducks, 1 for each of them, and even a portion for the old cow. "Do cows eat duck?" Lu Yun pondered, glancing at the old bovine. Sensing her confusion, Li Pingyan explained, "This is no ordinary cow. It even eats beef." The cow let out a low moo in acknowledgement. Chapter 13. Shengmai San, how satisfying. Lu Yun admired the spices on her delicate fingers and instinctively glanced around, only to remember that no one could see her. She then placed her fingers in the center of her lips and savored them clean. After finishing their dinner, Lu Yun took the initiative to tidy up the dishes. The night was thick, as impenetrable as ink. Li Pingyan sat atop the roof, sipping tea while gazing into the distance. What are you looking at? Lu Yun approached, lightly shaking her hands to dry the residual droplets. Realizing her oversight, she remembered that Li Pingyan could not see. I am admiring the moonlight, he replied earnestly. What do you see it with? With my heart. Lu Yun absent-mindedly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, an action so graceful it could only be described as enchanting. What did the doctor say about your eyes? They cannot be cured, Li Pingyan responded. There are surely skilled physicians in the world. Perhaps one could restore your sight, Lu Yun suggested. The world is vast. It may take a long time to find one. But I have grown accustomed to it, he replied. Lu Yun remarked, this habit is not good. Once I return home, I shall find a doctor for you. Li Pingyan smiled without responding and poured each of them a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Lu Yun drank hers in one gulp. In these recent days of tranquility, she has momentarily forgotten the treachery and intrigue of the court. Treachery? Huh. Now even the treasure ship has been destroyed, and most of her loyal followers perished in the explosion. The situation in the capital is tumultuous and unpredictable. She truly wonders if she will ever return alive. Is there any wine? Li Pingyan produced a flask from his bosom. Lu Yun took a sip, unable to suppress the revelation of her delicate tongue, which reacted to the spiciness. Initially fiery, it soon turned sweet, though one should drink sparingly, Li Pingyan advised. After consuming some wine, Lu Yun's speech became more copious, albeit less coherent. Where did you grow up? In a beggar's den. And your parents? I cannot recall. Lu Yun nodded, sharing her plight. We are quite similar. My father died at my birth. I was raised by a wet nurse and some servants, scarcely seeing my mother throughout the year. My wet nurse often said that only by excelling could I garner my mother's attention. I exerted myself relentlessly, yet in the end, my mother never truly acknowledged me. To her, I was never her daughter, merely a means to uphold her status. Before long, Lu Yun's face transformed into an alluring shade of red, hot enough to scald upon touch. Li Pingyan poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. This night was indeed quite unforgettable. The following day, Li Pingyan arrived at Tong Rintang as promised to collect his reward. Wang Dali was exceedingly generous, granting him double the remuneration. Furthermore, he procured several large bundles of the medicinal herbs Li Pingyan valued most. Li Pingyan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my dear brother, you are too courteous." Wang Dali replied, having avenged a great grievance and saved over 1,000 taels of unjust expenses. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan departed from Tong Rintang with the herbs. Concealed in the shadows, the two from the Wang family observed as he stepped into the street, stealthily following him. Since returning yesterday, Zhao Lin had been restless. Although her elder brother, Man Guang, had warned them against provoking Li Pingyan, the allure of wealth was too enticing to resist. It was not merely dozens or hundreds of taels, but a staggering 1,000. Zhao Lin could not swallow her indignation, nor could she dismiss such riches. What is he but a blind man? Bah! Zhao Lin spat disdainfully. The other, Yao Guang, clenched his teeth. This matter must not be disclosed to their elder brother. Naturally. Thus, the two quietly trailed Li Pingyan. Though he was blind, capturing Lu Bo was no trivial feat, indicating he was no ordinary adversary. Zhao Lin and Yao Guang, although blinded by greed, were not foolish. They devised a strategy. Yao Guang would strike the gong to disrupt the blind man's hearing, allowing Zhao Lin to strike decisively while he was distracted. Their plan was well conceived, and Li Pingyan unwittingly provided them the opportunity by turning into a secluded alley. Yao Guang struck the gong. Bang! The sound reverberated in their ears. This blind man, no matter how formidable, was ultimately deprived of sight, relying solely on his hearing. The moment the gong sounded, his ears would be rendered useless. Zhao Lin seized the opportunity to draw his blade and rushed forward with great haste. Breath lock. In Li Pingyan's line of sight, a figure appeared brazenly approaching him. Did these two truly believe he was blind? Their method was rather clever, but alas, they had provoked the wrong individual. Li Pingyan had no intention of holding back. He recognized these two as people from Wang's village, encountered just the previous day. Rather than harbor enmity, it was more prudent to eliminate them silently. With this thought, the blind man tightened his grip on his cane. In the fleeting moment of their intersection, Zhao Lin's waist knife was snatched away, tracing an elegant arc through the air. With a rhythmic clatter, the blind man, leaning on his cane, emerged from the alley, his expression serene as if nothing had transpired. Shortly thereafter, two bodies were discovered in the alley. each having succumbed to the other's blade, appearing as if they had engaged in mutual slaughter. Upon returning home, Li Pingyan meticulously prepared the medicinal formula for the shengmai powder. He ground it into a fine powder, adding water and boiling it 3 times until a bowl of shengmai powder was ready. Setting the concoction aside, Li Pingyan sat in meditation. His cultivation of the turtle-breathing technique had reached a pinnacle of level 80. The remaining 20 levels could not be expedited, but relied solely on his own efforts. The essence of the turtle-breathing technique lies in the harmony of movement and stillness. Within stillness, there is movement. With a mere thought, energy is born. It is not the case that once one reaches level 100, further practice becomes unnecessary. Mastery of this technique typically requires many years, yet the deeper one cultivates, the more profound the internal energy becomes, resulting in augmented strength. One's internal force can be restored over extended periods, and regardless of the severity of internal injuries, recovery can occur in remarkably brief intervals. After 2 hours, Li Pingyan expelled a breath of turbid air, beads of sweat forming on his body. His limbs felt utterly drained, akin to having just endured a severe illness, rendering him weak. This was the state of frailty following his recent cultivation. At such times, he was compelled to cease his practice, needing at least 3 days before resuming. However, with the shengmai powder now at his disposal, Li Pingyan swallowed it in one go. In a short while, he felt a wave of pure energy rising from his lower abdomen, flowing towards his energy sea and expanding in magnitude. Soon, Li Pingyan regained his composure and continued his meditation and cultivation. Chapter 14. Taking on tasks. Lu Yun returned from washing clothes, letting out a silent sigh. She once believed herself proficient in all matters, governing the country, leading troops into battle, and excelling in the arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry. She could stabilize the realm with her pen and command the world from horseback. Yet, after living for some time, she realized that she struggled even with the most mundane tasks, washing clothes and cooking. Noticing Li Pingyan meditating nearby, Lu Yun took a moment to assess him with her bright eyes. "I'll soak the clothes first, and I'll wash them later," Li Pingyan replied without lifting his gaze. Lu Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No need, I can manage it myself." The garments in question were personal items, and she felt it inappropriate to ask Li Pingyan for assistance. She sat upon the bed, listlessly observing Li Pingyan as he engaged in his cultivation. Upon closer inspection, one might find that Li Pingyan possessed a certain rugged handsomeness. His facial features were sharply defined and impeccably clean. His skin, tanned from the sun and wind, bore a darker hue, contrasting sharply with the pale complexions of the pampered offspring of officials she was accustomed to, who often resembled women adorned in cosmetics. The meticulous grooming of their eyebrows and eyes was a commonplace affair among them. After a considerable time, Li Pingyan rose, feeling invigorated. His vitality seemed enhanced, with each breath drawing forth a current of energy that ebbed and flowed with his inhalations. The effects of the shengmai san had bestowed upon him an unprecedented sensation. The practice of the turtle-breathing technique yielded results far surpassing his expectations. Yet, the exorbitant cost of the medicinal herbs for shengmai san posed a significant challenge. Even with Wang Dali's assistance, without devising a means to earn money, he would soon find himself destitute. "What would you like for dinner tonight?" Li Pingyan inquired. Lu Yun offered no reply, her hands folded and resting on the table, having succumbed to slumber at some point. Li Pingyan draped a garment over her shoulders and proceeded to prepare their evening meal. Lu Yun stretched languidly, casting a glance at the dimming sky, then at the garment enveloping her, feeling a warmth in her heart. Stepping outside, she found Li Pingyan crouched by the stove, adding wood to the fire. "What are we having today?" Lu Yun whispered. "Corn cakes with lamb soup," he replied. Lu Yun pressed her lips together, as if savoring the anticipated flavors already. Half an hour later, Li Pingyan set the corn cakes and lamb soup upon the dining table. Lu Yun took a bite, finding it both fragrant and tender. A sip of the lamb soup followed, prompting Li Pingyan to push the pepper jar closer. The vibrant red chili oil dripped into the broth, enhancing its flavor. Days passed in the monotony of everyday life, the weather growing increasingly oppressive. This summer in Luoshui City was particularly sweltering, with not a single drop of rain. The heat had rendered the populace dizzy and disoriented. The city appeared to have regained its tranquility. The sensational incident of the princess's treasure ship explosion now a mere whisper among the streets. The crowds that had once flocked to witness the commotion now ambled about lethargically, as the stifling heat enveloped them without a hint of breeze. Li Pingyan returned to his former trade, seated in a corner, strumming a lively tune. Nearby, a beggar, drenched in sweat, contrasted with the refreshing aura that surrounded Li Pingyan, enhanced by the flow of turtle-breathing energy within him. As the heat-induced faintness occasionally swept through the streets, the scene had become all too familiar. Beggars lounged in corners, some sleeping, others shaking their heads in despair, while a few stood gazing vacantly at the sky. The bustling throng formed a vivid tableau of life. Moo, a cow lowed, reminding Li Pingyan that time was slipping away. He gathered the coins from his bowl. Luoshui City was markedly different from the small town. While he barely earned a few coins a day there, in Luoshui City, he could count on at least 20 coins for his efforts. Li Pingyan strolled past a fruit shop. A man carried a large basin of icy well water and poured it into a box containing watermelons. How much are the watermelons per gene? Li Pingyan inquired. The vendor glanced into Li Pingyan's eyes and replied, 7 qian silver per gene. The old cow let out a low moo. Understanding the cow's meaning, Li Pingyan said, "Do not take advantage of me, a blind man. My cow clearly tells me that it states 5 qian silver per gene." The vendor appeared astonished and looked at the cow behind him. "Is it truly so?" The old cow proudly raised its head. Lu Yun sat in the room, continuously waving a fan. She wore only a thin garment, which generously accentuated her ample bosom and charmingly highlighted her slender waist. Her hair was elegantly tied up, with a bamboo chopstick inserted. Gazing out the window, she awaited Li Pingyan's return, resembling a wife eagerly anticipating her husband. This sentiment reminded her of her childhood in the palace, waiting for her mother. The difference was that, in the palace, no matter how long she waited, her mother never came, leaving her with only the long, lonely nights. Now, however, Lu Yun knew that Li Pingyan would surely return. The sound of a cane echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Yun's eyes brightened. He was back. Even more delightfully, Li Pingyan held a watermelon in his hands. A watermelon? Lu Yun could not help but smile, her bright eyes radiating a gentle flame. The two of them, along with the cow, sat in the small courtyard, enjoying the chilled watermelon. A gentle breeze and the bright moonlight illuminated them. Many years later, Lu Yun would reminisce about this time, always feeling that no watermelon in the world could ever be as sweet as that one. Suddenly, a loud knock resounded outside. Visitors were rare in the courtyard. Lu Yun, holding the watermelon and a stool, retreated into the house. Li Pingyan opened the door to find Wang Dali from Tongrantang and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The stranger, named Qian Sheng, was the owner of Yuntong Grand Hotel. The princess's treasure ship had been destroyed, and the surrounding canals were completely blocked, rendering the transport of goods by water impossible. They were forced to rely on land routes, which were fraught with danger due to countless bandits and robbers, as well as deserters from beyond the borders, all skilled fighters posing the greatest threat. They seized control of the mountains, plundered merchants, and harassed the common folk. Although the government had organized attempts to eradicate them, the collusion between officials and bandits remained an unchanging law of nature. When the soldiers entered the mountains to fight the thieves, the latter would retreat deeper into the woods. The soldiers, exhausted from their efforts, found their endeavors futile. The cycle of the soldiers coming and the thieves going continued unabated. Thus, Qian Sheng sought a skilled individual capable of maintaining order. After discussing the matter with Wang Dali, he recommended Li Pingyan. "This is the deposit for the 3-day journey," Qian Sheng said with a flattering smile. Li Pingyan reached out to assess the substantial reward, but remained silent. Qian Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Dali, wondering if Li Pingyan felt the payment was insufficient. Wang Dali then offered, "What if I provide 10 more portions of the medicinal herbs that Li wishes for?" Deal. Chapter 15. Escort mission. I may need to leave for a few days. Upon hearing that Li Pingyan was about to depart, Lu Yun couldn't help but raise her delicate brows. The journey would likely take 6 or 7 days. "Shall I accompany you, or shall I remain here?" Lu Yun inquired tentatively. "For your safety, it is best that you stay here," Li Pingyan replied. Lu Yun obediently nodded. "All right." Before leaving, Li Pingyan ensured that Lu Yun had sufficient provisions for 7 days. Leading an old ox and carrying only a simple satchel, he set off. As Lu Yun gazed at his receding figure, a pang of loneliness tugged at her heart. Qian Sheng, the proprietor of the Yuntong Grand Hotel, had not only enlisted Li Pingyan to safeguard this caravan, but had also engaged several bodyguards from the Pingyan Escort Agency, underscoring the importance he placed on this expedition. The escort was led by the young Master Chen Shan. The caravan was busy loading and unloading goods in preparation for departure. "Young Master Chen, I appreciate your efforts this time," Qian Sheng remarked. Rest assured, where the escort goes, the goods shall follow, Chen Shun replied. Although young, he had traveled extensively with his father since childhood and possessed experience and martial skills beyond the ordinary. You need not worry, my senior has never failed in his duties, spoke the female bodyguard Yin, dressed in a neat, fitted outfit, her ponytail adding to her fresh and charming demeanor. Indeed, young Master Chun is quite accomplished. Qian Sheng intended to say more, but a nearby assistant suddenly called for him. Yin stifled a yawn. Did you not rest well last night? Chen Shun asked. I was up late reading a novel, Yin admitted. It is vital to conserve energy for today's journey. She displayed a nonchalant expression. We only have 6 days of travel, and with the few powers in the vicinity, who would dare to rob the Pinyin escort agency? As the two conversed, a figure entered, leading an ox and leaning on a cane. Excuse me, is Qian Sheng available? He inquired. Who might you be? Chen Shun assessed him. I am Li Pinyin, sent by Qian Sheng, came the response. A blind man. Yin whispered. Before long, Qian Sheng returned, hastening towards Li Pinyin. Li, my brother. Allow me to introduce you. This is young Master Chen from the Pinyin escort agency, and this is his junior sister, Yin. Young master, Li will be accompanying you on this journey. Chen Shun frowned in confusion. Qian Sheng, what does this mean? Qian Sheng explained. Li is specifically hired to provide protection. Upon hearing this, Chen Shun's brow furrowed. Qian Sheng, does this imply a lack of trust in our Pinyin escort agency? Qian Sheng smiled apologetically. How could that be? If I do not trust you, I would trust no one. It's simply that this journey is different from the past. We must take precautions. Rest assured, the payment will remain unchanged. Although Chen Shun was displeased, the employer was entitled to hire as many individuals as he wished, and his sole responsibility was to safeguard the goods, so he refrained from further protest. Senior brother, what does Qian Sheng mean by hiring a blind man? Yin cast a glance at Li Pinyin, who was sipping tea not far away. Even if he brought in a deity, it would not concern us, Chen Shun replied. I have seen him before. He was singing on the streets of the Eastern Market. Yin suddenly recalled this detail. Singing? Chen Shun chuckled. It seems Qian Sheng has been deceived. Such occurrences were commonplace for Chen Shun, reminiscent of those street-side mystics and fortune-telling blind priests. They feigned supernatural abilities, exuding an aura of inscrutability. Should we not inform Boss Qian? Yin inquired earnestly. If we approach him, it may seem as though we have ulterior motives. After all, it is not our concern. At noon, they savored their final meal in Luoshui City before embarking on their departure along the official road. Intrigued by Li Pingyin's presence, Yin rode alongside him on her chestnut horse. Hey, blind man, were you not singing in the East Market before? Indeed, Li Pinyin replied without a hint of concealment. If you are not performing on the streets, then why are you here? Boss Qian summoned me. Yin, with a curious tone, probed further. I understand. What I meant was, how did you manage to deceive Boss Qian? Boss Qian summoned me, Li Pinyin reiterated. Yin pouted, choosing to remain silent, deeming him stingy. The merchant convoy traveled tirelessly for an entire day and night. Despite traversing the official road, these times were far from peaceful, particularly with such a conspicuous caravan. They encountered 3 separate groups seeking trouble within a single day. 2 of these groups were bandits stationed atop the hills, each with dozens of men at their disposal. The remaining group comprised over 100 mercenaries. Fortunately, the reputation of the Pinyin escort agency allowed them to merely pay a token toll, for in this world, survival often trumped greed for wealth. The escort agency operated in a realm where both law and lawlessness intertwined. To thrive in such a milieu required the protection of the authorities, alongside close affiliations within the underworld. In this realm, reputation accounted for 20%, skill another 20%, and the remaining 60% relied on the goodwill of friends from both sides of the law. Leading the caravan was Hu Er, the steward of Qian Sheng. Hu Er, aware of Chen Shun's youthful reputation, found the bandits to be respectful, and thus could not help but indulge in flattery. Chen Shun relished this attention, feigning humility while secretly reveling in his success. The initial part of their journey proceeded smoothly until the 3rd day, when they unexpectedly learned that the official road they intended to take had been closed. To circumvent this, they had 2 options: traverse the redwoods or detour through Taoyuan town. Chen Shun from the Pinyin escort agency suggested the redwoods, as the detour to Taoyuan town would add 2 or 3 days to their journey. However, Hu Er recalled his master Qian Sheng's instructions to consult Li Pinyin on their travels. Anyone deemed worthy by his master must possess some degree of skill. Hu'er then sought Li Ping'an's opinion. Li Ping'an, indifferent, casually inquired about Old Niu. Mo. Old Niu responded. Li Ping'an warned Hu'er, stating that the redwoods could pose dangers. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to take the detour through Taoyuan town. Upon hearing Li Ping'an's words, Yin expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning, what dangers lurk in the redwoods? Li Ping'an offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating, it's a guess. A guess? Yin scoffed. Chen Shun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He found it most irksome to deal with those who feign understanding. With the reputation of the Ping and escort agency, it was highly improbable that any danger lurked in the vicinity. If they were to take a detour through Taoyuan town, it was unlikely they would encounter any peril. Yet, this blind man might seize the credit for himself, making it easier to continue deceiving the shopkeeper for money. Although Chen Shun had no desire to embroil himself in such trivial matters, the prospect of adding 2 extra days to their journey was unappealing. Who would willingly extend their labor without cause? Thus, his tone became somewhat brusque. If you lack understanding of escorting, it would be wise not to speak so carelessly. What danger could possibly exist in the mangrove forest? Li Ping'an remained unperturbed, responding calmly, I merely spoke offhandedly. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you. Chapter 16. The fierce tiger standing here and speaking without consequence. Yin rolled her eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all striving to ensure the safe delivery of our goods. We cannot allow ourselves to be thrown into disarray. Harmony must prevail. Hu'er stepped in to mediate. Chen Shun directly addressed Hu Guanjia. Which would you prefer, the mangrove forest or Taoyuan town? Hu'er appeared somewhat awkward, glancing between Chen Shun and Li Ping'an, reluctant to offend either party, and replied ambiguously, perhaps we should deliberate further. Yet Chen Shun, brimming with youthful fervor, found it hard to accept that anyone would oppose his wishes, especially now that Hu'er seemed to trust a mere street performer, a charlatan, was beyond his tolerance. His expression darkened considerably. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Hey, young Master Chen, why leave when we're having a civil conversation? Upon hearing Chen Shun's intention to leave, Hu'er hastily grasped his arm. The departure of the Ping and escort agency would be disastrous. I never suggested we detour through Taoyuan town. I merely mentioned it for discussion. Hu'er smiled apologetically. Discuss? Discuss what? Chen Shun retorted coldly. Hu'er awkwardly glanced at Li Ping'an. Li Gongzi, what do you think? Li Ping'an replied in a neutral tone. I have already stated that I merely spoke offhandedly. Belief is at your discretion. Then let us proceed through the mangrove forest, Hu'er quickly asserted. Chen Shun shot a glance at Li Ping'an, his mood sour, and walked away. Subsequently, the caravan set off towards the mangrove forest. After approximately 4 hours of travel, a dense thicket finally emerged ahead. Several dozen large trees had been felled, creating a clear expanse. This was indeed the mangrove forest. Let us take a rest here, Hu'er called out. The group found a spot to pause, retrieving provisions and water flasks to replenish their strength. Li Ping'an took out 2 roasted flatbreads, offering one to a companion and consuming the other alongside a sip of water. Hu'er approached Chen Shun, stating, Young Master Chen, I see the sun is waning. The nearest inn lies 30 miles ahead. Perhaps we should set up camp here for the night. Though still harboring some irritation, Chen Shun glanced at the sky and replied, I have no objections. You might as well inquire with that blind gentleman to hear his thoughts. Hu'er chuckled, Young Master Chen, you jest. He then relayed the suggestion to Li Ping'an, who had no objections. He was simple in his needs, merely laying down a cloth on the ground and reclining upon it to sleep. However, today, Li Ping'an remarkably found himself unable to sleep. The old ox had previously cautioned him about potential dangers lurking in the mangroves. Although it seemed that the old ox believed there was little threat to him, caution was still warranted. After all, prudence is the mother of safety. Leaning against a tree, Li Ping'an sought to rejuvenate his energy. Yet, scarcely had he rested when ominous clouds gathered in the sky. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. It was clear that resting in the forest was no longer an option, and he had no choice but to brave the deluge and continue on his path. The mountain trail was narrow and muddied, making it difficult to traverse. Li Ping'an led the old ox, bringing up the rear of the group. Suddenly, a chilling roar pierced through the cacophony of thunder, overpowering it with a ferocity that startled the leading members of the party. From the underbrush, a dark figure sprang forth. Landing at their feet, illuminated by the flickering firelight, the body of the fearsome beast came into view, a ferocious tiger. nearly the size of the old Oxley Pinyin, was guiding. The escort members, seasoned travelers who had ventured far and wide, had never encountered a tiger of such immense stature. The tiger, with a slight press of its front paws against the ground, vaulted upward, descending from midair. In an instant, one of the escorts fell victim to the tiger's onslaught. The beast then lunged towards another man, who was paralyzed by fear and found himself quaking. His weapon trembled in his grasp as he contemplated his options for a mere half-second before turning to flee. However, the tiger's movements were too swift. In a flurry of leaps, it was among the group. With a single swipe, it sent that escort crashing into the thicket, leaving his fate uncertain. The surrounding individuals stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to react. Just then, a gleaming blade swept through the air, wielded by the young master, Chen Shun. Yet the tiger paid him no heed, its tail sweeping through the air with the force of a tempest, causing the very atmosphere to vibrate. With a resounding crash, Chen Shun managed to deflect the blow just in time, but the overwhelming force sent him tumbling to the ground, his weapon clattering beside him. Senior brother, Inin, brandishing a long sword, charged forward with lightning speed. However, as he struck, he too was swiftly expelled, landing 3 meters away on a tree branch, where he spat a mouthful of blood. Attack! The remaining escorts, finally regaining their senses, attempted to swarm the tiger. Yet, with a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, the tiger instilled such terror that none dared to move, paralyzed by fear. Neither could they fight nor flee. They stood trembling in place, utterly intimidated by the imposing presence of the beast. Chen Shun felt a chill envelop his heart, fully aware that death loomed near. Just moments before, they had been laughing and conversing, but who could have anticipated such fickleness in fate? This was no ordinary tiger. It was a tiger demon, evident from its sheer size. Yet, prior reports had indicated no such creatures prowling the vicinity of the mangroves. The tiger's piercing gaze was unwavering as it raised its head, revealing a gaping maw lined with glistening fangs, its blood-red tongue licking its razor-sharp teeth. The frigid gaze seemed to scrutinize its prey, contemplating which one would be more delectable. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flickered in the tiger's eyes. It emitted a sharp cry in a certain direction, baring its fangs. In contrast to the tiger's roar, the old cow's lowing was infused with a languid, pastoral essence. Li Pingyan approached slowly, halting 10 paces away from the tiger. The cacophony of rain masked many sounds. However, Li Pingyan distinctly sensed the hot breath emanating from the tiger's nostrils and the terrifying aura that surrounded it. The tiger's breathing grew heavy, as if it had sensed the presence of a formidable adversary. The rain intensified, obscuring visibility. A chilling sensation seeped into the very bones of every individual. Chen Shun gazed at Li Pingyan in disbelief, suddenly recalling his earlier warning, filled with regret. The blind man adjusted his straw hat with one hand, gripping his cane with the other. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Young Master Chen, may I borrow your blade?" Chen Shun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. In Chapter 17, Slaying the Tiger, Li Pingyan used his cane to retrieve the treasured sword that Chen Shun had dropped. The blade was slender and long, sharp as paper, and gleaming like silver. One touch revealed it to be a fine weapon forged from the finest steel. Roar! The tiger let out a deafening growl. In the next instant, its form vanished into thin air. Those standing nearby, including Chen Shun, could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, which landed less than half a foot from Li Pingyan. This is it. Chen Shun's heart sank. The tiger opened its massive maw, intent on devouring Li Pingyan whole. An aura of death emanated from the man, an indescribable feeling that made the tiger uneasy. Buzz. The only sound was the piercing rush of air. In that moment, everyone seemed to witness a luminous will slicing through the air. Blood rained down as the tiger fell from the sky, lifeless and irrevocably so. Scalding droplets of blood struck Chen Shun's face, rousing him from his stupor. The overwhelming scent of blood assaulted his senses, leaving him stunned and instinctively retreating a step. Li Pingyan, seemingly from nowhere, produced a piece of tattered cloth. With his right hand, he sheathed the sword, while his left hand wrapped the cloth around it. He cleaned the blade of blood before turning and placing it back into the scabbard at Chen Shun's waist. The sudden attack from the tiger resulted in the loss of 3 bodyguards from the Pingyan escort agency. Chen Shun's junior sister, Inin, was gravely injured. Fortunately, being trained in martial arts from a young age, she had not been instantly killed by the tiger's blow. However, without prompt medical attention, her life remained in jeopardy. Thus, The caravan took only a brief respite to pack away the bodies before hastily departing the mangrove forest. After all, no one could predict whether another identical tiger might emerge. Fortunately, by midday the following day, they arrived at the nearest relay station, where Een received treatment and temporarily escaped the clutches of death. At this moment, everyone had finally regained their composure from the events of the previous night. "Mr. Lee, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time," Hu'er incessantly chattered. "Alas, it is my fault for not heeding your counsel back then. Thankfully, Mr. Lee has set aside past grievances to extend his assistance." His address had shifted from young Master Lee to Mr. Lee, reflecting a newfound respect. Li Pingyan, who was tending to the cattle, replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence." At that moment, Chun Shun approached, supporting the injured Een. "Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your timely aid. We, in our youthful arrogance, disregarded your warnings and now lament our folly. We sincerely hope that you will not hold our misdeeds against us. We shall repay your kindness in due course." The harrowing experience of the previous night had matured Chun Shun considerably, primarily due to the strength that Li Pingyan had demonstrated, imparting to him a crucial lesson. There are always greater forces at play beyond one's perception. Henceforth, in navigating the world, one must never judge solely by appearances. Een added, "I was foolish, and I hope you will not chastise me." The young girl, feeling embarrassed by her earlier actions, wished to vanish into the earth. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. "It is of no consequence," Li Pingyan responded, his tone remaining calm and composed. He exhibited neither arrogance nor ire. As if nothing had transpired at all, Chun Shun regarded Li Pingyan with increasing admiration, reminiscent of a sage from a classic tale. Although Een had escaped the clutches of death, her injuries were severe, rendering her unable to continue with the merchant caravan. Consequently, Chun Shun had to leave a few companions behind to care for her, intending to return for her when they journeyed back to Luoshui City for her recovery. The following noon, the caravan set out once more. After a day of travel, they finally reached their destination. Li Pingyan was temporarily accommodated in a relatively luxurious inn, where the environment was pleasant and the chef's skills commendable. The only drawback was the quality of the wine, which had a peculiar flavor reminiscent of a certain type of sauce. Li Pingyan preferred stronger spirits. Upon learning this, Chun Shun, that very evening, brought 2 flasks of wine to present to Li Pingyan. As Li Pingyan took a whiff, the rich aroma of the liquor enveloped him. "Excellent wine," he remarked. Chun Shun, seeing Li Pingyan's satisfaction, beamed with joy. "This is a fine vintage my father brought back from the grasslands. It's called Bailey Xiong, colloquially known as drunken donkey." Li Pingyan took a shallow sip. The initial taste was sweet and spicy, but as he swallowed, it felt as though flames ignited in his belly, warming him thoroughly. Indeed, it was superb wine. Chun Shun poured another glass for Li Pingyan. "Today, I shall drink with you, as an apology." After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Chun Shun was already quite inebriated, his speech slurring, and his complexion flushed as if he were about to collapse onto the table. Li Pingyan, too, felt a slight warmth in his face. This sensation was quite pleasurable, prompting him to refrain from using his internal energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. He downed another glass and poured himself a second. "Moo!" The old cow bellowed, signaling that it, too, desired another drink. Li Pingyan affectionately patted the old cow's head, reminding himself that while the wine was delightful, moderation was key. The old ox gazed longingly at Li Pingyan, clearly wishing to reserve the last cup for itself. Yet it deceived him by insisting he should not indulge. Li Pingyan chuckled softly, lamenting, "Oh, you gluttonous old ox." With no other choice, he divided the final cup, sharing half with the old ox. The man and the beast toasted with the last drink. Li Pingyan skillfully picked up the eru and played a familiar tune, one he had performed countless times before, effortlessly weaving the melody. As one song concluded, another followed. Time slipped away, and he lost count of how many tunes he had played. Accompanied by the drifting strains of music, Li Pingyan succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the outside world was bathed in bright daylight. A familiar chime echoed in his mind, announcing the return of the system. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blade technique, drawn sword technique, diagonal slash. Proficiency level, 20. The long-awaited voice of the system resonated once more, this time bestowing him a sword skill. As was customary, Li Pingyan grasped his cane and ventured into the courtyard to practice. Just then, Chun Shun emerged, having shaken off the effects of drink, and chanced upon the scene. In the courtyard, A gentle breeze was instantaneously repelled by a mysterious force, dissipating into nothingness. A flash of white light darted towards a large tree several paces away. Chen Shun anticipated the tree would crash down, yet nothing occurred. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a single leaf had been precisely severed. Chen Shun gasped in astonishment. The object in Li Pingyan's hand was no divine weapon, merely a wooden stick, no different from a firewood poker at home, yet far more formidable than any household dart master. If only he could learn a move or two. His eyes gleamed with possibility. The following day, the merchant caravan set forth back to Luoshui City. The journey home proved far smoother, filled with little conversation. 4 days later, they finally arrived at Luoshui City. Chapter 18. Homecoming. Luoshui City remained unchanged, seemingly restored to its former tranquility as the uproar from the princess's treasure ship explosion gradually subsided. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Li Pingyan led the old ox away. Before departing, Chen Shun handed him the last jug of drunken donkey and promised to visit soon. Grateful for the fine wine, Li Pingyan readily agreed. Strolling leisurely into the familiar alley, he pushed open the door. Hearing the commotion inside, Lu Yun first peeked out with bright eyes. Upon recognizing Li Pingyan, her face lit up, and confirming that no one else accompanied him, she joyfully stepped outside, exclaiming, "You're back." Hearing her familiar voice, Li Pingyan smiled gently, replying, "Yes, I've returned." After a few days apart, Lu Yun felt an even deeper fondness for him. "What is that delightful aroma?" Li Pingyan suddenly inquired. "Oh, it's my cooking. Let us eat together," Lu Yun said, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. "All right," Li Pingyan replied. "You should go wash your hands. I'll prepare the dishes." Before long, Lu Yun had laid the meal on the table. Although the dishes were hidden from view, Li Pingyan's heightened senses allowed him to discern the flavors with exquisite clarity. Inhaling deeply, he playfully asked, "Did you poison it?" "How could I?" Lu Yun retorted. Subsequently, she realized that Li Pingyan was subtly implying her culinary skills were lacking. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "How can you judge if you haven't tasted it?" Li Pingyan took a tentative bite. Besides being unpalatable, it was difficult to find words to describe it further. Lu Yun seemed to be aware of her own shortcomings in the kitchen, yet she bravely continued to eat, mouthful by mouthful, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Pingyan. Sensing her gaze, he couldn't help but smile wryly. In his days of wandering, he had never encountered such dreadful food. Clearing his throat, he served himself some dishes. "Have you been eating this for several days?" he asked. "Yes," Lu Yun nodded, struggling with a piece of half-cooked vermicelli. Li Pingyan then suggested, "How about I prepare a couple more dishes?" Lu Yun eagerly swallowed the vermicelli. After days of her own cooking, the situation could only be described as dire. The thought of Li Pingyan's culinary skills made her yearn for his cooking. Just as she was about to agree wholeheartedly, the words caught in her throat. "You must be tired from your journey. Let me cook a few more dishes," she offered. Li Pingyan chuckled. "Not at all. I had a nap on the way back. Just wait a moment while I see what ingredients we have at home." As he walked into the kitchen, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with a gentle warmth. The curve of her lips was perfectly poised. "Moo," the old cow bellowed, seemingly expressing its hunger. Having spent some time with the old cow, Lu Yun had begun to understand its meaning. She lifted the dish of vegetables and offered it to the cow, which sniffed disdainfully and turned its head away. Li Pingyan's days returned to a tranquil rhythm. It must be said that his life rarely encountered thrilling moments. The reward from his recent escort mission, along with his previous earnings, was sufficient for him and Lu Yun to enjoy for a while. Wang Dali from Tongrentang also expressed his willingness to supply Li Pingyan with the medicinal herbs for shengmai powder on a long-term basis. At dawn, Li Pingyan began his practice in the courtyard. He was uncertain of the exact methods of cultivation. He merely practiced basic punches and palm techniques. The foundational boxing techniques were learned from a book he purchased for 5 coins at a street stall, which also contained martial arts secrets like Great Heaven Creation Palm, Wind and Fire Palm Manual, and Transformation Technique. However, due to their absurd names, Li Pingyan discarded them. After finishing his morning practice, he prepared breakfast, then took his utensils to the street to sing for coins. Occasionally, he could pick up a few side jobs, responsible for trailing behind and playing a tune, thus earning some extra income. In the evening, after returning home and dining with Lu Yun, he resumed his training. During his practice, feeling fatigued, he consumed shengmai powder. He inhaled energy into his dantian and drew it into his mind. Breathing in vitality, he focused inward. Unlike the usual seated meditation, Li Pingyan preferred to practice while walking, gazing ahead 3 to 5 steps, concentrating on the tip of his nose, keeping his spirit from wandering. His pacing generally followed a rhythm of 3 steps for an exhale and 1 step for an inhale. The vital energy surged through the governing vessel at the back, cascading through numerous gates, invigorating the entire body as it ascended to its pinnacle. Like a torrent held back by a dam, it ebbed and flowed, rising to lofty crests and plunging into the depths of hidden valleys, tumultuously churning. Breaking through the obstructions, it surged forth. Ultimately, with each exhalation, warmth emanated from every pore. Life passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed, and the city of Luoshui had descended into winter. As the year drew to a close, the biting cold winds and erratic weather enveloped the entire city. Snowflakes settled upon Li Pingyan's shoulders, only to be melted away by a faint, elusive aura. The streets were bustling with people, yet Li Pingyan effortlessly navigated through the throngs. Name: Li Pingyan. Age: 24. Lifespan: 110 years. Bone quality: ordinary. Techniques: tortoise breathing technique, 82. Wind listening blade technique, 80. Drawn blade technique, 40. Skills: breath locking, 50. Status: blind. The wind listening blade technique had also reached an impasse. Ever since the tortoise breathing technique had progressed to level 80, the pace of advancement had gradually slowed. Over the span of 6 months, there had been only a modest increase of 2 levels. In contrast, the drawn blade technique and breath locking had advanced rapidly. Li Pingyan remained unperturbed. After all, time was abundant. Upon returning home, he found Lu Yun busy in the kitchen. Hearing his movements, she called out without turning her head, "Dinner will be ready soon. Wash your face first. What are we having today?" "Steamed buns and radish soup," he replied, already catching the enticing aromas wafting through the air, asking out of habit, much like inquiring if someone had eaten upon meeting. Over the past 6 months, Lu Yun had learned to cook, and her culinary skills had improved remarkably. Their relationship had grown more harmonious, shedding the initial awkwardness and blossoming into a natural affection built over time. After washing his face, Li Pingyan helped Lu Yun carry a large pot of soup. "With just half a month until the new year, is there anything you desire?" he suddenly inquired. Lu Yun took a bite of her steamed bun and shook her head. "I don't really want anything. Just something good to eat will suffice." She understood that Li Pingyan was not financially well off. After all, she was merely seeking refuge in his home, and what more could she ask for? "Oh, by the way, I've made a new walking stick and left it in the house. You can check if it suits you later." A few days prior, Li Pingyan's old walking stick had broken. In truth, it was merely a long wooden rod, weathered by the elements, and it was a wonder it had lasted as long as it did. Chapter 19. The Flying Eagle Gang. Li Pingyan returned to the room to test the new walking stick. One end was wrapped in a layer of soft fabric, adorned with a red string and a small bell. The material had transformed from a simple wooden stick to a sturdy and attractive bamboo rod. A smile crept across Li Pingyan's face. Lu Yun must have invested considerable effort into this. The moment he touched the fabric, he could tell. Though the stitching was imperfect, it was remarkably sturdy. He wondered how many times her fingers had been pricked. No wonder her eating posture had seemed somewhat peculiar these past few days. The following day, Li Pingyan strolled down the street with his new walking stick, opting not to follow his usual route to perform for coins, but rather taking a detour to Qingfeng Street. In the bustling streets of Qingfeng, numerous shops abound, primarily offering jewelry, ornaments, and silk garments. These establishments are particularly adored by the women of Luoshui City, drawing many men who meander through the crowd, gravitating towards locales where beautiful maidens congregate. "Esteemed guest, are you here to purchase jewelry for your lady? Do step inside and take a look. Our pre-New Year clearance sale is quite advantageous." The enchanting proprietress warmly beckoned to Li Pingyan. However, he refrained from entering, merely inquiring about the prices before turning away. Their glances exchanged confirmed the truth. These were luxuries beyond his means. Most of Li Pingyan's funds had been expended on Shengmai San, leaving him with scant resources. The remaining amount barely sufficed for rent and the sustenance of 2 individuals. He contemplated the exorbitant prices of jewelry and decided instead to procure fabric to craft a garment for Lu Yun. Yet, he soon realized that even the cheapest fabric was currently beyond his reach. After a fruitless stroll, he reluctantly departed from Qingfeng Street. It appeared that regardless of the era, money remained an essential commodity. With the new year approaching, despite his impoverished circumstances, one must still prepare for the festivities. Moreover, He had depleted half a month's worth of Shengmai San, and Wang Dali had been quite accommodating, offering him an additional 2 months' supply without charge. This was no trivial sum, and Li Pingyan disliked being in anyone's debt, so he meticulously noted every transaction, determined to repay it in due time. As the day waned and the hours slipped by, he found himself on the way home, passing by the landlord's inn when he suddenly halted. Inside, he detected an unusual presence. Typically, the inn was bustling with patrons. Yet today, the atmosphere was distinctly different, filled with men, and robust ones at that. He also caught the sound of iron meeting the ground. However, he lingered only briefly before proceeding on his way. As the adage goes, to be well-fed and warmly clothed, and to avoid meddling in others' affairs, is the secret to longevity. One should keep their troubles private and their joys discreet. Little did he know that shortly after returning home, a vigorous knocking erupted at the door. "Open up! Open the door!" As soon as he cracked it open, several burly men surged into his abode without a word, swiftly taking seats in the courtyard. Clad in matching brown attire, they exuded an intimidating aura, unmistakably not of virtuous character. "Who are you?" Li Pingyan inquired. The leader among them replied, "Is this the residence of Changxi?" Changxi was, in fact, Li Pingyan's landlord. "If you are looking for Mr. Chang, he can be found at the Jixiang Inn." Li Pingyan stated, "Mind your tongue. This house is no longer for rent. Pack your belongings and vacate." The large man retorted without a hint of courtesy. Li Pingyan maintained a calm demeanor, asking, "Are you gentlemen employees of Mr. Chang?" "We are his creditors," another responded, drawing a short dagger from his waist and laying it upon the table. "Enough talk. Beat it." The threat was palpable. Li Pingyan replied, "It is only right to repay debts. However, in this hasty moment, I have not had the opportunity to gather my things. Might I request a single day to pack and search for alternative accommodations?" The leader of the group then stood, acknowledging, "At least you have some sense. Make haste." "Very well." After a few individuals departed, Lu Yun cautiously peeked out from the room. "Are we moving?" "No. I shall first seek out Changxi for a discussion." Li Pingyan found Changxi at the inn. "Ah, Pingyan, what brings you here?" Changxi's face bore a frown, and his tone carried an air of weariness. "Ah fu. Bring a pot of tea." "Boss Chang, I did not come for tea," Li Pingyan replied directly, recounting the recent events. Changxi sighed. "These rascals actually came looking for you. What on earth has transpired, Boss Chang?" Changxi, with a heart full of grievances, recounted the situation to Li Pingyan. "A new gang, known as the Flying Eagle Gang, has recently emerged in Luoshui City, comprising fewer than 50 agile members. They have engaged in several large-scale brawls with local gangs, and rather than being subdued, they have grown in power. They have even seized territory, and now that they have claimed their ground, they are demanding protection fees from every household." In his youth, Changxi had traveled extensively and held a certain status in Luoshui City. When other gangs were in charge, he had never been subjected to protection fees. Now, however, this newly established gang, bold and unafraid, shows no regard for the past. With a desire to keep the peace, Changxi reluctantly paid some protection fees. Yet, the Flying Eagle Gang was insatiable, seemingly intent on making an example of Changxi. They would send individuals to his inn who would occupy a table for an entire day, scaring off his customers. Li Pingyan took a sip of tea. "What does Boss Chang plan to do?" Changxi scoffed. "If it comes to it, let the fish perish and the net break. Damn it, I am not a soft target." Though his words were resolute, Li Pingyan could discern that Changxi did not wish to escalate matters. After all, at his age, he had a family to consider. Unlike in his youth, when he could fend for himself, he now understood the weight of responsibility. If he continued to endure their demands, these ruffians would undoubtedly take further liberties. The threat was no longer confined to Changxi. Even Li Pingyan, who rented from him, was now implicated. Li Pingyan could easily leave, but where else in Luoshui City could he find such affordable lodging? Moreover, suitable alternatives were hard to come by in a short time. Changxi noticed the predicament Li Pingyan was in and, with a hint of remorse, said, "This time, I have implicated you. I will have the steward fetch some money. You should find another place. Once I have resolved my affairs, you are welcome to return any time." Before Li Pingyan could respond, the steward approached with the money. Li Pingyan reached out, realizing that the funds he had previously entrusted to Changxi were only sufficient for 2 months' rent, while this new sum could cover a year. It must be said, Changxi had always treated him with great kindness. After a moment of hesitation, Li Pingyan asked, "Where is the Flying Eagle Gang's base?" "Why do you ask?" Changxi inquired, puzzled. "I intend to have a word with them." It would be futile. If negotiation were possible, it would have been done already. Changxi replied, I appreciate your concern, but those individuals are not amenable to discussion. Be cautious. You may find yourself in peril. With a sigh, Changxi lamented. He believed himself to be a person of wide social connections, guided by principles of righteousness. Who knows when trouble arises, those fair-weather friends scatter in a panic, eager to distance themselves. In the end, it is merely a tenant who desires to stand up for himself. Chapter 20. Mediation. I merely sought to engage in a conversation with them. One never knows, it could lead to a resolution. Changxi waved his hand dismissively, suggesting it might be better to let it go. Li Pingyan, already a person with disabilities, could not afford to face additional troubles stemming from this matter. Changxi wished not to implicate him further. Li Pingyan perceived his concern and replied with a faint smile, Master Chang, there is no need for you to worry about me. I shall not meddle in affairs that do not concern me without solid assurance. Seeing Li Pingyan's determination, Changxi refrained from further objections and provided him with the address of the Flying Eagle Gang. Before parting, he could not help but offer another round of advice. Subsequently, following the address given by Changxi, Li Pingyan arrived at the territory of the Flying Eagle Gang. The gang leader, known as Liang Gang, operated a trading business in Luoshui City, albeit merely a feuds. His true means of income stemmed from extorting protection fees and managing the turf. Two men clad in long gowns scrutinized Li Pingyan as he approached. Who do you seek? They inquired. I am looking for your leader, Liang Gang. Please inform him of my arrival. Upon observing Li Pingyan's elegant demeanor and impressive appearance, they recognized he was no ordinary person and hastily went to relay the message. After a short while, one of the men returned, stating, Our leader is not present. Otherwise, you could wait inside. Has he mentioned when he might return? I cannot say. Li Pingyan did not wish to wait idly and seized the opportunity to visit a jewelry store to see if there were any suitable adornments. Just as he turned into a narrow alley, he encountered a group of individuals. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a pale, slightly gaunt face. He donned a white shirt, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Two burly men followed closely behind him. Although Li Pingyan could not see, he sensed their presence through the air. In this quiet alley, the middle-aged man's footsteps were eerily silent, demonstrating a rare mastery of agility. You must be the leader of the Flying Eagle Gang, Liang Gang, Li Pingyan remarked. Liang Gang raised an eyebrow and halted, asking, And you are? Oh, aren't you the tenant of Changxi? At that moment, one of Liang Gang's men recognized Li Pingyan. Did you manage to find a new place after we asked you to move? Not yet, came the reply. Then why aren't you making an effort? Are you waiting for us to come find you? Liang Gang gestured for his subordinate to cease. What brings you to me? Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire why Master Chang has offended you, and if you might consider sparing him this time. Liang Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued. Oh, so you come to plead for him. The man behind him, understanding the situation, stepped forward menacingly and declared, Do you even recognize your own worth? How dare you come here with such audacity? With a swift motion, he reached out as if to seize Li Pingyan like a chick. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as the man's leg was struck, causing him to grunt and collapse to the ground. Another individual rushed forward in hot pursuit. With a swift flick of his left sleeve, a resounding crack echoed through the air. A tempest arose, its hidden force reminiscent of a mountain's might. No wonder the underworld figures of Luoshui City found themselves powerless against the Flying Eagle Gang. Even a mere subordinate possessed such formidable skill that ordinary ruffians stood no chance. Suddenly, a colossal fist swung wide, missing its target, only to be met by a fierce kick from Li Pingyan, striking the giant's calf. Taken by surprise, the brute staggered to the right, letting out a cry, but before he could finish, a palm struck his right temple, causing his vision to blur before he collapsed into unconsciousness. Liang Gang swiftly grasped the sword at his waist, his gaze fierce and resolute. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed the blade, creating an arc of shimmering steel in the air. In a flash, he closed the distance to Li Pingyan, launching an attack devoid of any preliminary warning. It appeared unremarkable, yet the moment it was unleashed, it held the power to determine the outcome of their duel. Li Pingyan bent his body, adopting a stance as if to draw his own weapon. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, emanating a chilling murderous intent. Sensing this dreadful presence, Liang Gang's expression altered, and without hesitation, he abandoned his offensive. He bent his back, his heart racing, and with a powerful spring, he soared gracefully through the air. akin to a ball bouncing a full yard away. However, as his feet touched the ground, he dared not move again, for a bamboo staff was already poised at his throat. What remarkable skill! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Liang Qinggang's forehead. In the brief moment since Li Pingyan had acted, he was unable to react at all. Had Li Pingyan wielded a sword or any other weapon, or had the bamboo staff advanced a step closer, he would surely have met his demise. Master Liang, you flatter me, Li Pingyan said as he retracted the bamboo staff. I hope you will extend me the courtesy of refraining from troubling Master Chang any further. Liang Qinggang nodded stiffly, replying, as you wish. At such a moment, even a fool could discern the advantages and disadvantages. The fact that one could converse with composure did not guarantee that a refusal would still allow for further dialogue. Thank you, Li Pingyan said, leisurely walking away, supported by his bamboo staff. Is the master truly letting this fellow go? Liang Qinggang replied coldly. He could have killed us all right here. A mere 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Master, say the word, and I shall summon the brothers to eliminate him. His subordinates voiced their discontent, having never suffered such a humiliation before. Fools! This man is no ordinary person. Remember to steer clear of him in the future. That evening, the landlord Chang Si came knocking. Mr. Li, I cannot express my gratitude enough. In the afternoon, members of the Flying Eagle gang sought out Chang Si, not only speaking courteously but also returning the substantial protection fee in full. They even compensated Chang Si with additional funds. Master Liang Qinggang himself even offered to treat him to a meal as an apology, leaving Chang Si utterly baffled. If it were not for Liang Qinggang's sudden change of heart, something else must have transpired. It was not long before Chang Si recalled that Li Pingyan had mentioned his intention to negotiate with the Flying Eagle gang. Yet, he still struggled to believe such a notion. After some investigation, he finally uncovered the truth of the matter. Thus, he hurriedly arranged gifts and personally visited Li Pingyan. Master Chang, you are far too kind, Li Pingyan remarked. Thanks to Mr. Li, a few small gifts are offered as tokens of gratitude. Chang Si has prepared an entire cart of items, which Li Pingyan graciously accepts without refusal. Chang Si even proposed to gift Li Pingyan the entire courtyard. But Li Pingyan declined. After conversing for a while longer, Chang Si expressed his heartfelt thanks and took his leave. Once Chang Si departed, Lu Yun stepped out from the room, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the pile of gifts. This year will surely be a good one, Li Pingyan remarked. Indeed, Lu Yun replied, her lips curving into a smile. The snow began to fall again in Luoshui City. Lu Yun lifted her head, chuckling softly, and reached out her hand as if to catch the falling snowflakes, yet it felt as though nothing was grasped. Meanwhile, a confidential letter from Luoshui City was hastily delivered to the capital of the Great Sui. Chapter 21. A general success is built on 1,000 bones. 3 days later, the underworld factions of Luoshui City gathered at the Haikzhai. The meeting was convened by none other than Liang Qinggang, the recently prominent leader of the Flying Eagle gang. Surrounding Haikzhai, hundreds of henchmen from various gangs assembled, ensuring that they brought ample numbers to prevent any underhanded tactics from the Flying Eagle gang. The interior of Haikzhai was filled with formidable underworld figures eager to join the alliance. Soon, Liang Qinggang made his entrance, donned in a flowing azure robe, with a long sword at his waist, exuding an air of elegance. Esteemed leaders, I express my gratitude for your presence here today, Liang Qinggang began. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What brings us together? Old Hor from Lu City spoke sharply, harboring resentment towards Liang Qinggang for the territories he had lost due to the Flying Eagle gang. I understand that many of you may harbor grievances against me, and I acknowledge my past missteps, Liang Qinggang continued, his tone unusually courteous. This unexpected demeanor heightened the tension in the room. What was his true intention? Let us be forthright, Liang Gang master. Speak plainly, Liang Qinggang replied with a smile. To be candid, I wish to offer you all an opportunity for advancement and wealth. At the Jin Iwei headquarters in Luoshui City, Deputy Qianhu Lu Cheng gazed at the letter, taking a deep breath as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The Jin Iwei, a department of the court, served as the emperor's eyes and ears. They were not only responsible for monitoring the capital, but also for overseeing local officials, instilling fear even in the hearts of nobles and ministers. Lu Cheng had once made a fateful decision during the power struggle between the two princes, firmly aligning himself with the current emperor, which propelled him from obscurity to the position of Deputy Qianhu. Now, however, the situation he faced mirrored the turmoil of decades past. The The contest between the princess and the second prince had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. He had presumed that the explosion of the princess's treasure ship had settled the matter. Yet she had miraculously evaded disaster and was now hiding in Luoshui City. Lu Cheng ignited the letter, watching it turn to ash, his eyes reflecting a mixture of unease and insatiable greed. A general success is built on 1,000 bones. Life is but a gamble. Those who cannot afford to lose are destined to be defeated for a lifetime. Rather than fading into obscurity, it is far better to take a bold risk. Ding dong. It appears that this year I may progress beyond level 2. After finishing his woodcutting for the day, Li Pingyan prepared to visit the pawnshop. His landlord, Chang Si, had previously entrusted him with various items, and Li Pingyan intended to pawn some of them for a bit of spending money, as well as to purchase a New Year's gift for Lu Yun. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Li Pingyan sensed something amiss. Several spies lurked in the shadows. Could they be from the Flying Eagle gang? Yet, their auras felt significantly stronger. What is the matter? Lu Yun happened to be washing clothes and emerged holding a basin. Upon seeing Li Pingyan retracing his steps, she inquired whether he had forgotten something. It's nothing, Li Pingyan replied with a faint smile. I want to be going out today. Why not? Lu Yun asked, puzzled. I just wish to take a day to rest. Lu Yun blinked her bright eyes and gently placed her hand on Li Pingyan's forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Her touch was cool, imbued with a subtle fragrance. I'm truly fine. The weather has turned cold, and I'd rather not venture out. I'll accompany you for a game of chess later. All right. I've been practicing many strategies lately. You surely want to be my match. Lu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. As Li Pingyan wandered to the backyard, he found the old cow lazily basking in the sun. Moo, the old cow called out. Li Pingyan furrowed his brow. Old cow, do you foresee something again? The old cow mooed several more times. A great battle? Is it related to me? Or perhaps to Lu Yun? Moo Lu Yun? Li Pingyan had long anticipated this day. The explosion of the princess's treasure ship had led him to encounter Lu Yun. The old cow had insisted that Li Pingyan save Lu Yun. It seemed that whatever task the old cow compelled him to undertake was undoubtedly beneficial to himself. From Lu Yun's eloquence and demeanor, it was evident that she was no ordinary girl. Her identity was self-evident, yet she chose not to disclose it, and Li Pingyan refrained from exposing her. In truth, had it not been for the old cow's insistence on saving a stranger, Li Pingyan would have undoubtedly turned a blind eye. However, after more than half a year of companionship, he had grown accustomed to the presence of a woman in his home. Yet now, it seemed that all of this was about to come to an end. Li Pingyan gently patted the old cow's head. A storm was imminent. The wind rustled ominously throughout the building. At the Pingyan Escort Agency, weapons? Mr. Li, could you specify what type you desire? Chen Shun inquired. To take a life? One needs a weapon, Li Pingyan stated. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Li Pingyan had always relied on a cane as his weapon. It sufficed for minor skirmishes, but should he face an expert ambush, he would require a more formidable weapon. Thus, he thought of Chen Shun, the young master of the Pingyan Escort Agency. Half a year ago, during a delivery, Li Pingyan had once saved Chen Shun. Their paths had since intertwined. I am accustomed to using a knife, Li Pingyan declared. A knife, you say? We have those. Chen Shun nodded eagerly. It was a rare opportunity for Li Pingyan to seek his assistance, and Chen Shun felt an overwhelming excitement. Ever since their return from the escort mission, he had longed to become Li Pingyan's disciple, yet Li Pingyan had never acquiesced. This time, however, undoubtedly presented him with the finest chance. Chen Shun led Li Pingyan to the armory of the escort agency. As the grand doors swung open, a wave of metallic scent enveloped them. This is the armory of our escort agency, Chen Shun proudly introduced. The room spanned over 80 square meters, lined with shelves that boasted an array of weaponry. Chen Shun grasped a 3-foot-long broadsword, inquiring, what do you think of this blade? Li Pingyan flicked it with his fingers, but remained unimpressed. Chen Shun then presented another sword, one of moderate length, with a blade that was both wide and slender, exceptionally sharp. Li Pingyan attempted to wield it, but found it lacking in comfort. Subsequently, Chen Shun showcased dozens of exquisite swords, yet none captured Li Pingyan's fancy. Chen Shun mused, true masters are indeed discerning, dismissing ordinary weapons with ease. Resolutely, he thought, one must take risks to reap rewards. Perhaps this was a test from Mr. Li. These mundane items do not meet your standards. Allow me to show you something else. Is there more? Li Pingyan inquired. Certainly, Chen Shun replied. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Chapter 22. New Year's Eve, Chen Shun stealthily led Li Pingyan to a secluded cellar, unlocking a hidden door. Behind it lay a staircase descending into darkness. As they ventured down, an icy chill enveloped them. This is the place where my father stored treasures. Escort masters, traveling far and wide, inevitably encounter rare and peculiar artifacts from across the land. Chen Shun's father had placed all these extraordinary items within this concealed chamber. Lighting a long lantern, he said, "Sir, do you see any weapons that might suit you?" Li Pingyan bypassed the rare treasures, advancing directly to the weapon rack. Upon closer inspection, he could discern details that caught his eye. He grasped the second dagger on his left. Its blade was slender and slightly curved, shimmering like azure lightning. The sharpness of the edge contrasted beautifully with the thick back of the blade. It was both delicate and lustrous, with a graceful arc, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled a piece of exquisite art. "What is the name of this blade?" Li Pingyan inquired. "I recall this one. It was brought back by my father from the western regions, known as Tianqing. It was found beside a warrior who perished in the desert. My father buried him and took the sword upon noticing its quality," Chen Shun explained. "This blade is remarkable," Li Pingyan praised sincerely. "I am delighted that you appreciate it. I shall gift it to you," Chen Shun offered. Li Pingyan smiled. "I merely intend to borrow it. If it pleases you, I shall return it once I have resolved the matter at hand." Chen Shun hastily replied, "To say such a thing is to underestimate me. I genuinely consider you a friend. Be it a single sword or the entirety of the treasures within, I would gladly bestow them upon you." After speaking, Chen Shun curiously inquired, "I wonder what matters you speak of, sir. If there is any way I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to express it." "Then I must thank you, young Master Chen," came the reply. "By the way, I also have some soft armor and various weapons here. Would you care to take a look?" "There is no need for the soft armor. Li Pingyan does not favor such items. Do you have any bows or crossbows?" Chen Shun was taken aback momentarily. A bow. Yet, upon reflection, he was not overly surprised. In his view, despite Li Pingyan's impaired vision, an expert of his caliber would not require sight to shoot accurately. "How about this bow?" Chen Shun laboriously retrieved a bow from the weapon rack. This bow, known as the Zhentian bow, possessed extraordinary power, crafted from mysterious iron and weighing over 100 pounds. The bowstring was said to be made from the sinews of a bull demon, remarkably resilient. Chen Shun attempted to draw it back, managing only a slight pull before it remained still. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Li Pingyan took hold of the bow, which seemed perfectly tailored to his physique, allowing him to draw it back with ease. Stepping outside with Chen Shun, they aimed at a tree in the distance. Whoosh! The bowstring let out a thunderous twang as the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the sturdy trunk of a distant tree. With a resounding crack, the bark splintered, and the branches trembled. The arrow pierced through the thick trunk from one side to the other. "What a remarkable shot!" Chen Shun marveled, for he had only seen his father draw this bow before. As Li Pingyan returned home, he bore with him a long bow and a long knife named Tianqing. After dinner, he sat atop the roof, polishing the long knife. Lu Yun stealthily approached from behind, inquiring, "What prompted this sudden desire to purchase a knife?" "It's nothing," he replied. "By the way, why was dinner so scant? Are you lacking in appetite?" Lu Yun, having just finished washing the dishes, rolled up her sleeves to reveal a portion of her arms. Leaning back and propping herself up with her arms, she feigned indifference, saying, "It's nothing. I simply have no appetite today." The two fell into silence, gazing up at the starry sky. "I may not be able to celebrate the new year with you. I received news that I must depart tomorrow," Lu Yun softly uttered. I will see you off outside the city tomorrow," replied Li Pingyan calmly. Lu Yun shook her head. "There's no need. Someone will be waiting for me outside the city. It's dangerous within the city. Can your friend even enter?" Lu Yun bit her lip, her expression complex. Li Pingyan discerned her predicament and interjected before she could respond. "I will accompany you outside the city." Lu Yun, her fingers clenched, lowered her head. After a pause, she said, "It's too dangerous. You should stay here." "It's all right," he reassured her. "I'm sorry. I have implicated you," Lu Yun lamented. Li Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. "It's fine. It's a pity that we cannot celebrate the new year together." Having been in this world for over 20 years, he had yet to celebrate the new year with anyone. At the Pingyan escort agency, Chen Shun remarked, "Father, where are you going during the New Year festivities?" Over the past few days, he had noticed his father behaving rather strangely, and many familiar faces within the agency had vanished. "It's none of your concern. Go back to sleep," Chen Zhongshe replied with a serious expression. "Father, Is there another escort mission? Chen Shun inquired with curiosity. Chen Zhongshi gazed at his sole offspring, a twinge of melancholy washing over him. Someone once told me that life is akin to a gamble. One can either remain inconspicuous or wager everything in a grand bet. My son, your father has been gambling his entire life. This time, victory is assured. Chen Shun swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an unfamiliarity in the presence of his father. What exactly do you intend to do? Chen Zhongshi smiled faintly. I am set to undertake a monumental endeavor. Simultaneously, nearly every underground gang and member of the criminal underworld in Luoshui City bid farewell to their families, with some even drafting their wills. No one knew whether they would return alive after this fierce confrontation. As the saying goes, wielding a knife to intimidate widows, hijacking ships at sea. On a moonless night of murder, amidst a windy day of arson. This night, Luoshui City lay in restless anticipation. At the alley's entrance, Li Pingyan personally closed the door, seemingly bidding adieu to the home he had lived in for so long. Let us go? The snow danced through the air, biting with its chill. Li Pingyan retrieved a prepared coat and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun rubbed her slightly reddened cheeks, exhaling a breath of cold air. The snowflakes landed on her face, causing a slight sting. Moments later, the snow melted upon her skin, trickling down into her collar. Lu Yun shivered. Is it cold? Yes, quite cold, she replied with a gentle nod. Li Pingyan grasped her hand, a surge of warmth radiating from his palm, dispelling the chill within her. Lu Yun shrank slightly, relishing the warmth emanating from his hand, her cheeks growing a shade rosier. Suddenly, Li Pingyan pivoted, and a muffled groan echoed in the darkness. Lu Yun adjusted the umbrella, moving it closer to Li Pingyan's head. The snow is truly heavy tonight. Indeed, she sighed softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I was supposed to make dumplings at home tonight. I had already prepared the dough. Chapter 23. The snowy night battle stepping out of the alley. The distant lights illuminated the houses one by one. Bang! Bang! Fireworks exploded in the sky, casting a hazy glow over the mottled rooftops of the streets. The cobblestones lay deserted, devoid of any soul. Old Nyo trailed behind the two, occasionally letting out a few calls. A figure approached from the opposite end of the street, head bowed and back hunched. Soon, the air filled with the sound of footsteps. Various noises emerged, the crunch of shoes on snow, the unsheathing of weapons. The dark mass of people loomed like a living beast, silently advancing, poised to consume them. Fear not, Li Pingyan reassured Lu Yun, squeezing her hand gently. All right, Lu Yun nodded slightly. The crowd parted as if cleaved by a knife, revealing a 7-foot-wide passage. Liang Qinggang, the leader of the Flying Eagle Gang, emerged from the midst. Sir, we meet again. Leader Liang, what a spirited endeavor this is. Not returning home for the new year, but rather bringing your brothers here to admire the snow. Liang Qinggang chuckled coldly. Sir, let us speak plainly. Today, we brothers gather here, and I believe you, sir, understand the reason better than anyone else. A subtle smile graced Li Pingyan's face. Liang Qinggang shifted the topic, introducing the individuals present, all of whom hold significant status in Luoshui City. Chen Zhongshi, the owner of Pingyan Escort, Lu Guanjiji, the consul of the Grain Guild, Zhang Dabiao from the Tiger Head Gang, a man of military descent, and the venerable Hua from Lucheng, as Liang meticulously introduced each one. Sir, I have witnessed your prowess, and we do not seek enmity with you. Let us turn back, return home, and pretend this incident never occurred. I assure you of your safety, Liang promised. Li Pingyan tightened his grip on the azure blade at his waist, offering his resolute response. Lowering his center of gravity, a faint azure glow enveloped him. His body traced an arc through the air, heading directly towards the crowd. Be careful. However, midair, his body suddenly twisted, executing a sharp turn and landing forcefully on the ground, with the blade's glimmer aimed squarely at Liang Qinggang's head. This sudden shift caught everyone by surprise, followed by a piercing sound that resonated sharply in their hearts, akin to a dagger thrusting deep within. With a muffled thud, Liang's head was cleaved in two. He was dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Kill him, someone shouted. And under the cover of night, hundreds surged forward like a tidal wave. The sound of blades being drawn echoed as a rain of light erupted in the air, as if all the air and wind had been absorbed by that single strike, creating an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain looming overhead. No one could discern how that strike had unfurled, and those who beheld it were left with an intense visual shock. Blood erupted into the sky, this event transpiring in the blink of an eye. Not a single scream pierced the air as the figures in the front fell like dominoes. The ground bore a terrifying chasm, reminiscent of a massive ice block cleaved in two by a giant axe. In an instant, tranquility returned to the world, leaving everyone breathless. Fear enveloped their beings. Li Pingyan stepped back, sheathing his blade. Ladies and gentlemen, I harbor no desire to oppose you. Let this line serve as a boundary. Cross it, and you shall have no one to blame but me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of sword light erupted. Furlong swords, propelled by fierce gusts, launched simultaneously toward him. The sound of blades unsheathing coincided with Li Pingyan's voice. The attackers were the four swords of Yinshan, renowned for their swiftness and striking. Each sword executed the same straightforward thrust, simple and unadorned, yet emanating an aura of lethal precision. However, the target's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the blade gleamed, intercepting the four sword strikes as if a great mountain had cleaved a river. In the blink of an eye, the four assailants lay in a pool of blood. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, their hearts as cold as ice. The chasm in the ground now appeared not merely as a wound, but as a red line of death. Once crossed, it signifies a farewell to the mortal realm. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as no one dared to take a step forward. Li Pingyan silently grasped Lu Yun's hand and advanced. If they were to leave this place alive, do you believe there would be any escape for you? The crowd instinctively parted, sensing an icy chill in the air. An elderly man, stooped and frail, emerged, wielding a knife as if it were a cane, supporting his frail frame. He resembled a tree, his essence intertwined with the blade. A bounty of 1,000 gold for the one who claims his head, and titles of nobility await. People perish for wealth, and the avian creatures fall for sustenance. This world has never lacked those willing to die for riches. He stands alone. What fear should he invoke? A thunderous roar erupted, resonant and deafening. The spirits of those present surged, and they collectively shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." A robust man brandishing a spear charged forth, bellowing as he advanced. The throng followed closely behind. "Stay close to me," Li Pingyan instructed. "Understood." A muffled thud sounded, and the robust man had no time to scream before meeting his demise. A storm of blood and chaos ensued, akin to a flurry of snowflakes. A head, still unclosed in death, slowly descended from the air. With each cry of anguish, bodies lay sprawled across the ground. The glint of blades flickered as they lunged toward another foe. "Prepare." Chen Zhongshu of the Pingyan escort raised his hand and shouted, "Fire!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was pierced with sharp, resounding cracks. These were genuine military crossbows, precise and powerful, capable of striking armored soldiers from 800 to 900 meters away. Dozens of dark arrows, like ferocious beasts, surged towards Li Pingyan. The Tianqing knife sliced, swept, prodded, and brushed, each strike unleashing a fierce wind that deflected the incoming projectiles. As Li Pingyan found himself ensnared by the crossbow bolts, a group of men surged from behind, intent on seizing Lu Yun and that troublesome black bull. "Kill her." One man brandished his blade, rushing forward. Wealth and glory could be seized in an instant. The man's face betrayed his ecstatic anticipation. "Die!" he nearly roared. Bang! In the next instant, the old bull fiercely kicked backward. Its hoof struck the man's chest with a resounding crack, shattering his ribs and ending his life on the spot. The old bull bellowed, "Moo!" Brave bull, unafraid of hardship. Confronted by the encroaching adversaries, the bull let out a mighty cry. With a single kick, it sent an assailant flying. Its massive horns served as natural shields. Adorned with deadly spikes, whoever dared to touch them would meet their end. Chapter 24, The Practitioner. Chen Zhongshu's lips twitched slightly as he beheld the figure below, swallowing hard. Is this truly human? In Li Pingyan's hands, the Tianqing knife transformed into a myriad of blades. The gleaming edges flashed, producing eerie sounds. Li Pingyan propelled himself, leaping gracefully, evading the oncoming bolts, and soared a distance of 10 feet. With a single stroke, he transformed the air into a curtain of blades, vanquishing several crossbowmen. He soared upwards to the second floor like a bird in flight. Chen Zhongshu bellowed, bringing his long sword crashing down. Li Pingyan suddenly landed, rolling on the ground to evade the strike. Chen Zhongshu wielded a long, fearsome saber, its blade both lengthy and robust, emanating an aura of intimidation. The force behind his strike, propelled by the twist of his arm and waist, instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, Li Pingyan did not retreat. He charged forward, twisting his body to unleash a whirlwind-like counterattack. The flash of his blade was fleeting, yet the fierce wind it generated tore through the air. Chen Zhongshi's expression shifted dramatically as he withdrew hastily. With a sharp sound, his robe tore, revealing a 7-inch gash on his abdomen. Onward! Onward! The surrounding men discarded their crossbows, drawing their weapons to rush at Li Pingyan. The gleaming light of their blades flashed, and in an instant, blood sprayed like blossoms in the wind. Chen Zhongshi perceived only a faint arc of light, unable to discern the nature of his opponent's assault. Left helplessly watching as the blade drew closer. Life is but a gamble, a desperate throw of the dice. Victory brings the joy of gazing at the heavens, while defeat plunges one into irretrievable despair. In his final moments, Chen Zhongshi recalled his own words. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The sky blue blade? At the brink of death, he murmured instinctively, "Do you recognize this blade?" As Chen Zhongshi processed this, he realized the edge was merely 2 centimeters from his neck. The sky blue blade, it belongs to our Pingyan escort agency. What is your connection to Chen Shan? I am his father. After a moment of silence, the other replied, "Then go." All right. Chen Zhongshi collapsed onto the ground, his expression vacant. Why had his would-be assailant suddenly spared him? Realizing the gravity of his situation, he felt his calves tremble uncontrollably. "Boss, are you all right?" His subordinates rushed over. "Leave. Leave." Chen Zhongshi's voice quivered. The night wind howled. The moonlight flickered erratically, and a suffocating gloom enveloped the air. The pungent scent of blood mingled with a chilling tremor. Blood droplets adorned Lu Yun's face. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew towards her chest. Instinctively, she dodged, but it felt as if she had collided with an immovable wall. Looking up, she found herself crashing into Li Pingyan's chest. The incoming arrow was severed mid-flight. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Li Pingyan patted the old bull. "Well done, brother." The bull let out a joyous moo. With the ruffians cleared away, the main event was about to unfold. Li Pingyan sensed 2 powerful presences ahead. "Is it him?" Lu Yun furrowed her brow. "Do you know him?" "Yes." Lu Yun nodded. "Lu Cheng of the Jinyui. My mother had once championed his rise." "Umph. Indeed. The human heart is ever fickle." At this, Lu Yun cast a worried glance at Li Pingyan. "Be cautious. This man possesses genuine skill." Li Pingyan meticulously wiped the blood from his blade. "He is a practitioner." "A practitioner? You didn't know?" Lu Yun asked, intrigued. Li Pingyan shook his head. "Once a beggar, he gradually improved his circumstances. He sang on the streets and rented a modest abode, leading a humble life among ordinary people like himself, far removed from any practitioners of the arcane. He was a warrior, as Lu Yun remarked. At the end of the street, a stooped elder, leaning on a sword, stood alongside Lu Cheng, a deputy commander of the Jin Wei, clad in civilian attire. Li Pingyan held his sword in his right hand, pressing the back of the blade with his left, its edge gleaming in the moonlight. "Your skills are commendable. I have wandered in Luo Shui City for quite some time, and have yet to hear of your esteemed name," spoke the elder first. "I am but a street performer." Li Pingyan replied nonchalantly. "Are you aware of the identity of the young lady behind you?" the elder inquired. "I am," the old man replied. "But do not align yourself with the wrong side. A moment's carelessness may lead to eternal damnation." The atmosphere thickened, shrouded in an unspoken heaviness. Silence enveloped them, so profound that the faintest sound could be discerned. The elder stepped forward slowly, his gait imbued with an uncanny rhythm that imparted an invisible pressure with each deliberate step. With a roar like a tiger, the sound of blades cleaved the air. The elder's palms trembled, unleashing a tempestuous gust. Though Li Pingyan's sword was swift, it resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. As his inner energy surged, Li Pingyan steadied himself, the brilliance of his blade swirling like a vortex, akin to ripples upon a lake, unceasing in its assault. Like lightning, it sought the elder's vital point. A cold smirk manifested on the elder's gaunt visage as he raised his frail hand to block the strike, even grasping the Tianqing blade. Lu Cheng darted to Li Pingyan's side, his own sword descending. Li Pingyan spun like a top, effortlessly evading the blow, but in the process, he lost his weapon. He rolled backward, regaining his stance, now brandishing a longbow, the thunderous bow. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth. The elder waved his sleeve, summoning a gust that scattered the projectile. Before Li Pingyan could release a second arrow, Lu Cheng charged with ferocity. With no weapon in hand, only a longbow, Li Pingyan faced his adversary. "Die!" Lu Cheng's gaze was frigid, and his blade descended as though it had fallen from the heavens, capable of cleaving a horse in two. Half a second later, the blade struck the ground, and Lu Cheng groaned, spitting blood. His sword had indeed pierced Li Pingyan's left shoulder, yet simultaneously, Li Pingyan's handblade had penetrated his heart. The elder's expression shifted. Lu Cheng, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 arrows were loosed. Just as the elder prepared to retaliate, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning, he beheld a massive black bull charging at full speed. Unperturbed, the elder casually waved his hand, intending to crush the beast beneath him. The ground shattered, dust swirling. Yet it could not impede the bull's relentless advance, which surged toward him with even greater velocity. The elder hastily waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of inner strength. A barrier of energy formed before him in an attempt to intercept the black bull. With a thunderous roar, the barrier nearly shattered upon impact. A muffled thud echoed as the elder groaned, blood spilling from his mouth. A long blade protruded from his chest. Li Pingyan, gripping Lu Cheng's black knife, exhaled heavily. Chapter 25. Life and death. A long blade had pierced through the elder's chest. Li Pingyan, still holding the black knife, let out a heavy breath. The elder, with wide eyes, felt the last remnants of his vital energy slip away. The blade had crushed his heart, tearing apart his flesh. He emitted a pained groan, utterly astonished by the bull's formidable power. At the entrance of Luoshui City, a white-haired elder was bent over, munching on peanuts, with a wine flask beside him as he indulged in his snacks. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty streets. Heavy snow fell, and the northern winds howled, battering against the city walls with a thunderous roar. Wu Shishun had originally received an order from the Ministry of Personnel to head to the frontier. However, upon passing through Luoshui City, he unexpectedly received a special command. Li Pingyan halted, the blood on his shoulder having ceased its flow. Yet the injury had reached the bone and would not heal swiftly. He furrowed his brow, sensing the surrounding air's unsettling vibrations, a foreboding presence enveloping him. It was an instinct, akin to a wild beast sensing danger. "Do you know him?" Li Pingyan inquired softly. Lu Yun, frowning as she examined Li Pingyan's wound, suddenly recalled something. She glanced up at Wu Shishun in the distance, recognizing him vaguely. As a princess, the future heir to the empire, she encountered countless individuals daily, making it difficult to remember everyone. However, he seemed to be a Qi practitioner. "A Qi practitioner? He must be formidable," she remarked. "Yes," Lu Yun replied, "but he is likely not a swordsman among Qi practitioners, merely an ordinary one." Li Pingyan clenched his injured hand, abruptly drawing the thunderous bow. Blood erupted from the wound, and a sharp whistle pierced the air. 3 arrows soared through the falling snow, aimed directly at Wu Shishun. Simultaneously, the Tianqing knife in his hand traced arcs through the air. Wu Shishun watched the snowflakes drift down. With a flick of his hand, the incoming arrows transformed into a brilliant rainbow, striking a nearby tree with a resounding thud. As Li Pingyan followed with a swift strike, Wu Shishun remained motionless, merely sweeping his sleeve, which met the blade with a dull thump. Li Pingyan felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated. A terrifying gust of wind propelled him backward, and he crashed to the ground, landing near the roots of a tree. A buzzing sound arose behind Wu Shishun, as countless snowflakes swirled toward him. Li Pingyan twisted his upper body. A sharp crack echoed, followed by an excruciating pain shooting through the shoulder. Under Wu Shishun's manipulation, countless snowflakes transformed into lethal weapons. The long blade clattered to the ground as Li Pingyan was hurled several feet away with a thud, crashing into the snow. Before he could rise, a tear ripped through his chest, and a crimson line of blood began to spread from the gash. The bright red fluid stained his body, causing it to tremble even more. One snowflake pierced his right flank, while another penetrated his heart. Blood gushed forth, and silence enveloped him. "Pingyan!" Lu Yun cried out in alarm. Wu Shishun merely smiled faintly, acknowledging the potential that could be nurtured, but lamenting the loss. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward confidently. "Princess, do you not recall my name?" "I do not," she replied. "In the 25th year of Tianlin, I was a top scholar. By the 30th, I served as a minister, only to be exiled and relegated to the position of a county magistrate. My life has been a mere struggle in the bureaucratic sea, achieving little." Lu Yun scoffed. "One should remember the kindness of their benefactor with every sip and morsel. You, a man of ineffectual governance, do not consider the welfare of the people. Instead, you come here to commit regicide. What logic is this?" Wu Shishun let out a hearty laugh. "Huh. Princess, you speak wisely. However, The current political and military landscape of the Sui dynasty is mired in corruption. The inept ascend while the capable fade into obscurity. Those in power know only to vie for authority and profit. Such a foolish ruler is unworthy of the throne. Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Li Pingyan, lying in the snow, and she pleaded urgently, "What can you do? With the world in such disarray, do you think that killing me will bring about change? Do you truly believe that those above will fulfill their promises? They are but a collection of ineffectual individuals. After such deeds, do you think they will spare you? If I were in power, I would surely implement reforms to eradicate the corruption. You still have a chance to turn back. That man must not come to harm. You must save him." Wu Shishun sighed softly. "Princess, your naivety ensures you cannot outmaneuver your brother." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of silver streaked through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A pathway was cleaved through the snow beneath it. Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He was still alive. Wu Shishun furrowed his brow, astonished that the opponent could return from the brink of death. In that critical moment, Li Pingyan's turtle-breathing technique had finally transcended its limits. The true energy within him surged forth like a torrential river, coursing through his limbs and bones. It erupted like a wild stallion unleashed, bursting forth in an instant. Wu Shishun's formidable aura resembled an unfathomable abyss or a lethargic volcano. Yet, at this moment, Li Pingyan felt an extraordinarily powerful presence within him, as if an endless vitality was expanding. His body felt like a blazing furnace, burning fiercely. The heat intensified, and his offensive grew increasingly ferocious. Wu Shishun's expression morphed repeatedly, the muscles in his face quivering. He let out a roar, seemingly striving to unleash his full power. A frenzied wave of energy radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to ripple like concentric waves. Spreading out in all directions, the final counterattack commenced. Bang! The azure blade shattered under immense pressure, breaking into several pieces. Li Pingyan became one with the blade, crashing fiercely into his opponent. Wu Shishun was forced into disarray, perilously navigating through the chaos. Stumbling, he sought a path to survival, but a flash of the blade left him with a deep wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. Gritting his teeth, Wu Shishun pointed at Li Pingyan's left shoulder, and with a powerful strike, reduced his entire left arm to a mass of bloody pulp. Moo! The old bull charged in from the side. Wu Shishun struck down hard, sending the black bull sprawling to the ground. A shadow darted past as Li Pingyan lunged forward. Wu Shishun had no time to gather his energy. He twisted his body to the right and with a swift motion, grasped Li Pingyan by the neck. Just as he prepared to deliver a crushing blow to shatter his opponent's neck, a sharp sound echoed. Suddenly, a glimmering shard from the shattered azure blade shot from Li Pingyan's mouth, piercing Wu Shishun's brow with lightning speed. Wu Shishun's body stiffened, his gaze momentarily vacant. The old bull seized the opportunity to rise and topple him. The massive creature then pressed down upon him with such force that it contorted his form beyond recognition before ceasing its assault. Li Pingyan, clutching his empty left arm, quickly staunched the bleeding. Lu Yun glanced around, tearing a strip from her clothing with her teeth. She retrieved some medicinal powder from her pocket, applying it deftly before expertly bandaging Li Pingyan's wound. "It's all right. No need to cry," Li Pingyan said with a faint smile. Lu Yun bit her lip, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Rest assured, once we return, I will seek out the finest healer for you. Regeneration of limbs is not impossible." Li Pingyan took a deep breath, rising to his feet. "Let us continue." Outside the city, dozens of figures clad in green stood silently amidst the falling snow. The ghostly blades they wielded glimmered with a cold light under the moon, their expressions as frigid and rigid as their surroundings. These individuals were known as the Death Warriors, primarily engaged in assault and assassination missions. Behind them, within the Wind and Rain Pavilion, a man adorned with a ghostly mask sipped tea with an air of indifference, as if he were merely about to embark on a mundane assassination rather than alter the future of the Great Sui dynasty. Ah, the princess of the Great Sui. The first beauty of the Rouge list. Such a pity, the masked figure sighed softly. "If only I could." He rubbed his hands together, making a clicking sound. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he abruptly looked up, sensing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. His heart raced as he realized a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, had appeared before him without his knowledge. The man bore a long beard and carried a treasured sword upon his back. "You," the masked figure exclaimed, alarmed. He had no idea how the other had silently approached him. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a fearsome, murderous intent as he unsheathed his long sword, producing a low, ominous hum. "Kill him!" the ghostly masked figure shouted. Figures darted past them, each wielding gleaming long swords that incessantly lunged toward their direction. Beneath the moonlight, a middle-aged man donned in a green robe grasped a flexible sword, crimson droplets cascading from its tip, casting a faint red glow in the night, instilling a sense of trepidation. The mask of the figure with a ghostly visage bore a colossal crack as he knelt on the ground, staring vacantly at the crescent moon above. Sweat streamed down his face, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "You are the Confucian swordsman," the middle-aged man spoke calmly. "May your journey be safe." At last, the snowfall ceased, and the sound of the bell ringer echoed. The hour of midnight approached, heralding the dawn of a new year. Lu Yun anxiously checked Li Pingin's wound, reassured that he was no longer in mortal danger, allowing her to breathe easier. The middle-aged man, sword in one hand, stood at the wind and rain pavilion, gazing toward the city gate, nodding slightly to Lu Yun. "No need to be anxious. That is the one sent to escort me, and he has arrived quite promptly." Li Pingin wiped the blood from his cheek. The numerous bodies surrounding the wind and rain pavilion attested to the man's formidable strength. However, Li Pingin sensed no overwhelming aura from him, indicating that this individual was far beyond his own capabilities. "Then I shall rest easy. May your journey be peaceful." Lu Yun paused, turning to stare at Li Pingin in bewilderment. "Aren't you coming with me?" "Why not?" she instinctively inquired. "I have my own path to tread. They will not spare you. Do not worry. Once they realize you are no longer by my side, they will cease their pursuit." After a prolonged silence, Lu Yun nodded and softly urged, "Come back with me. I wish to make amends." Li Pingin smiled gently. "Perhaps the life there would not suit me." "How would you know without seeing?" Lu Yun lowered her head, voicing her dissatisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Li Pingin spoke again. "My mission is complete. We shall meet again by fate." Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as magnificent fireworks erupted in the sky, petals raining down like a colorful shower, creating a vivid tapestry that enveloped the atmosphere under the starlit sky. Lu Yun lifted her gaze, entranced by the breathtaking spectacle. Having narrowly escaped death, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. She noticed Li Pingin also gazing upward at the fireworks. "Can you see them?" "I can make out shapes within half a meter, though it remains hazy. Yet, I can feel their presence." Before he could finish, a sudden wave of heat surged toward him, tightening his forehead. Li Pingin blinked in surprise, catching a blurred glimpse of Lu Yun's face. "Can you see clearly now?" she asked softly. "Somewhat vague." "What about now?" Lu Yun drew closer. Li Pingin suddenly chuckled. "What is so amusing?" Lu Yun playfully chided. "Nothing much. You are quite beautiful." "Well, you must remember me. If we meet again and you fail to recognize me, I shall not let you off easily." "Agreed." What is this?" Lu Yun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Li Pingin inserted the hairpin into Lu Yun's hair. Initially, he intended to present her with a New Year's gift, but the extravagant ones were beyond his means. Thus, he crafted a wooden one himself. "Happy New Year." A newfound tenderness illuminated Lu Yun's eyes, radiating a gentle affection akin to flowing water. "Happy New Year." The fireworks in the sky lingered, emanating their final light and warmth. Suddenly, a familiar melody filled the air. The strains of Air Quan Inu reverberated in the warm night. Lu Yun turned her head suddenly, offering a gentle smile. Her smile carried a hint of melancholy. Li Pingin held the eru, his surging energy plucking the strings. Ding! Air Quan Inu level up to 2100-001-0000. Congratulations, host. Air Quan Inu has successfully upgraded. Air Quan Inu level 3, 010000. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. Listening wind blade technique increased by 10. Blade technique, drawn from sheath at an angle, increased by 10. Turtle breathing technique, increased by 2. Chi locking, increased by 10. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, swallow crossing the clouds. This is a lightness skill, graceful and ethereal, capable of traversing rivers with a single reed and scaling walls at will. Current progress, 10. Li Pingin gently patted the old ox's head. Old ox, it seems it's just the two of us left. Moo. Li Pingin chuckled softly. Chapter 27. The Poplar of the Desert in the 15th year of Tianyuan. The poplar of the desert took root in the vast sea of sand. The north wind rose, swirling the yellow sands, The setting sun in the desert resembled a blazing orb, drifting across the horizon of golden sands. Gradually, it faded into the twilight, embodying a breathtaking beauty. As the yellow sands settled, the inn stood quietly in the glow of the sunset. From the distant sand dunes, the cries of eagles echoed, adding a touch of desolation to the dusk. Inside the small inn, over a dozen robust men filled the space. At the center of these men sat a young man in his 20s, leisurely reclining on a cool chair, attended by a servant who fanned him with a large palm leaf. Creak. The door swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in. Esteemed guest, are you resting or seeking accommodation? The innkeeper approached. A bowl of plain noodles, a meat dish, and 2 jars of wine. The man replied, patting the ox behind him. Prepare the same for this ox, and bring it a jar of wine as well. An ox? The innkeeper was taken aback. Riding an ox in the desert? How peculiar. It can drink wine too? The innkeeper scrutinized the customer, suspecting he was jesting. The man wore a wide-brimmed hat, casting a shadow over his face, revealing only half of it. His left sleeve hung empty, and he held a bamboo pole, with a conspicuous red string tied to it. The innkeeper pursed his lips, hesitating. Esteemed guest, please come inside. The young man, surrounded by the burly men, cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, but paid little heed. Yet, the men around him were on high alert, only to ease somewhat upon noticing the newcomer was missing an arm and held a bamboo pole. A blind man and an amputee, their vigilance naturally relaxed. Before long, everything the blind man desired was laid upon the table. He drank heartily and savored his meal with unabashed delight, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Soon, he turned his attention to a steaming bowl of noodle soup. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he slumped in his seat, letting out a contented belch. A young man, toothpick in mouth, observed the blind man with a sense of amusement. Although blind, he appeared almost like any other normal person. Hey, are you really blind? The young man couldn't resist asking. The blind man nodded, discerning from the voice that the speaker was undoubtedly a handsome and affluent young gentleman. You blind men certainly know how to converse. The youth chuckled, recalling the old adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Whether truth or fiction, kind words are always pleasing to hear. I am a local, and I wish to inquire about something, the young man continued. Pray, proceed, the blind man replied. Are you familiar with a certain Chimuda? He is the son of a local merchant, who, relying on his family's influence, has committed numerous outrageous acts. Recently, he even raped and murdered a married woman, discarding her body in the wilderness. The incident escalated, prompting the authorities to issue a manhunt. His father bribed the officials to allow him to hide for a while. As the blind man's voice unfolded, the young man's expression darkened ominously. What do you want with him? The youth retorted coldly. The surrounding burly men tightened their grips on their weapons, glaring fiercely at the blind man. Yet, the blind man seemed utterly oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continuing to speak. It is quite shameful, but I am an unregistered hired blade without an official badge. Thus I can only accept private commissions. On this occasion, someone has entrusted me with his life. As soon as the words left his lips, over a dozen burly men in the establishment sprang to their feet, brandishing their weapons. The young man crossed his legs, exuding arrogance. What a coincidence. I am indeed the Chimuda you seek. However, whether you can take my life will depend on your abilities. The blind man smiled faintly. Thank you. Your willingness to admit it saves me a great deal of trouble. The young man grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. But the words he uttered were laced with cruelty. Remove his other arm as well. At that moment, the waiter, having just finished feeding the cattle, walked in. His oil-stained hands wiped across his chest, making his clothing glisten even more with grease. Dear guest, a gust of wind rushed in from behind, prompting the waiter to instinctively close his eyes. What should have been a gentle spring breeze had turned into a blade slicing through the air. The atmosphere was charged with the glint of knives and swords, rising with the wind. It seemed as if a dagger lurked within the gust. A chill, a trace of blood, and a hint of the richness of wine lingered in the air. The waiter opened his eyes, his cheeks damp, and touched them with his hand. Blood? He frowned in confusion, surveying the interior. Where is everyone? Why are they all on the ground? Half a second later, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the waiter. He collapsed to the floor, his legs soaked. The blind man seized the stunned Chimuda, rifling through his pockets, seemingly finding insufficient funds. He then reached into Chimuda's clothing, extracting money and placing it on the table. Time to settle the bill. In order to exert control over the western regions, the Sui dynasty established the 4 towns of Anbei. They opened the checkpoints along the route, and new branches of trade routes were continuously developed, leading to an influx of foreign merchants. This brought a period of prosperity to the trade in the 4 towns of Anbei, simultaneously fostering the development of cities along the route. It played a positive role in the recovery and development of the economy in the northwest. However, this also affected the tranquility of the 4 towns of Anbei, whose merchants, Central Plain traders, caravans, and fugitives mingled together, resulting in increasingly unstable social order. Li Pingyan, leading an old ox, ambled along. A burlap sack hung from the ox's back, swaying occasionally. It seemed to contain a living creature. Li Pingyan uncorked his wine pouch and took a swig of strong liquor. He had arrived at the 4 towns of Anbei 5 months prior. After the snow battle in Luoshui City, he had been relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, he found refuge in the 4 towns of Anbei. Although nominally under the control of the Sui dynasty, it was, in reality, governed by local warlords and merchants. Gambling houses, taverns, and brothels thrived as the most prevalent industries in this area. 2 provocatively dressed women beckoned to Li Pingyan, their figures enticing. "Ah, young Master Li, you have returned," they cooed, wrapping themselves around him. Li Pingyan, holding the burlap sack, discreetly extricated himself from their embrace and made his way to the basement of the brothel. A woman clad in a pink sheer garment nonchalantly crossed her legs, revealing a considerable expanse of skin, seemingly unbothered by her exposure. "What a pity," she sighed. "With such a handsome face, yet a pair of eyes that are worthless, and only one arm." "I have brought someone," Li Pingyan declared, throwing the sack onto the ground. It emitted a dull thud, revealing that he had captured Chimu Do alive. Chapter 28. Lichuan Courtyard. The woman casually picked up a sign and marked it with a check. With an alluring smile, she said, "With you here, I feel most assured. This month's performance has exceeded expectations." She approached the sack and opened it. Chimu Do peeked out, his face pale, gasping for air. Please spare me. I'll pay you. I'll offer double whatever my enemies pay." "No, triple," he pleaded. The woman lifted his chin, her gaze both beautiful and enigmatic. A hint of a sly smile played at her lips, evoking a sense of cunning. Chimu Do felt a chill in his heart and clenched his fists, lunging forward in a desperate attempt at resistance. But before he could reach her, he was struck heavily in the lower back, rendering him numb and collapsing to the ground. The woman clapped her hands, instructing her subordinates to take him to the client, who had requested him alive. "By the way, shall I inquire if the client requires any tools? We can provide them for a fee." Her 2 henchmen dragged Chimu Do away. "Here's your commission," Li Pingyan said, receiving the bag and weighing it in his hands. After expressing his gratitude, he prepared to leave. "Wait, don't rush off. There is something else I need to discuss with you." "What else is there?" "The medicinal herbs you requested have been procured." The woman placed several packets of Shengmai San on the table. "Thank you. By the way, are you free tomorrow to join me for a drink?" "Work?" Li Pingyan inquired. The woman rolled her eyes, saying, "Is there anything you do besides work? Come drink with me tomorrow, just the 2 of us. Recently, the doctor advised me against alcohol." "Then let us have tea." "Tea is the same. Get lost." Li Pingyan caught the teacup she tossed his way, chuckling. "I'll take my leave now." The woman, known as Ma Sanyang, is the proprietress of the Lichuan Courtyard. Ranking 3rd among her peers, she lost her husband early on and subsequently opened this establishment. In this region, it is challenging for a mere businessman to thrive. Ma Sanyang discreetly maintains a group of retainers, comprising both down-and-out wanderers and those who have transgressed the law, who are compensated for their services. Due to her adherence to rules, she has garnered a modest reputation locally. Li Pingyan fortuitously befriended Ma Sanyang, allowing him to earn commissions. In the precious land of Anbei's 4 towns, he acquired a quaint, solitary residence. As Li Pingyan exited Ma Sanyang's quarters, he was startled by the heart-wrenching screams emanating from the adjacent room. It was the voice of Chimu, who had brutally murdered not only a married woman, but 3 others as well. Now, it was the families of these 4 women who sought retribution against him. Upon returning home, Li Pingyan began preparing dinner. The leftover stir-fried rice noodles with potatoes from breakfast, along with 2 pieces of naan, were sufficient with a quick reheating. The old cow lay on the ground, intently perusing the day's newspaper, occasionally mooing in commentary. As Li Pingyan savored the naan, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he was unable to read, the old cow could, substituting for him in many tasks, such as reading the newspaper. From it, Li Pingyan learned that Lu Yun had safely returned to the palace. The official newspaper had published a lengthy article praising the princess. After his meal, Li Pingyan, as was his custom, resumed his training. The upgrade of Air Kuan Yu had elevated his physical state to a new realm. His internal organs functioned increasingly well. His meridians flowed smoothly, and his vitality had markedly improved. However, the loss of one arm still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although he could manipulate the Eru with his vital energy, he could only perform with one hand in public. This limitation restricted him to partial melodies, and the incomplete scales impeded his performance. Consequently, Li Pingyan often carried a specific wooden stick in his mouth. Onlookers would merely exclaim how impressive he was. In reality, he infused the stick with a touch of his vital energy, rendering it invisible to the average observer, who believed the stick was the source of his ability. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resounded. The old cow rose from the ground and opened the door. A little girl dressed in pink stood outside, cradling a jar. Her big, expressive eyes were striking. "Uncle, this is soup my sister asked Aaliyah to give you." Li Pingyan smiled. "Please thank your sister for me." The little girl pouted. Gazing at Li Pingyan, he patted her head, adding, "Thank you, Aaliyah." Arya broke into a smile, her little hands leaping onto the back of the old cow. Arya and Duoha were neighbors. Duoha, the elder sister, ran a grocery store selling local crafts such as flowers and bracelets. It was said that their father had ventured into the depths of the desert with a caravan 5 years ago in search of treasure, never to return. The sisters had been waiting ever since for their father's return. When Li Pingyan had just moved in, he had fortuitously encountered Arya, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Caught in a tree, he had rescued the unfamiliar little girl without hesitation. Noticing that Li Pingyan was disabled, Duoha frequently brought him food and daily necessities, and over time, they became familiar with one another. Li Pingyan needed to take his medicine soon, so he entrusted the task of looking after the children to the old cow. The cow rolled its eyes, realizing that this household indeed relied on him for support. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Pingyan continued his routine of leaving early and returning late, occasionally taking on tasks at the Lichuan courtyard to earn some money, partly to cover his daily expenses and partly to purchase his medicine. He spent most of his time singing on the streets. Despite the passage of time, his progress in mastering the moon reflected in the 2 springs had only advanced by 50. As his level increased, the pace of improvement slowed significantly. To this day, he remained unaware of the benefits brought by reaching level 3. Li Pingyan was not in a hurry, for although he had only one hand, he could still perfectly control the melody with the aid of his inner energy. Moreover, he was honing his grasp of the nuances of this energy, continuously refining his skills. One day, upon returning home, Li Pingyan noticed a stone that had not been there before on the bluestone slab. This was the secret signal he had arranged with Ma Sen-Yang, indicating a new commission had arrived. Unperturbed, he entered his small courtyard. A beam of glimmering golden light pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the yard. Within the courtyard, a few blades of grass and some fragrant little flowers were in full bloom, filling the air with their delightful scent. At the center of the yard stood a date palm. The dates, though resembling large jujubes in appearance, were not jujubes. The sun-dried dates from the desert had a deep brown exterior, and when split open, their flesh shimmered with a sugary glow under the sunlight, sweet and enchanting, somewhat akin to candied preserves. Certain religions hold profound reverence for dates, believing that those growing in the desert are gifts from the divine. Soon, they would be ripe. He planned to keep some for himself, while the rest could be gifted or sold. Li Pingyan picked up a fallen leaf and flicked it, accurately dislodging a date from the tree. After wiping it clean with his hand, he took a satisfying bite, nodding in approval before closing the door and leaving the courtyard. Chapter 29. The Silent Monastic Dates? Ma Sen-Yang popped one into her mouth. "Not bad. Did they grow in your yard?" Li Pingyan sipped his tea. "This is the first batch from my courtyard." Ma Sen-Yang raised an eyebrow. "Well, at least you have a bit of conscience. It's not for naught that I've taken care of you. What is the commission this time? Do you know of the monk Jian?" Ma Sen-Yang did not respond to Li Pingyan's inquiry. Instead, she leisurely lit her pipe and remarked. Li Pingyan shook his head. Ma Sen-Yang continued. "He is a venerable monk from the western regions, possessing profound Buddhist wisdom and reputedly a practitioner of the faith. He traveled across nations, propagating his ideology. His last appearance was deep within the desert, rumored to be at the site of his nirvana. It is said that one could uncover a lifetime's worth of gold and silver treasures, along with unparalleled techniques. There are also tales that the relics he transformed into after death possessed the ability to restore the sight of the blind and regenerate lost limbs. You understand? Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Ma Sanyang smiled. So are you intrigued? Do not say that your sister does not take care of you. This commission has attracted several eager contenders, yet I have deliberately secured it for you. She exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, over the years. Many have sought the place of Jiyuan's enlightenment, but all have failed. Until 5 years ago, a group discovered this mysterious treasure deep within the desert. However, they soon fell into discord, each vying to claim the treasure for themselves, resulting in mutual slaughter. Only one survived, acquiring the treasure, and thereafter vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, we managed to locate him. An eunuch from the palace has entrusted us with the desire to obtain this miraculous relic. Li Pingyan remarked. Are you implying that you wish for me to execute this commission while secretly appropriating the relic? That would be unthinkable. I have painstakingly built the reputation of Lichuan Courtyard, and I have no intention of tarnishing it. Ma Sanyang reclined slightly, her attire already minimal, her figure accentuated. For your sake, I did not accept this commission. Thus, it does not contravene any rules. Get your affairs in order, and then continue to work for me. Li Pingyan remained silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude. Ma Sanyang spoke lightly, yet the underlying complexities were evident. That old eunuch would not relent. After my refusal, I heard he sought out assassins from the Listening Wind Pavilion. You ought to exercise caution, for those from Listening Wind Pavilion are not to be trifled with. The streets bustled as usual, filled with the sounds of commerce, shouts, and the haggling of prices. In the nearby tavern, servers darted about with food and drink. At the brothel, the sounds of games, laughter, and clinking cups resonated. Li Pingyan strolled leisurely with the old ox. As he passed by the market entrance, he sensed a familiar presence. It was his neighbor, Duoha, the elder sister of Alia. Like other women from the western regions, Duoha wore a short-sleeved, buttonless top, fastened at the chest with a tie. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down, adorned with a hairpin. However, at that moment, her handsome face bore an unusual expression of indignation. A group of unruly youths surrounded Duoha's stall, jostling and teasing one another. Get lost. Since her father vanished 5 years ago, Duoha had been making a living in this region with her younger sister. She had encountered similar situations countless times. A girl, who appeared gentle and refined, was now compelled to argue like a shrew in public. Go home and drink your mother's milk. Dohar forcefully slammed the curved blade onto the table. Rather than feeling fear, the group of unruly youths burst into laughter. If we don't drink your wine, will we drink our mother's? Dohar shielded her younger sister behind her, yet the boys persisted, rudely shoving her while emitting raucous laughter. Hey, let the young master have a hug. The leader of the boys suddenly stiffened as a powerful hand gripped his arm, glancing at the muscular arm of his opponent. He compared it to his own, which resembled that of a fledgling chick. The boy paused, raising his gaze only to meet a somewhat terrifying visage. Our lord has expressed a desire not to see you in the 4 towns of Anbei henceforth. The boy swallowed hard and turned his head away. Nearby, a lavishly adorned carriage was parked, accompanied by several guards. Lord Ming of South City, a man who kills without a second thought. The other boys, frightened into silence, hastily departed. Thank you, Dohar said with a hint of timidity. The guard said little, casually selecting a few items from the stall, tossing down coins before departing. Li Pingyan stood at a distance, approaching only after Lord Meng had left. Uncle, Nyonyo, Aliyah exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Nyonyo. Perfect timing. You should return home with Uncle and don't forget to reheat yesterday's meal. It'll spoil if we don't eat it soon. Sister Dohar quickly tidied up the stall. After closing each day, Dohar would spend half an hour near the old house. Over 6 months had passed since their father's departure, and the former residence was taken away. Fearing that their father might return to find no new home, she often wandered near the old house, hoping to encounter him. For 5 years, she had never missed a single day. Uncle, we earned a lot of money today. On the way, Aliyah cradled the money hidden in her bosom, her face alight with excitement. Aliyah can buy many candied hawthorns. Li Pingyan chuckled. Can you finish all those hawthorns by yourself? I must share with sister and uncle and Nyonyo. If father comes back. Aliyah hesitated. No, let us not give father any. Why not? Because father is a bad man. Hasn't he come back to see sister for so long, and sister cries every night. Li Pingyan wanted to say something but held his tongue, instead gently tousling Aliyah's hair. Upon returning home, they discovered several young men in short shirts sitting at the entrance. Back again. The monthly interest is due. These young men belonged to the Firebear gang. In Anbei's 4 towns, gangs like the Firebear were numerous. Larger ones managed entire districts while smaller ones controlled individual streets. A complete system had formed in Anbei. The government and the underworld cooperated, with the latter maintaining order. Of course, this came at a cost, with monthly interest payments and various festive fees being unavoidable. Li Pingyan paid the month's interest and additionally produced some more coins. I appreciate your help, second brother. Please treat the brothers to some tea. Lu'er nodded. No problem. How has the harvest been these days? Thanks to you, second brother. The harvest has been quite good. Lu'er patted Li Pingyan on the shoulder, saying, all right, if someone seeks trouble, just mention second brother's name. He then led his companions away, intending to collect the monthly interest elsewhere. Such matters typically do not encounter significant difficulties. In Anbei's 4 towns, the populace is often more inclined to trust these factions than the authorities, as, more often than not, the gangs prove to be far more reliable than the government. Although driven by self-interest, they also comprehend the essence of sustained prosperity. Chapter 30. The world bustles for profit after settling the monthly interest. Arya's little face immediately lost its smile. It was no wonder she felt discontent. This month's interest had increased by approximately 30%. The Firebear gang had recently engaged in several large-scale skirmishes with the Snake gang, resulting in casualties on both sides. Naturally, funds were required to pacify the bereaved and motivate the subordinates. Li Pingyan shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He could certainly refuse to pay the interest and had no fear of the Firebear gang. However, while the King of Hell is easy to meet, the little ghosts are rather troublesome. Should one refuse to pay the interest today and commit violence, the Firebear gang would undoubtedly seek retribution the next day. These gangs are often backed by powerful figures. Eliminating the Firebear gang would only invite additional complications. Troublesome situations tend to snowball. And rather than engage in an endless cycle of conflict, it is wiser to pay a modest sum monthly for peace. Upon returning home, Li Pingyan took a brief bath, which consisted merely of pouring a bucket of water over himself. Just as he was preparing to kindle a fire for cooking, Arya came knocking at the door. Today marked Arya's birthday, and her sister Duohua had prepared an extravagant feast, inviting Li Pingyan to join the celebration. The 3 of them shared 1 cow, 5 dishes, 3 meat and 2 vegetarian, alongside a fragrant bowl of longevity noodles, personally crafted by Li Pingyan. Don't forget to make a wish on your birthday, Li Pingyan reminded her. I've already prepared it, Arya replied, retrieving a note she had written. Her first wish was for her sister to marry a good man. Duohua's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, such a little one, yet so clever. Arya continued with her second wish, which was for her father to return, and her third wish was for her uncle's eyes to heal swiftly. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Her fourth wish was for an abundance of wealth. And the fifth, as night deepened, Arya, wrapped in a blanket, murmured her dreams. It's getting late. I must take my leave, Li Pingyan announced, rising from his seat. Duohua nodded slightly, thanking him for keeping Arya company for so long. Not at all, he replied. Duohua smiled, saying, Uncle, see you tomorrow. Indeed, see you tomorrow. Li Pingyan responded as he exited the courtyard, but instead of heading home, he walked under the moonlight in another direction. The 4 towns of Anbei remained vibrant under the night sky. A patrol of city guards strolled leisurely with lanterns in hand, scarcely paying attention to their surroundings. Shadows flitted past, hastening towards an opulent estate in the South City. The mansion of Lord Meng in the Southern District was nestled along an ancient street, reportedly existing long before the establishment of Anbei's 4 towns. It bears the complete imprint of time, carrying the weight of years while washing away the mist and rain. The echoes of past cheers and neighing horses resonate vividly. Under the cover of the moonlight, dozens of shadowy figures infiltrated the estate of Lord Meng in the southern city. At the forefront stood a burly man with a dark visage, clad in robust attire. Towering in stature, he bore a long and broad blade upon his back. Esteemed guests from afar, I regret my failure to extend a proper welcome. A deep, aged voice shattered the tranquility. With a swift motion, 4 formidable men unsheathed their swords, crouching low as they surged towards the source of the voice. Yet, they vanished into silence, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea. Moments later, a figure clad entirely in armor materialized before the crowd, revealing only a pair of strikingly contrasting eyes. The dark-faced man let out a cold laugh. What a grand display of craftsmanship! this suit of black gold armor belonging to Lord Ming of the southern city. Perhaps I should address you as Mahmud the stableman. 5 years prior, you had accompanied a band of rogues disguised as merchants deep into the desert, seeking the treasure left behind by the monk Jian. Though they uncovered the treasure, infighting ensued, leading to mutual slaughter. Ultimately, only one emerged with Jian's riches, and in a fleeting moment, all factions of the underworld sought this person's whereabouts. Alas, he seemed to have evaporated from existence for 5 long years. Who could have anticipated that the treasure's final possessor was neither the leader of the group nor the most skilled swordsman, but rather the humble stableman guiding their steeds? Truly, fate plays its tricks. Mahmud lifted his gaze to the heavens, letting out a silent sigh, weary from escape. The dark-faced man slowly drew his blade, acknowledging that it was indeed time for closure. On this night in the southern city, there were no soldiers, no watchmen to uphold order, not even a bell ringer. Only the sounds of flying axes and the clashing of metal echoed through the air. Multiple factions simultaneously launched an assault on Lord Ming's territory. This enigmatic figure, rumored to hold the power of life and death in the southern city, was said to have never revealed his true visage. It was whispered that he had disfigured himself, and those who had seen his face were no longer alive. Within a few short years, Lord Ming had transformed the southern city into one of the most prosperous regions of Anbei. Yet today, the establishments he painstakingly cultivated lay in ruins beneath the feet of many. The once vibrant taverns had been turned into grotesque slaughterhouses. On the imposing red gates of Lord Ming's estate, 2 lanterns hung. Bathed in their glow were dozens of brawny men in formidable attire, each wielding a long knife. The narrow street was completely surrounded, with eyes fixated on the crimson gates. With a creaking sound, the gates were thrust open, revealing Lord Ming, clad in black gold armor, standing before the crowd. More accurately, it was Mahmud. Kill! The thunderous battle cry erupted. Dozens of brawny men brandished their weapons, charging forth like a pack of frenzied tigers. The southern city descended into chaos. The cacophony of fierce combat filled the air, while lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Factions surged from all directions, seemingly intent on razing the southern city to the ground. A group of men burst into a brothel, swinging their cleavers and iron rods. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of screams echoed as individuals engaged in a frenzied assault. The tavern owner, situated across the street, heard the commotion and attempted to secure the entrance. But it was too late. A horde surged inside. In sheer terror, he fell to the ground. Money! Money! Several rushed to the counter while the rest set upon the patrons. 2 ruffians, spotting a beautiful woman, encircled her. What do you intend to do? Stop! Do you know who I am? The woman's husband protested, only to be swiftly felled by a kick. I care not who you are. Let me indulge. They snarled, tearing at her garments. Produce all your valuables. One man, noticing someone leisurely sipping wine in the corner, approached with a blade drawn. Suddenly, the lights extinguished, plunging the tavern into darkness. A few muffled thuds resonated in the shadows. Moments later, tranquility returned. Li Pingyan emerged from the tavern, cradling a jug of wine, murmuring to himself, "This wine is exquisite, albeit rather overpriced." The tavern owner, trembling and clutching his head, remained on the ground, awaiting the return of noise. After a prolonged silence, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld several bodies sprawled haphazardly around him. What transpired? Chapter 31. The lost treasure. Corpses lay strewn about like a ghastly tableau, a grim sight on the otherwise unremarkable street. Some bodies contorted grotesquely. Others bore faces mangled beyond recognition, and several limbs were severed. Hemud trudged forward, burdened by his heavy obsidian armor, each step seemingly taxing his very soul. Yet another wave of individuals charged from the end of the street, only to halt abruptly upon seeing Hemud. Faced with a multitude of skilled adversaries, much of his armor had fallen away, revealing a visage that was horrifying in its nature. It was scarcely a face at all, resembling instead a mere skull. At first glance, it appeared as though skin had been forcefully stripped away, leaving only a pair of eyes and a decayed nose. No trace of human features remained. Even more sinister were the gaping black holes that marred his exposed body, reminiscent of wounds gnawed by insects. Like a demon risen from the depths of hell, he radiated ferocity and madness. Witnesses instinctively held their breath. These were hardened individuals, accustomed to a life of brutality, striving to make their mark in Anbei's 4 towns. Despite their ruthless nature, they struggled to mask their fear. Hemud advanced slowly, each step laden with an oppressive weight, as if he treaded upon the hearts of all present. Kill! End him! The leader finally managed to shout, summoning the last vestiges of his courage. Yet, in an instant, Hemud accelerated, plunging into the throng. Two robust men were struck down like fledgling chicks, unable to rise again. Run! This was the sole thought reverberating in their hearts. It was unclear who turned to flee first. Soon, the second and third followed suit. Hemud continued to advance, seemingly transforming from a malevolent spirit into a decrepit elder. After all this time, why do you not reveal yourself? A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. After a moment, a figure wielding a cane materialized from the darkness ahead. How about a trade? I will escort you out alive, and you shall give me the relic. Li Pingyan replied calmly. Hemud grinned, a smile more grotesque than tears. Exceedingly terrifying. I recognize you. You live next to my daughter. Li Pingyan did not deny it. You have long known of my existence. It was intentional to approach my daughter, was it not? Hemud's voice turned sharp. It was merely a coincidence. Li Pingyan recalled how old Nyo insisted he choose that particular courtyard, thus becoming neighbors with Duoha and Aliyah. Hemud emitted a chilling laugh, jarring to the ears, and then began to weep, his cries growing louder until he was inconsolable. Li Pingyan watched him in silence, as several men clad in black surged towards him from behind, only to collapse before him, their vision darkening. How I wish to return to the past. I should never have taken them deep into the desert for their reward. I should never have coveted that treasure. This is all retribution. Hemud spoke somberly, indifferent to whether Li Pingyan was listening. He had suppressed his feelings for too long. Before his death, it seemed he needed to recount his life. Why not take your daughter and leave this place? Li Pingyan gently inquired. I cannot leave. I cannot escape this place. It is not a treasure, but a curse. Because of it, I have become a creature neither human nor ghost. Because of it, I have no home to return to. I can only hide beneath thick garments, waiting for my life to end. My fate should not be this way. It should not be this way. Do you know how lovely my two daughters are? I should be by their side, watching them grow. Then they would marry and bear children. I would sip wine, listen to melodies, and witness my grandchildren. As he spoke, he broke into tears once more. What do you weep for? For this tragic fate? For the choices I made? Though myriad paths exist in this world, there is no way back. I concealed the treasure within the city god statue in the Eastern Market. Go find it yourself. The devil's malevolent techniques have been burned away by me. I have but one request. Take good care of my daughters. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the darkness. Thank you. Today is my youngest daughter's birthday, yet I shall never again behold such beautiful moonlight. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps like raindrops echoed again in the darkness. Countless men dressed in blue shirts were hastening towards them. Hemud let out a piercing scream and then began to sing loudly, filled with desolation, akin to the mourning souls. It evokes an unbearable anguish. Li Pingyan stepped gracefully beneath the moonlight, departing slowly. Behind him, the eerie sound of shattered bones melded with the tearing of weapons through air and flesh, intertwining with a haunting melody, forming an unforgettable concerto that lingers in one's memory. On the following day, at dawn, the city god temple in the East Market stood in ruin, its ancient doors creaking open and closed. Peering inside, a dense darkness loomed, instilling a sense of dread. Li Pingyan appeared at the temple's entrance, leading an old ox and leaning on a cane as he entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with the musty scent typical of ancient houses, evoking a suffocating and oppressive sensation. Upon reaching the statue of the city god, he whispered an apology. Without hesitation, he pointed to shatter the statue. In an instant, a cascade of gold, silver, and jewels poured forth. Li Pingyan's hand brushed against a luminous pearl, marveling at it, its value likely sufficient to purchase 10 estates. He continued to explore, disregarding the treasures, until his fingers landed on a brocade box. Opening it revealed an oval-shaped golden elixir. Li Pingyan held the elixir close to his eye, striving to discern its intricate details. This must be the so-called relic, he pondered. What should he do now? Should he consume it directly? In Lichuan Courtyard, it is said that consuming it could lead to immortality and restore vitality. Though the specifics eluded him, Ma Sanyang shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Didn't you find any instructions, or the like? Li Pingyan replied with a shake of his head. Hemud had been the sole discoverer of the treasure, likely receiving only fragments of wisdom left by the austere monk. Li Pingyan, however, had acquired this treasure secondhand, possessing only the object without knowledge of its application. What a pity, Ma Sanyang lamented. After all the trouble of finding it, you don't even know how to use it. Chapter 32. An ordinary life. Ma Sanyang, with her legs crossed, offered, if you're concerned, I could inquire further. Such matters warrant caution. Thank you. Li Pingyan was about to leave when Ma Sanyang called out, Hey, are you sure you don't want those treasures you brought back? Unjust wealth is not to be taken. Keep it as compensation for not accepting the commission, and don't forget to give some money to those sisters. Ma Sanyang scoffed. You're quite clever, aren't you? It's clear you fear attracting trouble. Li Pingyan smiled, choosing not to argue further. In truth, those treasures held little value for him. On the market, they could almost be deemed artifacts. Converting them into currency would be nearly impossible, even in the 4 towns of Anbei. The entire Great Sway might not possess many capable of such a feat. Describing them as useless is no exaggeration, tasteless to consume and regrettable to discard. Moreover, should these treasures circulate in the market, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of both the righteous and the wicked. In such a case, he would become a target, hunted by the entire martial world. Alas, those treasures will likely accompany me to the grave. Suddenly, Ma Sanyang shifted her tone. Yet every night I find solace in embracing them as I sleep. Be cautious. Do not let the ill intention discover them, Li Pingyan advised. Rest assured, I have traversed the martial world for many years and understand well the principle of keeping wealth concealed. Upon leaving Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan encountered several listeners along the way, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As twilight descended, some vendors began to pack up their wares. Unconsciously, he arrived at the city gate. Duoha perched atop a stone lion, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed towards the outside of the gate. Spotting Li Pingyan, she called out cheerfully, Uncle, what brings you here? Just wandering around. Are you still waiting for your father? Duoha nodded affirmatively. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan posed, Have you ever considered that your father may never return? Impossible. Duoha replied resolutely. He promised he would come back, and we made a pact. He also said that when he returns, we'll have money, and our family can live in a grand house. Then Alia can go to school. Uncle, do you know about private schools? There's an elderly gentleman with a white beard there. Alia will make many friends and learn so much. Then we can buy her a lovely pair of shoes. And father can remarry. He must feel lonely alone. Duoha chattered on, sharing her beautiful aspirations with Li Pingyan. He listened patiently, even as annoyance stirred within him. And then we can find a particularly skilled doctor for you. Uncle, surely he will cure your eyes. The young girl, kind-hearted, thought of her father, her sister, and even Li Pingyan and the old ox, yet she mentioned not herself. Li Pingyan smiled gently. I believe all of these dreams will indeed come to fruition. Duoha gazed at the fiery sunset and nodded earnestly. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was November. Overall, it was a rather ordinary month, with all matters settling into a tranquil rhythm. After reaching level 3 in Erquin Ingwe, progress slowed considerably, and it seemed there would be no breakthroughs for quite some time. In terms of advancement, Li Pingyan made some improvements, though none were particularly significant in terms of progress. Name, Li Pingyan. Age, 26. Erquin Ingwe 3, 5, 210. 000. Lifespan, 130. Tianfeng sword technique. 90. Blade drawing technique. 60. Turtle breathing skill. 92. Swallow cloud leaping. 30 skills. Breath lock. 60. Among the breakthroughs, the most notable were swallow cloud leaping and breath lock. The former belonged to the category of lightness skills. Li Pingyan's agility increased, making his movements smoother. Should he encounter a situation akin to that in Luoshui City again, he would not dare to make promises, but at the very least, escaping would pose no difficulty. The breath lock has transcended the threshold of 50, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Even without direct confrontation, one can discern the ebb and flow of another's vital energy through their gaze, demeanor, and the intangible essence they emanate, thus assessing their strength, the solidity or illusion of their power, and their intended target. However, the medicinal herbs required for dispersing the life pulse have run out. Due to regional circumstances, the cost of procuring these herbs in the 4 towns of Anbei is several times higher than usual. Despite the generous rewards from commissions, it remains a considerable burden for Li Pingyan. If it is available, he will acquire it. If not, he will not force the issue. His life has been tranquil, yet the outside world is anything but peaceful. With the disappearance of the Meng family's influence in the southern city, it has been divided among various gangs, leading to continuous friction in the pursuit of greater profit. The Fire Bear Gang and the Venomous Snake Gang, which govern the street where Li Pingyan resides, have begun a fierce rivalry. Lu Er has been visiting increasingly often, either demanding money or more money. The frequency of these requests has grown, and so has his appetite. Each time, the amounts fluctuate between 1 and 2 coins, causing Li Pingyan considerable distress. Reluctantly, he has reduced his outings for drinks. Why do you need more money? Didn't we just settle this yesterday? An elderly woman on the street could not help but grumble. Yet, upon seeing Lu Er's fierce expression, she promptly silenced herself. Though Lu Er is a man of the underworld, he is not devoid of kindness. With a sense of helplessness, he explained, "Old lady, we are currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Venomous Snake Gang. The cost for maintaining the family, medical expenses, these all require funds. But fear not. Once we vanquish the Venomous Snake Gang, life will improve for everyone." Li Pingyan silently hoped for a more peaceful world. While some rejoice, others lament. Alia has begun her studies at a private school and returns home daily, cheerfully carrying firewood. Li Pingyan entrusted Ma Sanyang with a sum of money for the two sisters. A fortune for them. Ma Sanyang arranged for a man disguised as a friend of their father to deliver the money, fabricating a beautiful story. Their father is working far away and cannot return immediately, but he has earned a substantial amount, which he has sent through a friend for his daughters. Thanks to this money, Alia has attended the private school, and Duohua has significantly expanded her street stall. Li Pingyan cherishes this serene life. As the year draws to a close, an incident of moderate significance occurred. The Fire Bear Gang was absorbed by the Venomous Snake Gang. It is said that the higher-ups issued orders due to the Fire Bear Gang leaders' indiscretions, resulting in their elimination. The new gang took control of the street where Li Pingyan resides. Their first act was to quell the public's anxiety. The leader of the Venomous Snake Gang, accompanied by some consolation gifts, went door to door to win over the hearts of the people. Chapter 33. Covert Compliance. The leader of the Venomous Snake Gang is a man in his 30s, tall and lean, with a scar running across his left eye, presenting a rather intimidating visage. Leading him is Lu Er, a former member of the Fire Bear Gang, who has now transformed into a member of the Venomous Snake Gang. Lu Er introduces his new boss to each household. "Boss, this homeowner is blind and has lost an arm. Quite unfortunate. Every day, he sang beneath the overpass. His melodies quite delightful. At times, he was summoned for various celebrations, and he possessed an admirable knack for endearing himself to others." The gang leader, Li Zhongchang, nodded slightly. A large crowd had long since gathered on the street, not merely to witness the spectacle, but rather to observe how the leader of the Poison Snake Gang endeavored to connect with the people and win their favor. Surrounding them were members of the Poison Snake Gang, their menacing gazes fixed upon the crowd. Lu Er knocked on the door, and it opened shortly thereafter. "Blind man, this is our leader, come to bring you some fruit," Lu Er announced. Li Pingyan smiled, responding modestly, "I truly cannot accept such generosity." Li Zhongchang feigned a warm smile, placing a hand on Li Pingyan's shoulder. "From now on, we are all comrades. There is no need for such formalities. Here, take these fruits." Li Pingyan offered a small item wrapped in red cloth, saying, "I appreciate the leader's kindness. This is but a token of my gratitude. It is not much, and I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all," Li Zhongchang replied, nodding in satisfaction, recognizing the man's understanding. Lu Er took the red cloth from him. Li Zhongchang then inquired, "What happened to your eyes?" "A few years ago, I fell ill and lost my sight," Li Pingyan explained. Li Zhongchang directed his subordinate, "Find a good doctor to examine him. I will cover the medical expenses." "Understood." Naturally, Li Pingyan was skeptical of Li Zhongchang's words. A man's words can be deceitful, he thought, aware that the leader's claims were likely mere rhetoric. Yet, knowing this, he felt compelled to express his gratitude as if they were sincere. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zhongchang proceeded to the next household. Alia, frightened, hid behind her sister, Duohua. Li Zhongchang's gaze shifted, appraising the young and beautiful Duohua. She had blossomed into a striking young woman, her long braid accentuating her beauty and spirited demeanor. It was not surprising that some would take an interest in her. Li Zhongchang chuckled, revealing his gold tooth. "The young lady is quite lovely. Is she married?" "Not yet," she replied. "And your parents?" "My mother passed away long ago, and my father has gone elsewhere to earn a living." Li Zhongchang nodded, his face creased with a smile. The following day, Lu Er arrived at Duoha's home bearing gifts. "These are a token of the leader's goodwill." Duoha bit her lip and insisted, "Send them back. I do not want them." Lu Er cast her a knowing look and pulled her aside, whispering, "Miss, you cannot refuse this. Do you understand who we are dealing with? Do you wish to jeopardize your life?" Duoha was acutely aware of the implications, her face paling. Lu Er urged her, "There is nothing wrong with this. Consider how much you and your sister have suffered. Soon, no one will dare to bully you again, and you will have the freedom to do as you please. The leader has reserved a table at Mingwei restaurant for dinner tomorrow. Do not be ungrateful. Even if you disregard your own interests, think of your sister." At the mention of Alia, Duoha's expression changed. After a prolonged silence, she nodded, "I understand." Lu Er let out a helpless sigh. In truth, he had a fondness for Duoha. He often took care of the two sisters, yet there was little he could do. Affection aside, Lu Er was not foolish enough to risk his life for the sake of mere affection. Li Pingyan's small courtyard contained 2 plots of land, one of which he cultivated with rice seeds while the other was sown with potatoes. Given the climate of the 4 towns in Anbei, growing rice posed quite a challenge. Thus, each day, Li Pingyan had to channel some of his vital energy to ensure the rice seeds were shielded from the adverse weather. The old ox's duty was to till the land. Li Pingyan wandered the streets, hoping to purchase a fish. He envisioned cooking knife fish with pork belly, paired with some fine liquor. However, being situated in the northwestern frontier, everything aquatic was exorbitantly priced. It had been quite some time since Li Pingyan had savored fish. This time, he was resolute in his decision to buy one. After meandering through the market, he waited for the fishmongers to pack up, as live fish would be sold at half the price once they became dead. Just then, he encountered Alia, who was returning from school, her back burdened with a bundle of firewood taller than herself. Her head hung low, her face etched with discontent. "Uncle." She managed to muster a smile upon seeing Li Pingyan, and then she rummaged through her pocket to present him with a piece of candy. "What's wrong? Did the teacher scold you?" Alia shook her head. "Were you bullied by your classmates?" This time, Alia nodded. They had called her an orphaned wild child. "And how did you respond?" Alia blinked, revealing that she had ignored them. "Next time someone bothers you, just give them a good thrashing, all right?" Yet Alia replied, "But I don't know how to fight. Uncle will teach you when you return home." Alia's face brightened with joy. "Then I will cook something delicious for you today. My sister isn't here, so I will take charge in the kitchen." "Where has your sister gone?" Li Pingyan casually inquired. "She said someone invited her to dinner." Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow and probed further. Alia only mentioned that she wasn't quite sure. Lu Er had come the previous day bearing many gifts for her sister and had mentioned that someone sought her company for dinner. Li Pingyan understood the situation and, after escorting Alia home, proceeded to the gambling den where Lu Er frequently visited, soon locating him. "Ah, what brings you here?" Lu Er glanced at Li Pingyan with surprise. "Bet settled, hands off," someone shouted from across the room. Lu Er quickly turned back, joining the crowd in a chorus of big, big, big. Once the din subsided, Li Pingyan spoke. "Brother Er, may I inquire about something? Did Master Li of the Poison Snake Gang invite Duoha to dinner today?" Lu Er's expression shifted, his tone turning somewhat unfriendly. "Why are you asking about that?" "Just curious," Li Pingyan replied. "What are your intentions?" "I advise you not to meddle," Li Pingyan calmly responded. "You misunderstand me, Brother Er. What could I possibly do in my current state? I simply wish to inquire. If Duoha truly accompanies Master Li, perhaps we might still have a chance to curry favor with her." Lu Er chuckled, initially thinking that Li Pingyan had a good rapport with the sisters. This time, however, he was determined to prevent Duoha from falling into the clutches of danger. "It seems I was overthinking. You certainly have a knack for handling situations. Today, Chief Li has invited Duoha to dine at Mingwei restaurant. Do you think she can emerge unscathed?" Lu Er suddenly slapped his thigh, reminding me that I must go pick someone up, so I shall not chat with you any longer. With that, Lu Er hurried off. Chapter 34. Guessing the bustling streets were alive with the sound of traffic. Observing the throngs of pedestrians and merchants, all wandering about, each striving to carve out their niche in this city. Duohua sat in the carriage, gazing at the sky outside, her heart heavy with worry. Lu Er, driving the carriage, attempted to lighten the mood with jokes, though his efforts fell flat. Mingwei restaurant. Unlike its usual vibrancy, today the establishment felt eerily desolate. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance. "We have arrived," Lu Er said, offering his hand to assist Duohua. However, she leaped down with agility. The two made their way inside, heading straight to the top floor, where a table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, most of which Duohua could not name. "Chief, Miss Duohua has arrived," a voice announced. Li Zhongchang nodded with satisfaction. "Go and receive your reward." "All right then." Lu Er stepped outside, leaning against the wall, sighing and shaking his head. Today, Duo Hua looked stunning. Too bad she would soon be referred to as sister-in-law. Do you like it here? Li Zhongchang inquired. It's quite beautiful. She replied. Li Zhongchang smiled. I initially did not favor this place, but now I have come to appreciate it. Why is that? Because of you. Lu Er discreetly mimicked a gagging motion, internally ridiculing. How nauseating. His gaze casually scanned the crowd below until it settled on a familiar figure. The blind man? What is he doing here? Lu Er's heart raced with an ominous premonition. Surely, wouldn't he engage in any foolishness? Recalling how Li Ping and sought him out earlier inquiring about Duo Hua, a sense of foreboding intensified. This is bad. I must intervene before this fool does something reckless. Lu Er cautiously descended the stairs and rushed outside, seizing Li Ping by the arm, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Li Ping paused, bewildered. Huh? What's wrong? Don't feign ignorance. Don't seek death. Do you know who that is? A blind man like you, without an arm. What do you think you can protect? He is about to soar to great heights. Don't get carried away. Li Ping listened in silence until Lu Er grew weary of his own tirade. Second brother, you misunderstand. I'm not here to stir up trouble. I'm here to pick someone up. Pick someone up? Who? Lu Er's face was a mask of confusion. Duo Hua. Bah. Lu Er spat. Blind fool. I always thought you were clever. Who knew you were as foolish as a pig? This isn't how you win someone over. Duo Hua won't be going home tonight. Li Ping chuckled softly, not bothering to argue. I have a feeling that Duo Hua will return home tonight. Lu Er scoffed, shaking his head. I truly do not know what to say to you. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Do you really think Chief Li would allow her to go home? Li Ping replied calmly, Perhaps. Lu Er, infuriated, could barely articulate his thoughts. If she can return home with you tonight, I swear I'll devour the horse cart. Second brother, please remain composed. Just as they were conversing, a swift steed approached. A young man clad in a green robe dismounted. Who goes there? The minions of the poisonous snake gang blocked his path. I request you to inform your superior. The esteemed Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard has sent me. Upon hearing the name of Ma Sanyang, the lackeys dared not delay and hurried to comply. Soon, they returned. You may enter. Lu Er furrowed his brow, puzzled. Ma Sanyang from Lichuan Courtyard? Why has she sent someone? The young man ascended to the top floor and, with a slight bow, addressed Li Bangzhu. Li Zhongchang smiled. What does Sanyang wish to convey? Compared to Lichuan Courtyard, the Firebear Gang and the Poisonous Snake Gang were mere trifles. Throughout the 4 towns of Anbei, the reputation of Lichuan Courtyard resonated powerfully. Li Zhongchang, of course, did not dare to act presumptuously. The young man declared. Sanyang extends her gratitude to Li Bangzhu for treating her sister to a meal. She promises to return the favor in due time. My message has been delivered. I take my leave. With that, he strode away. Li Zhongchang stood frozen, as if paralyzed. It felt as though a heavy weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Cold sweat soaked his back. Sister? Li Zhongchang slowly turned his gaze toward Duo Hua. Her delicate visage now felt like a dagger thrust into his heart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Fortunately, the blow was not struck too swiftly. Otherwise, he would surely be buried in a nameless grave by now. Blind man, I know you care for Duo Hua, but you must also assess the situation. Lu Er earnestly urged Li Ping. Do not be misled by Li Bangzhu's seemingly affable demeanor. Each figure in this world is ruthless, and taking your life is as easy as slaying a wild dog. Li Ping listened in silence. Moments later, Duo Hua emerged from Minghua Studio. Uncle, what brings you here? She exclaimed with surprise. Finally seeing a familiar face allowed her tense heart to relax somewhat. I came to escort you home. Uncle, how did you know I would be out at this hour? Li Ping smiled lightly. I guessed. As Lu Er watched Li Ping and Duo Hua disappear into the distance, he stood there, dumbfounded. Has the Bangzhu turned vegetarian? Lu Er awkwardly touched his mouth, realizing the blind man's words were eerily accurate. Looking up, he saw Li Zhongchang descending the stairs in a fit of rage. Lu Er hurriedly approached. But before he could speak, he received a resounding slap to the face. Li Zhongchang, robust and powerful, struck Lu Er with such force that he was left dazed, struggling to regain his composure. You fool. That girl is connected to Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard. Why did you not inform me sooner? Lu Er clutched his cheek, sitting on the ground, bewildered as he gazed at Li Zhongchang. What Lichuan Courtyard? What Sanyang? I was unaware, Bangzhu. Li Zhongchang took a moment to compose himself, aware that Lu Er wouldn't dare deceive him. It was highly probable that Ma Sanyang had deliberately concealed this connection. What an unfortunate turn of events. Li Zhongchang uttered a harsh rebuke. The world of martial arts is not solely about violence. It is also about the intricacies of human relationships. Whenever possible, one should refrain from resorting to physical confrontation. Though Li Pingyan occasionally found himself compelled to use force, he preferred to resolve conflicts through nonviolent means. Once violence is initiated, the outcome is often a relentless cycle of vengeance. Rather than fostering enmity, it is wiser to seek more expedient solutions to dissolve disputes. Following this incident, Li Zhongchang indeed refrained from further entanglements with Duoha. He no longer dared to collect the monthly interest. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, albeit a tranquility that was destined to be short-lived. Chapter 35. A new commission 2 months later, in the vast desert, an expanse of boundless yellow sand stretched endlessly. The sand swirled like a tornado, rising ever higher, reminiscent of a stampede of 1,000 galloping horses, waves crashing upon the shore. Goodness, everyone else is racing horses, and you're riding a bull. The voice, carried by the wind and sand, rang in his ears. Li Pingyan, seemingly indifferent, gripped the bull's horns tightly. The old bull galloped wildly, charging ahead with the ferocity of a frenzied beast. Behind Li Pingyan was a woman, possessing a devilishly alluring figure, her light golden hair radiating brilliance. Draped in a shawl embroidered with flowers, she showcased her exquisite physique. Clad in dark leather boots and adorned with a blue scarf around her head, her face, though coated in dust, could not conceal her stunning beauty. Remarkably swift. This is the fastest bull I have ever seen, the woman exclaimed loudly. After half an hour, the old bull ceased its frenzied charge, moving slowly across the desert. Calmness returned to the sandy expanse as the setting sun resembled a fiery orb, gradually fading into the twilight. The woman exhaled deeply, patting her ample bosom. Thank goodness. By the way, where did you acquire this bull? It can run so swiftly in the desert, she inquired curiously. The old bull let out a disgruntled moo. I suggest you release me. Whatever that scoundrel has offered, I will pay 3 times the amount. The woman's chatter was incessant. Her name was Pei Zhuxian, and she was the subject of Li Pingyan's current mission. 3 months prior, Pei Zhuxian had married into a family of merchants from the Hu nationality. On what should have been a blissful wedding night, she instead killed her husband and set their house ablaze, subsequently vanishing from the 4 towns of Anbei. The family sought assistance from Lichuan courtyard, and Ma Sanyang entrusted this task to Li Pingyan. As long as you set me free, I will do anything you wish. My life will belong to you from this moment forth. With her hands bound, Pei Zhuxian pressed closely against Li Pingyan from behind. Li Pingyan remained unperturbed, a thin veil of energy forming behind him to shield against her advances. Have you ever even been with a woman? You cannot possibly comprehend my capabilities, she taunted. Li Pingyan remained indifferent and continued on for another half an hour. At last, a tavern appeared ahead. The establishment's 2 doors, one closed and the other also shut tight, awaited his arrival. Waiter, bring me some food and a jug of wine, he called out, taking a seat in a corner. He grasped the rope with one hand, while leading Pei Zhuxian behind him. Perhaps it is due to the particularly fierce wind and sand today that the inn is unusually crowded. Several attendants scurry about, serving tea and dishes. The moment Li Pingyan and his companion appear, they instantly capture the attention of all present. A woman like Pei Zhuxian is undeniably striking, and her manner of walking is particularly captivating. Her waist sways gracefully, complemented by her enchanting movements, revealing an alluring sight beneath her skirt. Pei Zhuxian's lips curl into a subtle smile as she discreetly surveys her surroundings. Even while seated, she remains restless, pouting her lips in feigned distress, her eyes glistening as if holding back tears. She seems to be waiting for someone to rescue her from the perceived torment inflicted by Li Pingyan. As time passes, someone finally steps forward. It is a group of 4 robust men seated near the entrance, all clad in short shirts with knives hanging from their belts. They stride confidently towards Li Pingyan. The leader, bearing 2 scars on his face, wears a knowing smirk. Pei Zhuxian flashes a cunning smile, realizing her scheme has succeeded. The man slightly bows his hand and introduces himself as Wu Sheng, stating that these 3 are his brothers, and inquires about the identity of Li Pingyan. Merely a passerby, Li Pingyan responds, "What instructions do you have, Wu brother?" "I dare not presume to give orders," Wu Sheng replies, "but seeing such a beautiful lady, why is she bound with ropes?" Wu Sheng sizes up Pei Zhuxian, his throat tightening. "I am the captor, and this lady is the criminal I intend to escort back. Brother, do not heed his nonsense. He is nothing but a scoundrel who murdered my husband and attempted to assault me. Pei Zhuxuan's acting is remarkable. Her pitiful expression complemented by glistening tears. Any man who gazes upon her would feel an overwhelming urge to protect her. Wu Sheng's gaze sharpens, and the atmosphere around them seems to thicken as curious eyes observe discreetly. Li Pingyan chuckles lightly. This thief is quite cunning. Wu brother, do not fall for her trickery. Whether it is true or false, I shall discern for myself. Now release the lady. The other men surround Li Pingyan, their powerful physiques resembling a wall. In contrast, Li Pingyan appears as an ordinary man, unremarkable. Wu Sheng's hand rests on the hilt of his knife, preparing to draw. However, as his hand touches the blade, a sudden numbness overtakes it. Wu Sheng gasps in shock. Li Pingyan's bamboo staff strikes his hand back. Brother, do not act rashly. Seeking death, Wu Sheng seethes, drawing his knife with his other hand. With a swift motion, he aims a strike. Li Pingyan lightly flicks his finger against the blade, producing a gentle ringing sound. The internal energy reverberates, causing the blade to shatter like glass. Wu Sheng is jolted back several steps by the overwhelming force, his heart racing. Kill him. His companions roar, eager to charge forward. Stop. Wu Sheng halts them just in time, panting heavily. He then bows his hand tremulously. I was blind to not recognize your strength. I beg your pardon. The display of power you just exhibited far surpasses my own. With a simple gesture, he shatters the knife. It is estimated that one's life can be claimed within mere moments of breath. Li Pingyan took a sip of wine, casually remarking. Seeing that Li Pingyan did not pursue the matter further, Wu Sheng hastily led his few companions to flee the inn, not daring to linger for even a moment. The remaining patrons of the inn, witnessing Li Pingyan's display of skill, were taken aback. No one dared to entertain any ill thoughts, let alone cast a lingering glance at Pei Zhuxian. What a bunch of useless fools, Pei Zhuxian scoffed, reclining with her legs crossed, shaking her head disdainfully. The day had grown late, forcing them to stay overnight at the inn. I ask you, do you truly not wish to experience my prowess in bed? Pei Zhuxian lay upon the bed, casting a sidelong glance at Li Pingyan, who was leaning against the wall. Are you planning to stand there all night? Yes. I generally do not sleep when outside, Li Pingyan replied. Pei Zhuxian sighed. What a pity, your eyes have failed you. My beauty trap has proven ineffective. It seems fate has turned against me. Li Pingyan showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Pei Zhuxian, bored, twirled her hair, contemplating the dire consequences of being captured again. Those people were truly deranged. She mused that it might be better to end her own life. In that case, I shall consider breaking your limbs, Li Pingyan suddenly spoke. Pei Zhuxian chuckled and suddenly declared, Do you know why I killed my husband? Chapter 36. A night at the inn. Li Pingyan fell silent once more. Pei Zhuxian continued, speaking to herself, that family was my enemy. 13 years ago, my father served as an official in the court and discovered that their son was embezzling and taking lives indiscriminately. They came to my father, hoping he would turn a blind eye. But my father, a stubborn and self-righteous scholar, insisted on acting justly. Such principles cannot survive in this world. What should have been a death sentence was manipulated by their family into mere exile. In less than 2 years, it was as if nothing had happened. Conversely, my father was framed by them, leading to our family's ruin, and my mother and I were exiled as well. Eventually, my mother died, and I sought ways to escape that place. Do you know, I originally had the chance to kill their entire family. However, I devised a far crueler plan. Dying so easily would merely be too lenient for them. I killed their only son, ensuring they would live in perpetual torment. She paused at this point. Hey, are you even listening? Li Pingyan remained silent, whether asleep or merely pretending not to hear was uncertain. Pei Zhuxian huffed, gazing at the ceiling, and continued, in truth, dying like this is not so bad. With my vengeance fulfilled, I find myself at a loss for what to do next. Hatred once fueled me with boundless strength. I had endured all hardships in anticipation of avenging my parents. Yet, now that the vengeance is exacted, an indescribable feeling of emptiness pervades me. Sigh, regardless, after death, I will at least have an explanation for my parents. Outside the window, the moon cast a warm glow upon the night sky. A bird perched upon the poplar, emitting a mournful cry. Hey, I've spoken for so long. Do you not have any response? Pei Zhuxian expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, at this moment, should you not feel sympathy for me and indignantly set me free? Li Pingyan remained silent, appearing to be genuinely asleep. TCH, so dull. Pei Zhuxian muttered as he wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. The violent sound of wind and sand erupted, relentlessly battering the walls. Li Pingyan opened his eyes, discerning even more subtle sounds amidst the tumult. The innkeeper, these individuals are nothing but destitute souls. Collectively, they possess little wealth, remarked a young attendant within the establishment. Damn it, after finally landing a lucrative deal, they turn out to be poorer than one another. Innkeeper, I suspect that blind fellow has something in his pocket, though he may be a bit difficult to deal with. The attendants recalled the scene earlier when Li Pingyan had shattered a knife with but a finger, and unease washed over them. Difficult to deal with? With a packet of hallucinogenic powder, I could have him call me master. The innkeeper scoffed. Little did they know that Li Pingyan had overheard their entire plot without missing a word. The footsteps grew ever closer, clearer in sound, separated only by a door, followed by a faint hissing noise. A slender tube punctured a small hole in the paper of the door, releasing a wisp of smoke. Li Pingyan extended a finger, dipped it in the water droplets from a bowl, and, channeling his true energy to solidify it, gently flicked it. The droplet traced a straight arc, penetrating the tube. Thud! A muted thump echoed in the darkness, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Get lost. Li Pingyan's voice was low, yet it reverberated with a sense of authority that startled those outside. Hearing the footsteps hastily recede, Li Pingyan resumed his meditative state. The following day, after having breakfast with Pei Zhuxian, Li Pingyan prepared to depart. Innkeeper, the bill, please. The innkeeper, trembling, managed a nervous smile, avoiding Li Pingyan's gaze. Upon hearing the request for the bill, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily declared, "Our fleeting encounter is a blessing. How could I possibly charge a guest?" Li Pingyan offered a faint smile. The innkeeper then presented a jar of exquisite wine, aged for over a decade, imploring, "Please accept this as a token of my esteem." At the mention of wine, Li Pingyan's expression shifted slightly. "Then I shan't be polite." A young man standing behind Li Pingyan looked at his departing figure in confusion. Is this inn truly so accommodating? Not only waiving the room fee, but also offering fine wine. After Li Pingyan's departure, the young man approached with a smile. The innkeeper immediately changed his demeanor, stating, "The room fee is 100 coins, the meal 20 coins, and you broke a cup yesterday, which costs 2 coins. Damn!" The young man exclaimed. "Why should I pay for the room? Do you expect to dine without payment?" The innkeeper glared. Resigned, the young man fished out his purse and paid the sum. "Now, about that wine," he added. "What wine?" "The exquisite aged wine, of course." The innkeeper's eyelids twitched. "Are you here to cause trouble?" The young man, sensing the shift in the atmosphere and the knife handle in one attendant's grip, took a deep breath and turned to flee. Farewell. Upon departing from the inn, Li Pingyan had not ventured far. The young man gazed at the receding figure of Li Pingyan, his curiosity intensifying. Riding a cow? What an absurdity. The young man's surname was Su, with a singular given name, Yun. Having just turned 18, he was enamored with the world depicted in martial arts novels, captivated by the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie in the martial realm. Consequently, he left a letter behind and mounted a swift steed, setting forth from home, determined to roam the world alone, envisioning the reckless encounters and passionate adventures akin to those in his beloved tales, yearning to traverse wherever his heart desired. Suddenly intrigued by the blind man, Su Yun spurred his horse to follow. Beneath him was a magnificent ebony stallion, devoid of any blemish, exuding an aura of majesty. It was evident at a glance that this was a rare steed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles with ease. Initially, Su Yun contemplated reducing his pace, but soon realized he could no longer catch sight of Li Pingyan. The ground bore clear footprints, yet no matter how he hastened, he could not close the distance. With a vigorous galloping, Su Yun rode the ebony stallion, unaware of how long he had run. Just as despair began to creep in, he finally discerned a figure ahead. Li Pingyan leaned against a mound of sand, holding a fine vintage recently gifted by the innkeeper. Su Yun wiped the sweat from his brow. After such a prolonged sprint, even his stallion appeared fatigued. And there was Li Pingyan, atop a cow, indulging in wine. Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment at the absurdity of the scene. Pei Zhuxian lamented the unfortunate sun that had darkened her delicate skin. Once Su Yun had regained his breath, he approached and inquired, "Might I trouble you for a cup of wine?" "Please, help yourself," Li Pingyan replied. As a practitioner of martial arts, it did not take long for Su Yun to recover. The vintage, aged for over a decade, was indeed exquisite. He tilted his head back, gulping it down with ease, as though it were mere water, finishing half a wine pouch in a single draught. Just as he was about to speak, A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Chapter 37. The Turkic Men Whiz. Su Yun instinctively bent down, his wine pouch knocked from his grasp. Li Pingyan raised a hand, effortlessly catching the arrow that had been shot. He removed the wine pouch from the arrow and reattached it to his waist. The arrow was a crudely made wooden projectile, suggestive of the marauding bandits that roamed the desert. Su Yun found himself in a rather undignified position, sprawled on the ground, his backside in the air, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, a dozen swift horses were racing toward them. Bandits! Su Yun felt a jolt of alarm. Soon, a group surrounded them completely. Each individual bore a bow and arrow, except for one who wielded a steel blade. Su Yun tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his expression tense as if facing a formidable enemy. "Where do you fellows hail from?" questioned the leader, a burly man with a bushy beard, whose demeanor belied his banditry, exuding an air of righteousness, as if he were from the military. "Brother, we are in need of some funds," one of the younger men remarked, his gaze fixated on the alluring Pei Zhuxian. However, a mere glance from the bearded leader was sufficient to silence him, rendering him too intimidated to look again. Su Yun felt the coins in his pocket, hesitating on whether to part with them or confront the adversaries. In accordance with the tropes of martial arts novels, he should not be intimidated by them. Yet, the reality was that the opposing group was numerous and formidable, far beyond a simple skirmish. Glancing discreetly at Li Pingyan behind him, he awaited a response. Noticing Li Pingyan's indifference, seemingly dismissing the bandits entirely, Su Yun felt a surge of confidence. From his extensive experience with over 500 novels, he discerned that this blind man was undoubtedly a concealed master. The previous day's display of a shattered blade with a mere snap of his fingers, coupled with the inexplicable attentiveness of the innkeeper today, only solidified this notion. "Humph, what are mere thieves to me, Su Yun?" he proclaimed loudly, determined to showcase his courage to the blind man. With a spirit resolute against insurmountable odds, he declared, "Though faced with a multitude, I shall not waver." The bandit with a scruffy beard turned his gaze toward Li Pingyan, inquiring, "And what of you?" Li Pingyan replied, "No, I shall pay." He produced a modest sum, explaining that he had not brought much and asked the noble heroes not to take offense, suggesting it was merely a gesture to treat his brothers to some tea. His words, impeccably crafted, softened the expressions of the bandits slightly. A slight bow, and Li Pingyan stated his farewell. Su Yun, standing beside him, was rendered speechless. At that moment, it felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. According to his expectations, the two should unite against the bandits. And then this extraordinary master would recognize his virtues and take him as a disciple. With a wave of his hand, the bearded brigand signaled for a path to open. Li Pingyan effortlessly traversed through the encirclement. Stunned, Su Yun remained rooted in place, and when he finally regained his senses, he was met with the fierce gazes of over 10 burly men. He swallowed hard, managing a dry chuckle. "I was merely jesting." "Hey, you are quite peculiar," Pei Zhuxian remarked, perched atop an ox, while Li Pingyan led the creature by its reins. At first glance, it appeared as if Li Pingyan were a servant. "Surely, those men are not your match. Why then do you choose to pay them off?" Pei Zhuxian inquired curiously. "Why engage in conflict when money can resolve the matter?" Li Pingyan replied. "Then I shall give you money now. Will you let me go?" "That is an entirely different matter," Pei Zhuxian retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Brother, this lad possesses considerable wealth. That jade pendant he carries is worth a fortune. Why not seize it?" suggested the bearded bandit, Lu Yong. "Even thieves have their principles. We have become bandits out of necessity. Moreover, robbing others is inherently unjust." Lu Yong, once a soldier stationed at the borders, had led a reconnaissance team due to his agility, devoted to defending his homeland. However, in the face of a corrupt world, he was ultimately forced to flee the borders, becoming a wandering soldier. With no home to return to, he roamed aimlessly, and out of desperation, he was coerced into becoming a bandit. Nevertheless, Lu Yong did not succumb to moral degradation. He only robbed the wealthy, sparing the lives of the impoverished, treating them as if they were invisible. Half for the taking, half for the keeping. To the womenfolk, he commits no wrongs. Compared to other marauders, he is nothing short of a living bodhisattva. As the relentless sands of time flowed, 2 days had swiftly passed. Lu Yong, accompanied by a dozen brothers, traversed a village, intending to rest his weary feet. However, from afar, he beheld thick plumes of smoke rising ominously, as a band of foreign soldiers wreaked havoc, rampaging through the village. Damn it! These wretches! Born of mothers, yet nurtured by none. One could not help but exclaim in fury. The Sui dynasty was weak, and the court was mired in chaos. The most tormented were always the common folk, especially those living in the perilous borderlands, who faced dual hardships, the exploitation of the authorities and the looming threat of foreign assaults. Murder, plunder, and enslavement were merely commonplace occurrences. The Sui would never wage war over the fate of a mere handful of villages. Brothers, to arms! Lu Yong bellowed, raising his saber in defiance. The horses surged forward. A valiant charge led by the border soldiers who had fled alongside Lu Yong. How could these blooded men, upon witnessing such a scene, not be filled with righteous indignation and boiling fervor? Turkic scum! A Turkic soldier spotted Lu Yong's group and hastily sounded the alarm. Lu Yong let out a fierce roar, bringing his blade down in a diagonal arc, cleaving through the man's skull. Hot blood splattered across his face. Kill! There were about 30 Turkic soldiers in the village. Although Lu Yong's band was outnumbered, they were seasoned scouts, fierce and battle-hardened. The element of surprise allowed them to catch the Turkic soldiers, who were engrossed in their pillaging, off guard. Lu Yong's gaze sharpened as he noticed a familiar figure confronting several Turkic soldiers not far away. It was Su Yun, whom they had recently robbed. Su Yun had initially hoped that Li Pingyan was a master of great renown, wishing to follow him and learn the arts. Little did he know that after being robbed by Lu Yong's band, Li Pingyan merely paid up and left, leaving Su Yun disheartened, realizing he had been naive. Yet, the world of martial arts awaited him. Passing through this village, he intended to rest, but unexpectedly encountered the Turkic assault. Although he could not halt the invaders, escaping amidst the chaos seemed feasible. However, witnessing the atrocities committed by these beasts, Su Yun abandoned the thought of fleeing. He had underestimated the seasoned Turkic soldiers. Under the assault of 4, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, facing imminent demise. Just then, Lu Yong appeared, executing a powerful horizontal slash. The hefty military saber traced a dark arc through the air, whistling towards the foe's head. Seizing the moment, Su Yun broke free from the encirclement, glancing up in astonishment. "It's you." Lu Yong grinned broadly. "Well done, lad." Chapter 38. The Celebration Feast. Watch out. Su Yun cried urgently, pointing behind Lu Yong. A Turkic soldier wielding a hammer charged forth. The iron hammer weighed no less than 50 pounds, a fearsome sight indeed. Yet Lu Yong stood undaunted, tightening his grip on the reins as his steed reared up, and with a mighty swing, he brought his saber crashing down. The sharp, resonant clang of metal meeting metal echoed through the air. The Turkic soldiers felt an overwhelming force, causing both men and horses to stagger back several steps. Before they could react, a flash of steel gleamed, and the soldiers were swiftly severed from their mounts. Su Yun was taken aback, astonished by the formidable prowess on display. "Hey kid, don't just stand there," Lu Yong shouted. Regaining his composure, Su Yun gripped his sword and charged at one of the Turkic soldiers. Soon, Lu Yong's group had utterly decimated the soldiers in the village, leaving no survivors. The Turkic soldiers fled in disarray, but Lu Yong's group was relentless, pursuing them relentlessly until they had chased them far away. Fearing that more reinforcements might come, they finally turned back. After walking along a narrow path for over 2/4 of an hour, the silhouette of a village emerged. "I'm dying of heat," Pei Zhuxian exclaimed, tugging at his clothing, which clung uncomfortably to his skin. "Could you scratch my back?" Li Pingyan, accustomed to Pei Zhuxian's incessant chatter, chose to ignore him. Upon entering the village, they found it bustling with activity, resembling a festive celebration, though the reason for the merriment was unclear. Inquiring further, they discovered that the village had recently endured a raid by the Turkic forces, but fortunately, a band of heroes had come to their aid and driven the invaders away. Despite its humble status, the village had gathered all its valuables and laid out a grand feast to honor the gallant warriors. With meat and wine aplenty, Li Pingyan seized the opportunity. He rummaged through his pockets, offering some money to the village chief as a token of gratitude and requesting 2 additional seats at the table, as well as some food for his ox. The chief, beaming with delight, readily agreed. The cuisine of such a remote village may not have been exquisite, yet it possessed a unique charm. Li Pingyan shared his fine wine with those seated at his table, fostering camaraderie among them. Pei Zhuxian, munching on sunflower seeds, engaged in lively conversation with a nearby matron, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Before long, several heroes arrived and took their seats of honor. One by one, the guests raised their cups in salute. Su Yun, unable to hold his liquor, soon felt his cheeks flush. The sensation of being regarded as a hero filled the young man with a sense of exhilaration. Laughter and chatter flowed freely as everyone enjoyed their drinks, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. "Ah, is that you?" Su Yun recognized Li Pingyan among the crowd. Li Pingyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Yun grimaced, turning away in disdain. The sight of Li Pingyan reminded him of the embarrassing incident when he had mistaken him for a master, which had not only resulted in him losing face, but also led to a hefty extortion by robbers. Yet, fate is capricious. Just the day before, he had been cursing those very bandits in his mind, and now he found himself celebrated alongside them for driving away the Turkic forces. Even forming a brotherly bond with these brigands and earning the title of a youthful hero among the villagers. Su Yun let out a belch, astonished at the perfection of his first foray into the world of martial arts. As dusk settled, the celebratory feast drew to a close. Li Pingyan set down his teacup, contentedly patting his stomach. In this small village, the flickering candlelight is scarce, plunging the entire hamlet into a profound darkness as night falls. Li Pingyan has been assigned to stay with a family in the eastern part of the village. The interior is exceedingly humble, furnished only with a stove and a clay bed. Upon the bed lies a tattered sheet and a heap of worn blankets. A young boy named Chen Chuxing scurries over and urges, "Uncle, it's cold outside. Come inside." The desert climate exhibits significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. One must don a fur coat in the morning and switch to thin fabric by noon, gathering around the stove while indulging in watermelon. Only through personal experience does one truly appreciate the truth of this statement. "It's all right. I shall embrace the wind," Li Pingyan replies, his vital energy circulating within, rendering him unfazed by the external chill. "Uncle, where do you hail from?" "Anbei 4 towns." Chen Chuxing gasps in astonishment. "Anbei 4 towns? That's quite far from here." "You are indeed impressive." Li Pingyan smiles gently. "Uncle, you must possess remarkable skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to traverse such a distance alone." "I possess only a modicum of knowledge," he humbly replies. "Please wait a moment." Chen Chuxing's face lights up with excitement as he dashes into the house. After a considerable interval, he re-emerges, cradling a small box in his hands. Upon opening it, a collection of copper coins is revealed. "Uncle, this is all my savings. Will you teach me martial arts?" Li Pingyan chuckles. "What prompts your desire to learn martial arts?" "Of course, to enlist in the army and eradicate the vile Turks. Avenging my grandfather and father." "Were your grandfather and father soldiers as well?" "Yes." Chen Chuxing's expression darkens. "They were both slain by the Turks. I seek revenge." Li Pingyan refrains from further comment, realizing why the vast house contains only Chen Chuxing. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Chen Chuxing lifts his head once more, undeterred. "What is there to fear? My family has perished. I have nothing left to lose." Li Pingyan raises his head, once again enveloped in silence. "Uncle, please teach me. I implore you. I shall give you all this money." As dawn approaches, a pall of gloom blankets the sky, rendering the already frigid atmosphere even more chilling. The air grows heavy and oppressive, stifling as if a storm is imminent. A deep rumble emanates from the earth, shattering the tranquility, akin to an earthquake. Cavalry. Lu Yong awakens abruptly from his slumber, the sound all too familiar to one who once served as a scout. By the sound, it must be no fewer than 100. This is dire. The Turkish cavalry has returned. Lu Yong had not anticipated that the Turks would return, let alone with such a formidable force. The village chief's gongs and drums incessantly resonate throughout the village, signaling that a significant event is unfolding. Either bandits are attacking or the Turks have arrived. This is bad. The Turks are coming. Chen Chuxing hurriedly dons his clothes, grasping an iron fork taller than himself. The Turks? Weren't they driven away? Pei Zhuxian, still groggy, rubs his eyes. "Uncle, you should leave quickly. Those Turks are fearsome." With that, Chen Chuxing rushes out in haste. Outside the village, Lu Yong gazes at the distant, ominous mass, rendered momentarily speechless. Over 300 fully armed Turkic cavalry. This could easily initiate a small-scale raid. What shall we do now? The most prudent course of action would be to flee, but the village is already encircled, leaving no escape route. This village is not an impenetrable fortress. How could it possibly withstand such a formidable force of elite Turkic horsemen? Chapter 39. A fair fight. Su Yun, having imbibed copiously the previous night, awoke with a lingering intoxication. Upon hearing that the Turkic people had returned, he hastily seized his sword and charged outside. To his astonishment, Upon reaching the village's outskirts, he was met with an unexpected sight. A cool breeze swept past, momentarily clearing his mind. Run. Lu Yong's expression was one of icy resolve. Where can we run to? Such a horde of cavalry would have already surrounded the village before launching an assault. Crossbow bolts could be aimed at us from any direction. What shall we do then? Su Yun felt his legs tremble involuntarily. We might as well fight them, one voice declared. A majestic eagle soared overhead, its wings flapping gracefully as it traced an elegant arc through the sky before landing on the arm of a tall man. The Turkic cavalry slowed their advance, resembling a colossal beast that had suddenly appeared before them, exuding an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe. The leader halted the procession, his fierce gaze fixated on Lu Yong, who stood apart from the crowd, wielding a saber. He spoke in Turkic. I believe we can negotiate. Negotiate what? The leader's voice was hoarse. Grant us a chance for a fair duel. Let us perish on a true battlefield, rather than having your subordinates swarm us like ravenous wolves. That is not the mark of a true warrior. The leader removed his helmet, his eyes resembling those of a rattlesnake as he spoke slowly. Well said. Yet, I regret to inform you that in the face of brute force, you are woefully inadequate. A warrior of the desert fears no one. Suddenly, his Turkic words transformed into the language of the Central Plains, comprehensible to the villagers. I shall offer you a fair opportunity. His gaze fell upon Lu Yong. If you can defeat him, I will spare half of the villagers. From among the Turkic warriors, a heavily armored giant dismounted, wielding two small iron hammers, commonly referred to as little golden melons, with a bulbous, garlic clove head and an overall oval shape. The villagers' hearts sank, their silence filled with tension as they focused intently on Lu Yong. Fairness indeed, one man muttered under his breath. The Turkic warrior, clad in heavy armor, was impervious to ordinary swords. Only a weapon of considerable weight, such as a hammer or mace, could shatter bones through armor. Lu Yong, devoid of any protective gear, was at a grave disadvantage against this brute strength. A single strike from the little golden melon would likely shatter his bones, rendering him incapable of fighting. Let us hope you do not renege on your word. With that, Lu Yong gripped the scabbard with one hand and the hilt of his sword with the other. His palms were slick with sweat, yet his grip remained steady. He held the sword with unwavering resolve, resembling an arrow poised to be unleashed. Clang! The sharp, resonant sound of metal colliding echoed through the air. Lu Yong's arm trembled, and his heart raced with alarm. The strength of this Turkic warrior was indeed formidable. The warrior swung his right hammer, causing the cold wind to howl. Lu Yong leapt backward as the Turkic man charged forth, resembling a moving wall. Lu Yong retreated a step and struck down with his blade. The Turkic warrior raised his golden hammer to block, producing a sharp crack as he deflected Lu Yong's attack. Lu Yong quickly aimed a kick at the warrior's calf, but it felt as though he had struck a stone wall. The two exchanged blows for over 20 rounds. Utilizing his agile movements, Lu Yong managed to land several strikes on the Turkic man, though most were absorbed by the heavy armor he wore, inflicting wounds only on a few joint areas. Yet, these two were protected by layers of soft armor, resulting in minimal damage. Gradually, Lu Yong began to tire. Seizing the opportunity, the Turkic warrior swept aside Lu Yong's blade, discarded his hammer, and suddenly tackled Lu Yong's waist, forcefully slamming him against a sturdy poplar tree. With a resounding thud, the immense impact caused Lu Yong to momentarily lose his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. Onlookers gasped in terror, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests at any moment. The Turkic warrior rose and threw a punch. Lu Yong had no time to evade, and blood spurted from his mouth. The crimson spray obscured the warrior's vision, allowing Lu Yong to seize his neck. The only vulnerable point on the heavily armored Turkic warrior was his head. Lu Yong twisted the warrior's neck, pressing his fingertips against a vital point, executing a superior wrestling technique. The massive man contorted in midair, letting out a piercing scream before crashing to the ground. The Turkic warrior relentlessly pounded Lu Yong's abdomen with his fists. Lu Yong's face turned ashen, blood spewing from his mouth. Abandoning his grip on the warrior's neck, he thrust his fingers toward the warrior's eyes. The anguished cries echoed, sending shivers through the onlookers. The previously composed Su Yun felt her resolve weaken once more. Before long, the Turkic man lay silent on the ground. Lu Yong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth. Regaining his breath, he declared, "I have won. You must honor your word." The chieftain's lips curled slightly in a smirk. "Of course, I will spare half of the villagers. However, The other half. Before he could finish, Lu Yong interjected, "Let us have another round. If I win again, we will wager the other half." "Very well. You possess courage." The chieftain regarded him with newfound respect. "Have you served in the military?" "I am Lu Yong of the Cavalry Corps, having enlisted at 18, participating in 111 battles and sustaining 11 injuries. I admire valiant soldiers. I offer you a chance to join me. Prove yourself worthy against my blade first." Lu Yong picked up the fallen sword, declaring, "Next." So impressive. Chen Chusheng, standing in the crowd, felt a surge of excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Yong's silhouette. In that moment, all the heroic figures from martial arts novels came to life. This was the true embodiment of a hero. A man wielding a long sword emerged, exuding a chilling aura, his eyes gleaming with a deadly intent. Lu Yong let out a furious roar and launched another attack. The sinister man seemed to know that Lu Yong was merely experiencing a fleeting resurgence of strength, deftly evading his frenzied onslaught. Indeed, it was not long before Lu Yong's vigor waned. With a flick of his left hand, the sinister man conjured a tempest. Countless sparks erupted from his sleeves, and dark mist swirled menacingly. A deafening explosion resonated, sending clouds of dust soaring. Lu Yong was taken aback by the man's unexpected offensive maneuver. Although he reacted with relative swiftness, he was still caught in the aftermath. His body was hurled backward as if struck by a heavy hammer. "Despicable!" Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Seizing the opportunity, the sinister man advanced with his blade, bringing it down with lethal intent. Lu Yong struggled, barely managing to evade, yet the blade grazed his left shoulder. Gripping the weapon tightly, he pushed back with both feet, narrowly escaping this fatal strike. With a swift twist of his torso, Lu Yong retaliated with a whirlwind-like counterattack. The sinister man raised his arm in defense, his forearm encased in hardened armor. However, as Lu Yong swung his blade, his elbow turned slightly inward, bypassing the armor. The sinister man let out a blood-curdling scream as 5 fingers were severed in one swift motion. Lu Yong executed a sliding maneuver, driving the blade through the man's groin. Had he truly triumphed? It was only when the sinister man ceased his anguished cries that Su Yun began to believe in the reality before her. "There is hope. There is hope." A shared thought emerged in the hearts of all the villagers. Chapter 40. Survival of the Fittest. Lu Yong chuckled gleefully, lifting his gaze towards the distant, ominous cluster of Turkic cavalry. His expression betrayed no fear, as if he were indeed the victor. "I have won." The chieftain remained silent. The eagle perched upon his shoulder spread its wings and soared into the skies above the desert. "Victory? This is merely a game," the chieftain remarked coolly. "You have triumphed, but only within the confines of the rules I have established for you. Whether you win or lose is ultimately but a whim of mine. This world operates on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak. You people from the Central Plains delight in the sport of cricket fighting, which I find rather intriguing. In a game where insects that could be crushed with a mere hand are made to chase and battle each other for dominance. It is said that a prize cricket can be worth several estates in the capital. Yet, a cricket remains a cricket. Even the mightiest among them can be extinguished with a single finger." A sudden laugh escaped Lu Yong, imbued with an indescribable sense of desolation and melancholy. It resembled the roar of a lion on the brink of death, issuing a fearless cry. This is the tragedy of the insignificant. They possess neither the fortuitous circumstances of the powerful, nor do they resign themselves to the indifference of ordinary lives. Some say the greatest sorrow of the insignificant is their ignorance of their own insignificance. Thus, they persist in battling fate, yet the outcomes are often bleak. The chieftain chuckled as well, commanding in Turkic, "Kill them." The foremost line of Turkic soldiers urged their steeds forward, advancing step by step. Over 50 riders charged towards them in a fan-shaped formation, entirely sealing off their escape route. Their pace quickened from slow to rapid, transforming from leisurely to frenzied. The urgent sound of the warhorse's forehooves striking the sandy ground echoed like a summons from the king of hell. There were no shouts, no bugles, only a deathly howl that stirred up a cloud of dust. Lu Yong inhaled deeply, gripping his sword tightly. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with the fervor of battle and the intent to kill. Countless emotions surged and roiled within him, ultimately transforming into a fierce roar. With a sudden lurch, the horses fell, as if struck by an invisible iron chain. As the dust swirled, everyone's vision blurred. A piercing scream rang out, accompanied by the whinny of a horse. The cacophony drowned out all other sounds. Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was unfolding. Su Yun, who had intended to flee, turned back, driven by curiosity. Could it be that Lu Yong was a hidden master? The thought naturally crossed Su Yun's mind, a notion cultivated by having read hundreds of novels. In an instant, he pieced together the narrative. Lu Yong harbored a mysterious power within him, which had finally erupted in the face of life and death. However, as the sand and dust began to dissipate, a figure emerged before the crowd. Li Ping'an stood firm, a bamboo pole held horizontally before him. His formidable presence radiated an aura of overwhelming authority, inducing a sense of suffocation. The warhorses sensed the threat and began to whinny anxiously, retreating slowly. Lu Yong gasped in recognition. It was the blind man whom his comrades had robbed days prior. The leader furrowed his brow, addressing the mysterious figure before him. "Pray tell, who might you be?" Li Ping'an replied in a deep tone, "I am but a passerby, here to witness a spectacle. I was preparing to depart when I found the general lacking in honor. Thus I had no choice but to intervene. I hope you will forgive any offense." The leader sneered. "So, you come to champion justice?" "Not at all. I only hope the general will honor his word and withdraw his troops." Li Ping'an responded, his eyes fierce as a beast, fixed on him. The leader mocked. "And if I choose not to, what will you do?" With a glance at the soldiers Li Ping'an had knocked to the ground, he acknowledged the man's strength. Yet he was bolstered by his elite cavalry. It was laughable to think one man could stand against 300 iron steeds. Lu Yong steadied himself with his sword. Li Ping'an's arrival did not ignite hope within him. Although the display of Li Ping'an's prowess had indeed shocked Lu Yong, 300 elite cavalry in such terrain was daunting. Even the legendary warriors would struggle against them, unless he were a deity. Li Ping'an pondered for a moment. "My strength is insufficient. 300 cavalry are indeed beyond my capacity." But before he could finish, the wind surged. In a flash, his form vanished, leaving no one able to describe the bizarre scene. It was as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the dark clouds. The leader felt a tightening in his throat as a bamboo pole was pressed against it. Taking the head of an enemy commander amidst 100 soldiers was, after all, an effortless feat. The voice resounded once more, neither hurried nor slow. The surrounding Turkic soldiers reacted instinctively, ready to charge forward. "Halt!" The chief shot a fierce glare at the soldiers about to rush in. The men felt a chill run down their spines, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, and dared not take another step. The chief was acutely aware of the perilous distance. Li Ping'an could claim his life at any moment. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The impending slaughter of the villagers by the Turkic soldiers was expected, merely resulting in a greater loss of life. Yet, unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. "Remarkable skill," the chief said in a low tone. "I implore you, General, to honor your promise." Li Ping'an withdrew his bamboo pole and stood unabashedly amidst the iron cavalry. The chief paused for a moment, waved his hand, and uttered a phrase in Turkic. Over 300 Turkic soldiers orderly turned their horses around. "Today, I have learned," the chief remarked as he cast a final glance at Li Ping'an and raised his whip with determination. Forward, like a receding tide, the Turkic soldiers rapidly retreated, soon vanishing into the desert. Li Ping'an did not linger. His business concluded, he prepared to depart. Leading his old cow and accompanied by his prisoner, Pei Zhuxian, he set off once more. "Sir, please hold on." Lu Yong summoned his courage to speak. Li Ping'an turned back, teasingly inquiring, "Brother, what is it?" "I possess little silver on me for you to rob." Lu Yong felt a wave of embarrassment. Just days prior, he had recklessly attempted to rob this man. "I am blind to your virtues, having offended you earlier. Your magnanimity has spared me judgment. You have even come to our rescue, a debt I cannot repay. I only wish to know your esteemed name so my brothers may express their gratitude." Li Ping'an smiled. "Our chance encounter is fate. Moreover, your chivalrous spirit is commendable. To fight against the strong with bravery and sincerity is truly admirable." Lu Yong quickly clasped his hands in respect. "Your words fill me with shame. I have been wronged in the army, allowing myself to fall into the ranks of bandits, engaging in acts of robbery unworthy of your praise." Chapter 41. The capital city. General Lu, with a heart of sincerity, fears not the trials of life. A hidden dragon in the abyss shall soar to the heavens. With that, Li Ping'an prepared to leave. If General Lu truly wishes to return to the military, I have an idea. Li Ping'an suddenly recalled something. Lu Yong's eyes brightened as he eagerly replied, "I hope you will share your wisdom. I have a common friend in the princess's residence. You might seek her assistance. Perhaps she can be of help to you." "The princess's residence?" Lu Yong stuttered in disbelief. He wished to inquire further, but Li Pingyan had already departed. If you truly have the opportunity to go, mention a blind man. It may prove beneficial. Li Pingyan was uncertain whether Lu Yong could indeed visit the princess's residence. Nor did he know the specifics of the place. He spoke those words largely out of a desire to see someone like Lu Yong not fade into obscurity. Whether it would genuinely aid him was left to fate. Su Yun, gripping his sword, stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a single word. What is happening? What is going on? A series of questions swirled within his mind. Initially, he believed this blind man to be a master, only to later assume he was merely a coward. Now, with a sudden twist, this revelation left Su Yun momentarily stunned. As he regained his composure and sought the blind man, he found himself in a vast desert, devoid of any human presence. In contrast to Su Yun's disappointment, Lu Yong and his companions were filled with exhilaration, for the Sui dynasty was notoriously harsh in punishing exiles. Exile could lead to a fate as severe as execution. They had thought they would live their lives as outlaws, yet unexpectedly, a chance for redemption had emerged. They had even managed to establish contact with the princess's residence. Young Chen Chusheng gazed enviously at the direction where Li Pingyan had vanished, and a look of determination appeared on his youthful face. Lu Yong, having sustained considerable injuries, recuperated in the village for over half a month before eagerly setting off with his brothers toward the capital. Lacking identification and being exiles, they could not utilize the checkpoints or stations. Thus, they took a hidden path and secretly entered the city. Their journey was relatively smooth, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In the capital, it was the first visit for many, and they were instantly captivated by the city's splendor. The streets were bustling with tourists, the clamor of vehicles resonated, and the atmosphere was vibrantly alive. Towering and magnificent structures, previously unseen, adorned the landscape. The market displayed a dazzling array of jewels and treasures, with calls echoing throughout. The throngs of people included those carried in sedan chairs, pedestrians, porters, and horse-drawn carts. Particularly striking were the women passing by, dressed in revealing attire, some baring their chests or exposing their bosoms, others adorned with silk scarves or shawls, all exuding charm and allure. Lu Yong and his comrades inquired about the location of the princess's residence, but upon arriving at the entrance, they faced a dilemma. The stern guards undoubtedly served as a warning to anyone with ill intentions. Lu Yong and his group possessed neither introductions nor identification. They only had the vague mention of a blind man from Li Pingyan, with no idea whom to approach. Their funds were nearly depleted, leading them to spend several nights beneath a bridge in the capital. Despite the hardships of sleeping outdoors, they felt fortunate to be in the capital under the emperor's domain, which was infinitely better than the desolate borders. Lu Yong devised a clever plan, noting that the princess's residence had a constant flow of visitors. He decided to approach those dressed as ordinary maids and servants, inquiring about the blind man. However, after half a month of fruitless efforts, Lu Yong and his companions grew somewhat disheartened. One day, while Lu Yong and a brother stood guard, the others worked various odd jobs throughout the city. As sustenance required funds, a tall woman in fitted attire emerged from the princess's residence. Lu Yong approached her as usual, requesting her assistance in obtaining information. The woman cast a cold glance at Lu Yong and replied, "How would I know if anyone in the princess's residence recognizes a blind man?" Suddenly, her expression shifted as a realization struck her, and she scrutinized Lu Yong closely. "A blind man? Explain yourself clearly. What is the situation?" Lu Yong recounted in detail how he encountered the blind man and arrived at this place. "Follow me," he said. Lu Yong exchanged a glance with his younger brother, suppressing their excitement. It was done. At last, it had come to fruition. The two entered the princess's residence through a small door. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by an air of grandeur. They dared not utter a word, akin to Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Soon, they were ushered into a small room where a servant presented exquisite pastries and tea. Before long, the formidable woman in armor entered the chamber. "Follow me," she commanded. The duo was then led to a magnificent hall, resplendent with gold and jewels, where every piece of furniture was intricately carved, leaving them awestruck. Renowned paintings and sculptures were artfully arranged throughout the space. "Something feels amiss," the younger brother whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Lu Yong, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. He had anticipated that the individual introduced by Li Pingyan would likely be a steward of the princess's court or someone with whom she could converse. But he never expected to be brought into such a grand hall. A glance at the guards wielding golden blades outside sent a shiver of unease through him. As Lu Yong pondered, a tall woman entered, flanked by two handmaidens. She wore a flowing blue gown that accentuated her figure, with a slender waist and striking features. An aura of regal elegance emanated from her, and although her dress was simple, it failed to conceal her nobility. Her gaze was sharp, brimming with ambition. Upon taking her seat, her demeanor exuded the calm authority of a sovereign, her expression a paradox of warmth and intimidation, compelling those present to keep their distance and refrain from speaking. "How audacious! You dare not kneel before the princess," one of the handmaidens scolded coldly. Lu Yong felt as though his mind had exploded. He was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. The princess? Yet, being a seasoned warrior, Lu Yong quickly regained his composure, pulling his younger brother down to kneel. "We, the humble generals, pay our respects to your highness. May you live for 1,000 years. Rise, and take your seats," the princess, Lu Yun, graciously commanded. Lu Yong and his companion bowed in gratitude before shakily sitting down. Lu Yong kept his head bowed, too apprehensive to gaze upon the renowned beauty who topped the rankings of the Rouge list. He had heard that one should not look directly at their sovereign, lest they provoke suspicion. Eyes should be cast down, nose to be aligned with the mouth, and the heart to be questioned. Chapter 42. Ordinary friends. Do you know Pingyan? The princess inquired. Lu Yong was taken aback, having no knowledge of Li Pingyan's name. However, he quickly deduced that this must be the title of the gentleman in question. "My humble self has not had the honor of knowing his esteemed name. How did you come to know Pingyan?" The princess pressed. Lu Yong recounted the events that had transpired. A hint of displeasure crossed Lu Yun's face as she muttered, knowing to assist others, yet not considering oneself. Lu Yong swallowed hard, his mind racing. So this was the so-called ordinary friend spoken of by the gentleman? Indeed, quite ordinary. Before her stood a princess, the future heir of the Grand Sui dynasty. Was this a direct audience with royalty? Lu Yong had managed to maintain a commendable composure, unlike his companion, who was utterly paralyzed by fear, drenched in sweat, and struggling to suppress his trembling. Not long ago, they had been at the frontier, reduced to the status of mere subordinates under the harsh training of a camp commander. They had been falsely accused, their merits usurped, ultimately becoming outlaws, unable to confront the enemy or return home. Yet now, they found themselves in the princess's palace, kneeling before this future sovereign. The dramatic fluctuations of life were rather exhilarating. Lu Yun took a delicate sip of tea. Moments prior, she had been engaged in discussions with her advisors, when Lu Bai informed her that someone outside inquired if anyone at the princess's residence knew a blind man. Lu Yun instructed Lu Bai to bring the individual inside and hastily emerged, not even pausing to drink water. The Imperial Guards, the military command, the Feathered Forest Army, or the Divine Martial Army. Choose one, she announced, presenting options of the most esteemed Central Imperial troops. Lu Yong hesitated briefly before kneeling and professing, "This humble soldier only wishes to serve his country at the frontier. I hope the princess will grant this request." Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Lu Yong shifting perceptibly. He exhibited ambition far superior to those who merely occupy their posts without merit. "Since you aspire to the frontier, then go to General Xiahou," she decreed. "General Xiahou," Lu Yong exclaimed with delight. As one of the four great generals of the Sui dynasty, General Xiahou was known for his strict military discipline, unwavering loyalty, and incorruptible integrity. His troops would rather perish from cold than dismantle homes, and would rather starve than plunder. He was indeed a paragon of virtue among the ambitious of the Sui dynasty. "I am willing to serve." After Lu Yong and his companion departed, Lu Yun rubbed her aching temples. Lu Bai stepped forward, attentively massaging her. "Your Highness, if you wish to meet, it would be simpler to send someone to find them," she suggested. Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then sighed deeply. "Very well." In stark contrast to the capital's vibrancy, the desert remained desolate and barren. The scorching heat bore down mercilessly, devoid of any breeze or cloud, save for the blinding golden sands. "How much longer until we arrive?" Pei Zhuxian asked weakly. "Approximately 3 or 4 days' journey," replied Li Pingyan without turning around. As they continued on their way, a sudden, frantic sound of hooves echoed from the northeast corner. A fierce wind howled, and their expressions mirrored that of a hunted animal fleeing from wolves. Behind them, An unknown entity raced towards them with alarming speed, obscured by the swirling sands. What is that? Pei Zhuxian gasped. Li Pinggan swiftly mounted his ox. Whatever it is, we should run first and ask questions later. Giddy up, Pei Zhuxian urged, slapping the ox's hindquarters. The ox seemed to protest. Is that polite, my friend? Brother, there are people ahead, they shouted. These individuals were mercenaries who had been treasure hunting in the desert when they unexpectedly encountered the corpse demon army, an extraordinary breed of monster in the desert, impervious to blades and exceptionally difficult to combat. Let them shield us from danger. Is that fellow riding what appears to be an ox? They gasped, fearing they had misjudged the situation. He is truly unfortunate. Let us pursue. Giddy up, giddy up. Several individuals raised their whips and quickened their pace. However, no matter how fervently they pursued, they could never catch up to the figure ahead. Instead, the distance only widened. It was likely that soon, even their shadow would be lost to sight. Brother, something is amiss. This fellow runs too swiftly. Damn it, I'll shoot him down. One rider bent his bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh whoosh. These bastards without any sense. Pei Zhuxian cursed vehemently. Li Pinggan paid him no mind, focusing solely on the road ahead. The old steed's speed surged to a new peak, leaving the others far behind. Up ahead, up ahead. Pei Zhuxian's expression shifted. The desert dust rose, carrying a foul stench. A horde of undead soldiers surged toward them, concealed by the swirling sands. Li Pinggan called out, hold on tight. Many years later, Pei Zhuxian would still be unable to forget that scene. In the distance, a golden dragon ascended, its bellow echoing like a bull, piercing the heavens. Hidden beneath the golden dragon were countless undead, some no larger than infants, while others were as formidable as tigers. Some raised their heads and licked their tongues, as if to devour the sky. Others bared their claws, poised to feast upon the living. Yet, amidst this sea of corpses and blood, one figure remained unfazed, as calm as if just awakening from a peaceful slumber at home. Pei Zhuxian gazed into Li Pinggan's pale eyes, which resembled a bottomless pool of stagnant water, akin to a cold star, profound and distant, evoking an unfathomable sensation. Unable to contain himself, Pei Zhuxian laughed and exclaimed, "You truly have a flair for theatrics." After a considerable time, the two successfully escaped the jaws of danger. Hey, what do you wish to do in the future? Pei Zhuxian inquired while reclining on a sheepskin roll, gazing at the bright night sky. Li Pinggan replied nonchalantly, earn money, drink, enjoy good food, and live well. That's it. Just that? Just that. Pei Zhuxian scoffed. You don't harbor any grand ambitions? Not even thoughts of establishing a career, claiming dominion, or at least marrying a few wives and acquiring some grand estates. Li Pinggan patiently brushed the sand from the old steed without lifting his head, stating, after wandering for over 20 years, perhaps my greatest desire is simply to have a home. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Pei Zhuxian's eyes as she watched the moonlight filter in. She spread her palm, observing the dancing light as it fluttered like birds. I once had a home, she murmured softly. Li Pinggan offered no reply, whether due to not hearing or a deliberate choice to remain silent. Once more, a heavy silence enveloped them. After a while, Li Pinggan suddenly remarked, this world is always like this. Some are destitute, while others suffer the loss of their loved ones. For some, merely surviving is a struggle in itself. Despite countless hardships, life is still worth living. The days ahead are few, time flows swiftly, so let us cherish the present and love ourselves well. Pei Zhuxian blinked her bright eyes, seemingly moved, yet she retorted, oh, who would have thought? You have quite the way with words. Li Pinggan fell silent once more. Chapter 43. A reunion in the Jianghu when I was a child. I dreamed of opening an inn and being the proprietress myself, Pei Zhuxian said joyfully. To establish an inn in the realm of wanderers, where libations are served not for currency, but in exchange for tales of life in the world of the martial. Each day, I would tally accounts while listening to a myriad of life stories, joys and sorrows, the myriad facets of existence. Li Pinggan chuckled softly and remarked, it sounds delightful. Suddenly, Pei Zhuxian stood up, declaring, I have made up my mind. Upon my demise, I shall not seek vengeance against you, but rather reincarnate and pursue my dreams without delay. At that moment, the two seemed no longer as hunter and prey, but akin to friends engaging in casual conversation. 3 days later, the outlines of the border gradually emerged in the distance, a dilapidated town known as Shuqing. Arriving in Shuqing meant proximity to the 4 towns of Anbei. The influx of travelers was immense, and the border guards conducted stringent inspections. The two sat side by side on a large stone, surrounded by an eerie silence, save for the whispers of the wind. "By the way, I still do not know your name," Pei Zhuxian inquired. "You may call me Blind Man," he replied. "TCH. If you're unwilling to share, then so be it." Pei Zhuxian sighed suddenly. "I have a favor to ask. If I fall into the hands of those scoundrels, they will surely torment me to death. Do you possess any poison that I could conceal within my teeth, so that upon biting, I could immediately succumb? I wish not to endure their torture in my final moments." Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. "Very well. When the time comes, I shall grant your wish." "I am grateful," Pei Zhuxian said, playfully wrapping her arm around Li Pingyan's neck. "One last question. Are you certain you do not require my assistance to ease your mind?" As night fell, the two finally crossed the border and found a tavern where they took lodging. Pei Zhuxian understood that this might be her final night. Strangely, she felt neither the anxiety nor helplessness that had previously consumed her. Instead, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. She indulged in a bath and treated Li Pingyan to a lavish meal, relishing the pained expression on his face. Pei Zhuxian was quite satisfied, and she engaged him in conversation until the early hours. A sudden pang of melancholy washed over her. Living was indeed quite pleasant. Yet, if granted another chance to choose, she would resolutely seek vengeance for her family. Gazing at the hazy moonlight outside, Pei Zhuxian eventually closed her eyes. The midday sun streamed in, illuminating her face. "It must be noon," she murmured to herself. Rising from her bed, she inhaled deeply, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the blind man. Has he gone to fetch breakfast? Pei Zhuxian thought little of it and returned to her slumber, cherishing this final comfortable sleep in her life. She slept until nightfall. When Pei Zhuxian opened her eyes again, she found the world outside shrouded in darkness. A sense of confusion washed over her. Where had the blind man gone? Could something have happened? Her heart tightened with concern for him, completely forgetting that this man had come to capture her. She dressed quickly, prepared to venture outside to inquire, when her eyes caught sight of a piece of paper in a pouch on the table. The life of a person may well be but a few pages, constantly revised and transcribed, akin to a poem in the making. From dark tresses to white strands, some still linger beneath the lamp. Your life has already reached its nadir. Thus, nothing could be worse than this. Nevertheless, everything will soon improve. I hope to see you again in the future and call you my esteemed proprietress. When that time comes, do not forget to repay me. Until we meet again in the realm of our shared adventures, we shall raise a toast in joyous camaraderie. And we shall part ways here." Li Pingyan gazed at the elegant script upon the paper, momentarily taken aback. He reached out to touch the pouch beside him, then burst into laughter. Almost immediately, large teardrops began to fall one by one at his feet. Li Pingyan, a name that evokes peace. Yet he is not a proficient assassin. At Lichun Courtyard, he reported, no one was brought back. Ma Sanyang nodded, as if she had anticipated this outcome. "Understood. How much must be compensated?" "Why ask that? You pay." "I have no money," Li Pingyan replied without hesitation. "Then why utter such nonsense?" Ma Sanyang shot him a glare. "Will you not explain the reasons behind your failure to bring that woman back?" "It was my oversight." "Enough of this. I knew from the start you would not succeed in retrieving her. Then why assign the task to me?" "It was intentional," Ma Sanyang responded. "I was aware of that woman's circumstances. Her father, the upright official Pei Xian, is a rare good man, a pity indeed. I rather admire her. Enduring humiliation for revenge, and ultimately succeeding." Li Pingyan listened in silence. Ma Sanyang continued, "I intentionally let her off, thinking only you could allow her to live." After a moment of contemplation, Li Pingyan inquired, "So, my wages need not be deducted?" "Deducted? Of course, they must be," Ma Sanyang replied resolutely. "You failed to fulfill the commission. That is an indisputable fact. Let me calculate. The commission fee, wages, and bonuses, such a money grubber." Li Pingyan mumbled under his breath and prepared to leave. "Hey, your medicine." Ma Sanyang placed several packets of Shengmai San on the table. "I haven't given you any money for purchases lately, have I?" Li Pingyan asked curiously. Ma Sanyang arched an eyebrow and said deliberately, "I bought a few extra, originally intending to discard them, but now they are yours." Li Pingyan smiled faintly, a term surfacing in his mind, Sundara. He accepted Ma Sanyang's roundabout compensation with gratitude. "Thank you." Upon departing from Lichun Courtyard, Li Pingyan strolled down familiar streets, listening to the well-known calls and inhaling the familiar aromas from roadside stalls. He walked briskly to the loose noodle stall he frequented. From afar, Old Lu spotted Li Pingyan. "Ah, my dear brother Li, it's been ages. Come, take a seat. I had just returned from a long journey and thought I would come here for a bowl of noodles." Old Lu's smile was beaming. "The usual lamb offal noodles?" Li Pingyan nodded. Soon, a steaming bowl brimming with lamb offal was placed before him, accompanied by a small dish of sides and a portion of braised meat. "The sides and braised meat are on me. A treat to welcome you back, my dear brother Li." Lao Lu possesses an exceptional talent for socializing, which is one of the reasons behind his flourishing business. "Thank you very much," Li Pingyan replied with a smile. He scooped a small spoonful of lard, or perhaps let a few drops of sesame oil dribble into his noodles, complementing them with garlic and the exquisite dishes he had brought along. As the clamor of the market subsided and the sun began its descent, the evening glow enveloped Li Pingyan, bestowing a newfound radiance upon his face. He immersed himself in his noodles, savoring a life that belonged solely to him, a blind man content with a tranquil existence. Life may be but a few pages, a manuscript of poetry that is ceaselessly revised and copied. From the vibrant black of youth to the stark white of age, some still pursue the enchanting words of Shimurong beneath the lamp's glow. This metaphor likens a person's life to a constantly edited poem, even transitioning from youthful vitality to the wisdom of old age. Some continue to chase a brighter future, striving for a more beautiful life. Chapter 44. The boy who arrived. Morning sunlight streamed into the small courtyard, and as the wind blew, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The date palm rustled, accompanied by a faint floral scent that lingered in the courtyard. Sounds pierced the stillness, resonating through the expanse with an eerie rhythm, as if imbued with a power that could captivate the heart. As usual, Li Pingyan practiced his cultivation, attuning himself to the subtle changes within his body. Once, twice, thrice. For times, a surge of true energy slowly rose from his dantian, flowing towards his chi, growing ever stronger. Li Pingyan exhaled deeply, the internal energy circulating, invigorating his spirit. With each passing day of practice, his breath naturally became finer, resembling a delicate thread that extended deep into his dantian. Transformation is not achieved overnight. It demands gradual training. Li Pingyan continued his simple, unadorned life, diligently honing his martial arts and skills, striving to strengthen his body. He would then serenade on the streets, occasionally accepting commissions to sustain his livelihood. Name: Li Pingyan. Lifespan: 132. Qualifications: Mortal Wind Listening Blade Technique, 90 Sheathing Blade Technique, 63 Turtle Breathing Skill, 92 Swallow Cloud Soaring, 35 Skills, Chi Locking, 62. All attributes were gradually on the rise. Time flows ceaselessly, seasons change like tides. With each dawn across countless households, new peach charms replaced the old. As the new year approached, Li Pingyan selected festive goods in the marketplace. The neighboring Duoha sisters invited him to celebrate the new year together, promising that this year would not be too lonely. Preserved meats, decorative fabrics, calendars, and various door gods were essential items. In the dream of Tokyo, it is noted that on the first day of the Lunar New Year, even the poorest must don clean new clothes. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. "Hey, are you blind, you little rascal? I'm asking you a question. Where did you come from?" Lu Air from the Poison Snake gang scrutinized the boy who had bumped into him, recognizing he was unfamiliar. The boy, adorned with an oversized straw hat, sniffed and regarded Lu Air with vigilance. "I am inquiring about your father." Lu Air reached out and ruffled his hair. Li Pingyan sensed a familiar aura and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he had come seeking. Thus, he approached, addressing him as second brother. Upon hearing Li Pingyan's voice, Lu Air turned. "Have you just finished your meal?" Li Pingyan nodded with a smile. The moment the boy caught sight of Li Pingyan, his face lit up with joy as he rushed forward. "Sir." It was none other than the young lad Chen Chuxing from the small village. "Do you two know each other?" Lu Air inquired with curiosity. Li Pingyan replied, "He is a distant relative of mine. You little rascal, bumped into your second uncle without even offering an apology." Chen Chuxing promptly apologized to Lu Air. Lu Air, not one to bear a grudge against a child, said little in response. Soon after, Li Pingyan brought Chen Chuxing back home and warmed up some food for him. The little fellow seemed to have gone days without a proper meal and devoured the food ravenously. Before long, the table was devoid of any remnants. Li Pingyan patiently waited for him to finish. After several hearty burps, Chen Chuxing wiped his mouth and knelt before Li Pingyan, exclaiming, "Please, sir, accept me as your disciple." The spectacle of Li Pingyan single-handedly halting 300 cavalry left an indelible impression on the young boy. During his stay at Chen Chuxing's home that night, Li Pingyan had casually mentioned residing in the 4 towns of Anbei, which were quite distant from Chen Chuxing's village. Furthermore, the desert's unpredictable climate, alongside countless marauders, posed great risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to ruin. Unexpectedly, this boy had managed to find his way here. Li Pingyan, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered, "Why should I take you as my disciple?" Chen Chuxing stammered, unable to articulate a reply. Because. Li Pingyan smiled gently. "It is no small feat to travel such a distance. You may stay here for now. When will you teach me martial arts, sir?" "I shall teach you when you are able to encounter me." Chen Chuxing was taken aback, perplexed by the meaning behind those words. "It means exactly what it says." Chen Chuxing blinked. "Sir, I still do not understand." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly lunged at Li Pingyan. A dull thud resounded. Chen Chuxing let out a cry of despair, sprawling on the ground. The strike had come from Li Pingyan's bamboo stick. "You still have a long way to go," Li Pingyan remarked before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Chen Chuxing, nursing his sore leg, watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with determination. Thus began a new chapter, with a free laborer added to Li Pingyan's household. The boy, driven by his nature, would secretly observe Li Pingyan's practice and, in secluded spots, fashion branches into swords to practice punches and palms, yearning for the day he could become like Li Pingyan. Of course, he had not forgotten their agreement. Chen Chuxing attempted various tactics, such as launching surprise attacks while Li Pingyan was asleep, all of which ended in failure. He even tried to ambush him during mealtime, yet still met with defeat. Another time, he lay in wait in the latrine but found no opportunity to strike. Instead, he encountered the old cow's dung. The moment Chen Chuxing sprang out of the latrine, he startled the old cow, causing it to avoid the restroom for several days. The new year arrived as scheduled, with the sound of firecrackers ringing in the air, enhancing the festive atmosphere, making it both grander and more boisterous. Chen Chuxing and Aliyah eagerly raced to pace the spring festival couplets. Being of similar age, they quickly became very good friends. Li Pingyan and Duoha began preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. Once the feast was ready, a large snowman had also appeared outside. Chen Chuxing and Aliyah, with their little faces flushed from the cold, sat down to enjoy a sumptuous meal consisting of 6 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian ones, the most lavish meal of the year. After the reunion dinner, the kitchen utensils were meticulously cleaned, and candles were lit in every room. The family gathered together, vigilantly keeping the fire alive as they awaited the moment to bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new one. It was customary to light candles under the bed, signifying a bright future ahead, as it was said that doing so would ensure wealth in the coming year. Chen Chuxing found a small square table, laid out paper upon it, and began to write with a somewhat unsteady hand. Duoha, noticing, curiously asked, "Chuxing, what are you doing?" "I am writing a letter to my mother," he replied. "Your mother? I didn't see her the last time I visited," Li Pingyan remarked. "She is in the capital," Chen Chuxing explained. "After my father passed away, my mother remarried and went to the capital." Aliyah inquired, "Then why didn't you go with her?" Chen Chuxing, with a hint of sadness, responded, "If I had gone, she wouldn't have been able to." Aliyah immediately retorted, "Chuxing's mother is a bad person for abandoning her child for wealth and luxury. My mother is not a bad person." Chen Chuxing raised his head, his tone intensifying, anger flickering on his face. "She abandoned you." It was the first time Aliyah had witnessed the usually gentle Chen Chuxing lose his temper, his voice low yet firm. "My grandfather and father were killed by the Turks. My mother is left alone. By marrying in the capital, she can live a better life." Aliyah puffed up her cheeks, indignantly declaring, "But that doesn't give her the right to abandon you. I am the man of the Chen family. I am not afraid of hardship, and I must avenge my grandfather and father," the youth stated amidst the crackling of firecrackers. Chapter 45, The Path of the Youth. The old year has passed, and a new one has begun. In the early morning, as dawn broke, young Chen Chuxing, carrying a woven basket and dressed in a clean green garment, joyfully trod along the path, inhaling the scent of grass and earth, embraced by the warm breeze. Time has flown, and the mountains seem more distant. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. This year, Chen Chuxing turned 15, old enough to enlist. Yet he had not yet succeeded in becoming Li Pingyan's disciple. To this day, he had never even touched Li Pingyan once. He had pretended to be sick, feigned death, and exhausted every conceivable tactic. However, through the relentless cycle of training day after day, year after year, the once impetuous youth found himself repeatedly attempting and failing. His temperament has been tempered into an unwavering resilience. Moreover, his skills have gradually evolved through his struggles with Li Pingyan, to the extent that he himself was unaware of this transformation. It was only during an encounter on the streets, where he found himself in a scuffle with a group of rowdy thugs, that he realized the extent of his growth. Faced with these burly individuals, the young man navigated the confrontation with remarkable ease. Having become accustomed to the fierce battles with Li Pingyan, the attacks from these street ruffians felt akin to transitioning from a hellish game mode to a simpler one. Thus, on a certain day, the young man bid farewell to Li Pingyan, preparing to enlist in the military. Although life here was indeed delightful, he remained steadfast in his mission. The day of parting was in September, though the exact date has since faded from Li Pingyan's memory. He recalls that on that day, he, Duo Ha, Aliyah, and old Neo came to see Chen Chushing off. "This is a pair of shoes I made for you, along with some provisions for your journey," Aliyah said, handing Chen Chushing a package, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Chushing smiled gently, replying, "Thank you." Duo Ha added, "Make sure to write to us." Chen Chushing nodded, and then turned to Li Pingyan. He solemnly knelt and bowed 3 times, expressing, "I shall never forget your teachings, sir." Li Pingyan smiled faintly and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. After a brief silence, he softly wished him safe travels. As Chen Chushing walked further away, he turned back and waved at them. "Return now. Once I have avenged my grievances, I shall return to you." His voice echoed from a distant place. Amidst the flames of war for 3 months, a letter from home is worth its weight in gold. Chen Chushing's letters arrived sporadically from the border. From these letters, Li Pingyan learned that he had successfully enlisted. He also gathered that skirmishes occasionally erupted at the border, with reports indicating that the Sui dynasty was preparing for significant action against the Turks. Before long, Chen Chushing sent word that the army was set to mobilize and that he might be unable to write for a time. "Do not worry," he wrote. "The army is encamped in a desolate land. Orders have come down that in a few days, we shall engage in a decisive battle with the Turkish cavalry. Hey, hurry up." The voices clamored in the distance. The biting cold was enough to make one shiver, and Chen Chushing, clad in tattered military garb, sniffled. Upon reaching the battlefield, due to his youth, he had been assigned to logistics. It was only yesterday, when the situation at the front grew dire, that he was transferred to the vanguard camp. In his first encounter on the battlefield, he saved a sergeant and killed 3 Turkish soldiers. The sergeant rewarded him with a thick cotton coat, ensuring that Chen Chushing would no longer be awakened by the freezing cold in the middle of the night. Furthermore, the sergeant provided him with 2 sweet potatoes and a flask of liquor. Though Chen Chushing was not accustomed to drinking, he found that a sip would warm his stomach. During a moment of respite, he found a spot to kindle a fire, carefully roasting the sweet potatoes. "Grandfather, father, today I killed 3 Turkish soldiers. They were not much older than I am. Did they have families too? Will their loved ones grieve for them now that they are gone?" Chen Chushing spoke to himself, contemplating that taking a life did not appear to be an easy endeavor. The war raged on. He had made many acquaintances, including a lad of similar age whom everyone referred to as Fatty. Fatty was quite the chatterbox, and his motivation for enlisting was purely monetary. When Chen Chushing inquired about his aspirations, Fatty replied that he wished to return home, purchase a grand house, and marry a wife, relieving his mother from the burden of weaving for a living. Fatty then posed a question to Chen Chushing regarding his future ambitions. After a moment of reflection, Chen Chushing resolutely declared that he aimed to ensure that the borders would never witness war again, fostering a peaceful coexistence between the Sui Empire and the Turks. Throughout this journey, Chen Chushing witnessed much, including the plundering and slaughter inflicted upon the Turkic people by soldiers from the Central Plains. Reminiscent of the Turkic soldiers' past raids on their villages, he deeply felt the enmity that existed between nations, the relentless conflict driven by the instinct for survival. After 2 years of learning under Li Pingyan, Chen Chushing had gained profound insights. He no longer fixated solely on annihilating the Turks to avenge his grandfather and father. Instead, he aspired to prevent further loss of loved ones due to war between the Sui and the Turks. Behind the glory of generals and the state lay countless shattered families and grieving spouses. Chen Chushing shared this dream many times, only to be met with ridicule. Yet this time was different. Fatty swallowed hard and said, "I believe you can achieve it. Just don't forget to look out for me when the time comes." "Absolutely," Chen Chushing replied, embracing Fatty's shoulders. As the army prepared to depart, Fatty and Qin Chushing were assigned to different units. Before parting, Fatty split the bread he held in two and said, "Until we meet again, brother." Indeed, until we meet again. The next time Qin Chushing encountered Fatty was while clearing the battlefield. The jovial lad who had dreamt of earning money, buying a house, marrying a wife, and honoring his mother now lay cold among a heap of corpses. Qin Chushing sat in silence for an entire night before burying Fatty. As the war reached a fever pitch, it became evident to all that this would be the final battle. The soldiers secretly rejoiced, knowing that once this fight concluded, they could return home. Yet they also understood that this battle would be exceptionally brutal, as both sides were aware that only by vanquishing the enemy could they hope to survive. Due to his courageous performance, Qin Chushing was reassigned to the vanguard battalion. The night before the battle, he sharpened his sword. "Have you heard? A cultivator has arrived in our camp. Is that true?" "Indeed. He can control a sword and is said to be as formidable as 100 men. Remarkable. Tomorrow, he will join us on the battlefield." "Yes. It is rumored that he will assist us in launching a surprise attack on the enemy." The soldiers in the camp whispered amongst themselves, finding solace in the presence of such a powerful cultivator. The night was sleepless. Qin Chushing sat upon a tree stump, watching as the sun gradually rose in the distance. And he suddenly smiled. Chapter 46. You are stronger than I. As March passed, Li Pingyan tended to his garden at home. Arya popped her head over the wall and asked, "Uncle, has Chushing received any letters?" As the years passed, Alia blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her complexion improved. Her visage became fuller, and her features softened considerably. Her personality remained as cheerful and vivacious as ever. Yet, there was still no news. Li Pingyan remarked that the war at the front had only recently concluded, and the soldiers had yet to settle down. It was implausible for news to arrive so swiftly. This time, the Sui dynasty achieved a significant victory, albeit at a heavy cost. Months slipped by, and still, there was no letter from Qin Chushing. Both Duoha and Alia grew increasingly anxious about his well-being, with Alia often dreaming of Qin Chushing's demise on the battlefield. A few days later, Li Pingyan resolved to visit the front lines, coincidentally tasked by Ma Sanyang with a mission there. Leading an old ox, he journeyed along a narrowing path, where the presence of pedestrians dwindled and desolation reigned, interrupted only by the wind rustling through the poplar trees lining the road. Along the way, Li Pingyan encountered a woman accompanying a young man of 17 or 18. The woman, though not unattractive and still youthful, appeared gaunt, resembling a desiccated hen. "Mother, let us rest for a moment and have some water," the young man suggested, producing a jug of water and rummaging through his bag for some flatbread. He then approached Li Pingyan, offering, "Uncle, please have a piece of flatbread along with some homemade pickles. I hope you don't mind." Li Pingyan smiled warmly, expressing his gratitude. Through their conversation, he learned that this mother and son were also in search of loved ones. The elderly woman's eldest son was serving in the military, and with the war now over, she had received no word from him. Concerned for his safety, she and her younger son had decided to visit the military camp. "Mother, you need not worry. My brother will be fine," the young man reassured her. "Did he not say that upon his return, we would have money, and our family could live in a grand house, freeing you from the toil of weaving?" The elderly woman sighed. "What grand house? All I wish for is your safety." Days later, Li Pingyan arrived at the frontline military camp. With the war's conclusion, the atmosphere had relaxed significantly. Approaching a sentry, he requested assistance in finding information. The sentry scrutinized him and inquired, "Are you familiar with someone named Qin Chushing?" When the sentry remained silent, Li Pingyan discreetly offered a few copper coins. After weighing them, the sentry casually replied, "I don't know him." Li Pingyan then produced a silver ingot, roughly the size of a dime. "Let this be for the brothers to enjoy a drink." Only then did the sentry shift his tone, directing him to the records office for assistance. The elderly woman and the young man benefited from this turn of events. Upon arriving at the records office, they found a throng of others searching for their kin. Anxiety loomed over them, fearing they might either fail to find their loved ones or receive only grim tidings. Some wept openly, while others prayed silently. Next, called the impatient official at the records office. Li Pingyan and the elderly woman waited for a full 2 hours before it was finally their turn. The official then slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "That's enough for today. Those seeking information must return tomorrow." This announcement sent waves of distress through the crowd. However, aside from a few complaints, there was little that could be done. Li Pingyan moved closer, retrieving a piece of silver from his pocket. "Sir, It has been several days on the road. I kindly ask for your assistance. This is the regulation. I cannot do otherwise, the man replied with righteous indignation. I understand, Li Pingyan said, producing a handful of small silver coins. Please, sir, grant me this favor. My elderly mother is worried about her child. The man feigned understanding. Altering his tone, I can empathize. We are all loyal to our country. Pray tell, what is your name and place of origin? Li Pingyan and the elderly woman provided the details of their child. The official produced a thick stack of records, instructing them to search for themselves. The names marked with a red cross indicated the deceased. Upon inspection, the pages were densely filled with names. The elderly woman and her young son were illiterate, leaving Li Pingyan to lean in, his pale eyes straining to decipher the text. The pace was excruciatingly slow. Li Pingyan wrote down the name of the elderly woman's son, advising them to remember his appearance before they searched further. The sun, a round disk, rested upon the desert's horizon, outlining a series of contours. Li Pingyan rubbed his eyes and set aside the records. He sat in silence for a long moment, enveloped in a fog of uncertainty. The words on the paper trembled before him, becoming unbearable to gaze upon. Suddenly, the elderly woman seized a booklet, pointing to a name and inquiring, Sir, could you please help me determine if this is my son's name? After a moment's contemplation, Li Pingyan confirmed, it is. The elderly woman's expression shifted as she seemed to deduce the implication of the red cross beside the name. Noticing his silence, she paused, raising her hand only to let it fall helplessly as she sat down. Li Pingyan closed the booklet, yearning to offer some comfort. But in the face of life and death, all words felt woefully inadequate. Li Pingyan departed from the military camp. 5 days later, he discovered the corpse of Chun Chuxing on a hillside. This was not the main battlefield, and no one had come to retrieve the bodies. Thus, the wolves of the mountains had benefited, though fortunately, Chun Chuxing's body had been preserved, likely because it had not yet been his turn. Before his death, he must have fought valiantly. His body was riddled with wounds, every inch of his skin marred, leaving little intact flesh. The youthful visage remained resolute, perhaps still envisioning a beautiful future that was never meant for him. It was said that a cultivator from his squad had betrayed the Sui dynasty, leading them into an ambush by the Turks during their mission of stealth. Li Pingyan dug a large grave and buried all the bodies. Initially, he intended to create a separate resting place for Chun Chuxing, but he reconsidered, believing the boy would prefer not to be alone. Thus, he interred him alongside his comrades. Sitting beside the grave, Li Pingyan spoke softly to himself. In my earlier studies, I encountered a saying, all things in this world can be chosen, except for the days of our lives. Every matter in this world cannot withstand scrutiny. Upon inspection, each harbors its grievances. I have come to this world and endured much suffering. In the past, I lived each day without lofty aspirations, believing that the victories and defeats of life were merely ephemeral. I fancied myself a sage, adept at perceiving the sorrows and joys of the world, yet in truth, I was merely reluctant to confront the heart-wrenching separations of life and death. From a young age, I possessed a tender heart. When I witnessed my playmates intentionally crushing ants, I intervened, which ultimately led to my isolation from their companionship. My father once remarked that I would never amount to much. In this regard, you surpass me. Chapter 47. Seeking an explanation beyond the human pass lies a vital gateway from the central plains to the western regions. The area surrounding Human Pass is abundant with lakes, dense marshes, and flourishing reeds. It resembles an island at the heart of a lake, bordered by waterways to the east, south, and north, with a solitary dry path leading westward to the Gobi Desert. To secure a water source in this arid expanse is to gain a strategic military advantage. Consequently, this has always been an ideal location for constructing fortifications, a coveted prize among military strategists. As the wind began to rise, gaining intensity, Yang Kai appeared, clad in white garments and adorned with a cerulean sword at his back. A light belt encircled his waist, billowing in the wind. His features were strikingly handsome, imbued with an undercurrent of aggression, akin to a drawn sword, dazzling yet intimidating to behold. Yang Kai exuded an undeniable brilliance. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage came into view. A man of earnest demeanor rushed forth, anxiously imploring, Brother, my wife is in dire straits, and our horse cannot proceed. Might I trouble you for the use of your steed? Not receiving an immediate response, the man hastily produced a handful of coins. I won't ask for it for free. This great favor shall be etched in my memory forever. In the face of the man's desperate entreaty, Yang Kai merely cast him a disdainful glance, reveling in the feeling of superiority. Ever since he entered the immortal sect at the age of 8 in pursuit of eternal life, he regarded mortals as no more than swine or dogs. Brother, the man attempted to speak further. Leave. Yang Kai coldly uttered a single word. The man froze in place, feeling as though his heart had ceased to beat. A formidable pressure surged forth, and in the next moment, he was sent hurtling backward, darkness enveloping him, his consciousness slipping away. When he awakened once more, a gentle rain was falling. The man, listening to the sound of raindrops, suddenly regained his senses. He bolted upright, only to find a stranger in the carriage, taking his wife's pulse. "My husband, you are awake," his wife exclaimed. As the man opened his mouth to speak, a sudden warmth surged in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The congealed blood dispersed, yet it would require time to heal. The stranger spoke gently. "You need to rest. Your injuries will take time to mend." The man regarded the stranger, whose eyes were covered with a black cloth. A blind man. Li Pingyan retrieved a pen from his sleeve and produced a small booklet. Chuanxiong, frankincense, eucalyptus, mulberry, and yellow grass. As he spoke, he meticulously inscribed the names, tore off the page, and handed it to the man. "This is your medicine. Brew it in water and take it twice daily. Remember, refrain from heavy labor for the next few days." With that, he lowered his head and continued to write with graceful strokes, his penmanship remarkably elegant despite his blindness. From his words emanated a refreshing and tranquil essence, unlike the writings of some individuals that resonate with a persistent drone. The hurried and unstable nature of their script betrays a restless heart. Your wife's life is temporarily secure, however, similar to yourself. She requires a period of tranquility and must adhere to my prescribed regimen for 3 months. The man received the prescription and, upon realization, expressed his profound gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble benefactor, for saving my life." He attempted to kneel before Li Pingyan, who preemptively supported him, saying, "No need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort. I am Zhao Shang, and I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name and place of residence, so that I may repay your kindness in the future." "Such a minor act does not warrant repayment," Li Pingyan replied. Zhao Shang continued, "Noble benefactor, are you also heading into the city? If so, let us journey together. Though my family is not of considerable stature, we do possess a thriving business. Surely, we must treat you to a meal." "Indeed, indeed," echoed Zhao Shang's wife, who, moments ago, appeared frail, her body fluctuating in temperature, as if teetering on the brink of death. Who could have anticipated that she would be so miraculously restored? "No, I have matters to attend to," Li Pingyan responded. Zhao Shang hastily insisted, "Noble benefactor, please do share your concerns. I shall exert every effort to assist." Li Pingyan smiled gently. "There is no need for your assistance. I am merely here to seek justice for a young man." Outside the carriage, a fine drizzle continued unabated, rendering everything in the rain a blurred haze. Li Pingyan donned his rain hat once more and alighted from the carriage. "Farewell." At that moment, as he rose, the man distinctly heard the crisp sound of metal clashing, reminiscent of swords colliding. It was then they realized that Li Pingyan's mode of transport was, in fact, an ox. The man and the ox soon vanished into the misty rain. "Senior brother." Just as Yang Kai glimpsed the outline of Yumen Pass, he noticed 4 figures awaiting him in the distance, 3 men and 1 woman, all fellow disciples. "Senior brother, how was your journey?" The girl, named Inger, though youthful, was remarkably clever and endearing. Yang Kai was a man of contradictions. On one hand, he held a disdain for the mundane populace, viewing them as no more than swine and dogs. His previous excursions had resulted in the demise of innocent lives, leading to frequent reprimands from his master and, on one occasion, nearly resulting in his expulsion from the sect. Yet, due to his exceptional talent for cultivation, his master was unwilling to let such potential go to waste and made every effort to retain him, which ultimately tempered Yang Kai's conduct. During this latest expedition, Yang Kai had served in the army of the Sui dynasty, earning a handsome reward. Under the table, he communicated with the Turks and secured an even more substantial sum. Although he was a citizen of the Sui, he perceived the conflict as mere rivalry among beasts, confident that he could remain unscathed regardless of the outcome. Conversely, Yang Kai displayed great care for his fellow disciples, whether they were senior brothers and sisters from the inner sect or junior brothers and sisters from the outer sect, earning him high regard and a commendable reputation within the mountain gate. "Senior brother, I have missed you dearly." Yang Kai chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the hair of his younger sister, eager to reveal the treasures he had brought back for her. As he spoke, with a flick of his hand, a beautifully packaged box of pastries appeared in his grasp, peach blossom pastries. Inger's eyes sparkled. Her senior brother was the best. Yang Kai then inclined his hand in greeting to an older gentleman, thanking Brother Han for coming to welcome him. Brother Han waved his hand dismissively, saying that as fellow disciples, they need not speak so formally. Yang Kai subsequently greeted two other junior brothers, demonstrating complete courtesy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The group chatted and laughed, deliberating on which restaurant to visit in the city. Amidst the gentle drizzle and breeze, a figure slowly approached from a distance. Though he moved deliberately, upon his arrival, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an innate aura of menace. Yang Kai and the others turned their heads, regarding the figure with caution. The man was clad in green attire, his left sleeve empty, and he held a bamboo pole in his right hand, a black cloth obscuring his eyes. A black ox followed closely behind him, presenting a most peculiar sight. He halted not far away, and Yang Kai sensed that the man was no ordinary individual. He inquired, "What brings you here?" "I seek an explanation from young Master Yang." The man replied directly, stating his surname. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 48. A character as insignificant as Li Ping'an lowered his head slightly, feeling the raindrops trickle down from his rain hat. Young Master Yang is a practitioner. Surely, he possesses clarity of mind. Benefiting from the great sway, yet on the battlefield, he colluded with external foes, resulting in the deaths of 128 sway soldiers. I wish to seek accountability for this matter. The rain soaked the earth, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. Several senior brothers gazed at Yang Kai in astonishment. This incident aligned perfectly with Yang Kai's known temperament, one that his brothers had grown accustomed to over the years. Even their master had grown too weary to reprimand him. However, collaborating with external enemies to slay one's own soldiers was indeed excessive. Despite the great sway's frailty and internal strife, no one would dare bear the weight of universal condemnation by siding with foreign tribes. Moreover, the current sect leader once led disciples to confront foreign armies at the borders. A sense of national pride resides in all. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Yang Kai's eyes, while he was indifferent to such matters. Knowing that his brothers would become aware of it would inevitably create a rift. Should this be reported to the enforcement hall, even his master would struggle to protect him. Yet, he scorned the notion of rebuttal. What was done, and what was not done. This is the conduct of a gentleman. Furthermore, given his actions over the years, even a rebuttal would likely go unheeded. An explanation? Whom among them do you seek to question? Yang Kai retorted, effectively acknowledging his actions. It's possible that young Master Yang may not even recall. Li Ping'an spoke calmly. I am but the most inconspicuous one among the 128 soldiers. He untied the strap of his rain hat and removed his raincoat, allowing it to fall to the ground. At this moment, they could clearly see the array of swords and knives hanging from his waist, while he wielded a short, thick blade, sheathed and wrapped in white silk. A slight smirk played at the corners of Yang Kai's mouth. What audacity! Cease your actions. A resounding voice echoed, belonging to Yang Kai's senior brother, Lu Bin. Among those present, he held the highest rank and possessed the most profound cultivation. With such an incident unfolding, Lu Bin could not remain indifferent. Although Yang Kai had previously engaged in some indiscreet actions, he had managed to handle them with a degree of finesse, avoiding any disgrace to their sect. However, this time, he had brazenly allied himself with external foes, and his identity had been uncovered. If this matter were not resolved properly, it could spell disaster for their sect. Lu Bin summoned his authority as a senior brother and shot a fierce glare at Yang Kai, insisting that they return to the sect first. He then turned to Li Ping'an, clasping his hands in greeting. This esteemed brother, I am Lu Bin, a senior brother to several here. As this matter remains unresolved, it would be prudent for us to return to the sect together and deliberate further. If, as you claim, my junior brother has transgressed, the sect's master will certainly not spare him and will seek justice for the fallen soldiers. Yet, should my junior brother be the victim of a conspiracy, the circumstances would warrant a different approach. Li Ping'an fell silent for a moment. If what I say is true, how would your sect address this individual? Lu Bin pressed his lips together, aware of the likely outcome. After such a scandal, it was probable that the sect would conceal the incident, opting for discretion rather than publicity, perhaps confining Yang Kai to solitary reflection or imposing laborious tasks upon him. However, expelling Yang Kai from the sect was out of the question, Allowing such a figure to leave could risk tarnishing their reputation. As for the 128 valiant soldiers who had perished, their fate was sealed, and nothing could be done. Suddenly, Li Pingan chuckled and stepped toward Yang Kai. One last question. As far as I know, you lack for nothing in terms of wealth. Why then assist the Turks in the demise of those soldiers? The azure sword behind Yang Kai emitted a resonant hum, unsheathing itself and vibrating with remarkable speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in its wake. The deaths of such insignificant creatures are of no concern to me, Yang Kai scoffed. Li Pingan drew his blade, executing a simple yet earnest motion. Indeed, they may be insignificant, but today you shall meet your end at the hands of such beings. His movements shifted from swift to slow, seemingly instantaneous, without any perceptible acceleration. The crude blade tore through the rain, as if carrying the weight of a youth's tragic dreams, unstoppable in its momentum. The azure sword, imbued with a searing aura, shattered the raindrops that fell upon its surface. A sharp, urgent cry of the sword rang out as a fragment of its shimmering shadow shot forth, tracing an arc like a desolate, yet beautiful remnant of a rainbow. The crude blade and the flying sword collided, generating a powerful impact that created an absolute domain around them, intercepting the descending rain. The blade splintered under the tremendous force, momentarily halting the advance of the flying sword. Li Pingan drew another slender dagger from his waist. He seemed aware that this makeshift weapon would not stand a chance against Yang Kai's flying sword. Yet one blade was insufficient. He drew 2, 3, 4. Though small, the ants could still shake the elephant. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a profound silence enveloped the world, as if it were brewing a rare and monumental storm. Li Pingan maintained a sprinting speed, yet his grip remained unwavering, the blade in his hand relentless. With a stoic expression, he pressed onward, an invisible intent coursing through his heart, resonating within his mind, a wondrous state of being. At his waist dangled 9 blades, of which 8 had been shattered by Yang Kai's flying sword. In that fleeting moment, devoid of any intention, the essence of heaven, time, geography, and humanity converged. The flying sword sought to return to save its master, but it was too late. It trembled momentarily in midair before succumbing helplessly to the ground. Yang Kai fell into the rain, his head severed and landing a foot away, amidst a pool of blood. Rain cascaded from the heavens, hastening the spread of crimson. Although Yang Kai's visage was stained with blood, there was no agony of death upon his face, only a look of perplexity, as if he could not comprehend the reality of his demise. He had not anticipated Li Pingan's swiftness, nor the clean and decisive manner in which the battle would conclude. He had not yet managed to elevate his body to its optimal state, nor had he the chance to wield his sword technique or channel his true energy before Li Pingan's blade severed his head. Li Pingan furrowed his brow slightly, as if his right arm had been rendered useless. He had withstood 8 fierce assaults from the flying sword, each strike cleaving through every inch of his skin. Indeed, were Yang Kai given another opportunity to prepare himself, Li Pingan would never have achieved such an effortless victory. Yet, life seldom offers second chances. Li Pingan exhaled deeply. The matter was concluded, and it was time to part ways. Ignoring the others, he turned and departed step by step. These individuals were Yang Kai's fellow disciples, and any one of them might harbor a desire for vengeance. In another confrontation, Li Pingan had no chance of victory. Chapter 49. It was indeed a tragedy. Yang Kai was dead. Everyone, including the most powerful senior brother, Lu Bin, stood in a state of shock. From the moment of confrontation to the decisive strike, it transpired in the span of merely 3 breaths. Lu Bin gazed at Li Pingan's departing figure, his lips twitching involuntarily. Had he been in Yang Kai's position, he would have felt confident in mobilizing his true energy and attaining his peak state within those 3 breaths. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was merely a bystander. If he had truly been in Yang Kai's shoes, he would hardly have anticipated that within 3 breaths, one could meet such a swift demise. The prowess of this man rendered Lu Bin and his companions paralyzed with fear, leaving them without the courage even to speak. It was not until Li Pingan and his imposing bull gradually faded from view that the invisible pressure lessened considerably, prompting several of them to exhale in unison. As they beheld Yang Kai's lifeless form, a sense of bewilderment washed over them. Just moments ago, he had shared laughter and conversation with them. Now, he had become a mere corpse. The spring rain fell like ethereal wisps of smoke, brushing against the branches, caressing the withered leaves, and cascading softly to the ground. Li Pingyan sat within a dilapidated city god temple, crushing the golden elixir in his mouth and swallowing it. The treasure left by the monk Jiyan, a relic, was rumored to possess the ability to mend and restore. By a fortunate twist of fate, Li Pingyan acquired a mysterious elixir but hesitated to consume it, fearing hidden dangers. Until today, the pill swiftly dissolved in his mouth and flowed into his body. Instantly, he was drenched in sweat, each breath releasing a plume of white vapor. The energy surged towards his dantian, pressing forcefully against his tailbone, culminating in a powerful release. As the last remnants of energy returned to his dantian, torrents of sweat seeped from his pores, and an overwhelming pressure bore down upon his internal organs, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Yet, soon enough, his body regained its vitality. An immense life force erupted from within him, gradually mending the sinews of his arm. Although the strands of energy were tenuous, their effect was remarkable. The previously vacant left arm now throbbed with an intense itch. He struggled to open his eyes, but they remained ablaze with heat and pain. A warm liquid trickled from the corners of his eyes, falling drop by drop. His muscles convulsed, every nerve quivered, and each bone endured excruciating torment. Time passed, and eventually, Li Pingyan lay still, with only a few muscles still twitching. He attempted to expel a breath of foul air, but his throat was constricted by a viscous sweetness. A forceful cough erupted, and blood spilled forth. Moo! The old cow bellowed excitedly. Li Pingyan tested his arm, rediscovering strength. The once empty left arm had regenerated, though he struggled to wield it, feeling as if it were a cumbersome burden. Yet, his vision remained shrouded in a gray haze. With no sign of clarity, it seemed the elixir could only restore what was lost, failing to restore his sight, perhaps due to some unknown reason. Li Pingyan chose not to dwell on it. His hand had healed, and he felt no adverse effects, which brought him a sense of contentment. He attempted to regulate his vital energy, but it felt tumultuous and difficult to control. He could distinctly sense an unfamiliar energy within him. Reluctantly, he had to repeatedly channel his energy to prevent it from spiraling out of control, which allowed him a momentary calm. 3 days later, the old cow carried Li Pingyan back to the 4 towns of Anbei. "Uncle! Uncle!" Arya exclaimed with joy. Li Pingyan smiled as he patted her head. "Uncle, what happened to your hand?" Arya gasped in astonishment at the sight of Li Pingyan's reformed left arm. "I found a miraculous doctor who reattached it," Li Pingyan replied calmly. "What kind of miraculous doctor is so extraordinary?" Arya's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Pingyan offered a few vague reassurances. "Uncle, what about Chu Sheng? How is he?" Arya eagerly inquired. Li Pingyan paused for a moment, then retrieved a letter from his pocket. He went to the capital to find his mother, and he may be gone for a month, or, at most, 3 to 5 years. We shouldn't worry about him. Ah, that rascal goes to the capital without even giving us a heads up, leaving me worried for so many days. Arya, fuming with indignation, seized the letter. Her cheeks puffed in defiance. "The next time I see him, I shall surely pummel him into a swollen visage." Doya emerged as well, glancing at the letter. Seemingly struck by an epiphany, her joyful expression froze as she gazed up at Li Pingyan. "Uncle," she said. Li Pingyan replied calmly. "He is doing quite well. We should refrain from disturbing him. Perhaps one day he will come to visit us." As the spring breeze blew, the willow catkins danced through the air, as if attempting to disperse the dreams of youth. Alas, it was a tragedy, and Li Pingyan detested tragedies. Yet, such is the nature of the world. Effort does not always yield results, and sincerity may go unrewarded. The youth, filled with fervor, ventured forth against the wind, tirelessly weaving his dreams, burning himself out in the process. No accolades awaited him, no accolades adorned his path. 3 months later, at the Lichuan courtyard. "What has been troubling you lately? You seem off your game." Ma Sanyang reclined with her legs crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Li Pingyan, whose pallor hinted at exhaustion. "A bit," Li Pingyan murmured. Since ingesting that precious relic capable of restoring vitality, while his arm had healed, a tumultuous surge of energy now roamed within him. He could neither digest it nor expel it, and every attempt required considerable effort to stabilize it. "Very well, then rest for a while," Ma Sanyang advised. These days were particularly busy at the Lichuan courtyard, with every assassin eager to double their workload. However, at this juncture, Li Pingyan was unable to accept any commissions. Leaving the Lichuan courtyard, he found himself troubled. What to eat tonight? After some contemplation, he resolved to purchase a few lotus leaf pancakes. These pancakes, not made from actual lotus leaves, were thin as paper soft, and pristine. Their resemblance to lotus leaves earned them their name, and their chewy texture delighted the palate. The taverns often served these pancakes wrapped around roasted chicken or duck, complemented by sweet bean sauce and scallions. Yet, given Li Pingyan's current financial state, he could not afford the roasted duck. He procured a few pancakes and ordered a bowl of spicy soup. Settling by the roadside, he savored the pancakes alongside the soup, the steam rising from the spicy concoction. He sipped and blew on the broth, and after finishing a bowl, he broke into a sweat. With only a small half of a pancake remaining, he decided to immerse it in the soup. Tilting his head back, he gulped it down. Amidst the lively chatter of the streets, he overheard snippets of conversation. Have you heard? A swordsman from the western regions has recently made quite a stir. They spoke of him waiting outside the Autumn Breeze Pavilion for the martial artists of the Central Plains. So far, dozens had fallen before him. One curious individual inquired, "Is he still there now?" Every 10 days, that western swordsman appears at the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. Chapter 50. The western swordsman Li Pingyan listened silently, already aware of the tales surrounding this enigmatic swordsman. It was said that he wielded a slender sword with unparalleled skill, boasting that he would challenge the martial arts of the Central Plains. His declaration had undoubtedly incited the ire of numerous warriors. More than once, they had sought to eliminate him, yet his extraordinary prowess rendered their efforts futile, leaving them defeated and humiliated. Wiping his mouth, Li Pingyan settled the bill and ambled away, leading his old ox slowly down the path. Even if he is invincible in the land of Shinzhou, it bears no relevance to himself. Due to the influence of the internal energy, Li Pingyan has been unable to cultivate during this period. With an abundance of time on his hands, he has taken to practicing calligraphy whenever he finds himself at leisure. Though his eyesight is impaired, the short distance of half a meter is sufficient for him to engage in this art form. Rather than utilizing pristine white paper or rice paper, he opts for old newspapers. However, today his writing does not flow as smoothly as he would like. After completing a sheet, dissatisfaction washes over him. Thus, he sets down his brush and takes up a bowl of boiled yellow soybeans. Sitting at the door, he munches on the beans while lost in thought. "Uncle." Arya nimbly vaults over the wall. The young girl, clad in a blue garment, possesses delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and a charmingly curved mouth. Her long, slender legs, partially veiled by a thin layer of fabric, evoke a unique aesthetic appeal. Hearing the commotion, Li Pingyan, without turning his head, inquires, "Is the academy on holiday today?" "Yes, uncle. Let us go see the festivities." "Is there a temple fair today?" Arya responds, "It's not a temple fair, but it's even livelier. Many people are gathering to watch the battles between the warriors from the western regions and those from the Central Plains." Li Pingyan expresses his indifference. What is there to see in a fight? They say the battles are quite thrilling. Come on, let us go. In the end, Li Pingyan cannot resist Arya's enthusiasm and is pulled along to Qiufeng Courtyard. Accompanying them are Arya's classmates, 2 boys and a girl. The group engages in lively banter, greeting one another as they stroll leisurely, enjoying the scenery while conversing merrily. Li Pingyan follows a few paces behind, a gentle smile gracing his face as he reflects on his own youth spent begging on the streets. Zhao Linger hails from a scholarly family, possessing a delicate beauty with bright eyes and fair skin, clearly a blossoming beauty. Since childhood, she has been a prodigy, able to recite numerous poems and possessing exquisite penmanship. Wang Yi, dressed in finery, is handsome in appearance and enjoys the most affluent background among the group. Pan Jun, affectionately known as Fat Jun, lives up to his name. Plump and somewhat simple-minded, Wang Yi, as the leader of the group, strides confidently down the street, accompanied by his entourage and a group of admirers. Yet, he casts a disdainful glance at Li Pingyan trailing behind, clad in simple attire, accompanied by an old ox. How utterly rustic he appears. Wang Yi is not a bad person. He values loyalty and treats his friends well. However, being youthful, he possesses a childlike disposition, often placing importance on appearances and ostentation. Li Pingyan senses Wang Yi's sentiment and offers a faint smile, deliberately slowing his pace to maintain a distance from the group. Yet, after a short while, Arya notices Li Pingyan lagging behind and returns to pull him along. With no choice but to comply, the group soon arrives at Qiufeng Courtyard, where a considerable crowd has gathered, primarily there to witness the spectacle. Inside the courtyard stands a palanquin, flanked by several servants, suggesting that the occupant within is indeed a swordsman from the western regions. Quite the grand sight. Li Pingyan discreetly sensed the presence of the individual inside the sedan chair, a sensation akin to a prickling unease along his spine as he perceived an overwhelming force. Yet, he could not detect any vital energy within that person. In fact, the aura emanating from him was exceedingly frail, reminiscent of the weak and ailing, which piqued Li Pingyan's curiosity about this peculiar swordsman from the western regions. The surrounding clamor was incessant, with no space to be found, much to the advantage of the vendors selling tea, candied fruits, and snacks, who needed not to shout. As their wares were swiftly cleared away, Wang Yi, in a generous spirit, purchased a large bag of candied snacks and distributed them amongst the group. "Uncle, this candy is delicious," Alia exclaimed, handing a piece to Li Pingyan. He took a hearty bite, and a wave of sweetness erupted in his mouth. Soon, the first challenger of the day made his entrance, a swordsman clad in a dark green outfit, wielding a broad blade. "I am here to receive guidance from the golden blade of the Yin family," he declared. The leader of the Yin family, famously known as the unrivaled golden blade, held a notable reputation in the martial world. However, the swordsman inside the sedan chair remained silent, not even revealing himself. Dissatisfied, the swordsman furrowed his brow and raised his weapon. A blade is not to be drawn lightly. Once unsheathed, it promises bloodshed. The sound of the blade leaving its scabbard coincided with his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light erupted, reminiscent of a flowing autumn stream glistening upon the blade. The swordsman's weapon clattered to the ground, his gaze momentarily vacant. After a pause, the onlookers finally reacted. "Was it over? Farewell," the swordsman exclaimed as he hastily retrieved his blade and departed. "Wow, incredible. Did you see that flash of light?" Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fat Jun, Alia, and Zhao Linger widened their eyes in unison. For the 15 or 16-year-olds, this spectacle was undeniably astonishing. What sword technique was that? Fat Jun inquired, glancing at Wang Yi. Coming from a well-to-do family that employed numerous martial artists for protection, Wang Yi often learned a few moves himself, taking pride in this among his peers. Not wanting to admit ignorance in response to Fat Jun's question, he mused, "It must be the legendary Pingsha Luoyan. Just the name sounds impressive," Fat Jun remarked. A smirk played on Wang Yi's lips as he replied with pride, "Is that so? If you wish to see more, come to my house, and I'll have my masters perform for you." Zhao Linger blinked her eyes in curiosity, while Alia boldly asked, "Can we go later?" "Absolutely," Wang Yi readily agreed. Following this, several more challengers stepped forth, each meeting failure. None managed to approach the sedan chair or elicit a response from the swordsman within. It was not until the final contender, a monk dressed in humble robes, appeared. A string of prayer beads hung around his neck, and his demeanor exuded a gentle warmth. With a strikingly handsome visage, a complexion as fair as jade, and eyebrows that resemble drawn swords, he appears less like a monk and more like an exquisite young gentleman of the world. Upon his arrival, he irresistibly draws the gaze of the surrounding women. "I am Chongqing from Foxy Temple. I humbly seek your guidance." As he speaks, the monk named Chongqing steps forward. A crisp sound of metal resonating fills the air. "Tomorrow marks the new year. I wish everyone a joyful celebration in advance, and I express my gratitude for your support. The first performance has commenced, and I am uncertain how long I can sustain 4 updates in a single day." Chapter 51. Would you care to listen? A resonant sound echoed around. Those unacquainted with martial arts exchanged bewildered glances, oblivious to the exchange of blows, while a few seasoned warriors distinctly sensed the clash between the two. Although young, the monk had already mastered the ability to shield himself with true energy, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's strike. He did not falter, continuing his advance. In Li Pingyan's perception, a faint golden glow enveloped the monk, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. Clang! The two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated, sending ripples of energy outward. The monk's shoulder trembled under the impact, and he was propelled backward by an unseen force. Regaining his composure, he pressed on, drawing near to the palanquin. A surge of warmth flowed through his meridians, but suddenly, he froze, an icy chill coursing through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seek out the physician Wang Lao on West Street. Within an hour, his meridians can still be preserved, came the voice of the swordsman from the West region, breaking the silence within the palanquin. Chongqing, the monk, struggled to rise, revealing a long, gruesome gash on his arm. "Thank you for your mercy," he uttered before slowly retreating. No one dared to challenge him further, and after a prolonged silence, for servants lifted the palanquin and departed eastward, while the onlookers dispersed, knowing that the events of the day would soon circulate through the streets. The group of portly gentlemen, still yearning for more excitement, decided to visit Wang Yi's residence to witness the so-called more formidable warriors he had mentioned. Li Pingyan, uninterested in such frivolities, planned to return home, which dampened Alia's spirits as well. Wang Yi, who had been attempting to win the lively Alia's affection, hastily interjected, "Uncle Blind, why not come to my house for a visit? Surely you would enjoy some fine wine. I guarantee you have never tasted anything like it." Li Pingyan had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon arrival at the Wang family estate, one is struck by its grandeur. The courtyard is expansive, adorned with several small buildings, and streams trickle pleasantly over artificial hills. It resembles the abode of nobility. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his residence, Wang Yi guided his guests through the estate. In the backyard, he summoned two vigorous martial artists and whispered to them. They exchanged knowing smiles, understanding the young master's intentions. Finding themselves idle, they promptly began to spar in the courtyard, relying solely on their fists and feet without weapons. As fists and feet collided, the intensity of the duel escalated, their movements quickening with each exchange. Occasionally, the sound of their strikes resonated, crisp and melodious, clearly audible to all. In a mere moment, the two had exchanged blows 2 or 3 dozen times. To Alia, Fat Jun, and Zhao Ling, this spectacle was far more captivating than the previous battles in the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. They clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Li Pingyan sat at the sidelines, wearing a serene smile, remaining silent. Although the sounds of their combat filled the air, the techniques employed by the combatants were mere flourishes. To the untrained eye, it appeared dazzling. But those with a discerning eye could easily discern that, compared to the previous skirmishes in the Autumn Breeze Pavilion, this was a mere shadow of true prowess. Both fighters understood that the bout was not a genuine contest of strength. Rather, it was a means to amuse the young master's friends. After all, their robust physiques allowed them to absorb a few punches without consequence. Feeling somewhat bored, Li Pingyan attempted to circulate his internal energy, but found himself increasingly uncomfortable, his chest tightening with irritation. Reluctantly, he abandoned the effort and exhaled a breath of stale air, summoning a gentle breeze that alleviated the heat within him. "Are you also a practitioner of the way?" a gentle voice inquired nearby. Li Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been unaware of this person's presence. It seemed the turmoil of his internal energy had unsettled his mind. However, he maintained his composure and replied calmly, "I am merely someone who has studied martial arts for a few days. I cannot claim to be a practitioner of any significant skill." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Li Pingyan. Clad in simple garments, he bore no outward signs of mystical power, yet an air of poise and agility suggested he was a formidable expert. Not wishing to appear timid in front of others, Li Pingyan held his breath and invigorated his internal energy, allowing his breathing to become more fluid. "What a delightful fragrance of wine," the elder remarked, his nose twitching. Li Pingyan unwrapped the wine pouch, revealing a fine vintage aged over a decade, gifted freely by the proprietor of a tavern during his last commission. The elder swallowed hard, and they promptly began to drink together. As they sipped their wine, their conversation flowed. The elder cast a glance at the Eru behind Li Pingyan. "Do you understand melodies?" he asked. "I merely scrape by," Li Pingyan replied modestly. "Might I have the honor of hearing you play a piece?" Li Pingyan smiled warmly. The elder's eloquence suggested he was either a distinguished elder of the Wang family or a noble guest. Given his unwarranted intrusion as a visitor, it would be impolite to decline. He promptly untied the strings binding the Eru, preparing to showcase his modest skills. The elder had initially asked on a whim, his eyes half open in anticipation. Yet, as the music played, he found himself increasingly captivated. The sound enveloped them like a gentle rain, each drop softly tapping against the window. Inside, a fire crackled, warming the wine. They sat across from one another, casually discussing their lives. As the melody shifted, it became sluggish, as if heralding sorrow and evoking a sense of helplessness. The tune grew desolate, infused with a hint of melancholy, reflecting the solitude of existence. Just as this emotional tide seemed to reach its zenith, light suddenly shimmered in the darkness. The melody twisted and turned, ascending from somber depths to vibrant heights, soaring like a song echoing through the heavens, resembling the lament of a cuckoo. Finally, it erupted into an unwilling, anguished roar. The melody transformed once more, this time taking on a somber tone, The tale returned to the humble abode, imbued with a sense of detachment and tranquility after enduring the vicissitudes of life. As the final note faded, the old man's wine cake tumbled to the ground, his figure seemingly frozen, a peculiar expression adorning his face. In stark contrast to the elder, the others remained wholly engrossed in the duel between the two combatants, whose choice of weaponry this time heightened the spectacle. The music was such that those who understood it could glean profound insights, while those who did not could only sense a melancholic air. Rather than listening to this, one might find more amusement in watching a few theatrical performances. Certain emotions ought to be shared only with those who comprehend them. Mr. Gu, came the repeated calls, snapping the elder back to reality. Wang Yi's father, the head of the Wang family, Wang Shan, gazed at Mr. Gu in bewilderment. Uncertain of what had transpired, he had merely chanced upon the melody and, intrigued, had drawn closer, leading to this moment. Realizing his lapse in composure, Mr. Gu smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Li Pingyan. Pray tell, what is the name of this piece, and who is its composer? Li Pingyan replied. It is titled The Moon Reflecting on the Two Springs, composed by a friend of mine. Mr. Gu's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed several praises, lamenting that if this piece were not to be remembered through the ages, it would indeed be a great regret. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Wheel of Fortune. Your praise is excessive, replied Wang Shan, observing Li Pingyan keenly. He clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask your esteemed name and your place of origin? There is no need for such formality. I merely sing on the streets, Li Pingyan humbly responded. Sing on the streets? Wang Shan expressed surprise. Father, this is my friend. Wang Yi interjected, stepping forward to clarify. Wang Shan, with a stern countenance, reproached, if he is indeed a friend, why was I not informed? Such lack of decorum is unbecoming. A man of Wang Shan's stature would never belittle another. He would never dismiss someone with the words that a street performer was unworthy of his household, nor would he cast them out. Such a person would be a fool. For one does not build a legacy from nothing. Wang Shan was astute, adept at conversing with anyone, whether human or ghost. Even if a beggar stood before him, Wang Shan would treat them as an equal. Only in this manner could one endure in the long run. With a hint of apology, Wang Shan continued, Please do not take offense. The child is still naive. Why not come into my humble abode for a drink? Indeed, a drink. Mr. Gu eagerly chimed in. Li Pingyan, with a slight bow, felt it was already presumptuous to intrude, and thus he said, I must take my leave. Upon hearing his intention to depart, Mr. Gu hurriedly stopped him. Oh, there is no rush. 1,000 cups are scarce when one meets a kindred spirit. Wang Shan was somewhat taken aback. Mr. Gu, usually so composed, was acting unusually today. Unable to refuse their warm invitation, Li Pingyan reluctantly accompanied them into the hall. Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Wang Shan, noticing Mr. Gu's fervor, instructed the kitchen to prepare an extravagant feast. Delicacies such as tenderloin, cherry pork, golden shrimp, and soft beef intestines were laid out, the meat succulent and tender, ensuring that even indulging in several pieces would not lead to satiation. Indeed, it was a delightful repast for Li Pingyan and his companions. Through their conversation, it became apparent that Li Pingyan was merely a singer, which caused Wang Shan to lose interest. However, he remained courteous and attentive. It was evident to him that Mr. Gu held a fondness for Li Pingyan's melodies. As long as Mr. Gu appreciated them, it was only natural that he would extend his generosity towards Li Pingyan as well. After enjoying a fine jug of wine, Li Pingyan discerned Mr. Gu's intentions and suggested that he might as well speak openly. With a smile, Mr. Gu humbly ventured to ask if Li Pingyan would be willing to teach him the melody from earlier, assuring him that he would not do so without due compensation. Wang Shan clapped his hands, and a servant promptly approached, carrying a box. The box measured approximately 1 foot in length and half a foot in width, adorned with a gleaming brass lock and inlaid with brass strips, indicating its considerable value. However, the true worth lay within, large denominations of silver notes. It was merely a token of appreciation, and he hoped Li Pingyan would graciously accept it. Li Pingyan chuckled, stating that there was no need for such formality. Mr. Gu's admiration for the melody brought him joy, and he had no desire for payment. If Mr. Gu wished to learn, he would gladly share all he knew. This response elicited a hint of admiration from Wang Shan, who recognized that Li Pingyan was not a man of wealth. He made his living by singing on the streets, often enduring hunger. Yet, he had shown no hesitation in declining the offer of compensation. Mr. Gu remarked that he possessed little of value. And even this meal was courtesy of Mr. Wang. Wang Shan quickly countered that such words suggested he did not regard Mr. Gu as a friend. Mr. Gu laughed heartily and proposed an alternative. As he had some proficiency in divination, he would be willing to cast a fortune for Li Pingyan, should he not mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face as he observed that Mr. Gu was entirely serious. A divination? Li Pingyan had little knowledge of such matters. Wang Shan spoke gravely, informing Li Pingyan that Mr. Gu was renowned for his mastery of the mysterious arts. A famous fortune-teller whose services were sought after by many who would pay handsomely for his insights. Wang Shan's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He had invited Mr. Gu to his home precisely to seek a divination for the Wang family. Yet, how could someone of such stature be swayed by riches? He viewed Mr. Gu as a distinguished guest, hoping that one day he might be pleased enough to fulfill his greatest wish of casting a fortune for the Wang family. But now, a mere street singer had arrived, performed a simple tune, and managed to solicit Mr. Gu's divination. Wang Shan felt a despairing urge to plunge into the river. If you enjoy the melody, you could have mentioned it earlier. I could find you the finest singers from the 4 towns of Anbei, Li Pingyan remarked, finding the situation amusing. He then inquired what Mr. Gu would require for this divination, admitting he had no knowledge of his birth date. Having traversed into this world, he had taken refuge in a beggar's den and knew nothing of his astrological details. Mr. Gu chuckled, assuring him that he was underestimating his capabilities. He produced a divination board, a complex instrument comprising the earth disk of 8 trigrams, the human disk of 8 gates, the heaven disk of 9 stars, the divine disk of 8 deities, along with the 3 uniques and 6 instruments, ingeniously merging symbolism with the 5 elements: heaven, earth, humanity, and the divine compass. Along with the 3 wonders and 6 instruments, each symbolized distinct representations and numerical values, as well as their respective 5 elements attributes and the relationships of life and death. The information intertwines like a web, capable of swiftly, accurately, and comprehensively describing the cause and effect of events occurring within the temporal and spatial realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. It may reflect the developmental stages of phenomena, the outcomes of such developments, or reveal the patterns of avoiding misfortune and seeking fortune. Mr. Gu inquired of Li Pingyan several straightforward questions, primarily concerning his name and age. He meticulously observed Li Pingyan's facial features and palm lines. According to Mr. Gu, relying solely on facial or palm readings often yields false conclusions. The intricate nature of fate and destiny is a colossal computational endeavor, one that cannot simply be unraveled through basic arithmetic. Wang Yi and the others, intrigued, observed the proceedings. Fat Jun quietly asked about the identity of this Mr. Gu, while Wang Yi embellished the narrative, extolling Mr. Gu's profound knowledge of both astronomy and geography, claiming he was omniscient, colloquially referred to as the semi-divine. This is Mr. Li's lifespan, Mr. Gu remarked, pointing to a line on the compass. The red notch was steadily ascending. With a nod of satisfaction, Mr. Gu declared that Mr. Li was indeed fortunate. Had his calculations indicated that the other's life was nearing its end, it would have been quite awkward. Fortunately, the divination suggested that the individual would live beyond 60 years. Indeed, he might even reach 100, living well over a century. Before Mr. Gu could finish his thought, he noticed that the red line had surged past 200, then 300. What on earth? Mr. Gu gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening as he witnessed the notch rising at an alarming rate. In a moment, it reached the limits of the compass. Impossible. Is there a fault with the compass? This was the first thought that crossed Mr. Gu's mind. Before he could articulate his concern, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. His vision blurred, and a wave of heat surged upwards. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. In a cacophony of cracking, the entire compass shattered in 2. Mr. Gu. Chapter 53. The dragon appears in the field. Mr. Gu slowly opened his eyes, the soft murmurs of concern surrounding him. Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu. Turning his head, he beheld Wang Shan and several physicians, alongside the guilt-ridden Li Pingyan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Mr. Wang, please have them all leave. He added, Mr. Li, please stay. Li Pingyan, filled with remorse and holding the shattered compass, could only manage an awkward smile. Before he could utter a word, Mr. Gu interjected, It was my rudeness. Your fate is extraordinary. The latter part of his statement lingered on his lips, unvoiced. In the future, he resolved to practice discretion and refrain from making hasty predictions. Mr. Wang cast a complex glance at Li Pingyan, unconsciously swallowing hard. At this moment, Li Pingyan found himself at a loss for words and retrieved a prepared piece of Xian paper. This is the score for 2 springs reflecting the moon, a gift for Mr. Gu. I wish for your swift recovery. After imparting a few more words of encouragement, he departed with the ever-curious Arya, having gleaned a valuable lesson from the experience. From now on, one should refrain from seeking fortune-tellers too readily. After Li Pingyan's departure, Mr. Gu spent 3 days recuperating at the Wang residence. Observing the flowers blooming and withering outside the window, he found himself imbued with a profound sense of reflection. Feeling that his health had improved somewhat, he took his leave from Wang Shan, preparing to depart. Having been a guest for several days, Mr. Gu was ready to bid farewell and return to his mountain retreat for seclusion and cultivation. Wang Shan advised, Mr. Gu, your injuries have yet to heal. It would be prudent to remain here for a few more days. The journey ahead, fraught with travel and exposure to the elements, may be detrimental to your health. Despite Wang Shan's earnest entreaties, Mr. Gu's resolve to leave was unwavering. Reluctantly, Wang Shan prepared everything meticulously for his departure. For sturdy horses were harnessed, all fit for riding. And the interior of the carriage was crafted with great care, even including soft cushions made freshly for comfort, thick and plush, ensuring a pleasant experience whether sitting or reclining. As they set out, Wang Shan led his family to personally see him off, escorting him 10 miles beyond the city gates. Mr. Gu, as we part, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again, Wang Shan said, bowing in farewell. Moments later, a gentle voice emanated from within the carriage. One who lacks a vision of the whole cannot strategize effectively for the parts. One who fails to consider the long term cannot grasp the present moment. In tumultuous times, to play this game well, one must strategize with purpose and intent. Although Wang, as a merchant, might seem distant from politics, history reveals that the 2 realms have always intertwined. One must navigate both personal gain and public duty, embodying both the cunning and the noble, striving for balance in all matters. Your strategy places you on the opposing side of the great sway, and the future of the Wang family likely hinges upon that young man. Wang Shan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your invaluable guidance. Quickly express your gratitude to Mr. Gu. Wang Yi, taken aback, stammered, Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, no need for thanks, Mr. Gu replied. As we part, there is one last piece of wisdom I hope you will remember. The hexagram reveals a dragon in the field, favorable for encountering great men. The second line, a yang within in position, signifies a loss of position yet remains central within the lower hexagram. This indicates that the dragon is beginning to emerge. Should you meet a prominent figure, further cultivation and refinement may follow. This significant person is your benefactor. Wang Yi's face reflected confusion as he listened, while nearby, his father continued to express his gratitude. On the 9th day of the 7th month, new spirits are said to choose watermelons. This custom suggests that newly departed souls, those who have passed within 3 years, are to select watermelons on the night of the 9th. Consequently, during this time, one is advised to venture out sparingly, and watermelons should not be brought home. Instead, willow branches should be placed at the doorstep and window to dispel evil spirits. However, this custom has largely fallen out of favor among the youth, with only a few elderly individuals observing it. In the streets, some still sell prearranged willow branches. Embracing a mindset of cautious belief, Li Pingyan selected a few branches, each priced modestly at 5 coins. Just as he prepared to return home, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the medical hall. Breath locked, in Li Pingyan's eyes, a vivid thermal image of the person appeared. Although the details were indistinct, he could discern the other's identity from their aura. The individual in question is the monk who challenged the swordsman from the western regions at the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. His name appears to be Chongqing. Li Pingyan had a vague recollection of him. Chongqing held a pouch of medicine in his hand, his complexion somewhat ashen. After only a few steps, he suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Li Pingyan promptly extended his hand to support him and conducted a brief examination. His meridians were damaged. Although the treatment had been timely, it was evident that he had not allowed himself to recuperate and seemed to have engaged in further combat afterward, resulting in severe bodily harm. As Li Pingyan pondered what to do, old Nyo let out a low moo, signaling him to place the monk on his back. After a moment's hesitation, Li Pingyan complied and carried him home. Upon awakening from his stupor, Chongqing surveyed his surroundings. Please, have some medicine, Li Pingyan offered. presenting a bowl of medicinal soup. Changqing hurriedly sat up, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. There's no need for such formality. The monk sustained severe injuries during the battle at the Autumn Breeze Pavilion and ought to rest properly, Li Pingyan reassured him. Changqing recited unblocks softly, admitting, I was outmatched and brought shame upon myself. Li Pingyan comforted him. Historically, heroes are not judged solely by their victories and defeats. There is no cause for ridicule. Changqing smiled faintly, accepting the bowl of soup. He took a sip and, tilting his head back, drank it all in one go. In a matter of moments, he felt invigorated, his mind clearing, as if a warm current surged through his meridians. It flowed from his dantian to his limbs, dispelling the cold and replacing it with a sensation of warmth. With every breath, he felt a surge of heat, his body completely at ease. Changqing was momentarily taken aback. Li Pingyan remarked, It is merely a concoction of my own making, nothing extraordinary. Do you feel somewhat better, monk? Changqing nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude once more. Thank you. Benefactor, this herbal remedy must have been costly. Unfortunately, I possess nothing to repay you. Do not concern yourself. It was but a small effort. Might you consider traveling with the brothers at the temple? I could notify them on your behalf. Changqing replied, I am journeying alone, without companions. Then please, rest at my humble abode for a few days, Li Pingyan suggested. Changqing initially hesitated, but, reflecting on his condition, realized he had no choice. Thank you, benefactor. I am deeply grateful. Thus, Changqing temporarily resided at Li Pingyan's home. Chapter 54. The Nirvana Sutra days swiftly passed, and under Li Pingyan's care, Changqing's health gradually improved. The monk found common ground with the blind man. Their conversations flowed easily. Changqing had traveled to many places, and his tales of local customs, folklore, and travel experiences captivated Li Pingyan. Likewise, Li Pingyan possessed many qualities that intrigued Changqing, and their rapport deepened, forging a profound friendship in just a few short days. One day, as Li Pingyan was tilling the earth at home, a sudden surge of energy erupted within him. The chaotic true energy within his body violently surged, spiraling into his dantian and crashing against his heart meridian, causing his blood to surge tumultuously. A thunderous rumble emanated from his abdomen, followed by a jet of crimson blood erupting from his mouth. Li benefactor. Longqing monk stepped forward, his expression shifting slightly. He pointed to several acupoints on Li Pingyan, releasing a surge of profound energy from within him. A terrifying pressure surged toward Longqing's vital organs, causing his protective aura to fluctuate, partially retreating back to his dantian. Struggling to maintain his balance, Longqing managed to dissipate most of the force, using the remaining energy to safeguard Li Pingyan. After half an hour, the danger had passed. Longqing exhaled a long, heavy breath. When Li Pingyan regained consciousness, darkness had already fallen. Longqing stood vigil by his bedside, recuperating while restoring the energy he had expended. Li Pingyan realized that his heart meridian was nearly severed, and his vitality waned to the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Longqing's timely intervention, he would likely have met his demise. It is indeed curious how fate intertwines. Just a few days prior, Li Pingyan had saved Longqing's life. Now, mere days later, Longqing had returned the favor. All things are dictated by destiny, with every event intertwined by cause and effect. Who could have known that a simple act of kindness would save his life in a critical moment? Li benefactor, how do you feel? Do not worry. You shall not perish. The worst that may occur is a severing of your meridians. It is fortunate that you are still alive. Li Pingyan remained philosophical. Having endured the most arduous days, why then should he fret over such matters? Within you resides an exceedingly difficult source of energy, one that cannot be dispelled, transformed, subdued, or contained. It is indeed a peculiar tightness. Moreover, this energy resembles that of Buddhist origin. Have you perhaps practiced any esoteric Buddhist techniques? Li Pingyan chuckled helplessly. That is a rather lengthy tale. Sensing Li Pingyan's reluctance to elaborate, Longqing refrained from further probing. With earnestness, he remarked, the energy within you is exceedingly unstable, making it not only challenging to harness, but also potentially self-destructive. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatality. The best course of action now is to expel that energy from your body. However, it seems that between the two of us, we may not achieve this alone. There exists another method, should you be willing to attempt it. Speak freely, Li Pingyan replied, adopting a mindset of treating a dead horse as a living one. How much worse could it become? The essence of Buddhist practice is represented by Zen meditation, while Confucianism seeks balance, and Taoism embraces moderation. Thus, the concept of emptiness encapsulates the characteristics of Buddhist discipline. Emptiness signifies that all things lack inherent existence, arising solely due to conditions. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Noticing Longqing digressing, Li Pingyan swiftly redirected the conversation. Longqing awkwardly cleared his throat, understanding that this was not the time to impart Buddhist philosophy to Li Pingyan. Since my youth, I have devoted myself to the Buddhist path, spending over 20 years studying the Nirvana Sutra. By harnessing the spirit of the 5 organs, one can cultivate energy and blood, subsequently redirecting it through the meridians, bones, and acupoints to enhance one's innate qualities. Harmonizing one's nature revitalizes life, internalizing it within the heart, strengthening the foundation, and balancing yin and yang. Given that the energy within you bears a Buddhist essence, perhaps this method can exert some control. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, contemplating that as a mortal in the mundane world, he might struggle to comprehend the profundities of the Buddhist secret techniques. With a gentle smile, Chongqing remarked, "Master Li, your compassion and optimism shall undoubtedly be rewarded by the Buddha." The young monk expressed his desire to impart the secrets of Buddhist teachings, first as a means of repaying the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by the benefactor, and second, to ensure that such a noble soul would not face dire straits without recourse. Thus, Chongqing generously shared the essence of the Nirvana Sutra, guiding him through various breathing and energy cultivation techniques. The subtleties of these practices were beyond the grasp of outsiders. Even with guidance, one must continually remind oneself that true understanding relies upon personal insight. Without direction or textual annotations, grasping the intricacies of such wisdom is no simple feat unconsciously. Li Pingyan found himself immersed in the teachings. Indeed, he felt a sense of unimpeded flow within his meridians, and his vitality began to gradually stabilize. By dawn, he awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Unbeknownst to him, a full day and night had passed, during which his contemplations deepened. With each session, he found greater enjoyment in the practice, having acquired several techniques from the scriptures, and he began to develop a modicum of understanding. Following the instructions, he executed the practices with ease, gradually sensing a burgeoning strength within as his prowess began to flourish. Chongqing observed Li Pingyan's progress with astonishment, realizing that in a mere 2 days, the individual had achieved a degree of enlightenment. With a sense of profound admiration, he exclaimed, "Master Li is truly destined to be aligned with the Buddha. Should you choose to enter our fold, it would indeed be a momentous occasion." Li Pingyan simply smiled in response, remaining silent. As the summer clouds dispersed and a gentle breeze arose, Li Pingyan withdrew from the world, seldom venturing out. He even refrained from his daily indulgences, dedicating most of his time to the practice of the Nirvana Sutra. With increased diligence, his distractions diminished. The once tempting aromas of his favorite foods no longer stirred his desires. However, the results of his efforts were undeniably gratifying. The erratic energy within him, while not yet fully assimilated, had settled into a more manageable state, now merely awaiting the passage of time for gradual integration. Throughout this journey, Li Pingyan acutely sensed the transformations within his body. The energy in his dantian grew stronger day by day, more vigorous than ever before. With each breath, he felt as light as a feather, the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation imparting a sense of effortless ease. "Esteemed guest, your dishes have arrived. Divine duck, delicate scallops, bean paste crucian carp, pickled fish, fish-flavored eggplant, and steamed chicken," announced the server from the adjoining tavern. The patrons inside, as well as those outside, couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Li Pingyan, feeling his stomach, resolved not to become a monk devoid of desire. With determination, he strode into the tavern and boldly ordered an extravagant feast. He concluded with a request for a fine wine. Alone, he devoured the entire spread with remarkable speed, leaving those around him astonished. Had he not eaten for days? After finishing his last cup of wine and settling his stomach, he called out, "Server, the bill please." The server promptly quoted the price, even offering a discount. Upon hearing the cost, Li Pingyan's brow furrowed slightly as he reached into his pocket, realizing with dismay that he was short on funds. "Today marks the new year, and I wish everyone prosperity and good health. I present the 4th update. Fortunately, I have ample drafts, or I would have to write during the festival. I am grateful for everyone's support and thought to share a little benefit with you." Until midnight before the new year, Leave a chapter review and a 5-star rating for this chapter of the novel. I will randomly select 4 fortunate individuals to distribute 50 yuan red envelopes. Though the amount may be modest, it represents my heartfelt gesture. Chapter 55. Diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Esteemed guest. The waiter observed that Li Pingyan was unable to produce any money, and a flicker of wariness arose within him. Li Pingyan offered an awkward smile. He had rushed out today and hadn't brought sufficient funds, so he chuckled at his predicament. Your memory is quite remarkable. You must not often dine at this establishment. Perhaps you could leave something of value here as collateral while you retrieve your money. Li Pingyan truly found himself in a bind. Ever since he had acquired that surge of true energy within him, he had not taken on any commissions for quite some time. Previously, he had spent as he earned, without any savings to speak of. The money at home was nearly depleted, and he doubted he could find such an amount. The waiter, with a forced grin, remarked, "Are you jesting with me, esteemed guest?" Just as Li Pingyan was feeling embarrassed, a familiar face entered the establishment. Lu Er, a street tough. Previously a member of the Firebear gang. He had been responsible for collecting monthly dues in Li Pingyan's neighborhood. After the Firebear gang was eradicated by the venomous Snake gang, Lu Er had switched allegiances and become a trusted confidant of the Snake gang's leader. Blind man, Lu Er exclaimed, astonished to see the blind man in the tavern, as such an establishment was not typically within his means. What brings you here? Li Pingyan replied with a smile, Brother Er, you truly are a timely ring. Lu Er raised an eyebrow and, upon hearing of Li Pingyan's current predicament, pulled him aside and whispered, You have no money and still come here to put on airs. Li Pingyan, feeling somewhat helpless, said, It was a moment of carelessness. I wonder if Brother Er has a bit of spare change to lend me in this emergency. Lu Er shot him a disapproving glance. You expect me to pay for your meal? Nonetheless, Lu Er ultimately did cover the bill. The sumptuous feast was indeed quite costly. And as he paid, Lu Er felt as though his heart were bleeding. On the second floor of the inn, Wang Shan, having concluded his business dealings, happened to spot Li Pingyan. His face brightened, and just as he was about to speak, Li Pingyan had already taken his leave. Lu Er, murmuring discontentedly behind him, reflected that he had just received his monthly bonus and intended to treat someone special to a meal here. Who would have thought he would end up footing Li Pingyan's bill? Having come this far, turning back was not an option. One must maintain face in the underworld. Bring a plate of cold dishes and 2 bowls of steamed rice, along with a pot of free soup, Lu Er ordered. The waiter blinked, all gone. Gone, sir. After indulging in rich meats, a bit of vegetarian fare is in order for weight loss. On the second floor, Wang Shan beckoned the waiter over and inquired about the situation. The waiter promptly recounted how Li Pingyan had no money for his meal and how Lu Er had paid for him. Wang Shan furrowed his brow, lost in thought, as the words of Mr. Gu lingered in his mind. In the fields, the dragon appears. It is auspicious to encounter great individuals. When one meets influential figures, it presents an opportunity for further refinement and cultivation. Moreover, receiving the support of such prominent personalities will undoubtedly facilitate one's progress. On a particular day, Mr. Gu divined for Li Pingyan, resulting in the breaking of his divination plate, which caused him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, Mr. Gu's first words to Li Pingyan were, Your destiny is extraordinary. I have been rather presumptuous. Wang Shan was present at the time and overheard this clearly. Connecting the two, he concluded that Li Pingyan was the nobleman Mr. Gu referred to as belonging to the Wang family. He summoned his attendants and whispered a few words to them. A flamboyantly dressed woman, observing the meager cold dishes on the table, expressed her dissatisfaction, suggesting they order more food. Lu Er shot her a glance, retorting, And what do you expect? At that moment, a servant approached. Young Master Lu, this is a message from our master. He then presented a bulging purse of money. Lu Er, puzzled, asked, Your master? Who is that? Wang Shan from the Wang family bank, the servant replied. Lu Er was taken aback, but being a seasoned individual, he suppressed his astonishment. Is the shopkeeper looking for me? The servant chuckled. Not for you. Our master said this money is to reimburse you for Mr. Li's meal. Mr. Li Pingyan, Mr. Li, the servant clarified before bowing and departing. Lu Er remained in place, deep in thought for a considerable time. When the servant returned to report that the task was accomplished, Wang Shan instructed the coachman to leave the tavern. The pinnacle of flattery does not lie in the insincere presentation of precious gifts. Those who bear gifts often harbor expectations or desires, which may inadvertently convey ill intentions. Having navigated these waters for many years, Wang Shan would not engage in actions unbecoming of his stature. Instead, he sought to fulfill the needs of others while satisfying his own. He discreetly accomplished his objectives, ensuring that the concerned party remained aware, all the while maintaining a low profile to avoid any appearance of ulterior motives. This way, Li Pingyan would passively receive his kindness while simultaneously earning the others' respect. Li Pingyan sat cross-legged, murmuring incantations. A surge of energy enveloped him, saturating every fiber of his being. His body swayed gently, subtly resonating with the surrounding environment. After a while, Li Pingyan inhaled deeply, the air thick with impurities, yet he felt an indescribable lightness. Patience is a virtue, reminded Changqing, who was by his side. Li Pingyan indeed felt a tinge of impatience, yet the thought of being unable to afford even a meal loomed over him. Reflecting on this, he took a moment to rest before grabbing his meager utensils and stepping out, heading towards a familiar street corner. The beggar nearby quickly made way for him, even wiping the ground with his sleeve. In better times, Li Pingyan had occasionally tossed a few coins to the beggars or given them old quilts and jackets. Hence, the local beggars were well acquainted with him. It is not a bad idea to join the Beggars Guild if things do not improve. With this thought in mind, Li Pingyan, as usual, began to hum a little tune. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed through my mind. The system's voice resonated within, announcing that I had attained a white fate, indicating that diligence could compensate for shortcomings. The effect: the longer one engages in reading or cultivation, the faster the progression, with the maximum rate currently reaching twice that of ordinary practice. Was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since he last heard the system's voice. Ever since the ascended to level 3, the accumulation of experience had slowed considerably. Level 1 extended lifespan, facilitated the flow of qi and blood, and dispelled dampness while warming the body. Level 2 offered various cultivation techniques. The function of Level 3 had remained a mystery until now. Fate: I shall return home to test its specific effects. Continued to lead, undeterred by the system's emergence, demonstrating impeccable professionalism. Chapter 56. Learning the art. The following day, at dawn, rose early to ascend, where the mountain hall greeted the morning sun. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he repeatedly practiced the letting time flow as he recited the scripture again and again. Delving into its meanings, he found himself enlightened. The activation of the diligent fate triggered an involuntary state of contemplative immersion. Enveloped in the profound verses, his mind became crystal clear. After an indeterminate span of time, regained his awareness, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease, as if a long period of toil and suffering had culminated in a newfound tranquility and freedom. It was akin to a parched lake rejuvenated by a fresh spring, brimming with vitality. 3 or 4 days swiftly passed. In the small courtyard, the occasional sound of something cutting through the air could be heard. Began to stretch his long-neglected limbs, gradually finding his rhythm. The sky was a deep blue, imbued with a hint of coolness, yet refreshing. Thanks to thee and the diligent fate, although his true energy had yet to fully assimilate into his bloodline, he was assured that the peril he once faced would not repeat itself. The remaining challenge was merely a matter of time. What he thought would be a long and uneventful period took an unexpected turn. Learned of efforts to repay a debt to him, regardless of the circumstances. He had received a favor and felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Considering that the family lacked for nothing, he plucked a generous bag of dates from the date palm in his courtyard as a token of appreciation, then invited to dine at his residence, where, amidst the meal and drinks, he lavished praise on his Eru performance while summoning his son. He expressed a desire to study the Eru with, articulating his intentions with utmost discretion. However, could not quite fathom his true motives. It seemed that interest in learning the Eru was not merely a simple request. Refrained from probing further, understanding that if chose not to divulge, no inquiries would bear fruit. Li Pingyan initially declined, but Wang Shan insisted resolutely. To refuse again would mean to slight the other party, so he reluctantly acquiesced. On the first day of class, Wang Yi arrived astride a chestnut steed, clad in vigorous attire, holding the apprenticeship gift his father had instructed him to present to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, possessing little in the way of material wealth, could only offer a small tune. Wang Yi found it perplexing as to what use this skill would serve. Surely, it would be more beneficial to spend time practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. Yet, despite his strong reluctance, he felt compelled to comply with his father's persistent admonitions. Master, Wang Yi dismounted and respectfully bowed to Li Pingyan. Observing the gift in his hands, Li Pingyan could not help but smile. Wang Shan was indeed a wise man. The essence of gift-giving lies not in extravagance, but in appropriateness. On that day, when the ancient scholar wished to learn the Eru from Li Pingyan, Wang Shan had provided him with substantial silver notes. However, to his surprise, Li Pingyan declined the offer and instead proposed to teach the ancient scholar free of charge. From this, Wang Shan discerned that Li Pingyan was not motivated by gold and jewels, but rather had a profound appreciation for fine wines. Thus, he directed Wang Yi to procure a treasured bottle of wine from their collection. The rose liqueur, crafted using ancient methods to extract precious rose essence, was blended into the exquisite wine. The craftsmanship was exquisite, involving 2 rounds of ingredient infusion, 9 distillations, 8 fermentations, and 7 extractions, followed by prolonged aging. This wine was renowned for its rich aroma, and it was famously dubbed the fragrance of 10 miles. Upon receiving the gift, one must reciprocate with sincerity. Since Li Pingyan had expressed a willingness to teach the Eru, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task. He could discern that Wang Yi possessed a certain cleverness, yet he showed no interest in the intricacies of music. Even the most refined melodies could not captivate him, let alone the tunes of street performers. However, whether Wang Yi found the lessons tedious was his own affair. Li Pingyan's commitment to teaching remained steadfast. The cold west wind howled, painting a beautiful yet melancholic autumn scene. Outside the window, the cicadas had grown weary, while Wang Yi lay despondently on the table, the discordant melodies echoing painfully in his ears. At the tender age of 15 or 16, a time when one seeks freedom and rebellion, the prospect of being confined to the monotony of learning tedious tunes was indeed a challenge for him. Li Pingyan understood this predicament. However, he was bound by the obligation to teach. "Master, don't you ever find life dull?" Wang Yi asked, staring blankly at Li Pingyan. To him, Li Pingyan's existence seemed exceedingly mundane, revolving around eating, sleeping, and singing on the streets in an endless cycle of monotony. What could possibly be more engaging? Li Pingyan retorted, practicing martial arts, watching plays, strolling through the streets. Wang Yi replied in a single breath, "Of course, my greatest passion remains martial arts. I've recently learned a new set of techniques that I would like to demonstrate for you." Realizing suddenly that Li Pingyan could not see, he quickly amended his excitement. Li Pingyan perceived that Wang Yi merely sought to stretch his limbs and reassured him, "No matter, though I cannot see, I can certainly feel." Elated, Wang Yi promptly rose and hurried into the courtyard, tightening his belt and channeling his energy into his dantian. He assumed a fighting stance and practiced each move meticulously. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, suggesting extensive practice. Each strike and stance was executed with admirable precision. However, the repertoire was limited to just these few techniques. Li Pingyan chuckled, exuding a charming spontaneity. After a vigorous half-hour of boxing, Wang Yi returned, drenched in sweat. "Sir, how was it? Impressive, isn't it?" he proclaimed with pride. "Indeed, quite formidable," Li Pingyan acknowledged. Wang Yi continued, "If you could see me, you would know just how formidable I am. Not even 3 or 5 strong men could approach me." Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by his confidence. "Of course," Wang Yi asserted, glancing at Li Pingyan's physique and thinking to himself that he could easily best him in a fight. As the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he reconsidered their appropriateness. "Sir, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just call on me." Li Pingyan smiled in silence. The melodious chirping of birds outside caught Li Pingyan's attention, signaling that Ma Sanyang was looking for him. "Let us call it a day," he declared. "All right." Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully at the announcement of the end of the lesson. After Wang Yi departed, Li Pingyan slipped out through the small gate of the backyard and made his way to Lichuan courtyard. "What brings you here? How is your recovery?" Ma Sanyang asked, adjusting a beautiful jade hairpin in front of a mirror. "Barely managing. Do you have a commission?" "Not exactly. I believe you would be quite interested in a gambling match." With that, Ma Sanyang turned her head, asking, "Do I look good?" Li Pingyan replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." "Such flattery. You say that without even seeing." Ma Sanyang rolled her eyes, steering the conversation back. "You've heard about the Western swordsman, Haven to you?" Chapter 57. The bet the Western swordsman has been quite the sensation lately, and the stakes in the underground gambling dens are rising. Initially, bets were placed on who could defeat him, but now they have evolved to predict how many steps challengers will take before falling, and how many moves will be exchanged. Weevee learned that he will be leaving Anbei's 4 towns soon. What do you think? Are you interested in challenging him? We could make a substantial profit. Li Pingyan pondered silently for a moment, questioning whether this would attract too much attention. You can always wear a mask, Ma Sanyang replied nonchalantly. But my principle is that the winnings must be split 40-60. Agreed. Hurry. We have only half an hour left before the betting closes. Those wishing to place bets should do so quickly. A man in a blue robe shouted. As soon as he finished, someone called out for tea. The man hurried down. The upstairs gambling house and the downstairs tea shop complemented each other well. Anbei's four towns boasted around 200 gambling establishments, including taverns, tea houses, and brothels. Brother Liu, haven't made up your mind yet? The Western swordsman is bound to win. No need to think, said Liu Er, fiddling with a piece of grass. His gaze troubled as he examined the two cards in his hand. The Western swordsman was a seasoned victor. However, Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard had placed a significant bet against him, a gamble she typically would not take without assurance. Liu Er suspected there might be some trickery involved, causing him to hesitate in making a decision. Just then, footsteps echoed as Li Ping'an approached. Liu Er observed the arrival of the blind man with a hint of surprise. You, too, have come to gamble? Li Ping'an set down the bag he was carrying. The date palms in the courtyard had ripened, and he had passed by just in time to bring some for his second brother. He had yet to express his gratitude for Liu Er's assistance during his previous predicament when he paid for the meal. Oh, it's nothing trivial. Liu Er waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. By the way, how did you come to know Boss Wang of the Wang family bank? Li Ping'an casually remarked. Boss Wang simply enjoys my melodies, nothing more. Liu Er nodded in understanding. He had previously thought that Li Ping'an had some connection with Wang Shan when the latter repaid Li Ping'an's debt. Blind man, your timing is impeccable. Help me discern who will win this bet. Liu Er was in a state of turmoil, so he casually inquired about Li Ping'an's opinion. The essence of gambling is a game of risk, a 50-50 probability. Rather than overthinking, one might as well leave it to fate. And how do we do that? Liu Er asked. Li Ping'an extended a hand and grasped the card in Liu Er's right hand. After Li Ping'an departed from the tea house, Liu Er regained his senses and gazed at the card in his hand, sinking into deep contemplation. Thunder crashes amidst the mountains, while the rain descends upon countless peaks. Wang Yi observed the torrential downpour outside. Father, with such heavy rain, may I forego my lessons in Eru at Mr. Li's today? Absolutely not. Wang Shan replied firmly. Father, I beg for just one day off. Wang Yi pleaded, but his father remained unyielding. Wang Yi understood that he could not sway his father. A sense of helplessness filled his heart. He was not afraid of the torrential rain. Today marked the final day of the Western Region Swordsman's presence in the four towns of Anbei. He had not missed a single match prior. In total, over 100 adversaries had fallen to the blades of the Western Swordsman. Today, rumors spoke of a mysterious master making an appearance. It was said that the stakes at the underground gambling den had reached astronomical figures. Such a thrilling showdown was not something Wang Yi wished to miss. Yet it was precisely today that he had to attend arrow lessons. Wang Yi knew his father's temperament all too well. He was resolute in his decisions, unyielding as an ox. With no other choice, Wang Yi braved the heavy rain and arrived at Li Ping'an's small courtyard. Inside, a petite, exquisite stove was set up. Before the fireplace, an old cow lazily watched the burning firewood. A large log crackled as it ignited, filling the room with a blend of savory aromas and the scent of pine. Aaliyah sat comfortably on a mat, appearing almost ready to drift into slumber. In her spare time, she would also join Li Ping'an in learning the Eru. Wake up! Li Ping'an gently tapped Aaliyah's head. Meanwhile, Wang Yi sat despondently on the mat, his gaze filled with longing for the outside world. The sound of the Eru resonated softly, causing the flames to flicker. The wind rustled the treetops, while rainwater trickled down the eaves. In the autumn courtyard, several ancient trees provided a natural shelter. Shadows of figures emerged beneath the umbrellas. Individuals of status were invariably carried by their servants or attendants in sedan chairs. The wind howled fiercely, yet the sedan chairs glided like leaves upon a placid lake, effortlessly steady. Times had indeed changed. In the serene autumn wind courtyard, the only sounds that linger are the howling wind and the patter of rain. Onlookers can only gaze from a distance, though some may wish to venture closer. Yet, upon seeing the uniformity of rugged men surrounding the area, some adorned with short blades, others bearing stout clubs, one dares not approach. The gathering grows larger, as no martial gambling event could possibly lack the involvement of local factions. Though the leader of the Viper Gang is regarded as a figure of considerable stature in the underworld, at this moment he finds himself unable to ascend his palanquin, relegated to observing from the throng as he gazes toward the autumn wind courtyard. Beside him, Lu Er remarks, "Leader, it is rumored that San Yang from Lichuan Courtyard has invited a mysterious master and wagered a substantial sum on the defeat of the Western Region swordsman. Yet, where is this enigmatic figure? Naturally, one cannot expect a mysterious master to appear prematurely," the leader replies with a knowing smile. "I have received inside information that the Western Region swordsman will surely triumph." Lu Er leans in eagerly. San Yang has collaborated with someone to orchestrate this scheme, investing heavily to convey her confidence, luring fools to wager alongside her. Otherwise, how could the stakes be so high? The prowess of the Western swordsman is well acknowledged. A look of shock crosses Lu Er's face. But if San Yang loses, wouldn't she incur losses as well? "You simpleton, you lack wisdom." The leader playfully taps Lu Er on the head. "Once we succeed, the gentry's funds will be returned in full, and we shall share in the spoils from those gullible enough to follow her lead." Noticing Lu Er's troubled expression, the leader inquires, "You haven't placed your bet on the Western swordsman alongside San Yang, have you?" With a face full of despair, Lu Er nods, "Indeed. That day, he was tormented with indecision. Ultimately, persuaded by Li Pingyan's reasoning, he surrendered to fate." "Ha ha." The leader bursts into laughter. "You rascal. What should I do now, leader? That wager represents half my fortune." Lu Er now harbors thoughts of vengeance against Li Pingyan. The leader offers a few token words of comfort, though his smile reveals his amusement. Chapter 58. Autumn Wind Courtyard Moo. Upon hearing the old cow's call, Li Pingyan realizes it is time. He puts down his arrow and decides to take a brief respite with a cup of tea. Wang Yi exhales deeply, reclining with an expression of resignation. He ought to be outside the autumn wind courtyard, awaiting the commencement of an extraordinary duel. The thrilling swordplay, the intricate maneuvers, the life and death struggles between the mighty. Yet here he is, stuck in a dilapidated courtyard, listening to a blind man play a painfully discordant tune, squandering his time. "Hey, Wang Yi, Wang Yi." In the midst of the storm, it seems someone is calling for him. He turns to see a figure emerging from the courtyard wall. "Fat Jun, Wang Yi, let's go?" Wang Yi is taken aback. "Go? Where?" "To the autumn wind courtyard to watch the duel." Wang Yi hesitates, "But I..." "Hey, you're not afraid, are you?" "Who says I'm afraid? But you know my father's temperament." "Don't worry, we won't get caught." Fat Jun wiped the rainwater off his face. "I have gathered sufficient information. Your rest periods typically last about 3 incense sticks. From here to Chofeng Court, if we quicken our pace, it would take only 1 incense stick, and the round trip would require merely 2. Wang Yi remained indecisive. Fat Jun urged, "Boss, stop hesitating. We are running out of time." With gritted teeth, Wang Yi turned to Alia. "Let us go." Alia shook her head, saying, "The uncle will be angry." "Oh, it's fine. We won't get caught," Wang Yi insisted, pulling Alia along, thinking that even if they were discovered, Alia could help alleviate some of the pressure. He was not particularly afraid of Li Pingyan. His concern lay in the possibility that Li Pingyan would inform his father. The two ventured out under an umbrella. Zhao Linger had also arrived, standing by the wall and waving at them. "Run." The 4 spirited youths dashed joyfully towards Chofeng Court. They indeed reached Chofeng Court within the span of an incense stick, but by then, it was already teeming with people. "I can't see anything," Alia said, standing on her toes, unable to catch a glimpse. "Fear not. Our young master Wang is well prepared," Fat Jun panted. Wang Yi smiled proudly, waving his hand. "Follow me." The 4 made their way to a tavern opposite Chofeng Court. Wang Yi had reserved a room in advance, from his observations. It provided the best vantage point for watching the event unfold. "We made it. Thankfully, we are not late." Fat Jun sighed in relief. The sedan chair remained at Chofeng Court, surrounded by a throng. Men dressed in colorful garments stood in orderly rows, each one tall and robust, exuding an imposing presence. "They're coming. They're coming," Fat Jun exclaimed excitedly. The other 3 followed the direction of his pointing finger, and it was not just them. Everyone around Chofeng Court turned their gaze towards the same direction. The torrential rain enveloped everyone, obscuring their sight. From the southeast, a figure approached slowly. Clad in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, the brim nearly concealed his face. Upon closer inspection, one could see he wore a cheap monkey mask, which had begun to fade from the rain. It was unclear from which street vendor it had been purchased. In his left hand, he gripped a thin, sharp goose feather knife. This was not a rare or precious blade. On the contrary, it was quite inexpensive. In the era of the Sui dynasty, it was common for individuals to carry weapons, which varied in type and quality. This goose feather knife was commonly found in the market, known for being cheap and durable. However, those of slightly better standing would not deign to carry such a weapon, as it was often associated with the downtrodden. Over time, it had earned the reputation of being a poor man's knife. He approached the sedan chair, gripping the knife's hilt. Clang, clang, clang. The blade flashed like lightning, leaving his body marked with shallow cuts. Yet, each strike was merely a superficial graze, producing no blood. It merely tore through his raincoat. With only 6 steps remaining to the sedan chair, everyone present was acutely aware of how many so-called masters had fallen within that distance. The sound of the sword resonates endlessly, each stroke resembling a flurry of snowflakes. The curtain of rain is torn apart by the blade's edge, invoking an overwhelming sensation in every witness. 1 step, 2 steps. Each stride weighs heavily, fraught with peril. Despite the frigid air, the onlookers find their palms clammy with sweat. 4 steps, 5 steps, only 1 final step remains. Every heart is lifted in anticipation. A brilliant flash materializes, its sudden radiance blinding all present. The bone-chilling cold sends shivers down their spines. The raindrops, swept by the wind, scatter abruptly. Perhaps the crowd does not grasp the profundity of the sword's artistry. Yet, the dazzling sword light presses upon their chests like a mountain, rendering them nearly breathless under such strain. The rain intensifies, blurring their vision. A wave of icy sensation seeps into each individual from the torrential downpour. The sword's glow intertwines, dense and intricate, resembling an immense net cast in all directions. Yet, until now, the figure has yet to draw his blade. He appears to be waiting, biding his time for the moment that will determine victory or defeat. The final step is taken. 6 steps. Every heart freezes. This marks the first occasion since the appearance of the sedan that someone has approached so closely. The sword is drawn, but no sound accompanies it. The imagined resonance of the blade, akin to a dragon's roar, exists solely in fantasy. Ultimately, it is but an ordinary sword. However, this strike seems poised to carve a path. No one can fathom the might of this blow. At least none present can articulate the sword's ethereal grace. Boom. The blade moves like a straight line, devoid of any strange angles or fluctuations. Steady as a mountain, it advances with astonishing speed in the simplest of manners. Then, it descends slowly. The sedan shatters into fragments, and the enigmatic swordsman from the western regions finally reveals himself to the crowd. Shadows intertwine. Silence envelopes once more, the taut atmosphere of impending violence dissipating into the void. The western swordsman stands drenched in the rain. The first button of his shirt falls silently to the ground. He lowers his gaze, staring blankly at the fallen button. To unfasten your button is to threaten your life. I have lost. I am at fault. He sheaths his sword, adjusts his hat, and walks away into the distance. Returning to the familiar alley, he enters through the backyard. He removes his rain cloak and hat. Though clad in the cloak, he is still damp. The thin fabric clings to him, cold and wet. Li Pingyan shivers, and the droplets on his clothes are swiftly dispelled by his inner energy. A mist envelopes him, warmth swirling within. A single droplet slides down his forehead, vanishing in an instant. In no time, there remains no trace of having been drenched by the rain. For fortunate readers have already been selected. Please message me your contact information promptly. Chapter 59. The Dangers of Indulgence. Li Pingyan entered the inner room, where the old ox lay squinting beside the hearth. The figures of Wang Yi and Aaliyah had long since vanished. Consequently, Li Pingyan stepped back outside. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Oh no, Uncle is bound to be angry. 2 figures rushed into the courtyard. Lower your voice. Wang Yi wiped the rainwater from his face, drenched from running too swiftly. With time pressing on, he surely won't notice. But we're soaked. How could Uncle not see that? Wang Yi replied, You've forgotten. He is blind and cannot see. The 2 hastily dried their damp hair before entering the room. The autumn wind howled, biting cold, compounded by the relentless rain, prompting them to gravitate towards the warmth of the hearth. After a brief moment, Li Pingyan entered as if nothing had transpired, merely having taken a short break in the room. Let us resume the lesson. Aaliyah shivered, striving to regulate her breathing. However, after such a long run, it was improbable to recover quickly. Wang Yi also struggled to steady his breath, but could not suppress his panting. Fearing that Li Pingyan might uncover some inconsistency, he spoke up to divert attention. The wind is quite fierce today. Indeed, the rain is heavy too. Li Pingyan replied without lifting his gaze. Wang Yi bit his lip, eager to shift the conversation, when Li Pingyan continued. I've brewed ginger soup for you. There are also blankets in the room. Wrap one around yourselves. Drink a few bowls of ginger soup later to ward off the chill. By the way, let your friend in as well. It's cold outside. Wang Yi and Aaliyah exchanged awkward glances, aware that Li Pingyan had realized their recent escapade. Enveloped in blankets and sipping ginger soup, the four felt considerably more at ease. The rain outside had lessened significantly. Wang Yi leaned back, propping himself up with his hands, a look of rapture and envy gracing his face, as if he had yet to recover from the recent confrontation at Xiaofeng Pavilion. Murmuring to himself, he gestured with his hands as if wielding a sword in the air, embodying the mysterious swordsman from the pavilion. That battle was simply exhilarating. When do you think I could become as formidable as that person? Wang Yi lamented. Aaliyah buried her small face in her bowl before lifting her head to ponder. Why did that mysterious master wear a mask? Wang Yi replied, masters often do so to conceal their identities. Have you ever seen a skilled practitioner flaunting themselves in public? True, Aaliyah nodded thoughtfully. Fat June interjected, according to the tales. Such a mysterious master could very well be a toothless groom or a beggar on the street, someone who goes unnoticed. Wang Yi sprang to his feet. Hey, do you think if I found him, he would take me as his apprentice? Fat June shook his head. Boss, you know nothing. Where would you even look? With enough effort, a metal pestle can be ground down to a needle. How can we know if we don't search? Wang Yi said resolutely. Li Pingyan sat silently beside them, deeply engrossed in contemplating the Nirvana Sutra. Although it contained merely a few thousand characters, each reading bestowed upon him an entirely different sensation. With every recollection, he felt his resolve growing ever more steadfast and refined. Sir, can you write? Zhao Linger approached at some point, gazing curiously at the neatly stacked sheets of rice paper on the table. I just wrote for fun. May I take a look? Zhao Linger asked softly. Upon receiving Li Pingyan's consent, she picked up a sheet. After a careful glance, her eyes widened in amazement. Raised in a scholarly household, her father was a well-known intellectual. The atmosphere of learning in her home was profound, and she was well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now, witnessing Li Pingyan's calligraphy, which was vigorous and spirited, like a dragon soaring through the heavens and a tiger resting at the phoenix's gate, she felt a sense of grandeur in every stroke. The heavens move robustly. A gentleman should strive ceaselessly, Zhao Linger recited, momentarily taken aback. She then looked into Li Pingyan's eyes, seemingly unable to believe he was indeed blind. Her gaze returned to the inked paper, and after a long pause, she exhaled, Your writing is truly exceptional. Li Pingyan replied, It's merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. You flatter yourself, sir. It is rare to find someone in the 4 towns of Anbei who can write so beautifully, Zhao Linger said sincerely. Did you write this one as well? She turned the page and noticed the style was entirely different. The strokes danced like a gust of wind, evoking the image of a bird taking flight. That was done by the old bull. Li Pingyan pointed towards the old cow warming itself by the fire. Zhao Linger burst into laughter. You truly have a sense of humor, sir. The old cow lazily rolled its eyes in response. The rain outside had ceased, and the clothes of the 4 had dried. They bid farewell to Li Pingyan, preparing to return to their respective homes. Before leaving, Zhao Linger reluctantly gazed at Li Pingyan's calligraphy, then placed it back. If you like it, take it, Li Pingyan suddenly said. Zhao Linger quickly shook her head. How could I casually take your treasures, sir? Li Pingyan chuckled. What treasures? It's just for fun. If you like it, consider it a gift. Zhao Linger bit her lip, hesitating. She intended to refuse again, but ultimately nodded. Then I shall thank you, sir. In the blink of an eye. 3 to 5 days passed. Li Pingyan was in the courtyard, playing chess with monk Chongqing. His skills were quite lacking, yet amidst the clashes with Chongqing, he gradually grasped some strategies. Coupled with the influence of his destiny, diligence can make up for shortcomings. He soon attained a certain level of proficiency. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, and as Chongqing's aggressive maneuvers failed, the situation on the board began to tilt in Li Pingyan's favor. A smile of accomplishment emerged on Li Pingyan's face. Having diligently toiled for so long, I am finally on the verge of winning a game against Chongqing. Chongqing, with a black stone in hand, furrows his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he places the stone down and sweeps his hand across the board, scattering the pieces. A gentleman strives ceaselessly. Fate is often cruel, and in the face of national calamity, we find ourselves merely passing the time in futile pursuits. How lamentable, how sorrowful. Li Pingyan gazes at the disordered board. To avoid losing to me, you have indeed found a convenient excuse. Chongqing, seemingly lost in thought, raises his head and departs, stating he must study Buddhist scriptures, lamenting the futility of idle pursuits. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan proposes, "Shall we start anew?" "Very well, let us begin again." Changqing turns back. After a while, he sighs, lamenting the futility of idle pursuits. Li Pingyan looks at the unfinished board, pondering. Chapter 60. Did you give it to her? The cold wind stirs the earth, blowing sorrowfully across the desolate landscape. On a night street, Li Pingyan and Changqing walk together. The streets are sparsely populated, with only the chill wind rustling through the trees. This area belongs to the impoverished southern district, rife with makeshift structures, leaving only a narrow path for a single person to pass. Abandoned buildings litter the surroundings. Suddenly, Changqing halts, gazing intently in one direction. "What is it?" Li Pingyan inquires. Changqing replies, "There are vengeful spirits there. I must go and offer them salvation." With that, he departs. After a while, Changqing returns, missing a garment and without shoes. "Amitba." Li Pingyan, curious, asks what happened. "The salvation was not smooth. The female ghost insisted on my clothing before she would relent." "So you gave it to her?" "She insisted." "And you simply acquiesced?" "She insisted." "Oh." They continue walking. Changqing adds, "Do not speak of this to others." Li Pingyan hesitates, then agrees. Parting is not merely at the pavilion, by the ancient road, where fragrant grasses stretch towards the horizon. Changqing's wounds have long healed, yet he remains concerned for Li Pingyan. Having observed Li Pingyan's body stabilize over the past few days, he bids farewell. "Benefactor Li, the mountains are high and the waters long. May we meet again by fate." Li Pingyan smiles, jesting that next time, there shall be no cheating in chess. The two exchange pleasantries, promising that in the vastness of the world, they shall meet again. Yet they understand how difficult it is to reunite in such a sprawling realm. Where there are people, there exists a world of rivers and lakes. As long as there are people, the world of rivers and lakes will endure. Today, you and I share a fleeting gathering and a subsequent farewell. With paths diverging, we are destined to drift apart, ultimately saying goodbye. Gains and losses, unions and separations, joys and sorrows, all reside within a single thought. There is no need to dwell excessively or to force matters. I hope that one day, you and I shall each find peace, and by fate, meet again to share our innermost thoughts. Fate. Diligence can overcome ineptitude. When the mind is clear, one can condense their efforts in anticipation. After about a cup of tea's time, I feel a tremor within. My vital energy surges like a torrential river through my meridians. It bursts forth from my chest, spreading through my limbs, as if a dragon were expelling a breath of warmth. Have I broken through? Li Pingyan opens his pale eyes. In recent days, I have been contemplating the Nirvana Sutra while digesting the tumultuous flow of vital energy within me, experiencing remarkable progress. The vital energy coursed through my meridians, causing every sinew in my body to swell and my bones to emit a crackling sound. My internal organs writhed like insects as the vital energy surged ceaselessly within. Taking a deep breath, the internal energy circulated, revitalizing my spirit. I felt I had reached a new realm, though I could not precisely articulate what it was. In celebration of my success, I resolved to dine out today. Strolling down the street with my hands clasped behind my back, I was followed at a leisurely pace by Lao Niu. The bustling sounds of the crowd enveloped the atmosphere in a sense of tranquility. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed the red bricks and green tiles, while a gentle breeze caressed my face, adding a touch of haziness and poetic charm. Suddenly, I encountered Lu Air, whose face radiated the warmth of spring. Lu Air was adorned in exquisite satin, with a sheepskin belt cinched at his waist. He wore soft leather boots and carried a knife, his attire undoubtedly of considerable value. "Brother, where did you strike it rich?" I inquired with a smile. Lu Air laughed heartily, clapping me on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "This is all thanks to you, my friend." He then recounted the gambling incident at Qfengting, expressing that had it not been for my advice to heed the will of heaven, he wouldn't have placed the right bet. Who would have thought that the swordsman from the western regions would actually lose? I thought I was destined to lose for sure. Lu Air chuckled at the memory of the leader's rigid expression at that moment. I truly owe my gratitude to that mysterious swordsman, but the greatest thanks go to you. If you are free, let me treat you to a meal. Choose any restaurant. Lu Air declared with great generosity. I did not decline, reasoning that since he had won, I had indeed contributed and deserved a share of the feast. Thus, I treated Lu Air to an extravagant meal. Meanwhile, in the secondary residence of the Wang estate, Wang Yi exclaimed, "Father, I have mastered the piece. I need not attend any longer. After days of arduous practice, he had finally learned the piece and performed it live for Wang Shan. Yet, Wang Shan seemed rather indifferent to his son's progress, responding with a perfunctory acknowledgement. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled. Father, have you agreed? Agreed to what? To not learn the arrow anymore. Wang Shan pondered. Well, you should have mastered the arrow by now. Let us pursue something else. I have heard that Mr. Li writes exceptionally well. Starting tomorrow, you shall study calligraphy with him. Wang Yi, filled with indignation, stood up abruptly. Father, what use is that? A scholar is utterly useless. Nonsense. Wang Shan glared fiercely at him. You can learn, but must it be from a blind man? What can I possibly learn from studying calligraphy with a blind person? Enough chatter. You will learn, and that is final. Wang Yi, exasperated, stormed off to his room. He vented his frustration on a wooden post, each punch reverberating through his hands, causing them to ache. The youthful spirit soared high, envisioning vast seas where fish could leap and skies where birds could soar. Yet, his father persistently insisted on placing him under the tutelage of a blind man. How could he not feel vexed? How could he not be enraged? The following day, Wang Shan graciously hosted Li Pingyan, expressing gratitude for the care Li had shown towards Wang Yi in recent days. He took the opportunity to suggest that Wang Yi continue to learn calligraphy under Li's tutelage. Wang Shan spoke sincerely, and with Li Pingyan in high spirits after indulging in fine wine, it was truly difficult for him to refuse. Thus, he acquiesced. Wang Yi, unable to contend with his father, vented his frustrations on Li Pingyan, though he dared not go too far, occasionally retorting with a few words. As the days passed, Wang Yi grew increasingly despondent. One fine day, he rode his beloved yellow steed aimlessly along the winding paths of the fields, finding a semblance of freedom in the earthy scents of grass and soil. Suddenly, he heard a piercing sound from afar. Before long, a figure crashed heavily into the nearby thicket. The individual was drenched in blood, their eyes filled with murderous intent, and beside them lay a 3-inch-long dagger, hovering ominously and buzzing with energy. Sensing the chilling aura and the nauseating cold, Wang Yi swallowed hard, frozen in fear, unable to move. He could distinctly feel his horse trembling violently beneath him. Chapter 61. Debate. The stroke of the brush must be composed and decisive. One must be steady and nimble to wield the brush with grace. Li Pingyan explained patiently. Arya and Zhao Linger had already begun practicing diligently nearby. Upon hearing of Wang Shan's request for Li Pingyan to teach Wang Yi calligraphy, Zhao Linger implored her father to allow her to join. Although her father did not comprehend why his daughter would want to learn from a seemingly obscure minstrel, especially one who was blind, the absurdity of it seemed akin to asking a blind person to identify a murderer. Yet, seeing his daughter's determination and knowing that Wang Shan had sent his son as well, he surmised that Li must possess some extraordinary talent, and thus did not refuse. Li Pingyan considered that whether it was one sheep or two, the work remained the same, and had no objections. Arya lacked a solid foundation, but was eager to learn. Zhao Linger, having studied calligraphy since childhood and enjoying the art of imitation, possessed a certain proficiency and was the most skilled among them. Your handwriting is truly beautiful, Arya remarked, feeling a wave of pressure as she observed Zhao Linger's strokes. Zhao Linger smiled and replied, I simply practice more. Practice makes perfect. As the two discussed their insights, Wang Yi gazed out the window, whistling and in high spirits, which piqued the curiosity of both Arya and Zhao Ling. Wang Yi had been sullen for days. What had suddenly changed today? Wang Yi, what is you in such high spirits? Wang Yi chuckled. A secret, a secret. Arya turned away, dismissing it as unworthy of mention, convinced it was surely something mundane. This provocation proved effective, and Wang Yi, sitting upright, whispered, I shall tell you, but you must not disclose it to anyone. I have met an exceptionally formidable master. He can wield a flying sword. It's incredible. Fly a sword? Arya and Zhao Linger exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of his claim. Thus, Wang Yi vividly recounted how he first encountered that enigmatic master, detailing how he assisted him in procuring medicinal herbs and delivering food. He even promised that once he recovered from his injuries, he would impart unparalleled martial arts skills to me. Yet, despite his grandiose claims, both Zhao Linger and Aliyah remained skeptical of anyone being able to manipulate a sword out of thin air. Wang Yi declared, all right, if you do not believe me, I shall take you to witness it shortly. Curiosity is a trait inherent to all, and Wang Yi's astonishing narrative piqued the interest of both Aliyah and Zhao Linger. After practicing for some time, Wang Yi showed no progress in his calligraphy. Li Pingyan felt a twinge of guilt for the exquisite wine gifted to him by Wang Shan, prompting him to dedicate more time to teaching Wang Yi. He guided Wang Yi's hand as they wrote together, each stroke deliberate. Diligence can indeed compensate for lack of talent. The more one practices, the more proficient one becomes. However, Wang Yi was restless, exerting little effort and focusing entirely on other matters. Li Pingyan eased his grip, explaining that writing, much like martial arts, requires a harmonious blend of spirit, knowledge, and skill. The more one writes and practices, the more one will naturally integrate these lessons. Though the journey may be fraught with challenges, the outcomes are invariably rewarding. The study of calligraphy is not a monotonous repetition, but rather a continuous process of breakthroughs and self-improvement. This is a journey of relentless refinement. The greater the challenge, the more one learns, and the more significant the progress. The sharpness of a sword comes from being honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Zhao Linger paused, silently repeating the lines in her heart. The brilliance in her eyes flickered, yet she could not recall the origin of this verse. Wang Yi, however, dismissed its significance with a snort, considering such literary pursuits to be the frivolities of ineffectual scholars. Only to die in battle and defend one's homeland is worthy work for a true man, he asserted. Li Pingyan smiled gently, replying, "The seemingly useless can serve a greater purpose. While it is indeed crucial for warriors to bravely protect the nation, it is equally essential for scholars to govern and administer. Merely rote learning renders one a useless scholar. To bring literature to life is to elevate oneself above all else." Unable to counter Li Pingyan's words, Wang Yi, in a fit of anger, stood up. "If you are truly so formidable, why do you remain here merely as a street singer? Why not pursue official recognition to fulfill your ambitions? You only speak empty rhetoric. Scholars lead nations astray." With that, he felt all the grievances he had endured in recent days surge forth. Seizing a sheet of rice paper nearby, he tore it to shreds. "Do you think that writing these characters can shelter the masses? Can it enlighten the mind? We are not like you. We are not crippled. We still have a bright future ahead, a splendid life. Such sentiments are beyond your comprehension, you stubborn fool. Wang Yi, how can you speak to the teacher in such a manner?" Zhao Linger, who had learned to respect her teachers from a young age, could not help but interject at Wang Yi's rudeness. Indeed. Aliyah chimed in, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce. Wang Yi stood before Li Pingyan, emboldened by his years of martial training. With a tall and upright posture, his chest thrust high and muscles rippling, Wang Yi seemed indomitable. In the face of a scholar encountering a soldier, reason often falters. "Even if you, sir, proclaim the truth, can you withstand my fist?" Noticing Li Pingyan's silence, Wang Yi scoffed and turned to leave. Li Pingyan, unfazed, merely shook his head and picked up the tattered rice paper. He murmured softly, "The brave draw their blades against the stronger. The coward, however, directs his wrath towards the weak." After Wang Yi departed from Li Pingyan's residence, he met with Pang Jun and they galloped towards the deep mountains in the east. "Boss, is that person truly a practitioner?" Pang Jun inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. "Indeed." Pang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Will he take us as disciples?" Wang Yi responded with pride. "He merely mentioned teaching me some sword techniques. As for you, well, I am your loyal little brother." Wang Yi laughed heartily. "Rest assured, with my standing, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if he doesn't teach you, I shall impart my knowledge regardless." Pang Jun beamed with joy. Within half an hour, they crossed a small bridge and arrived at a cave. Sir. A shadow flitted within the cave, a pair of eyes fixated upon them. Pang Jun felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling slightly. The figure was an unremarkable middle-aged man, so ordinary that he could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet, his piercing eyes exuded an unmatched intensity. "Sir, I have come to see you," he said. "Who is this?" Kong Yang's gaze bore into Pang Jun. "He's my friend. He also wishes to meet you. Did I not instruct you to keep my matters from anyone?" Kong Yang's voice was cold and low. Chapter 62. The family relies on me. Wang Yi offered an awkward smile. "Rest assured, sir, my friend is trustworthy." Pang Jun nodded fervently, assuring his discretion. After a brief silence, Kong Yang uttered words laced with an icy menace. "Once you enter the underworld, do not hold me accountable." A sharp buzzing resonated around them, startling both men into a state of alarm. "Run!" Wang Yi reacted first, turning to flee. Pang Jun stumbled after him. "Wait." The two dashed out of the cave at an extraordinary pace, fully aware that this was no jest. The emotionless voice felt like a dagger piercing their hearts. Kong Yang aligned his index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture, and with a gentle flick, a 3-inch dagger shot forth towards them, tracing a gleaming arc. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on them. Pang Jun stumbled and fell. "Boss, save me." Wang Yi turned, fear etched across his face. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The sky darkened, and everything blurred. As Wang Yi beheld the scene, a stir of emotions surged within him. In that fleeting instant, countless thoughts that he had previously dared not entertain flashed through his mind. The brave draw their blades against the stronger. The coward, however, directs his wrath towards the weak. The soft murmurs seemed to echo once more in Wang Yi's ears. A single thought, as piercing as a sharp steel needle, plunged deeply into his heart. Wang Yi let out a furious roar, stepping forward and throwing a punch. "Fat Jun, run!" He charged towards the flying sword. At that very moment, as he took a step forward, a formidable aura surged toward him like a chilling, bone-piercing current. In that instant, all of Wang Yi's courage dissipated into nothingness. Am I truly to perish like this? The flying sword buzzed ominously, rebounding heavily. To his astonishment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. A figure stood before him. Wang Yi froze for a moment, lifting his gaze. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. "Mr. Xian?" Kong Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that his opponent was not a practitioner, which somewhat eased his expression. "Though I am gravely injured, sending just you seems rather dismissive." Li Pingyan replied, "You misunderstand. I merely wish to take these 2 children away." Kong Yang chuckled lightly. "That depends on whether you possess the capability." He raised a hand, pinching 2 fingers together, and swiftly tapped the sword's edge twice. Infused with a mysterious power, the 3-inch short sword emitted an even more intense buzzing sound. "One strike will sever you." The short sword bore down with a sharp aura, as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent. Clang! The sword's edge was so fierce it could freeze one's very blood. A gust of wind swept through, reminiscent of a sandstorm, cold and deadly. Imbued with an aura of destruction, the short sword vanished from perception, only to reappear in the next instant. This strike was silent as a serpent slithering from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura of death. Li Pingyan, wielding his cane like a sword, struck out with an instinctive precision. The clash resounded like thunder, yet this sword bore no power. Upon contact, the blade transformed into a faint glow. The true sword, thrusting sideways, bore no particular technique. It was as if it was wielded carelessly, devoid of sword energy or wind, dim and lacking brilliance. Kong Yang's expression remained impassive, the short sword mere inches from Li Pingyan's vital point. Yet, this inch was inconsequential. Astonishingly, the one who should have succumbed took an uncanny step forward. In an instant, the distance of 1 foot elongated to 3. Li Pingyan unleashed his strike, executing the motion with an incredible aesthetic grace. The speed was ineffable, and a cold smile crept upon Kong Yang's lips. This strike was indeed swift, but alas, it required traversing 3 feet to reach him. Suddenly, a blinding flash crossed Kong Yang's vision, and a potent killing intent enveloped him, akin to a frenzied beast, sending shivers down his spine. Kong Yang dared not underestimate the threat, letting out a low shout. He summoned all surrounding energies, the sword's aura slicing through the air, emitting a shrill scream as if tearing through a great canvas. Within a radius of 2 zhong, all lay beneath the blade of his sword. "Close your eyes." 2 ethereal words escaped from Li Pingyan's lips. Wang Yi and Pang Jun gazed at this scene, their minds momentarily adrift. The gravity of those 2 words compelled them to heed his command involuntarily. With a swift motion, Kong Yang attempted to evade, but his grievous wounds rendered his legs disobedient, leaving him unable to react in time. An arm flew through the air. Gritting his teeth, Kong Yang directed his sword towards Li Pingyan's acupoints, aiming to unleash a torrent of sword energy into his opponent's body, hoping to rupture his meridians. This was a desperate measure, and even if he succeeded, it would likely exacerbate his own plight. Yet, upon unleashing the sword energy, the anticipated scene of Li Pingyan's demise failed to materialize. It vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. Kong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Silence reigned once more. Sunlight glinted off the 3-inch dagger, casting a chilling luminescence. Li Pingyan exhaled a breath of turbid air. The sword energy from Kong Yang was indeed sharp. Had Li Pingyan not assimilated that vital essence? Had his cultivation of the turtle breathing technique not reached level 93, affecting a qualitative transformation within his body? it was likely that he would now be the one lying prostrate. Cultivators are indeed formidable. Li Pingyan circulated his vital energy, and after a brief moment, all abnormalities within him dissipated. Wang Yi and Peng Jun, regaining their composure, glanced at the fallen Kong Yang, then at Li Pingyan. Wang Yi's lips quivered uncontrollably. "Sir, let this matter remain unspoken, for our own good." The two nodded vigorously. "Let us depart." Wang Yi quickened his pace, casting a glance back. Remembering the earlier events, his face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Sir, I had no idea of your prowess. Why did you still come to my aid after my earlier disrespect?" Without turning, Li Pingyan replied, "Wherefore would an adult hold a grudge against a child?" Wang Yi paused, for typically, anyone who referred to him as a child would invoke his ire. However, in this moment, he remained silent. After the three departed, the old ox sighed deeply, using its hind hooves to dig a pit, burying Kong Yang's lifeless body beneath the earth. "Alas, this household cannot endure a single day without me." Chapter 63. The 3-inch dagger as dawn barely broke. Li Pingyan rose punctually, completed his morning rituals, and spent a moment visualizing his cultivation techniques on the bed. He then took a branch as a sword in the courtyard, sweating profusely, which left him feeling invigorated. Subsequently, while silently reciting the Heart Sutra of Nirvana, he reflected on the gains and losses from his encounter with Kong Yang. The strength of cultivators truly surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Had Kong Yang not been injured, Li Pingyan feared he would have had merely a 30% chance of victory. With a flick of his hand, a 3-inch azure dagger materialized in his palm. This was Kong Yang's sword, which Li Pingyan had reclaimed. He could sense a lingering essence of Kong Yang within the blade. The mysteries of cultivators are indeed wondrous. Before his transcendence, Li Pingyan had harbored an affinity for fantastical novels. The protagonist appears to cultivate effortlessly, acquiring books on cultivation with ease, seemingly able to forge their own path in isolation. Yet, when faced with the reality, one realizes that life can be quite unforgiving. The 3-inch short sword, smooth to the touch like jade, is narrow and thin, reminiscent of a willow leaf. It bears no guard or embellishments, but its blade glimmers faintly, akin to a pool of autumn water, nearly transparent. Li Pingyan gently flicked the sword, producing a crisp sound. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his true energy into his fingertips, lightly tapping the blade in an attempt to erase the residual aura within the sword. The tip quivered slightly, emitting a low, mournful cry as if resisting his efforts. The fierce sword energy began to counteract Li Pingyan's own essence, and the substantial amount of true energy he infused felt akin to a fallen leaf drifting into an unfathomable swamp. With a mere thought, he activated the turtle breath technique, emphasizing a continuous and flowing breath that would cause his true energy to surge like the tide. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he resumed his efforts. Like two armies clashing, vanquishing the enemy would likely require dozens, if not hundreds, of battles. After the passage of 3 incense sticks worth of time, Li Pingyan exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sensed a heaviness in his chest, his true energy nearing depletion as the sharp blade pricked his skin. Observing the blood on his fingertip, he frowned, realizing it was far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, he remained unhurried, methodically wiping the blood from the sword. His true energy could regenerate, but the sword energy within this 3-inch blade would not revive on its own. He would eventually dispel the sword energy, albeit at the cost of additional time. With this thought, Li Pingyan sheathed the short sword and stepped out of his home. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting the sky in a blood-red hue, as if heralding an impending tempest. Yet, the streets of the southwest remained bustling with activity. This renowned food street was teeming with people, the air thick with an alluring aroma. Every 10 steps, there was a stall, and every 100 steps, a small eatery. Li Pingyan chose a corner to sit, ordering a flask of liquor, a plate of mixed shreds, lamb skewers, and a bowl of noodle soup. The enticing fragrance wafted towards him, tantalizing his senses. As he savored his meal, a familiar voice broke through the noise. "Sir." A man in his 30s approached briskly, his face lighting up with surprise. "It truly is you, Lu Yong." Li Pingyan was taken aback to encounter Lu Yong here. He had once recommended Lu Yong to the princess's palace, unable to bear the thought of his earnestness going to waste. He had assumed Lu Yong would be serving in the capital, yet here he was again. A moment's reflection made it clear. Lu Yong had not squandered Li Pingyan's initial high regard. Instead of enjoying a good life in the capital, he had chosen to return here to serve his country. "What brings you here?" Li Pingyan inquired. Thanks to you. I am fortunate enough to work under General Xiaohou, Lu Yong replied. General Xia is known for his integrity and is highly respected, a rare and commendable leader. It is under his command that I have truly found my footing. Li Pingyan waved his hand, dismissing the concern. It matters not. I recall that General Xiaohou's encampment is not located here. You must have urgent business in the 4 towns of Anbei. Indeed, Lu Yong replied cautiously, glancing around. Just as he was about to speak further, Li Pingyan preemptively interrupted him. If it is urgent, it would be inappropriate for me to listen. Lu Yong acknowledged, your consideration is indeed thorough. The matter at hand was undoubtedly confidential, and it was natural for most to refrain from disclosure. However, in the presence of Li Pingyan, he felt no suspicion. With tasks awaiting him, Lu Yong inquired about Li Pingyan's residence before hurriedly taking his leave. I have finished my meal, Wang Yi said, quickly rising from the table. His mother, observing him from the side, remarked, Why have you eaten so little? Why the rush? You're in quite a hurry. I might be late. Wang Yi replied without turning back. He had risen late that day, and being the last to arrive would not bode well. Wang Shan looked at his son in astonishment. Just days prior, sending him to Li Pingyan's small courtyard had been akin to condemning him to hell. Yet now, he seemed to eagerly anticipate each visit. What had changed in this child? His mother scrutinized his retreating figure, her expression one of confusion. This bewilderment was not confined to Wang Yi's parents. Both Alia and Zhao Linger were equally puzzled by his recent demeanor, speculating whether he had taken some strange medicine or if he was perhaps not the true Wang Yi. He no longer shirked his responsibilities, diligently practicing his calligraphy. He complied with every instruction given by his teacher, not daring to defy him in the slightest. Days slipped by in a blur. Wang Yi endeavored to align himself with Li Pingyan's wishes, believing that perhaps one day, if he pleased him sufficiently, he might be accepted as a disciple. However, gradually, Wang Yi came to realize that the situation was not as he had hoped. Li Pingyan's attitude towards him remained unchanged, indifferent to whether Wang Yi acted like a rebellious youth or now appeared more compliant. Li Pingyan merely taught him the art of calligraphy and occasionally imparted wisdom on how to conduct oneself in life. Their relationship was neither overly intimate nor distant. As evening descended, with the sunset casting a serene glow, it felt as if a few strokes had been painted onto a vast canvas, embodying a sense of detached tranquility and a cool, quiet peace. Li Pingyan sat beneath a tree, his fingers lightly tapping on his 3-inch dagger. This was a contest of willpower. Should one party lose focus for even a moment, the other would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Half an hour later, beads of sweat adorned Li Pingyan's forehead and the bridge of his nose. His muscles felt as though they were ablaze, both numb and itchy. After days of relentless combat, he had finally coaxed the last remnants of the blade's energy to the surface. Today might very well be the day of the final confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingyan gathered all his strength to his fingertips. With a hum, the tip of the sword began to tremble violently, transforming into a fleeting shadow, blooming forth like a lotus flower. In the next moment, a sword wound appeared on the back of his hand. Had he hesitated even a second longer, that blade would have pierced his throat. Chapter 64. The noble one Li Pingyan was somewhat taken aback that, at such a critical juncture, the short sword could unleash such formidable power. Yet, this was where it would end. As his thoughts stirred, a continuous stream of vital energy surged into the short sword. The weight that had accumulated over several days brought him an exhilarating sense of release. In a short while, the sword ceased its humming, much like a bird that had lost its wings, returning to Li Pingyan's grasp. He held it before him, his pale eyes scrutinizing it intently. With a gentle flick of his finger against the blade, a ripple of sword light flashed instantly. A fine sword indeed. Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. In his mind, it seemed as if an invisible thread had appeared. Suddenly, that thread became much clearer, its radiance intensified. An extraordinary force began to ripple outward. The 3-foot-long sword slowly floated into the air, tracing an arc. Within moments, beads of sweat began to form on Li Pingyan's forehead. Whoosh! The sword danced erratically, carving a swift and circular path in the air. Before long, leaves began to fall like rain. Li Pingyan found himself unable to exert control, as if he were holding a kite that had encountered a fierce gale. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the sword fell to the ground, having lost all its power. Li Pingyan exhaled a long, heavy breath, truly finding it a rare challenge. To achieve complete control would require more time. He caressed the sword, contemplating a fitting name for it. After a moment of reflection, He softly spoke. Dust and wine stains upon my attire. Wandering far, my spirit lost everywhere. Is this body not that of a poet? In the gentle rain, riding a donkey into the sword gate. Thus, he decided to name it Gentle Rain. Li Pingyan tucked Gentle Rain into his sleeve. A vast expanse of dark clouds loomed overhead, creating a suffocating atmosphere, as if a colossal black mountain had descended. This evening, the Lichuan courtyard appeared different from usual, with only a large lantern hanging at the entrance, its candlelight flickering. Closed for business? Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Ma Sanyang, the money-loving proprietor, would never shut down even for the new year. What could be the matter today? Entering through the back door of Lichuan courtyard, he noticed several more guards than usual. They were clearly not from the courtyard, donned in black attire with broadswords at their waists, exuding a fierce presence and an air of bloodshed. Soldiers, perhaps? Li Pingyan felt a flicker of suspicion and had yet to approach when several black-clad men pressed their hands against their sword hilts, watching him warily. At that moment, a familiar servant emerged, whispering to the leader of the men, who then allowed Li Pingyan to enter. "Sanner, what has happened?" Li Pingyan inquired once inside the courtyard. Zhao San replied in a low voice, "You should ask Sanyang. She is waiting for you inside." On the top floor of Lichuan courtyard, Sanyang leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant 4 towns of Anbei. "What has transpired?" Li Pingyan's voice resonated from behind her. Ma Sanyang forced a smile. "What could it be? Just the usual worries of poor business lately. By the way, there is a commission. You are to escort someone departing tomorrow." "Very well." Ma Sanyang casually tossed a bundle of medicinal packets toward him. "Your medicine." Li Pingyan reached out to catch it. After a brief silence, Ma Sanyang turned her head. "Without any particular matters at hand, it would be prudent to return home, as the weather has been quite capricious lately. Thus, dress warmly." The following day, Li Pingyan hastily packed his belongings and secured them on the back of the old ox. In one hand, he grasped a bamboo pole, while he carried the eru on his back, with the delicate rain sword concealed within his sleeve. After picking a bag of dates, he departed from his home. The caravan was situated on the eastern bank of the Little Sha River, devoid of any remarkable features. There were no banners or palanquins. It appeared to be an ordinary merchant convoy. However, most of the individuals within the caravan were familiar faces, assassins from the Lichuan courtyard. These men were unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the throngs of the street, making them difficult to remember. True assassins seldom possess exquisite features or striking charisma, nor do they bear eyes brimming with lethal intent. Rather, they are commonplace individuals, akin to a solitary bean lost among a bag of beans. In addition to the familiar faces from Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan also noticed several military men, including Lu Yong. The moment Lu Yong laid eyes on Li Pingyan, a flicker of surprise crossed his countenance. "My lord, we shall converse on the way," he remarked. The caravan proceeded along a spacious road, swiftly departing from the 4 towns of Anbei. Ascending a gentle incline, they approached a small hill. Li Pingyan surmised that the individual seated within the carriage was likely a person of nobility, possibly connected to General Xiahou Shang. Otherwise, Lu Yong would not have accompanied them. However, one could not help but question why they employed the personnel from Lichuan courtyard. When a noble steps out, one would expect capable subordinates to be dispatched. Thus far, Li Pingyan could only sense an overwhelming aura emanating from within the carriage. Such matters involving officials are typically shrouded in caution. Why was Ma Sanyang involved in this affair? During a respite for the caravan, Lu Yong finally seized the opportunity to approach. He walked over and offered Li Pingyan a flask of wine. "My lord, do taste this wine from Lingnan. It is potent." Li Pingyan took a moment to inhale the aroma, as if appraising the quality of the wine. Then, tilting his head back, he drank heartily. It was both strong and fragrant. After reserving half a flask, he handed it to the old ox. Taking a breath, he inquired, "Who are the people inside the carriage?" "The general's wife and young son," Lu Yong responded without hesitation, providing an honest account. "Why are there no guards, and instead, reliance on individuals from the Jianghu?" Lu Yong explained, "The lady does not require guards when she ventures out. She is an unparalleled master, though an unforeseen incident has arisen. We were originally tasked in the 4 towns of Anbei and were temporarily reassigned. While Anbei is nominally under the control of the Sui dynasty, in reality, it is fragmented among various lords. The Turks and Hu merchant families have established a stronghold in Lingnan under General Xiahou, who stands as an insurmountable mountain against the belligerent Hu. These individuals harbor deep animosity towards General Xiahou and would not let this opportunity slip by. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then why recruit from Lichuan courtyard?" Lu Yong replied, "I am unsure. But I have heard that General Xiahou has an acquaintance in Ma Sanyang from Lichuan courtyard." "And who is seated within the carriage?" he inquired further. "It is said to be a skilled practitioner." The caravan continued its journey westward. As dusk descended, the carriage turned into a narrow, winding path. A bend revealed a flat expanse graced by a meandering brook, an ideal spot for a respite. Chapter 65. The ambush in the night. Flames danced in the wind, flickering erratically. Occasionally, a fierce gust would sweep through, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust, leaving a desolate silence in its wake. Within a tattered tent, a meager fire crackled, roasting a plump rabbit and a wild chicken, their savory aroma wafting through the air. Inside the tent, only one person and a cow occupied the space. Li Pingyan had brought his own tent, while others housed 3 to 5 individuals in a single tent. Due to the old cow's considerable size, the tent could barely accommodate Li Pingyan alone. When someone suggested squeezing in, Li Pingyan firmly replied that there was no room. The individual proposed that Li Pingyan could simply take the cow outside, for it was merely a beast, unbothered by the wind and dust. Li Pingyan countered, asserting that it was not just livestock, but family. Under Li Pingyan's deft control, the fine rein sword gracefully hovered above the rabbit meat, and with a gentle exertion, separated the flesh from the bone. Over the days of cultivation, Li Pingyan had gained the ability to command the fine rein sword for simple tasks. However, inflicting harm with the sword would still require further refinement. Fate's essence. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings and yield achievements, with minor success. The longer one reads and practices, the faster the rate of cultivation. Maximum enhancement from ordinary cultivation speed can reach 2 to 3 times. A sudden thought crossed his mind. After contemplating the Nirvana Sutra for a while, Li Pingyan indeed experienced greater progress than before. Moo. The old cow voiced its displeasure. Li Pingyan snapped back to reality, realizing that his wandering thoughts had caused the fine rein sword to flail uncontrollably, inadvertently poking the cow's tail. He chuckled softly, intending to console the cow when the wind suddenly intensified, shifting from a gentle breeze to a roaring gust. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the tent, striking the ground a mere 3 feet from Li Pingyan. Startled, he exclaimed, "My tent! An enemy attack!" Outside, a voice bellowed. A crossbow bolt erupted from the woods, swiftly finding its mark in a man's throat. It was the Turkic people's crossbow, ingeniously crafted for siege warfare. Its string was woven from silk and hemp, lightweight yet robust, boasting formidable elasticity. Even from a distance of over 300 paces, it could penetrate deep into solid elm wood, a testament to its might. The user would brace their foot against the mechanism, harnessing their entire strength to draw the string, then stabilize their aim to release. Within range, the crossbow bolts could pierce through heavy armor. In the distance, dozens of elite assassins leaned backward, their feet braced against the crossbow, hands tightly gripping the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a tempest, soaring towards the foes. In an instant, all within the camp became targets. Fortunately, the individuals from the Lichuan courtyard were all highly trained assassins, adept at evading or seeking cover, moving with agility. Strangely, the enemy did not deploy many troops. After 2 barges, they abandoned their crossbows, mounting their horses and charging forward. These were seasoned elites, riding in formation, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. A small patch of ground was suddenly transformed into a sea of humanity. The sounds of clashing metal reverberated incessantly. The assassins from Lichuan courtyard were acutely aware of their advantages. They refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, opting instead to strike at the horse's legs. Occasionally, a blade would dart from the shadows, delivering a lethal blow. One warhorse after another fell, their legs shattered, emitting mournful cries. A man clad in a flowing white robe slowly emerged, devoid of any visible weaponry, or perhaps he himself was the weapon. His complexion was ghostly pale, bearing a sickly hue, and his frail figure seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. His steps appeared deliberate and slow, yet within a few breaths, he had approached the carriage. His movements were akin to drifting clouds. A cultivator? The man's intent was unmistakably clear as he headed straight for the carriage. Lu Yong brandished his horse-slaying blade in an attempt to intercept him. However, a chilling sound erupted from the man, a powerful force emanating from him, startling the frenzied horses into terrified whinnies. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a torrent of energy that struck the yoke, shattering it with a resounding crack. The noble's steed collapsed, letting out a final wail before it could rise again. Truly a scene of unimaginable terror. At that moment, the mysterious cultivator within the carriage also took action, launching a palm strike from within. There were no thunderous roars, no howling winds, only an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Amidst the deafening clash, the two forces collided, creating a series of ripples in the air between them. Suddenly, the man sensed a chilling gleam sweep past him, akin to the sting of a blade. On the battlefield, alongside the enigmatic cultivator in the carriage, was there yet another master? Amid the whistling winds, a long knife was drawn with lightning speed. The strike was so swift that the man could only perceive a flash of white before the blade was upon him. With a resounding thud, the man raised his other hand, causing the surrounding air to darken, a frigid aura suffusing the space. He successfully parried Li Ping's strike. Yet, this distraction allowed the mysterious cultivator in the carriage to gain the upper hand. The man staggered back, regaining his balance. A crisp sound echoed as a slender, handleless sword, akin to a fine rein, circled around and lunged directly at his throat. Startled, the man had not anticipated another cultivator's presence. He dared not underestimate the situation, redirecting his energy to deflect the flying sword. A sense of dread gripped him. The sword's power was alarmingly feeble, not befitting a cultivator's might. Li Ping leaned forward, his core suddenly surging with energy, blood and chi flowing like a raging river. He channeled his entire strength into a single strike. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, carving a circular arc, the force penetrating deep into the man's sternum. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and he sought to retaliate. However, the enigmatic cultivator within the carriage would not let this opportunity slip by, fingers poised like a sword. He traced a deadly arc in the air, aiming for the man's neck. In the realm of skilled combatants, encounters often transpired in the blink of an eye. A fleeting thought can often determine the outcome of a conflict. The cacophony of battle grows increasingly intense and chaotic. What was anticipated to be a bloody confrontation, however, reached an unexpected conclusion with the rise of dawn on the horizon. The ground lay strewn with bodies, as the assassins of Lichuan courtyard dispatched over 50 Turkic warriors with minimal cost. Perhaps the adversary was unable to mobilize a more formidable force in time, or perhaps other factors were at play. Regardless, it was a fortuitous turn of events for them. Li Ping lifted his gaze, hearing a somber croak. As a crow circled above, simultaneously, the other 3 cavalry units departing from Lichuan courtyard encountered an ambush, suffering far greater losses than Li Ping's group. All 3 were annihilated. They served as bait, deliberately distracting the enemy and dispersing their firepower at the behest of Ma Sanyang. Historical records would later recount an event where the wife and children of Xiahou Shang, who valiantly defended the Sui dynasty against 300,000 Turkic cavalry and safeguarded the tranquility of the borders, had once been targeted by an assassination attempt by the Turks on the outskirts of the Sui territory. Yet, the annals of history would remain silent regarding the blood spilled by a legion of nameless assassins in that battle. Chapter 66. The customs of Anbei's 4 towns. The night was as dark as ink, and torrents of rain fell relentlessly. Ma Sanyang raised her head, gazing out the window. This year's rainfall had been particularly frequent. Lichuan courtyard, once the most vibrant place at night, now lay in utter silence. All the servants, maidens, and assassins had been dismissed by Ma Sanyang. Over the years, she had taken in many homeless individuals, yet now they found themselves without a home once more. It was on a night such as this, amidst the rain, that she met Xiahou Shang. The Turkic general had dragged her pregnant mother across the land. From east to west, flesh and blood intertwined, staining her garments and the ground beneath her. There was also that Turkic general, laughing maniacally in the rain. Ma Sanyang watched her mother, writhing in agony, her face awash with tears, her body drenched in blood. For reasons unknown, the Turkic general spared her life, seemingly wishing for the innocent young girl to experience the harshness of the world. Ma Sanyang, dragging her mother, now lifeless, wandered through the desolate streets. It was then that she encountered Xiahou Shang on a white steed. "Where did you go?" he inquired calmly upon hearing of her plight. Upon his return, he bore the head of the Turkic general. Ma Sanyang declared, "I owe you a life, and I shall repay it in due time." At that moment, Xiahou Shang merely smiled, dismissing her words. Little did he anticipate that, years later, that frail young girl would indeed fulfill her promise. The rain continued to pour, and the wind incessantly swept in, Two figures clad in black emerged silently from the shadows. Sanyong, Lord Deng requests your presence. In Anbei's 4 towns, factions proliferated. A.M. Lang of characters. Yet, amidst the discord, the major gangs maintained a semblance of order, although they frequently clashed and engaged in skirmishes. It all remained within manageable bounds. Each faction held its own territory and operated its own enterprises. Certainly, their existence is contingent upon the necessity imposed by those above them. When they are no longer needed, these formidable figures of the underworld will be crushed like insects beneath the weight of a state's violent machinery. In such moments, any gang is but a feeble obstacle in the path of an unstoppable force. Within the 4 towns of Anbei, the allowance for these gangs to exist is granted by the Turkic people, the price being a monthly interest of 40%. However, now, due to Ma Sanyang's defiance against the Turkic will, this interest has soared to 60%. This is undoubtedly a grievous blow to the underworld in the 4 towns of Anbei. Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard has incited widespread ire. Her actions have not only implicated the entire underworld of Anbei, but have also tarnished their reputation, diminishing their standing in the eyes of the Turkic people, a most lethal blow for the underworld of Anbei, as it suggests a potential reshuffling of power. The architect of this turmoil, Ma Sanyang, shall find no refuge among the underworld figures of Anbei. At the Deng residence, a quaint courtyard paved with blue stones offers no trees, pavilions, or any form of concealment, evoking the presence of a giant beast resting on the mountainside, instilling an eerie atmosphere. Some assert that the true overlord of the underworld in Anbei is Jia Wan of the East Market, while others claim it to be Wan Rue of the Lu Market, Zhang Jin of the West Market, or Zhao Jun of the Wine Market. However, those who are truly enlightened understand that the very architecture of the current underworld in Anbei, negotiated with the Turkic people, resides within this unassuming abode. Deng Bo, seated beneath the eaves, delicately handles a pair of snuff bottles. At 90 years of age, he is considered a venerable elder by ordinary standards, dressed in a yellow robe, appearing merely as an ordinary old man from the marketplace. The courtyard is adorned with umbrellas, shielding the world from view, leaving only shadows beneath the sunlight. The underworld figures of Anbei gather, encircling the residence, rendering it impenetrable. After a prolonged silence, Deng Bo speaks softly. I recall when you first arrived, youthful and ambitious, proclaiming your desire to make a name for yourself. There has never been a woman in the underworld of Anbei. You are the first. Deng Bo raises his gaze, his aged eyes glimmering with intensity as they fixate on Ma Sanyang, who is clad in a flowing dress and draped in a pale yellow shawl, adorned with delicate lace at her breast. Fully aware that her escape today is improbable, she displays no trace of fear. Your gaze then mirrored the one you bear now. Deng Bo muses with a gentle sigh. Everyone who mingles here must present me with their calling cards, as if they are my half-disciples. Yet you are different. You are my most cherished disciple. I am aging and seek a successor, and after much contemplation, I find you the most fitting. Thus, I do not mind orchestrating some clandestine maneuvers, even assisting those so-called innocent souls in departing from this place, or recruiting a few peculiar subordinates. These matters, I can choose to overlook. Perhaps I have indulged you too much, and now you have committed such an act. Is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for the sake of a so-called patriotism? Ma Sanyang smiled faintly. Mr. Deng, you misunderstand. Since the authorities abandoned us, and since my mother was slain by the Turks, I have cared not for matters of country or home. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Is it worth risking my life? Yes. Ma Sanyang spoke without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Mr. Deng replied coolly. This is the door plaque you sent to my residence that day. From now on, we are no longer connected. With that, he set it ablaze. Rising, he was assisted back inside by a servant. The 2 doors slowly closed, a mere few steps apart, yet symbolizing the boundary between life and death. As the plaque turned to ashes in the fire, it signified the severance of ties with Mr. Deng. The gazes surrounding her felt as cold as blades. Sanyang, please exit. We would not wish to disturb Mr. Deng's rest, spoke Zhao Wan from the East Market. Indeed, let us not dirty Mr. Deng's courtyard. Over the years, Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard had become an object of deep-seated hatred for them. In this world, rife with corruption, Lichuan Courtyard stubbornly clung to its seemingly pointless principles. The assassins of Lichuan Courtyard sought vengeance for women trampled by the affluent in the streets, reclaiming abducted children from hostile territories. In the past, Many feared the assassins of Lichuan courtyard, yet due to Mr. Deng's influence, none dared to lay a hand on Ma Sanyang. But now, Ma Sanyang had incurred the wrath of the masses, provoking those who were once untouchable, and the numerous assassins from Lichuan courtyard had been dispersed. They had nothing left to fear. Chapter 67. Future Retribution. Ma Sanyang lifted her head, feeling the rainwater trace down her cheeks. Closing her eyes, it seemed she was lost in recollection. The past appeared vividly before her, yet also shrouded in ambiguity. Opening her eyes, she faced the underworld of Anbei's four towns. Bound to a pillar, Ma Sanyang gazed coldly at the crowd. Each person held a blade the width of a finger, adhering to the rules of the martial world. One by one, they would plunge their knives into her flesh until she succumbed. The blades were slender, ensuring her demise would not be swift. Over the years, the Xianghua gang had gradually evolved into a formidable force. Thus, Lu'er was not obstructed by the sea of people before him as he observed Ma Sanyang, the seemingly frail woman. A surge of sympathy welled within him. He was aware that Ma Sanyang of Lichuan courtyard was a good person, having heard myriad tales about her. Once, he too had fantasized about becoming someone like her. Yet, in this world, he had long lost the courage to pursue such dreams. Imagining himself wielding a wooden stick, he envisioned a figure that upheld justice. Growing older, he realized such aspirations belonged to a youthful innocence, a fleeting reverie that could never be reclaimed. Sympathy aside, what could he truly do? Some matters leave no room for choice. One could only take steps forward, one after another. Jiao Wan from the East Market was the first to approach, grinning menacingly. In the 12th year of the old calendar, you killed 12 of my disciples, robbed me of my possessions, and abducted my beloved concubine. I have kept meticulous records of these grievances. Ma Sanyang let out a cold laugh. 12 disciples. Having spent the night in Huangjia village to attend a celebratory feast, brazenly abducted the bride, and subsequently silenced her kin in a gruesome massacre. In the 10th year of the lunar calendar, what you transported from Nanyang was not mere riches. It was a host of women seized by your hand. Oh, and your beloved concubine, how she pales in comparison to their beauty. You had them ensnared and confined in your water prison to torment. Truly, it is said that birds of a feather flock together. Such beasts indeed. Jiao Wan's gaze turned even colder. Do you fancy yourself the Guanyin of mercy, here to save the suffering? This world is nothing but a hell. With a swift thrust, a blade pierced Ma Sanyang's abdomen. Alas, I can foresee your fate. Yet you remain blind to mine. The next to approach was Zhao Jun of the wine market. Such exquisite beauty wasted. Had you chosen to be with me in the past, you would not have met such a grim fate today. Zhao Jun possessed a fair complexion, exuding a strong scent of cosmetics, and his narrow eyes occasionally flickered with an unsettling light. Do not speak to me. Merely looking at you repulses me. Ma Sanyang disdainfully remarked. What illustrious figure in the martial world lacks peculiar preferences, especially in the four towns of Anbei, where Zhao Jun indulged excessively in the pleasures of the flesh. Meat tables, meat screens, gentle couches, fragrant spittoons, he reveled in it all. Truly, it echoes the saying, better to be a humble woman than a wealthy concubine. Zhao Jun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he plunged a slender dagger into Ma Sanyang's left rib, slowly and deliberately, as if to make her savor the pain. His movements were languid, accompanied by deliberate sounds of disapproval. Throughout this torment, Ma Sanyang never flinched. Her gaze remained fixed upon him. Since childhood, having witnessed her mother dragged to death by a Turkic general, she had long lost the essence of pain. In the span of half a tea's worth of time, rainwater soaked the crimson ground beneath her feet. A dozen thin blades, as thick as her fingers, adorned her body. Yet, a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with unabashed mockery. The leaders, headed by Jiao Wan, had lost their initial mirth, their expressions dimmed with a hint of admiration for this deranged woman. For reasons unknown, Jiao Wan found himself unwilling to allow her to linger in this world for even a moment longer. The intensity of her gaze made him restless, as though a sword hung perilously above his head, ready to descend at any moment. Tap, tap, tap. A figure approached under an umbrella, clad in green. A conical hat atop their head. The sound of their footsteps resonated clearly upon the stone pavement. As soon as this person appeared, the clattering of unsheathing weapons erupted in a cacophony. Hundreds of men, armed with knives and clubs, fixed their stares upon the newcomer. Despite the absence of visible weaponry, the figure exuded an undeniable aura of power, unperturbed by the throngs surrounding them. The masked individual? The mysterious figure from Q fainting. The crowd recognized the visage concealed beneath the monkey mask. Li Pingyan approached Ma Sanyang, deftly applying pressure to her wounds to staunch the bleeding. Subsequently, he untied her bonds. How did you return? Ma Sanyang whispered. As I strolled along the path, a sudden realization struck me. You have sent us away, presumably to meet one's demise. Li Pingyan remarked calmly. If you are aware of my impending death, why then extend your hand to save me? It merely occurred to me that you still owe me a month's wages. I shall not allow you, the miser, to escape unscathed. Ma Sanyang chuckled softly. Li Pingyan raised the umbrella over Ma Sanyang's head, shielding her from the torrential downpour. He then lifted his gaze to confront the various gang leaders of Anbei's 4 towns. Esteemed leaders, given the fierce wind and rain, my shopkeeper possesses a delicate constitution, and thus I shall not intrude further. With that, he advanced towards the crowd. Clearly, the throng had no intention of parting to grant him passage. Zhao Wanin spoke gravely. If you wish to pass, it may not be so simple. Li Pingyan replied with this path is rather narrow, yet I find no cause for concern. I anticipate it will soon widen. Buzz. A flash of white light pierced the rain curtain, allowing all to see clearly. Followed by the unmistakable sound of swords ringing through the air. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. A practitioner? Though the rainfall sword may not yet inflict harm, it serves well to create an imposing presence. Li Pingyan adopted an air of inscrutable profundity. He was indeed a formidable master, his aura inadvertently emanating a sense of superiority that commanded respect. With a subtle lift of his hand, an ordinary gesture transformed into an inexplicable aura of pressure. A chilling atmosphere spread as a 3-inch short sword soared above the crowd, instilling a sense of dread within them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun scoffed. What of practitioners? Are they invincible? Does the martial world of Anbei's 4 towns fear you? It would be prudent to vacate this place. His words rang true, and Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. However, with all my cultivation, I could still manage to slay 8 out of 10. Who dares to step forward first? This declaration, delivered with an air of nonchalance, pierced the ears of the assembled men like a knife. They were not fearless soldiers on the battlefield, nor were they relentless assassins. They were merely individuals striving to earn a meager living in the martial world. Yet, Li Pingyan had no intention of granting them further hesitation. He continued to stride forward. Soon, all present made their choice, parting to create a path. After walking a short distance, Li Pingyan suddenly halted. I have yet to express my gratitude for today's events. Esteemed leaders, the Lichuan courtyard shall repay your kindness in due time. His simple words rendered the faces of those present exceedingly grim. Chapter 68. A match of equals once assured of no followers, Li Pingyan escorted Ma Sanyang back to his abode. Her injuries were not severe, merely a consequence of excessive bleeding. What do you wish to do next? After this incident, it was clear that Ma Sanyang could no longer remain in this territory. She gazed at the ceiling, uncertain, contemplating a stroll to find a suitable place to settle down. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan inquired. The treasures of the Lichuan courtyard have all been distributed, and the money is no longer a concern. Are you truly willing to part with them? Ma Sanyang smiled. What is there to cling to in life or death? The words that escaped your lips truly made me feel that a sunrise in the west is no longer a rare occurrence. Li Pingyan rose to his feet, assuring you to rest comfortably while he attended to the cooking. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The voice of Ma Sanyang echoed from within, expressing her gratitude. A mere fortnight later, Ma Sanyang departed from the 4 towns of Anbei, all alone. There were no farewells, nor did she leave a letter behind. One tranquil morning, she simply vanished from this place, much like how she had arrived here, solitary and unaccompanied. That night, 2 significant events transpired in the underworld of Anbei's 4 towns. First, the renowned Lichuan courtyard was demolished, followed by the tragic demise of several notorious gang leaders within their own homes. The likes of Jiao Wan from the Eastern Market, Zhang Jin from the Western Market, and Zhao Jun from the Wine Market met grim fates, signaling a seismic shift in the criminal landscape of Anbei. It seemed as if the lives of these individuals were sacrificed in homage to the fallen Lichuan courtyard. The oppressed citizens, having endured the tyranny of these figures, rejoiced and lauded the mysterious assassin with profound admiration. The oppressive burdens that once loomed over them had finally been lifted, promising a brighter future. However, it was not long before new figures emerged to fill the void left by the deceased gang leaders. Their actions, it must be said, were no less brutal than their predecessors. Such is the nature of this world. One cohort departs, and another arrives, perpetuating the cycle. The old shackles were indeed shattered. Yet the essence of the era remained unchanged. Li Pingyan may have vanquished these villains, but he did not dismantle the system itself. Society persisted as it had, bloodily cruel. Without the means to benefit the world at large, one must at least strive for personal integrity. The mountains stood still, reminiscent of ancient times. While the days stretched languidly like a fleeting festival, Li Pingyan sat in the courtyard, with the 3-inch flying sword, Misty Rain, dancing gracefully amidst the date palm, its sound echoing softly. After months of diligent practice, Li Pingyan had gained control over the Misty Rain sword, achieving a commendable level of proficiency. With a mere thought, the sword's tip shimmered ominously. In an instant, it shot forth like a meteor, poised to pierce Li Pingyan's brow, yet halted abruptly just half an inch away. With a swift turn, it settled quietly into the palm of his hand. The old ox bellowed, reminding Li Pingyan that it was time for a meal. He moved to the stove, preparing 2 bowls of plain noodles accompanied by salted radish strips. The old ox grumbled about the unpalatable fare. With the disappearance of Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan had lost his most vital source of sustenance, rendering life rather challenging. He patted the old ox affectionately and proposed, "How about you offer a piece of meat, and we can share a bowl of beef noodles?" The old ox rolled its eyes, retreating to a corner while clutching its noodles, maintaining a safe distance. Li Pingyan sighed, lamenting the unbearable nature of his existence. "Old ox, don't discard the bathwater tonight. Boil it tomorrow to cook the noodles, at least we'll have a hint of beef flavor." One morning, a biting northwesterly wind swept through. He thought to venture out for a drink, hoping to save on meal expenses for the day. Accompanied by the old ox, Li Pingyan stepped outside, meandering through the streets while purchasing 2 freshly baked pancakes. The pastries, crisp on the outside and tender within, were perfectly soft and fragrant, growing increasingly delightful with each bite. As the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, Li Pingyan suddenly realized he had wandered into a picturesque garden. He chose a tranquil spot to sit, and, with nothing to occupy his mind, he relaxed. A gentle breeze stirred, sending down leaves that danced like cotton fluff. Feeling inspired, Li Pingyan unstrapped his arrow from his back and began to play it leisurely. The wind, imbued with a unique essence, brushed past his ears. Above, a small grayish-white dog ambled leisurely on the balcony, while Mr. Zhong reclined in a zeton chair, leisurely observing the blooming and wilting of flowers in the courtyard. Surrounded by the scent of blossoms and the melodious chirping of birds, there was no clamor, no worries. The world felt refreshingly clear and bright. Just then, a figure clad in white entered the pavilion without ceremony, seating themselves beside him and voraciously indulging in pastries. Mr. Zhong sighed in resignation, pondering where this person had been wandering. "Have you sampled the delicacies here? They leave much to be desired," he remarked. Jingyu glanced at the guqin behind Mr. Gu. "Is this the new instrument you acquired, master?" "Indeed, I purchased it yesterday. Its quality is commendable." Jingyu approached and scrutinized it. "Commendable? It pales in comparison to your previous one." As he spoke, he plucked a string. The lingering sound was unexpectedly pleasant. The guqin possesses 4 beauties: excellent quality, skilled craftsmanship, deft fingers, and a righteous heart. If all 4 are present, it is a fine instrument indeed. Although this guqin cannot be deemed a masterpiece, it is certainly a rare gem. "Master, your discerning eye is commendable," Jingyu said, placing his hands on the strings and lightly caressing them, producing a gentle melody. His fingers were exquisite, reminiscent of a woman's, dancing gracefully over the strings, sometimes slow, sometimes cascading like flowing water, imbued with a soft rhythm, leading him into a state of rapture. In the Grand Sui dynasty, there were those who transcended through the guqin, delving into the path of music, their playing resonating with exceptional tone. The sound of the sage's guqin encapsulated the voices of nature itself. While Jingyu may not reach such sublime heights, he was certainly not lacking in skill. The music floated elegantly, at times reminiscent of a gentle breeze, at others like a carefree cloud drifting in the sky. At that very moment, a discordant sound interrupted the harmony. The melody was mournful and lonely, its essence starkly contrasting with Jingyu's enchanting notes, resembling a clash of fire and water. Jingyu furrowed his brow, yet his hands remained undeterred, for a musician must remain focused. To be swayed by an opponent's influence would indicate a lack of mastery. Thus, on this splendid day, the guqin and eru sang their distinct tunes, each playing their own melodies as if two armies engaged in fierce combat. Mr. Zhong, initially disinterested, now found himself captivated. The opponent's tune was fragmented, akin to raindrops upon withered lotus leaves, yet he was irresistibly drawn into it. As if reminiscing about bygone days under a cold moon and solitary lamp, a whirlwind of emotions washing over him. The battle was swift to ignite and equally swift to fade. Jing Yu's frown deepened, feeling as though he were being surrounded by the opponent's forces. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic it felt, until a jarring sound pierced the air, the strings snapped abruptly. Buzzing. Jing Yu's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath. Chapter 69, Single-Mindedness, Ding. Congratulations, host. Urquin Inue 3, 100, 010000. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Azure Destiny. Single-mindedness effect significantly enhances focus during cultivation, reading, and learning, bestowing the reinforcement of willpower. The voice of the system resonated. Li Pingyan paused for a moment. The last destiny he had obtained was the white one. Diligence can make up for deficiency, and this time it was single-mindedness. The rankings of destinies are categorized as white, azure, yellow, red, blue, purple, and gold. And both of his recent acquisitions were beneficial auxiliary effects for cultivation. Quite splendid indeed. Li Pingyan nodded in satisfaction, stowing away his eru and heading home, eager to experiment with his newly acquired destiny. Upon testing it, he found it quite remarkable. Previously, it would take him over 20 breaths to enter a state of contemplation. Now, he required merely 5 or 6 breaths, and his cultivation progressed with greater clarity. He became so engrossed that he spent the entire night awake. The following day, in the early morning, Li Pingyan rubbed his forehead. The night's cultivation had proven far more effective than the previous 4 nights combined. After wiping his face with a damp towel, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, gathered his belongings, and stepped outside, leading his old ox. He made his way to the street. Nearby, a beggar leaned against a tree, resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the noise, he opened his eyes. Li Pingyan tossed him a piece of candy given by a child. The beggar and Li Pingyan shared an understanding. Whenever he had money, he would occasionally share 3 or 4 treats with the beggar. When he ceased to do so, it indicated that he was short on funds. It had been quite a while since the beggar had seen any generosity from him. Li Pingyan set down his stool, and the old ox raised its head. A sign hanging from its neck reading, "A letter for 18 coins, couplets and elegies for 5 coins." Li Pingyan broke a small piece of candy in half and gave the other half to the ox. He had been engaged in this business for nearly half a month. Initially, no one believed that a blind man could write, and he received no commissions for an entire day. Now, he had a few regular customers and could manage to write about 2 letters a day, occasionally crafting an elegy or couplet. The street was sweltering, resembling a furnace. The heat so intense it was almost suffocating. Arya and Zhao Linger, carrying small baskets, joyfully ran along the street. "Slow down," Zhao Linger said. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly collided with someone. The young girl fell onto the ground, her stack of straw paper scattering everywhere. Catching her breath, Zhao Linger hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Zhong Dejia smiled faintly, and with a gentle motion of his hand, the scattered papers were drawn back into his grasp by a soft force. Even the rain does not know when spring has departed. Only when the skies clear does one realize summer's depth. The words flowed smoothly, yet felt somewhat abrupt, as if only half of a poem. A flute and a sword share life's affairs. Burdens of fame weigh heavily for 15 years. With a smile, one departs, and 1,000 miles of fallen blossoms dance in the wind. Zhong Dejia flipped through the pages, increasingly captivated by the content. Before he realized it, he had become absorbed in the text, only to come back to his senses and feel somewhat intrusive. He returned the papers with both hands, acknowledging his earlier rudeness. Zhao Linger nodded slightly in return, signifying her acceptance of the gesture. "Unbeknownst to me, the authorship of this verse remains a mystery, and I find it perplexing that I have never encountered it before. What purpose do these 2 young ladies have in carrying such written scraps?" Strangely, in the presence of this elder, Arya and Zhao Linger felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "These are all written by our master. We intend to sell them for 5 coins each. Would you care to purchase?" Arya inquired. Mr. Zhong, intrigued, couldn't help but smile. "Very well, but I wish to meet your esteemed master." Upon accompanying the 2 young ladies to Li Pingyan's stall, Mr. Zhong recognized a familiar figure. "Master, what brings you here?" Jing Yu whispered. "And what brings you here?" The one who disturbed my peace yesterday has been found. Jingyu pointed towards Li Pingyan, who was setting up his stall. Hey, Grandpa, are you still buying? Arya called out, determined to secure the sale. Mr. Zhong approached, glancing at the sign hanging on the old ox, then shifted his gaze to Li Pingyan. Which piece would you like, Grandpa? Arya asked. Mr. Zhong took a piece and examined it closely. The calligraphy was exquisite, flowing like a river, bold yet subtle in its expression. The sharpness of the strokes revealed a hidden brilliance, and the conclusion was abrupt, as if it had been cleaved by a swift blade. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Mr. Zhong exclaimed with genuine admiration. Alas, it was in this remote region that cultural appreciation was scarce, and few could truly recognize such artistry. Upon further inspection of the poetry, he found it even more impressive. Some verses were grandiose, while others exuded charm and grace. Without exception, these were verses he had never heard before, yet they were undeniably splendid. These poems were crafted by your master? Li Pingyan replied. The essence of literature is innate, and brilliance is often a matter of serendipity. After a moment of silence, Mr. Zhong finally spoke. I am surnamed Zhong, yet I have not asked for your name. Li Pingyan, came the response. Might you consider allowing me to enter your academy? Mr. Zhong's face lit up with a passion for talent, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke the word academy with a sense of honor. Yin Mei nearby turned to look at Mr. Zhong in astonishment. I would prefer not to, came the succinct reply. Do you know who I am? I do not, Li Pingyan answered. Scholars across the land would honor me with the title Mr. Zhong. Ah, I have long admired your reputation, he replied, though Li Pingyan's reaction was somewhat surprising, lacking the excitement displayed by other students. Thus, Mr. Zhong, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, have you heard of me? Li Pingyan hesitated momentarily. Do you still wish to purchase some calligraphy? Indeed, but you must tell me the truth. Only then did Li Pingyan respond. I confess my ignorance. I have not had the pleasure of knowing your esteemed name. Both Mr. Zhong and Jingyu fell silent, the latter stifling a laugh with great effort. So, will you purchase or not? Arya murmured in dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhong smiled lightly, gazing at Li Pingyan with keen interest. If I were to tell you that the academy is a wondrous place, would you be willing to go? Thank you for your kind offer. But I have wandered for over 20 years and have long grown unaccustomed to constraints. Life in the realm of wanderers has made me reluctant to depart. Zhong Daijia's expression remained unchanged, and he merely nodded. His gaze shifted towards Alia, Zhao Linger, and Wang Yi and Pang Jun, who were assisting Li Pingyan. They were indeed promising talents, coinciding with the academy's opening to new students. Might I inquire if you would consider sending your pupils to the academy? Li Pingyan replied. That would require the consent of their parents. I am merely teaching them a few songs and writing exercises, lacking the authority to make such decisions. Zhong Daijia chuckled and requested Li Pingyan to inscribe a few pieces for him, accompanied by poetry. After settling the payment, he departed with evident satisfaction. Chapter 70. Reckoning, sir. Who is he? Alia inquired after Zhong Daijia had left. Li Pingyan responded, Zhong Daijia, one of the 4 sages of the academy, a renowned scholar of the realm, possessing profound knowledge, especially in poetry. Zhao Linger, puzzled, asked, Sir, if you know him, why did you pretend not to recognize him? Although Li Pingyan was blind, he was not ignorant of the world around him. In this era, paper was not scarce, and numerous monthly publications were released by both the government and private entities, with over 20 editions circulating in the 4 towns of Anbei alone. These publications typically featured proclamations of national prosperity and harmonious weather, along with various anecdotes. Thus, it was not surprising that Li Pingyan was aware of the illustrious academy and Zhong Daijia. With a faint smile, Li Pingyan remarked, recognizing him would complicate matters. I do not belong there. However, you should discuss this opportunity with your parents. Teacher, did we not come here to take those 2 girls? Why do you also want the 2 boys? Jingyu inquired, perplexed. Zhong Daijia replied, it might prove to be quite interesting. As for Li Pingyan, coincidentally, both girls have become his disciples. Zhong Daijia smiled faintly, remaining silent. Zhao residence. The academy? Zhao Kai, Zhao Linger's father, sat in the hall, taken aback by his daughter's revelation. He spat out his tea in surprise. Zhao Kai was a man of considerable repute, known for his grace and decorum. Zhao Linger had never witnessed her father react in such a manner. However, it was hardly surprising. The academy was the dream destination for scholars across the land, a place Zhao Kai had pursued throughout his life but could never attain. Zhao Linger, by sheer fortune, had been granted an opportunity to enter the academy. A stroke of luck indeed. Zhao Kai paced back and forth in the hall, repeatedly muttering the academy, the academy. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply. Where is Zhong Dejia? He has left, Zhao Linger replied. Could he be a fraud? Zhao Kai, shaking off his excitement, pondered the improbability of such a serendipitous occurrence. Reflecting on her first impression of Zhong Dejia, Zhao Linger shook her head, believing it unlikely to be a deception. Master. A servant entered. Someone is looking for you outside. Who? They have brought you a visiting card. Zhao Kai opened it, revealing a few lines of elegant script. The handwriting was vigorous and strikingly familiar, until he noticed the signature, Zhong Dejia. It dawned on him that this was indeed Zhong Dejia's writing. Who in the scholarly circles of the Sui dynasty did not recognize Zhong Dejia's calligraphy? Many have devoted themselves to the study of this particular script, culminating in the creation of the contemporary Zhongni characters. Suddenly, Zhao Kai came to his senses, exclaiming, Quick! Summon them at once. Did not the armies of the Great Sui traditionally refrain from marching towards the four towns of Anbei? What has transpired now? Indeed, there is an unsettling aura that pervades the air. It would be wise to venture out sparingly during these times. In the span of a single night, the four towns of Anbei underwent a remarkable transformation. The formidable presence of 20,000 iron cavalry from the Great Sui took position there, an unprecedented display of might. This was soon followed by a sweeping upheaval in the bureaucratic realm. A multitude of officials from the capital initiated relentless purges against their counterparts in the four towns, with some entire offices being sealed off. To the common folk, it seemed as though the heavens had shifted overnight. Yet, those in power understood that this was merely the princess laying the groundwork for her ascension. Years of plotting, coupled with a foreign war, had finally restored the Great Sui's confidence to govern Anbei openly. Those who had previously complied with the Turks, officials, henchmen, and merchants, found themselves ensnared, facing either imprisonment or execution, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation, fearful that they might be next. In the royal residence, Wang Shan paced anxiously, each step weighing heavily upon his heart. The news he had encountered over the past few days was enough to induce mortal fear. Those behind him had been implicated without exception, and even those merchants with greater cunning and influence could not evade fate. When the decree to execute was given, it was enacted without hesitation. Would he be the next? The more he pondered, the more his heart raced with terror and unease. Over the years, he had indeed been serving the Turks, but this was a matter of survival. For the Great Sui's grasp on Anbei was tenuous. To preserve his life, he had no choice but to rely on the Turks. Yet, such reasoning would hardly spare him from death in the eyes of his captors. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the darkness, shattering the stillness of the night. The noise grew louder, drawing nearer. Wang Shan collapsed to the ground in despair. It was over, all was lost. A contingent of armored soldiers entered, led by an official who scanned the room. Who was Wang Shan? In despair, Wang Shan closed his eyes and, with the assistance of attendants, rose to his feet. I am Wang, sir. I represent the Public Security Management Office. I have come to congratulate you on your impending admission to the academy. Wang Shan was taken aback. Congratulate. Indeed, it is said that Master Zhong personally selected you. This marks the first occasion the academy is recruiting students in the four towns of Anbei. Hence my special visit to extend the congratulations of the chief constable. I am honored, truly honored. Please, take a seat. Wang Shan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Do not arrest me. I have no ties to the Turks. None whatsoever. On the streets, several individuals crying out in protest were seized by soldiers clad in dark uniforms. The number of wanted posters proliferated exponentially. Fear gripped the hearts of the people, driving prices of goods to soar. Several of Wang Shan's former colleagues from Lichuan Courtyard had also found themselves imprisoned in quick succession. Li Pingyan wandered the streets, contemplating whether he should step out to evade the tumult. Having just returned home, a knock echoed at the door. Arya, as was her custom, never entered through the door, but rather scaled the walls, a habit from childhood that persisted into the present. The knocking indicated the presence of others outside. Old Nyo opened the door to reveal Wang Shan, Zhao Kai, and the portly Jun's father, Pan Yong. Where's the uncle? Old Nyo turned his head towards the main house before returning to bask in the sun beneath the date palm. Zhao Kai and Pan Yong had initially brought an array of gifts, but Wang Shan, well acquainted with Li Pingyan's character, suggested they each carry a jar of wine to express their gratitude. Li Pingyan, engaged in practicing calligraphy, welcomed them just as noon approached and prepared a few modest dishes. Please do not disdain these. They are all vegetables from my own garden. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Wang Shan spoke. We have come not only to express our gratitude for your guidance of these 4 children, but also to seek your assistance in a matter. Pray, speak freely, he urged. The journey to the academy spans 2,000 miles, and it forbids uninitiated students from bringing servants or riding horses. Thus, we wish to request your help. Chapter 71. Heading south. Li Pingyan did not offer Wang Shan a definitive answer. Days passed, yet the uproar showed no signs of abating and seemed to intensify. It was then that Li Pingyan resolved to temporarily depart from the 4 towns of Anbei to avoid further scrutiny, agreeing to Wang Shan's request. On the eve of his departure, he learned that Lu Er had also been imprisoned. Lu Er, a friend in his own right, prompted Li Pingyan to buy a few dishes and a jar of wine to visit him in prison. Lu Er, surprisingly upbeat, seemed unaffected by his incarceration. It appears I shall be here for about 5 or 6 years, he mused, gnawing on a chicken leg. But I consider myself fortunate. Many I know have met with a far grimmer fate. Li Pingyan poured him another cup of wine. Drink up, for opportunities to indulge may be scarce henceforth. Lu Er, in high spirits, exclaimed, Indeed, my friend, I knew I had not misjudged you. You possess a commendable character. Li Pingyan smiled in silence. Lu Er continued, Do not let my current plight fool you. Life's ebbs and flows are commonplace, and who knows, I might yet rise to greatness again. Witnessing Lu Er's unwavering confidence in his future alleviated Li Pingyan's concerns regarding his friend's state. He entrusted Wang Shan with provisions for his former colleagues at Lichuan Courtyard, as his own appearance was impractical. With all arrangements seemingly in order, that night, Li Pingyan found no rest. He sat beneath the date palm, thoughts swirling like tides, reflecting on every individual he had encountered, every event that had transpired, pondering the past and future. Yet, he chided himself for being overly sentimental, as he was not departing forever. Thus, he focused his breath and entered a meditative state. The following morning, the sun rose like a molten cauldron of steel, spilling forth radiant golden light. Li Pingyan led an old ox at the entrance of the town, wielding a cane and carrying a 2-stringed fiddle on his back. A small wine gourd, no larger than a palm, hung at his waist, showing signs of extensive use over the years. It seemed little had changed since the year he first arrived in Anbei's 4 towns. After a while, 4 children hurriedly approached, each burdened with their belongings and displaying a myriad of emotions. Alia appeared to have recently shed tears, her eyes red from bidding farewell to her sister. Wangi, on the other hand, wore an expression of unbridled excitement, gazing longingly towards the world beyond. Pang Jun leisurely munched on a fruit, seemingly indifferent to whether he would gain admission to a school. Zhao Linger attempted to maintain an air of composure, yet the unease in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Alongside the 4 children were 2 guards dispatched by Wang Shan, Chui Cheng and Chui Kai. The brothers had long served as trusted retainers in the Wang residence. Take a look back. Who knows when we will return? Li Pingyan remarked to the children. I, Wangi, shall surely make a name for myself. Wangi shouted. Alia echoed. I, Alia, will make sure not to bring shame to father, sister, or uncle. Wang Yi nudged Pang Jun, who snapped back to reality. I, Pang Jun, will just return safely. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Yi burst into laughter. Zhao Linger whispered something inaudibly, leaving the others unaware. Li Pingyan smiled gently, suddenly reminded of a saying. Youth is indeed youth. They find no displeasure in the spring breeze nor annoyance in the summer cicadas. Surely, their journey southward would not be too lonely. No sooner had they departed from Anbei's 4 towns than they encountered a young gentleman on a white horse. Jingyu. He introduced himself, removing his hat. I am a disciple from the academy, here specifically to escort you. Is the academy permitting this? Sort of, in truth. I am merely taking you to Human Pass, while also ensuring you are abiding by the regulations, Jingyu replied, though his words were veiled in falsehood. His true intention was to eagerly witness the one who could disrupt his own tranquility with a mere 2-stringed fiddle. Then let us be off. Jingyu was quite the chatterbox, a fact that everyone would realize by the following day. Initially, the group was curious about his identity as an academy disciple, treating him with respect. However, it did not take long before he became a source of annoyance. He could spin lengthy tales from the simplest of inquiries, leaving others exasperated. Pang Jun casually inquired, what delicacies does the academy offer? Jingyu rambled on about various dishes, golden milk pastries, mantou with fillings, juxing nu, guifei red, qingdao noodles. and the famed 24-flavor wontons, among others. I adore the 24-flavor wontons. The taste is exquisite. Juxingnu is also incredibly delicious. Made by mixing honey and sheep fat into the dough, seasoned with special spices, and deep-fried. Given the weather, we should be indulging in some roasted meat. And I know of an excellent barbecue place at the academy, though it is somewhat pricey. Speaking of prices, one cannot ignore the soaring costs of living in the capital in recent years, as essentials such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt have all become increasingly expensive. However, I find myself not overly concerned. Speaking of which, I have yet to purchase any new garments this year. Having ventured out these past few months, I am quite oblivious to the latest trends in the capital. You see, the fashion changes with each passing day. A few individuals silently quicken their pace, leaving Jingyu trailing behind. "Hey, wait for me," he called out. At times, I cannot help but suspect that his words are borrowed, to be returned when the time is right. As snow began to fall, the group sought refuge beneath a tea stall. Sipping tea while admiring the snow is truly delightful, Jingyu remarked. Li Pingyan whispered, "This snowfall feels rather peculiar." "It is, after all, only May. Snow should not occur at this time." Jingyu laughed heartily. "Your horizons are too narrow." A flash of sword light, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers, heralds the first snowfall of the mortal realm. Who knows? Perhaps a swordsman is dancing with his blade nearby. Li Pingyan listened quietly, letting out a barely audible sigh. Snow at this season could spell disaster for countless seedlings and crops. The latter thought weighed heavily on him, for he felt a kinship with those who might suffer. Jingyu seemed never to have considered this aspect. Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, he paused, turning to him as if to say something. Li Pingyan broke a piece of dry rations, turning his back to him as he fed the old ox. Jingyu furrowed his brow, gazing at the falling snow, lost in contemplation. The temperature suddenly dropped. Alia and the others had not prepared warm clothing. Their meager belongings were already a burden. Who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events on their journey? It was the children who bore the brunt of this hardship. Li Pingyan, unfazed by the cold, knew that Jingyu, as a scholar, possessed some fortitude. Cui Cheng and Cui Kai, both martial practitioners, also had robust vitality. They could withstand the chill. As night fell, Li Pingyan endeavored to stoke the fire to a brighter blaze. The four little ones huddled by the flames, shivering. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Village. Li Pingyan filled the bread he had prepared for water with hot water, then entered the tent, placing the warm bread against their tiny feet. He added more firewood to the blaze, and took a sip of wine to warm himself, preparing to enter a meditative state. Jingyu approached, saying, brotherly, "With the western wind, gallant steeds, and fine wine, how about we compose a poem? I shall provide the first line, and you can respond with the second." Though the snow blankets the myriad mountains, the gallant steeds and western winds herald the sight of the eagle. Seeing that Li Pingyan remained silent for a while, Jingyu urged, "Brotherly, it is your turn." "I do not compose poetry," Li Pingyan replied. "Do not jest, brotherly. I truly cannot. Poetry and I are strangers," Jingyu suggested. "Then shall we compete in swordplay?" "I cannot match you," Li Pingyan replied, quite nonchalantly. Jingyu grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can you know unless you try? I am quite easy to defeat." "Then let us not fight." Jingyu gritted his teeth. "Then we shall compete in music. I cannot play the piano. You can play the eru while I accompany you." "Oh, shall we begin?" Jingyu exclaimed with delight. No competition. Jingyu was on the verge of exasperation. "What must I do for you to agree to compete with me?" Li Pingyan sighed helplessly. "How about this? You wait for me in that forest ahead, and do not disturb the children as slumber." "All right, no problem," Jingyu responded with delight, swiftly bounding into the woods. Once he departed, Li Pingyan steadied himself, entering a state of contemplation. His destiny attributes, diligence can compensate for inadequacies, and single-mindedness, flickered momentarily in his mind. The next morning, the southern-bound caravan set forth once again. Li Pingyan disregarded the mournful gaze that lingered behind him. "Do you know what is most abundant in the desolate wilderness beyond the pass?" Jingyu called out. No one answered, yet he felt no embarrassment, replying to himself, "The most prevalent in this wasteland is the army of the dead. Encountering them would spell trouble." A round moon was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the vast desert into a pitch-black night. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional flight of geese overhead. As Li Pingyan listened to the whispering winds, he suddenly detected the sound of footsteps. A man wearing straw sandals approached, his hat pulled low, obscuring his expression. He carried a knife wrapped in sheepskin tucked beneath his arm. "May I borrow a light?" Li Pingyan gestured politely. The man settled down and produced a bulging object from his garments. It was a dead eagle. Chui Kai cast a wary glance at the stranger, tightening his grip on his weapon. The man swiftly gutted the eagle, draining its blood, and began to roast it over the fire. Before long, he was eating with little regard for those around him. Li Pingyan pressed his lips together and offered a gourd of wine. Here is some wine. The man accepted the wine, tore the eagle in half, and handed one portion to Li Pingyan. He accepted the offering, completing their exchange. To be honest, he had never tasted such fare before. After a bite today, he found the flavor peculiar, not particularly delightful, yet not unpleasant either. Brother, you are no ordinary man. How can a scholar like you lack the demeanor of one? Jingyu leaned against a tree branch, chewing on a blade of grass, and asked languidly. The man remained silent for a moment. I have long ceased my studies. What do you do instead? Have you changed careers? Jingyu continued to chatter as usual. Li Pingyan focused on consuming the eagle meat, refraining from further conversation. I'm looking for someone. Who? My wife. Her surname is Yen. Like me, she is a scholar and went missing a decade ago. After finishing the eagle meat, the man expressed his gratitude and departed. Jingyu shook his head, muttering to himself. From scholar to brute, with such resentment in his heart, it truly is a pity for someone like him. The following day, the caravan continued its journey southward. As evening approached, they arrived at a small village. The village was modest, somewhat dilapidated, with earthen walls and thatched roofs, low and unkempt. At the entrance sat a hunched old man, clutching a pipe, his head drawn in. Upon noticing their arrival, he stood up. Chui Kai called out, Old man, we are travelers. As night falls, may we find shelter in your village? We will pay. The old man scrutinized the group, noting the 4 children, and his wariness lessened. Very well, follow me. The village was so quiet that even the barking of dogs was absent. It seemed that everyone had retired for the night. An elderly man, carrying an oil lamp, walked ahead. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The old man opened the door, stating that since the villagers were asleep and his own dwelling was too small, they could make do with this place for the night. Chui Chung expressed his gratitude, and the old man left a lamp for them before departing. Chui Kai furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the village. His elder brother, Chui Chung, inquired further. Chui Kai pressed his lips together, unable to articulate the specifics, but feeling an inexplicable chill upon entering the village. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Jingyu. What is wrong? Jingyu closed his eyes, as if he had abruptly lost consciousness, and collapsed onto the ground, startling the timid Pang Jun beside him. Li Pingyan knelt down to examine Jingyu, noting that his breath and pulse were steady, as if he had merely fainted. He is fine. Let us help him into the inner room to rest, he suggested. Chui Chung and Chui Kai assisted the unconscious Jingyu into the house. Chui Kai remarked on Jingyu's surprising weight. Although he was a warrior accustomed to carrying heavy burdens, transporting Jingyu proved to be quite taxing. It appeared they had no choice but to spend the night there. I hope we are merely overthinking things, Chui Kai said. The food in the house was certainly off limits, leaving them with only the dry rations they had brought. This Jingyu, always boasting, yet at a critical moment he is the first to falter, Wang Yi scoffed. Chui Kai chuckled, agreeing with Wang Yi's sentiment regarding their young master. It seemed that this academy held no extraordinary secrets if someone like Jingyu could gain admission. The group huddled in the inner room, with Chui Chung and Chui Kai determined not to sleep, despite Li Pingyan urging them to rest. However, their unease persisted. As they prepared for bed, Wang Yi placed a large stone by his side, claiming it would allow him to react swiftly should an intruder strike in the night. Yet, by midnight, his snores echoed loudly, prompting Alia to kick him several times, to no avail. A faint sound wafted through the wind. Chui Kai and Chui Chung failed to catch it, but it was not lost on Li Pingyan. There is some commotion. I'll go check it out, he declared, rising to his feet. Mr. Li, I'll accompany you, Chui Chung added, drawing his short blade. The two stepped out of the inner room and opened the door. The night was deep, the wind murmuring eerily, akin to the sound of someone weeping. The noise emanated from a room to the west. The door was locked, yet the old, dilapidated lock yielded easily to Chui Chung's efforts. With a creaking sound that was painfully grating, they entered. Utilizing his ability to sense the atmosphere, Li Pingyan discerned that the room was empty. It was dark within, obscuring his vision. However, Chui Chung was startled, exclaiming, Mr. Li, this is a morning hall. Oh, Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. The altar, incense table, candles, and arrangements of fresh flowers and baskets were all quite meticulously organized. Yet there was no sign of a spirit tablet. Uncertain whether the spirit hall had yet been dismantled or if some other reason prevailed, Cheng wandered around before his gaze settled upon the exquisitely crafted effigies adorning the incense table. These figures, fashioned from stiff paper, were part of a folk custom, small likenesses painstakingly cut out with a knife. Typically, such figures represent the deceased, and yet here lay 7 distinct figures. Li Pingyin's fingers traced the incense table, rubbing his fingertips together. There was no dust, and the candles were freshly placed. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Lifting the tablet slightly, he ran his hand beneath it, discovering a considerable accumulation of dust. This suggested that the spirit hall had been arranged for quite some time, receiving only periodic cleaning. The one responsible for the upkeep would generally avoid touching the tablets, explaining the absence of dust atop the incense table while the area beneath the tablets bore its residue. Sir, a tremulous voice broke through from the other side, belonging to Cheng. What is it? Li Pingyin replied solemnly. Cheng held the paper effigy, exclaiming, Sir, how do these effigies resemble us so closely? Chapter 73, Trapped. Sir, how do these effigies resemble us so closely? Cheng uttered, his voice quivering. Despite his usual bravado, an icy dread crept down his spine at the sight of not 1, but 7 figures. Was this mere coincidence? Li Pingyin pondered aloud. Could it be mere happenstance? Cheng shook his head, revealing that all 7 figures corresponded precisely with their company, save for one. Li Pingyin's likeness was conspicuously absent. Their group, including Jingyu, comprised 8 individuals, yet only 7 effigies remained, excluding Li Pingyin's. Li Pingyin instructed Cheng to return the items to their original place, and together they withdrew from the hall. The village indeed harbored peculiarities. Cheng was thoroughly unnerved by the effigies. We shall deliberate further after tonight, Li Pingyin suggested. Agreed. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, Jingyu remained in a state of unconsciousness, necessitating that Cheng carry him. Their party, unable to linger for a proper farewell with the old man, prepared to depart. The villagers were up early, as it appeared to be a festival day. The morning air was filled with the crackling of firecrackers, infusing life into the small mountain village. The number of villagers exceeded Li Pingyin's expectations, many of whom appeared to be outsiders, likely merchants or travelers from distant lands. After politely declining the villagers' invitations, the group stepped out of the village. Oh, my feet ache terribly. Indeed, at last, a village where we can rest, they remarked as they walked, soon finding themselves back within the confines of the small mountain village. Li Pingyin, holding the old ox, stood frozen, his expression one of bewilderment. Cheng and the others seemed to have lost their memories, slowing their pace as they trod the muddy path. They soon returned to the room assigned by the old man. Li Pingyin quietly followed, observing that his companions were merely repeating their actions from the previous day, seemingly oblivious to his presence, their words falling on deaf ears. After circling the village, he found no peculiarities. Only he and the old ox remained untouched by the strange occurrences. Li Pingyin pondered calmly for a moment before rising and returning. Aliyah held a cup of hot water, nibbling on a biscuit. Without uttering a word, Li Pingyin lifted her into his arms and swiftly dashed out of the house, heading straight for the outskirts of the mountain village. Since they could not leave, he would carry them out himself. However, as he stepped beyond the village, he encountered a formidable resistance, as if he were struggling in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, rendering him nearly immobile. Ultimately, he reluctantly abandoned this notion. Another day passed, and the village continued to repeat the scenes of yesterday. Li Pingyin reflected and decided to approach Jingyu. After all, apart from himself and the old ox, only Jingyu had fainted directly, unlike the others who had been subdued. With a silent grievance, Li Pingyin delivered a series of resounding slaps to Jingyu's face. The strikes grew increasingly forceful, leaving that fair visage flushed. Yet, there were no signs of awakening. Another failure. Li Pingyin had no choice but to set Jingyu down and reduce the swelling before stepping outside. Suddenly, a bird's song echoed from outside the window, landing beside the well in the courtyard. Li Pingyin approached and tossed a pebble into the well. There was no sound in response. The well was enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Even the sunlight could not penetrate its depths. This darkness was a palpable void, akin to a monster lurking in the abyss. After a moment of hesitation, Li Pingyin leaped into the well. A gentle warmth enveloped him as he descended. The pebble paved the way, revealing the well to be quite spacious. A tree stood upright in the center, its trunk slender and tall, resembling a long spear thrust into the earth. A figure silently descended before Li Pingyan. He spoke suddenly, apologizing for the intrusion, a gesture of desperation, and sought her understanding. What a peculiar individual, he thought, realizing that even the Academy's young disciples had succumbed. Yet she remained unscathed. The voice that responded was soft and feminine. Are you also from the Academy? Once, Li Pingyan replied with a calm demeanor. I brought 4 students to the Academy and am unaware of how I have offended you. I hope you can extend a favor. The woman replied. You have not offended me. It was never my intention to confine you here. I lack the power to control this formation any longer and cannot release your friends. Unless I dismantle the formation, I will cease to exist. If there is blame, let it fall upon their misfortune. As for you, it is best to make your escape. With that, Li Pingyan felt a momentary daze and found himself back in the courtyard. He stood there for a while before returning to his room to sleep. The sun rose as usual. Li Pingyan had his meal, practiced his cultivation, and then strolled leisurely through the village, appearing as if he were a native of this place. 1 bowl of noodle dumplings and 2 crispy pastries, please. As he savored his pastries, a voice suddenly rang out from across the table. Why have you not yet departed? The woman in a white dress swayed gently in the breeze, the hem rising and falling with each movement. Her delicately upturned face was exquisite and translucent, with dark hair cascading down like flowing clouds, draping around her waist. Li Pingyan took a sip of soup and replied, I promised their parents I would safely deliver them to the Academy. I am a man of my word. So do you have a plan? The woman inquired. No. That is why I am pondering, he answered. Do not waste your efforts. Although I do not understand why you are unaffected by the formation. Rescuing those individuals is akin to reaching for the heavens. Li Pingyan remained silent, continuing to eat. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and resumed speaking. I have not yet inquired about your name. Yin Sun, she replied. Li Pingyan recalled a scholar he had encountered previously, who mentioned searching for a woman of the same surname, who had been missing for 10 years. The woman paused, a hint of surprise crossing her face before she fell into contemplative silence. What did that scholar look like? I cannot say, Li Pingyan replied. Is the person he seeks you? 10 years. Has it truly been a decade? She murmured. Perhaps I could assist you in finding him if you release my friend. She suggested with a smile. I would prefer he not see me in this state. The woman, like Jingyu, was quite talkative, though the distinction lay in Jingyu's innate loquacity, whereas the woman had simply longed for conversation. Her tale was straightforward, devoid of complexity or melodrama. It began with a spring breeze and an encounter, followed by a misunderstanding leading to mutual understanding, and a promise that brought her to the Academy. She envisioned a life of camaraderie and adventure, galloping across the world side by side. It was meant to be a beautiful story, yet reality brought everything to an abrupt halt. Chapter 74. The past cannot be remonstrated, the future can still be pursued during an expedition. Yin Sun unexpectedly fell victim to an attack. The entire village, numbering over 200 souls, perished, and in her dying moments, Yin Sun activated the formation, allowing her to survive in this land for 10 years. Initially, she could control the formation, and passers-by would leave the village unscathed. However, in the past year, her grip on the formation had weakened considerably, rendering her powerless over the comings and goings of others. The story concluded, brief and lacking in any heart-stopping twists. There were no love triangles, betrayals, or tragic murders. None of the convoluted elements that might captivate an audience were present. Such a narrative, if adapted into a television drama, would surely suffer low viewership. Yet, reality unfolds in such a manner. No one knows whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. Life is unpredictable, and fate is as fragile as paper. Li Pingyan asked, do you possess a way to resurrect them? Naturally not. Once a person dies, there is no means of revival. She replied, then why remain here? I do not wish to die, Yin Sun smiled. Do you think me selfish for clinging to life while dragging others into my plight? Li Pingyan remained silent. Yin Sun's fingers danced lightly as she confessed, it is merely a matter of unwillingness, an unwillingness to succumb to death in such a manner. She perceived Li Pingyan as an eccentric individual, indeed, a rather peculiar person. Perhaps she had truly longed for conversation, having been deprived of it for so long. Yin Sun desired to converse more with the only person capable of engaging her in dialogue, yet Li Pingyan was rather reticent. Ah, what of your companion? She asked. He has departed. Departed? Yes. Then he fell silent, immersed in contemplation, practicing, playing the eru, eating, and sleeping. For several consecutive days, his life was remarkably orderly. When asked what he was doing, he would reply that he was searching for a way to save lives. Yin Sun remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. Come, let us converse. Who knows, I might just decide not to live anymore if you make me happy." Li Pingyan inquired, "What shall we talk about?" Yin Sun responded, "Share your story with me." Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment and began to gradually recall his experiences since his arrival in this realm. As the sun set, he sipped tea until it became tasteless and colorless. And then, Li Pingyan continued, "I arrived here. If I cannot leave, it is no longer a story but an incident. Your tale is indeed captivating, filled with princesses and assassins. Surely, you are not fabricating this?" Yin Sun said with skepticism. Li Pingyan chose not to refute. "Do you have a beloved maiden?" Yin Sun teased. "Or perhaps you could simply take the princess for yourself and live a life free from want." Li Pingyan understood her jest and lowered his head in silence. Yin Sun added, "What a pity about that youth named Chen Chuxing." Li Pingyan replied, "A filial son struck by lightning, a wealthy man meets his demise. Swallows do not enter the humble abode, and house cats do not dwell in the white tiger hall. Night grass does not thrive on sickly horses, and ill-gotten wealth does not enrich the impoverished. Rough ropes selectively snap at the frail, and misfortune seeks the wretched." Yin Sun was taken aback, her gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. Half a month passed, and Li Pingyan had yet to surrender hope. One day, Yin Sun said with a hint of melancholy, "The outside world is truly beautiful, yet I can no longer behold it." Li Pingyan softly replied, "What has passed cannot be admonished. What is to come can still be pursued." Yin Sun paused, murmuring, "What has passed cannot be admonished. What is to come can still be pursued." How eloquent, yet how few in this world can truly comprehend it. After a moment of silence, she suddenly stood up. "Indeed, let us not dwell on the past. Everything must start anew in this new world, and a new life awaits. How about a bargain? You shall play with me for 10 days, and after that, I shall unravel the formation." Li Pingyan nodded. He had anticipated a different kind of game. But to his surprise, her only thought was to play chess, a rather tedious endeavor. By the third day, Yin Sun felt she had had enough. Li Pingyan then introduced her to a new game. Within this array, Yin Sun was free to create as per Li Pingyan's instructions. She conjured a round, elastic object and 2 tall poles. Confused, Yin Sun asked Li Pingyan what it was. He explained that it was called basketball. After teaching her for half a day, she finally grasped the rules and played with great joy. "What kind of game is this? I have never heard of it before." "It is a game from another world," replied Li Pingyan. "Does one go to another world after death?" Li Pingyan hesitated briefly, perhaps. 10 days swiftly passed, turning everything into mere memories, all dissipating like smoke. What if I suddenly regret it? Yin Sun gazed at the setting sun, a gentle sigh escaping her heart, a trace of faint sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Seeing Li Pingyan's lack of response, Yin Sun chuckled, teasingly declaring, "I am indeed a woman of my word." She rose to her feet, turning her back on Li Pingyan. "I have played enough in this world. It is time for me to depart. May your journey be smooth." Li Pingyan replied, "By the way, you are a swordsman, yet you still lack a blade. How about a gift?" With a flick of her hand, the well in the courtyard trembled slightly. A beam of light shot skyward, soaring high within moments, resembling a silver streak that grew clearer the farther it traveled, illuminating the surroundings. It then descended before Yin Sun, revealing a tree from within the well. Its roots bore several robust branches, yet they remained tightly bound, as if harboring some mysterious force. "This tree is called Fusong, and I bestow it upon you to craft a sword. However, it is not a gift without a price. Once a branch is severed, it will revert to a seed. You must return that seed to the Southern National Duke's estate." Li Pingyan hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well. You are a man of your word, so I trust you will not renege on your promise." Yin Sun stretched lazily, speaking with a carefree demeanor. "I am off now, no more games." Just then, a loud moo echoed from a distance. Li Pingyan smiled. At last, it has arrived. He looked up at Yin Sun, saying, "You have gifted me something. May I return the favor?" Yin Sun raised an elegantly arched eyebrow. "What gift? Come to the village entrance and see for yourself." Yin Sun accompanied Li Pingyan to the village's edge, her gaze flickering. After 10 years apart, the toll of time was evident. Wildflowers danced in the wind, as if sharing their innermost feelings. The lush grass rustled gently, embodying endless affection. A man in a broad-brimmed hat smiled into the wind, finally finding her. "Yin Sun, tears mingling with her laughter, suddenly dashed forward. The girl who had been imprisoned for a decade burst through the confines of her walls. The formation dissolved, accompanied by specks of fireflies. A radiant glow enveloped her, beginning to dissipate with the breeze. I am leaving, never to return. Fool, do not wait for me. Chapter 75. You are the best in the world. As Yen Sun unraveled the formation, the entire village and its inhabitants vanished in a burst of light, leaving only those who had been trapped there a year prior. They appeared as if awakening from a dream, standing bewildered. Li Pingyan patted the old ox, commending its performance. He released the ox and set out to find the man who had transformed from a scholar to a tyrant. What happened? My face hurts. Jingyu awoke from his stupor, his gaze bewildered. A bright moon hung high above the vast frontier, its usual soft and graceful glow now appearing robust and magnificent. It was the blessing of the Fusang tree. No wonder I was ensnared by the formation, Jingyu rationalized. Moreover, the one who ensnared him was a senior sister from the academy, Yen Sun, a name he had heard mentioned by his teacher. Thus, being trapped by her is not a disgrace, right? No one responded to him. Wang Yi scoffed. Our teacher is still the most formidable. Indeed, Alia chimed in agreement. Jingyu's lips twitched slightly. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. She reluctantly settled for the roasted rabbit on the fire rack. Has she bestowed upon you the hibiscus tree? Inquired the man wearing a straw hat. Indeed, replied Li Pingyan. She intended to gift me a knife, and thus presented me with this tree. Once the hibiscus tree is severed, it will transform back into seeds. So be cautious while you carve it. Li Pingyan gently stroked the hibiscus tree lying beside him, understanding its significance. With my wishes fulfilled, I must return to the academy to apologize to my mentors. I owe you a favor, duly noted. He smiled, adding, I merely wish to facilitate their swift departure from the formation. Jingyu, observing Li Pingyan engrossed in conversation with his senior from the academy, felt somewhat sidelined. A tinge of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to approach. My good fellow, I have yet to inquire which esteemed master you serve and which floor of the academy you hail from. The man cast a sidelong glance at him before returning to Li Pingyan. I am Gu Shizhou. The southern wind knows my intentions. Carrying dreams to the western shores. A fine name indeed, Li Pingyan complimented. With a light cough, Jingyu interjected, Ah, so you are Brother Gu. I am Jingyu. Gu Shizhou replied, I have yet to learn your name, good sir. Li Pingyan, peaceful and secure, quite fitting, he responded. Jingyu quietly distanced himself from the two, his gaze sweeping across the others. Cui Cheng and Cui Kai were whispering amongst themselves, while Zhao Linger and Alia were huddled together. Peng Jun was engrossed in listening to Wang Yi boast. After some contemplation, Jingyu made his way over to Old Nyo, speaking earnestly, Old Nyo. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Old Nyo stood up and moved a little farther away to sit again. This life is unbearable, Jingyu lamented. The oasis accompanied by yellow sands, birds danced alongside the ringing of camel bells. The gentle flow of water meandered southward through the desert, passing by poplar trees and grassy fields, merging into the sandy river. The long road stretched endlessly, with only the wind as a companion. Flying swords incessantly targeted the hibiscus tree with gentle precision, almost as if engaging in delicate needlework. The hibiscus tree was not particularly large, standing only as tall as a person, slender and tall like a spear. However, crafting it into a knife required immense effort. You are not a cultivator. How can you command the flying swords? Gu Shizhou asked curiously. Without lifting his head, Li Pingyan replied, I killed a cultivator and seized his flying sword. Gu Shizhou nodded, acknowledging the rarity of a mere martial artist slaying a cultivator. Can I cultivate as well? Wang Yi chimed in. Gu Shizhou chuckled. Once you arrive at the academy, you will understand. The path of cultivation is viewed differently by each sect, and outsiders are seldom permitted to teach without consent. Wang Yi sighed in disappointment. Gu Shizhou turned to Li Pingyan. I heard that Master Zhong once invited you to join the academy, only for you to decline. Do you not aspire to the path of immortality? Li Pingyan smiled. Countless souls seek longevity in this world, yet how many truly attain it? The setting sun cast a crimson hue over the desert. Some pursue enlightenment across myriad mountains, while others revel in carefree leisure. I drift away with the wind, wishing only to linger between the realms of the celestial and the mundane. In truth, he wished to express that he possessed a means to extend his lifespan. Yet he refrained, opting instead for a more poetic expression. At that moment, Jingyu approached once more. The mindset is commendable. However, It is regrettable that you cannot cultivate. Li Pingyan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the reason behind this. Gu Shizhou also turned to Jingyu, awaiting his explanation. Jingyu remarked, "You shall discern the truth by feeling his pulse." Without hesitation, Gu Shizhou checked Li Pingyan's pulse and probed his dantian with his vital energy. Initially astonished by the vigor flowing within, he found it somewhat alarming. It was remarkably robust, even surpassing that of some ordinary cultivators. The vital energy was profound and enduring, with a vigorous yang fire that appeared somewhat uncanny. Furthermore, at each of Li Pingyan's energy C acupoints, there lay a dark mass. Gu Shizhou attempted to investigate. Yet that dark mass was exceedingly strange, as if it could devour all things. The energy C and the myriad orifices of the body displayed no awareness. Indeed, as Jingyu had stated, it seemed that in this lifetime, he would likely never tread the path of immortality. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shizhou concluded that entering the immortal gate was as deep as the sea. Thus, living as an ordinary martial artist might not be a poor choice after all. Li Pingyan smiled, retracting his hand upon realizing he could not cultivate. He felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was nothing more than that. He continued to focus intently on carving the fusang tree. "If you intend to craft a blade, do you have a sketch?" Gu Shizhou inquired. Li Pingyan shook his head. "I merely wish to carve out a shape first. I know a friend who is an excellent blacksmith within the human pass. Perhaps we could ask him to create a design for you." "That would be splendid." Li Pingyan accepted Gu Shizhou's goodwill without hesitation. To be honest, he was not adept at the technical craft of wood carving. Jingyu endeavored to walk alongside the two, wishing to assert his status. At that moment, Wang Yi, who was behind them, tugged at him. "The adults are conversing. You should not intrude." Jingyu, filled with indignation, retorted that a gentleman may be slain but not insulted, vowing to twist Wang Yi's head off and use it as a chamber pot. Wang Yi scoffed, claiming he could not best the teacher but could easily handle Jingyu. Jingyu boasted that he was a rare genius in the academy, appearing once in 200 years. The children expressed their disbelief. Even the most obedient, Zhao Linger, blinked in skepticism, causing their fondness for the academy to diminish slightly. Seeing Jingyu so incensed, Alia kindly consoled him. "All right, we believe you. You are the best in the world." Ironically, this only fueled Jingyu's anger further, as it sounded to him like self-pity. At that moment, a distant cloud of yellow sand surged, accompanied by a multitude of flying stones. Chapter 76, Entering the Pass. There is something ahead. It is the corpse ghost army. Jingyu laughed heartily. "Are you out of your mind? What is there to laugh about?" Wang Yi questioned, perplexed. Jingyu proudly declared, "At last, the moment for me to shine has arrived." A few swift horses rushed towards them, and the leader shouted, "Run ahead. There is danger behind." Wang Yi and the others observed the scene as fierce whirlwinds lifted the yellow sand high, resembling billowing smoke rising from the ground, advancing in a grand procession. Witnessing this spectacle, Alia and the other children inevitably felt a pang of fear. "Uncle, are we truly not running?" Li Pingyan remained silent, while Gu Shizhou ahead took a swig of strong liquor, his gaze growing more intense. Those in front, flee. Hu Qiang of the Dingyuan escort gazed in astonishment at the motionless figure ahead, questioning whether he had been unheard. He raised his voice a notch, but just then, a white horse charged towards them like a swift arrow, as if a blade sheathed in parchment had been drawn forth. In the air, it seemed as if a multitude of warriors were engaged in fierce combat. "Hey, do not compete with me." By the time Jingyu comprehended the situation, Gu Shizhou had already galloped past. Upon the hill stood two figures. One, a venerable elder draped in gray robes, bore a string of Bodhi beads around his neck and wielded a Zen staff. The other, shrouded in black cloth, was a robust man, approximately 30, with a commanding presence that exuded an aura of intimidation. The two appeared to be monks from beyond the realm. The gray-robed monk spoke. "Indeed, that is the group. For disciples from the 4 towns of Anbei have emerged in one breath, and we must eliminate them to prevent future troubles. That young scholar on horseback, clad in Confucian attire, is one of the academy's disciples. We must draw him away before we can act." The black-clad monk replied, "The 4 children shall serve as offerings to our Buddha." Before he could finish, a figure dashed towards them. The black-clad monk was suddenly startled. Extending a hand as large as a shovel, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, tearing open his garment and causing blood to gush forth. So swift, Li Pingyan seized the opportunity, flicking his finger. With a gentle press on the acupuncture point, his vital energy reverberated. The black-clad monk felt a buzzing in his mind. darkness enveloping his vision as he instinctively lurched forward. The gray-robed monk, sensing the impending danger, instinctively retreated a step, his vitality swirling like a rolling wheel. Before he could counter, a chill swept from behind. The gray-robed monk unleashed a powerful palm strike backward, halting the oncoming rain of flying swords. Li Pingyan executed a sweeping kick, landing with a resounding impact on the outer side of the gray-robed monk's left leg, sending him off balance. The overwhelming force left the gray-robed monk in a state of shock. Azure Fate, one-minded activation, a fleeting thought emerged, heightening his focus in battle. Li Pingyan pierced through the monk's movements. The gray-robed monk, pressed to retreat, had lost the initiative and found himself at a disadvantage. Drawing a deep breath of vital energy, he soared into the air. His Zen staff transformed into a gust of wind, tracing an arc in the sky. However, as his feet barely touched the ground, an even more powerful gust assailed him. Though the wind did not strike his chest, it constricted his breath. Daring not to withstand it, he leaped backward. In his frantic evasion, he had already sealed his fate. Stumbling back 6 steps, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with a gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Li Pingyan ceased his assault, exhaling softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle had just concluded. Amidst the sandy terrain lay the terrifying corpses of the slain. Some were mangled beyond recognition, while others lay dismembered, their bones scattered. Yet Gu Shizhou's blade bore no trace of blood as he sheathed it once more in the parchment roll. Chui Cheng and Chui Kai were as astonished as a group of children, never having imagined they would witness such a scene in their lifetimes. Before them lay a chasm, where the aura of blades surged like tumultuous waves. Their only recourse was to stand there, dumbfounded. "You stealing my thunder," shouted Jingyu, relentless in his protest. Gu Shizhou chose to ignore him. At that moment, Li Pingyan descended from one side of the hill, nodding slightly to Gu Shizhou, indicating that the foes atop the hill had been neutralized. "This life is unbearable." Jingyu plopped down onto the ground, resembling a child in his frustration. Thank you," expressed Hu Chong, the head of the Dingyuan escort agency, with gratitude towards the assembly. Having traversed the world, he was aware of the existence of such extraordinary practitioners of qi, yet encounters with such formidable individuals were rare. Naturally, he felt somewhat apprehensive. However, upon interaction, he discovered that these individuals bore no airs of superiority. Jingyu finally found a willing audience, seizing a guard to converse about various matters from distant lands. Days later, the group arrived at Yumen Pass. It was still dark, and although the city gates remained open, the soldiers stationed their barred entry and exit. Citizens wishing to leave or enter formed a long line. They waited until the sun rose high before the checkpoint was cleared. You. This is not a valid pass," stammered the soldier checking documents. Li Pingyan indeed lacked a proper pass. Logically, he was still a wanted man. Thus, he had procured a forged pass through Wang Shan's connections. Wang Shan had vouched for the authenticity of the document, asserting that there would be no issues. In truth, such matters were commonplace along the borders of the Great Sway. Individuals capable of forging documents held significant status, and no guard would dare to question them, making it a near certainty that no complications would arise. Yet today, they encountered the rare exception. Although the soldier checking the documents stumbled over his words, he was remarkably obstinate. He was known as one-track-minded, and the unspoken rules that applied to others did not seem to affect him, including Li Pingyan. 6 groups had already been turned away today for presenting forged documents. Unaware of the situation, Li Pingyan assumed the soldier was like the others and habitually reached into his pocket to offer some money. "Let me treat you all to a drink. What do you think you're doing?" The soldier barked sharply. After years of navigating such environments, Li Pingyan found this demeanor quite rare, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "If you continue like this, it constitutes bribery." Hu Chong, the head of the Dingyuan escort agency, recognized it was his moment to act and stepped forward. "Little brother, I am a friend of your Captain Li. We just shared a drink not long ago. How about showing a little leniency?" The soldier's expression remained unchanged. "This is the rule. I cannot make exceptions." Hu Chong found himself at a loss, his tone turning somewhat unkind. "Are you new here? This won't work. Just follow my lead." Jingyu let out a soft scoff and strolled over, hands clasped behind his back. "Boy, have you ever heard of an academy? Do you recognize this attire? Do you comprehend the significance of the badge I hold?" A series of questions left the soldier momentarily speechless. "It appears that a gathering of words is underway, and while I am familiar with the academy, I do not recognize your attire or your brand." Before I could finish my statement, an officer rushed over, pushing the stuttering man aside. Ladies and gentlemen, the newcomer is unaware of the circumstances. What has transpired? Oh, is that not Brother Hu? The Dingyuan escort agency holds some renown within Human Pass. Hence the officer readily recognized the escort leader, Hu Chang. And these individuals? The officer noticed the remarkable demeanor of Li Pingyan and his companions, particularly that of Jingyu, who clearly belonged to an affluent family and should not be offended. Hu Chang pulled the officer aside and murmured a few words. The officer's complexion suddenly changed, nearly causing him to falter. He swallowed hard and hastily clasped his hands, saying, "Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding. The newcomer is simply unaware. I implore you to overlook his transgressions and not to engage him in dispute." Jingyu wished to seize the moment to speak, but was halted by Li Pingyan. No harm done. The group passed through the checkpoint smoothly, and Li Pingyan turned back. The stuttering man was being reprimanded by the officer, his head bowed in distress, only to receive a couple of kicks from the irate officer. He squatted in a corner, seemingly oblivious to his fault. Although the heat haze obscured his expression, Li Pingyan knew he must be feeling utterly wronged. Reminiscent of his own first day as a monitor in school, where he supervised the hallways for littering and ended up scolding the principal, receiving a harsh reprimand from the teacher. It was then that Li Pingyan realized that certain rules were ineffective for some individuals. Chapter 77, The Blacksmith at Last. They encountered a semblance of liveliness. Jingyu lamented. After wandering the vast desert for an extended period, the bustling streets overwhelmed them momentarily. The shoes of several children had long since worn thin, and their feet were sore. Wang Yi fared better, having trained in martial arts from a young age. But the other 3 children struggled to cope. Consequently, Li Pingyan resolved to rest for 2 days and also seek out a skilled blacksmith as mentioned by Gu Shizhou. They found an inn and settled in temporarily. Li Pingyan accompanied Gu Shizhou to a blacksmith shop in the Western Market. One door of the shop was shut, and the other was likewise closed. Inside, a radiant glow emanated, accompanied by the incessant clanging of hammers. Gu Shizhou unceremoniously pushed the door open. Upon entering, a wave of heat greeted them, mingled with an unpleasant scent of rust. Old mo, come to the backyard," a hoarse voice called out. The two ventured into the backyard, which was cluttered with an array of items, resembling a small factory at first glance. A burly man stood with his back to them, relentlessly swinging a hammer. "What brings you back?" Gu Shizhou inquired. "I came back upon finding what I sought." The man halted his work and turned, his expression one of mild surprise. "Found it." "Indeed." His gaze then fell upon Li Pingyan, specifically the tree he carried, the hibiscus. "The hibiscus? It seems you truly have found it." They had come to seek his assistance. Before departing, Suner had gifted the hibiscus tree to him and promised to forge a blade in his honor. The man turned his head again and continued to wield the hammer. "I can assist, but forging the hibiscus tree is no simple task. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded." After a moment's hesitation, the man agreed. "All right. Place the hibiscus tree here." Li Pingyan left the hibiscus tree behind and departed the blacksmith shop with Gu Shizhou. As they walked halfway, Gu Shizhou suddenly said, "You may return now. I have some matters to attend to." After parting ways with Gu Shizhou, Li Pingyan wandered the streets for a while. He approached a stall and ordered a large bowl of lamb pao, with the bread sitting in the center and the broth surrounding it. The locals referred to it as Waterwalled City. Once finished, the bowl was devoid of soup, bread, or meat. Satisfied after consuming a hearty bowl, Li Pingyan wiped his mouth and decided to request a few more portions to take back for Alia and the others. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the street. The crowd turned to see a magnificent steed galloping past, raising a cloud of dust. Being a bustling market, people hurriedly moved aside. In the chaos, a woman, clutching her daughter, was knocked to the ground. Just as the powerful hooves of the horse threatened to trample the unfortunate duo, a figure darted forth. Like a mountain, he collided heavily with the horse, gripping its head firmly. The bricks beneath his feet shattered, and he managed to bring the charging horse to the ground. Li Pingyan stood nearby, his copper coins nearly spilling from his grasp. Momentarily halted by the sight of the rescuer, a young man from the city gate who had previously stopped them. The surrounding townsfolk scattered to the sides, relieved to have escaped injury, while they watched the spectacle unfold. The well-dressed young master was aided by his arriving servants, furiously approaching. "You have some audacity." The soldier accompanying the young man, named Oh, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, though he did not know the young master. The horse he rode was enough to signify his status. Drenched in crimson, It bore not a single stray hair. Even the highest-ranking officials they had encountered did not possess such a steed. Au realized that allowing the young master to speak would only escalate the situation. So he steeled himself and stepped forward. I am Au of the military. This is my comrade, who acted in haste to save a life and inadvertently harmed your beloved horse. Before he could finish, he received a swift kick. Damn you. The blow was not particularly forceful, especially since Au was clad in armor, yet he feigned incapacitation, collapsing to the ground in hopes of appeasing the young master. The young master redirected his ire toward the one who had intervened, yet to his surprise, the young man took a step forward. You recklessly ride through the market and show hostility toward soldiers. Are you seeking death? Throughout history, wealthy young masters have often been arrogant, and in the capital, it was no different. In this border town, however, such impudence was even more rampant. Brazen and tyrannical, they resembled bandits in every way. The young master drew his sword, but to his astonishment, the other party spoke slowly while his actions were anything but. Just as his hand reached for the hilt, the young man grasped his hand. Crack! Ah! The countenance of the young gentleman in splendid attire shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing their master being assaulted, the surrounding servants rushed forward, disregarding the official garb of their adversary. A small, stout figure delivered a swift kick, sending one assailant flying, followed by a punch that knocked another servant back. In mere moments, several of the trained retainers lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated and unable to utter a sound. Follow me to the magistrate's office, the young gentleman sneered. Very well. Just wait and see, he added ominously. His companion, Au, felt a profound dread wash over him. Once fists were thrown, there would be no turning back. The stout figure reached behind to retrieve a chain to restrain the attacker. Who dares to harm my master here? He called out, as his voice resonated. An imposing figure swiftly approached. With fingers like claws, the elder grasped the stout figure by the throat and forcefully pressed him down, delivering a crushing blow with his knee to the young man's head. The stout figure stumbled back, eyes wide in shock. The newcomer was a tall, lean elder clad in ornate attire, possessing considerable strength. Uncle Chien, deal with him, the young gentleman commanded, massaging his numbed hand in anger. You shall accompany me as well, the stout figure retorted. A hint of scorn crept into the elder's smile. Such audacity. After all these years, I've never encountered anyone so fearless. He stepped forward, his left foot solidly planted, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he struck at the stout figure's vital points. The stout figure evaded the attack and felt a sharp pain as his right arm was grazed, causing him to leap back, his sleeve torn and a fresh wound gracing his arm. The elder's initial strike had been lethal, igniting the stout figure's fury. Clenching his fists, he retaliated with a powerful blow, catching the elder off guard. The elder's expression shifted slightly. The force of the punch exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Another punch followed, even more forceful than the first. The elder dared not take the hit directly, narrowly avoiding the blow. The stout figure, instinctively pursuing his advantage, held back somewhat, not wishing to cause a fatality. He lifted his leg, delivering a kick to the elder's knee, forcing him to kneel. His fist halted mere inches from the elder's face. You have lost, he began to declare, but before he could finish, a glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes. With a sudden, serpentine motion, he thrust a finger towards the stout figure's throat. With a sickening sound, the elder howled, a chopstick protruding from his palm, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, the stout figure, regaining his composure, pressed the elder down to the ground. Li Pingyan produced a coin, placing it on the table, compensation for the broken chopstick. The commotion had finally attracted the attention of the patrolling constables. Upon sighting the young gentleman, the captain of the constables was taken aback. The young gentleman smirked at the stout figure, declaring, I told you, your end is nigh. Quickly, arrest the one who attacked Master Lu. Several constables drew their swords, encircling the stout figure. The captain hurried to assist the young gentleman, but he shrugged off the captain's hand, eager to confront the stout figure. Yet, recalling the latter's formidable skills, he abruptly halted, standing at a distance with a sinister grin. Today, I shall impart a lesson, dear sir. Sometimes, the might of one's fist cannot articulate reason. Just then, a voice resonated. Allow me to share a principle with you. One should spare those who deserve mercy. The onlookers turned to discover a figure seated before a food stall, clutching several bowls of lamb soup wrapped for takeout. And who might you be? Inquired the young man in fine garments, his voice icy. Unfazed, Li Pingyan replied, I am Jingyu from the academy. Achoo. Inside the inn, Jingyu, who had been playing cards with several children, sneezed. The academy? The young man in fine garments pondered, poised to respond, but was halted by an elder beside him. The elder scrutinized Li Pingyan, noting his attire of a blue robe and a conical hat. His demeanor was ethereal, entirely unlike that of a mundane fool. The academy? Are you a disciple there? The elder continued. I escorted 4 students from the Anbei 4 towns to the academy and happened to witness your reckless behavior on horseback. Truly, it is tyrannical. The news of 4 students from Anbei 4 towns entering the academy had long circulated, and the elder was well aware that no fool would dare impersonate a disciple of the academy. His expression shifted. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Li Pingyan spoke solemnly. No wonder my teacher has advised me to propose to the sovereign the need for reform in the governance of the border. This sight today is indeed urgent. His brief statement plunged the elder into a state of icy dread. The nearby constables, unaware of the academy's prestige, discreetly retreated upon realizing that the speaker's mentor could directly address the sovereign. Such a figure could extinguish their lives with little effort, akin to squashing an ant. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, be gone. Before the public eye, the young man in fine garments had never endured such indignity. The elder grasped him once more, whispering, My lord, it is not wise to provoke. The young man winced from the grip, having never witnessed such a side of Uncle Chien. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Farewell, farewell. Yet, there is one more matter. Li Pingyan's tone turned cold. The elder and the young man felt as though a sharp blade loomed overhead, an icy dread rising from their cores, rendering them motionless. Should I discover such behavior again, you shall prepare your own coffin, young sir. If you dispute this, you may seek vengeance through me, Jingyu of the academy. I fear nothing. Inside the inn, Achoo. Achoo. Arya disdainfully regarded Jingyu. Are you ill? Ill. Preposterous. Jingyu sniffed. It seems someone is speaking ill of me from behind. I dare not, he added. The elder hastily led his young master away, retreating down the street in a flurry. The steed of the young man in fine garments was also led away by a servant. The small stutterer stood rooted, scratching his head. Brother, thank you. This is for you. The little girl he had just saved held out a piece of candy. The small stutterer waved his hands. No, no, it cannot be. Officials must not accept bribes. Au playfully kicked his backside, disregarding the girl, and approached Li Pingyan, bowing respectfully. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. It is of no consequence. Li Pingyan contemplated for a moment and thought it would be better to share a bowl of palma. Those who practice martial arts possess a hearty appetite. Having just finished a bowl, Li Pingyan found himself still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Therefore, he ordered another large bowl of palma and began to eat with gusto. What is your name? Li Pingyan inquired of the stuttering boy. Chin, came the response from Ao, who stood nearby. His name is Chin Shi, and he is 18 this year. Chin Shi? Just enlisted? Yes, Chin Shi nodded affirmatively. If you continue to serve like this, trouble will surely find you, Li Pingyan remarked. Why is that? Chin Shi appeared genuinely perplexed. Ao interjected, Sir, this fellow is rather single-minded. It's futile to explain anything to him. When he faces hardships and learns through experience, perhaps he will come to understand. Li Pingyan smiled silently. Those with sharp edges may lead a rather arduous life, for they possess steadfast ambitions, an unwavering pursuit of ideals, and an innate strength of will. Thus, they often carry a tragic passion, engaging in a fierce struggle for existence on the most challenging paths of life. By the way, have you trained in martial arts? Li Pingyan recalled that although Chin Shi had strength, he lacked technique when he had struck earlier. Chin Shi shook his head, admitting he had never learned. Li Pingyan nodded. It would indeed be a pity for someone with such potential to remain untrained in martial arts. However, given that Li Pingyan would not linger long at Yumen Pass, he truly wished he could teach him. One can only hope that someone like Chin Shi receives the benevolence of fate. After finishing the palma, Li Pingyan returned to the inn. The others had not yet eaten, and upon catching a whiff of the palma, they instantly perked up. Jingyu looked at his bowl of palma, which was evidently more substantial. He patted Li Pingyan on the shoulder, saying, a teachable youth indeed. Li Pingyan chuckled softly and murmured, consider it compensation for you. Compensation for what? Oh, nothing. The following morning, Gu Shizhou bid farewell to Li Pingyan. He had promised the blacksmith to undertake a task, which was why the blacksmith had crafted a fine knife for Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan gave a slight bow, expressing gratitude for Gu's efforts. No need for formalities. I've already made arrangements with old Mo. However, I fear this journey might prevent me from escorting you to the academy. So take extra caution along the way. With that, the two parted ways. Following Gu Shizhou's instructions, Li Pingyan visited the blacksmith shop in the afternoon to find old Mo. The hibiscus tree stood tall in the courtyard, showing no signs of work having commenced. Beside the tree stood a young woman, seemingly in her late teens. With an oval face, long, curled eyelashes, and bright, expressive eyes, she was quite tall with a slender waist, though her bosom was somewhat lacking. Upon seeing Li Pingyan approach, she scrutinized him. "Who are you looking for?" "I am looking for old Mo. We had an agreement yesterday," Li Pingyan replied, gesturing towards the hibiscus tree. The girl nodded and called out to the side room. "Father, someone is here looking for you." Chapter 79. Standing practice. Old Mo emerged from the side room, seemingly having just washed his face. He held a towel, dabbing at the droplets still clinging to his skin. Without preamble, he inquired, "What specifications do you have for the knife? What kind do you wish to create?" Li Pingyan retrieved a drawing from his pocket. Though he lacked artistic skills, he was fortunate that Jingyu possessed commendable talent in drawing. Initially, Jingyu vehemently refused, stating, "What is my status? What is my position? To sketch a blade? I would be ridiculed if that were to be revealed." Li Pingyan found Jingyu to be an amiable individual, for he was not particularly astute and was someone who did not respond well to flattery. The more one praised him, the more he became lost in his own pride. Everything became manageable in that context. As Wang Yi had once remarked, if you provided him with a chicken coop, he could manage to lay eggs in the sunlight. Thus, with a slight persuasion, Li Pingyan succeeded in obtaining the drawing. Old Mo took a brief glance at the artwork, noting its intricate details. The blade was slender and straight, with a slight outward curve. The spine followed the arc of the blade, adorned with 2 blood grooves and 2 wave-pattern nail engravings on either side. The handle measured 4 inches in length, with a width suitable for 2 fingers on either side. Old Mo nodded in approval, his gaze continuing downward. The sheath was not ordinary. It was designed to conceal the blade within a curve. After closing the drawing, Old Mo stated, "I understand. Return in 2 days to retrieve the blade. Thank you for your trouble." Li Pingyan offered a slight bow before departing. "Who was that person? Quite peculiar," the girl inquired, unable to contain her curiosity after he left. "I do not sense any karma from him," Old Mo replied without turning around. "Do not concern yourself with it." "Oh," the girl muttered, somewhat dissatisfied, her words trailing off. Could he be a person of divine retribution? Upon returning to the inn, Li Pingyan informed his companions that he might remain at Yumen Pass for another couple of days. The children were overjoyed, eager for an extended respite. At high noon, the scorching sun, coupled with the sweltering scenery, provoked a sense of agitation. Additionally, Jingyu's incessant chatter even tested the patience of the usually good-natured Zhaolinger. At that moment, the group found themselves wishing for his departure. Jingyu had previously mentioned that he would leave after escorting them to Yumen Pass. Yet it seemed he had no intention of departing anytime soon. "Young Master Jing, young Master Jing." A voice suddenly called from outside the inn. The group turned their heads in curiosity. They beheld a rather simple-minded fellow, clutching various items and shouting outside the inn. "Hey, what business do you have with Jingyu?" Wang Yi inquired. The stutterer, Qin Shi, looked up and stammered, "I am looking for young Master Jing. My mother sent me to express her gratitude." "Oh." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room exchanged astonished glances directed at Jingyu. Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, then perked up, proudly declaring, "Is this strange? I, a traveler of the world, act with valor and righteousness. Naturally, I have friends aplenty. Upon hearing of my arrival, they come to thank me." As the others gazed at him in disbelief, Jingyu ambled outside. Faced with Qin Shi, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Aren't you the guard soldier? Have we met before?" Qin Shi shook his head. No, I don't know you." "Then why are you calling for me?" "I am looking for the scholar Jingyu." "I am he." Qin Shi continued to shake his head. "You are not." Just then, Li Pingyan returned from his stroll. Qin Shi's eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Young Master Jing." Li Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had used Jingyu's name on that day, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Actually, my name is Li Pingyan. What brings you here?" He continued, "I went back and told my mother about the situation, and she asked me to invite you to our home for dinner, and also to bring you something." Li Pingyan replied, "There is no need for any gifts. I happen to be quite hungry, so I shall join you for a meal." "Oh, then follow me," came the response. Before departing, Li Pingyan turned to Jingyu and remarked, "You needn't wait for me for dinner. Jing Yu stood frozen, as if turned to stone, while a few individuals on the second floor stifled their laughter. Qin Shi's family was not well off, residing in a modest earthen house divided into 2 rooms. Qin Shi's father had perished in the military during his early years, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. Despite the hardships, they received some subsidies and the assistance of a few comrades in arms, which allowed Qin Shi to enlist in the army and secure a respectable position. Qin Shi, however, had never been particularly bright. After finally obtaining his position, he soon found himself entangled in a significant mishap, thankfully rescued by a nobleman. Qin Mu served Li Pingyan a bowl of chicken soup, which was quite flavorful. Noticing the longing in Qin Shi's eyes, it seemed he had not indulged in chicken for quite some time. Qin Mu offered the chicken leg to Li Pingyan, who, sensing Qin Shi's gaze, relinquished it to him. In turn, Qin Shi offered the leg back to his mother, who shot him a disapproving glance before placing it once more into Li Pingyan's bowl. With a resigned smile, Li Pingyan graciously accepted the chicken leg. As they finished their meal, the sun began to set, casting a tranquil and clear zen-like ambience. With leisure at hand, they sat on the steps, watching pebbles dance in their hands, calming their hearts. "What do you aspire to do in the future?" Li Pingyan inquired. Qin Shi contemplated for a moment, replying, "To stand out and provide my mother with a better life." Li Pingyan smiled warmly and, tossing a pebble away, suddenly proposed, "How about I teach you a set of martial arts?" Qin Shi blinked in surprise. "Martial arts?" Li Pingyan rose, stating, "First, let me teach you the stance practice. Known as Zhuang, this method involves repetitively practicing a single form, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, until one's internal energy flows along a fixed path, allowing one to cultivate their inner strength through diligent practice. As the saying goes, practice 1,000 times, and the meaning will reveal itself." Li Pingyan demonstrated the stance, growing faster with each repetition. Finally, he struck a stone the size of a head with his foot, which emitted a dull thud before shattering into 2 pieces. "I can do that too," Qin Shi exclaimed. Li Pingyan cleared away the debris, revealing a smaller stone beneath it, which remained intact. "It's not about brute force, but rather learning to control your strength," he explained. Qin Shi nodded, somewhat understanding. Li Pingyan continued to guide him through the practice until dusk fell, before taking his leave. Just before parting, he turned to Qin Shi and asked, "Do you wish for your mother to suffer undue imprisonment or face harm because of you?" "No, I do not wish that at all," Qin Shi replied without hesitation. One must remember that when one is unable to accomplish certain tasks, it is far wiser to gather strength in silence rather than recklessly throwing oneself into danger. Otherwise, not only will you fail to attain your desires, but you may also inflict harm upon those who care for you. Qin Shi gazed blankly at Li Pingyan's shadow, elongated by the setting sun. When he regained his senses, he noticed his mother chasing after him. "Oh dear, has Mr. Li gone far?" "What is it, mother?" Qin Mu held in her hand some money that Li Pingyan had left in a corner, intended for meals. "Sure, hurry and catch up with Mr. Li." Qin Shi hesitated, thinking that his mother would not be able to keep up, and even if she did, it would be of no consequence. Qin Mu sighed. "He is truly a good man. Remember, sure, you must repay Mr. Li when the opportunity arises." Chapter 80. I see the capital's allure when the time came. Li Pingyan visited the blacksmith shop to retrieve his sword. Old Mo tapped his pipe and brought out the sword wrapped in tattered cloth from the counter. Li Pingyan accepted it and unwrapped the fabric. Just as he had surmised, the scabbard had transformed into a bamboo cane, concealing the sword within. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingyan felt an inexplicable tension. Gripping the hilt, he slowly drew it out. A glimmer seemed to sparkle in his eyes, and a vibrant aura swirled around the blade. He flicked his finger against the blade, producing a crisp sound that resonated, sending forth a flash of cold light. Li Pingyan furrowed his brow, suspecting he had misheard. As he ran his hand along the blade, a chill enveloped him, as if a mist had settled upon the edge, causing the temperature to plummet suddenly. Confounded, Li Pingyan wondered, how did the fusang would transform into a steel blade? Surely, even Old Mo's craftsmanship could not alter the very essence of the material. Without turning, Old Mo replied, "Fusang is ever-changing, devoid of fixed form, capable of manifesting in myriad ways. What you envision in your heart becomes reality." Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully, marveling at the enchantment of it all. Old Mo continued, "With this blade, you can confront cultivators. Fusang can break through myriad laws. To put it simply, if you were to face a chi cultivating practitioner who spews fire at you, could you withstand it with an ordinary sword?" Li Pingyan shook his head. Old Mo elaborated, But with the Fusang blade, it is different. Its nature allows it to neutralize such spells. Wielding it, you can cleave through flames. Previously, you were treated like a subordinate by cultivators, but now you possess the strength to fight back. With the Fusang blade, you can even catch your opponent off guard and turn the tables. Li Pingyan fully drew the sword, testing its weight with a few swings. It felt perfectly balanced. Neither too heavy nor too light, neither too long nor too short. Thank you, Master Imo. No need for gratitude. I am not simply aiding you without cause. Gu Shizhou has already settled the payment on your behalf. Li Pingyan sheathed the Fusang blade, which reverted to a mere bamboo stick. Under normal circumstances, given my friendship with Gu Shizhou, I should not have hesitated to assist him, but fate has its own designs. Old Imo produced a wine gourd from his waist. Here, have a drink. It is a small token of our camaraderie. Li Pingyan initially intended to decline, but he was apprehensive about offending the other party. Thus, he removed the gourd stopper and took a sip. The sharp flavor lingered in his mouth, and it felt as though a fire was igniting in his throat. With each swallow, a wave of warmth surged through him, radiating towards his lower abdomen. This warmth swiftly coursed through his meridians, enveloping every part of his body. A flush crept across Li Pingyan's face as the effects of the alcohol enveloped him, leaving him in a state of delightful numbness. It was a peculiar sensation. At first, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, as he grew accustomed to it, he perceived this force transforming into an integral part of his being. You are destined to be estranged from cultivation in this lifetime, yet your vital energy surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Your body will struggle to endure. The elder remarked, I offer you this drink, which may be deemed a small favor. You must take your time to absorb this power. There is no need for haste. Steadiness in pursuit of victory is superior to all else. Li Pingyan clasped his hands in gratitude, respectfully replying, Thank you, esteemed elder. By the way, here are the seeds of the hibiscus tree, which I return to you. Li Pingyan carefully stored the seeds, having promised Yin Sun to deliver them back to the Duke's residence in the southern kingdom. The following morning, the southbound caravan, having rested for several days, prepared to embark on their journey once more. Gu Shizhou, who had been traveling with them, departed, and Jingyu was also set to leave. As Jingyu took his leave, he playfully patted the shoulders of several companions. Your vision is limited. Do not blame yourselves. Once you arrive at the academy, you shall understand just how formidable I truly am. With that, he galloped away. The remaining companions watched his retreating figure with a hint of melancholy. Despite Jingyu's somewhat irritating demeanor, Wang Yi remarked, In truth, I believe he must be quite impressive. Aliyah nodded in agreement. Indeed, though he can be rather foolish. Pang Jun concurred. Zhao Linger added, My father once said that those who appear carefree and frivolous can be remarkably dependable when they take things seriously. However, not long after, Jingyu hurriedly returned, exclaiming, Oh no, I left something at the inn. My teacher will surely scold me. The group fell into silence for a moment. Wang Yi said, I take back what I just said. Aliyah shook her head. For the first time, Zhao Linger felt that her father's words were not absolute. Having recently acquired a new weapon, Li Pingyan treated it like a precious treasure, feeling uneasy no matter how he held it. He was fearful of losing it or damaging it. Suddenly, he chuckled at himself, realizing he possessed a rather childlike disposition. At a ferry dock, the sun climbed high in the sky, casting its glow over the verdant poplars lining the shore. Tall reeds, reaching up to a person's height, flourished along the lakeside, presenting a vibrant green panorama. A gentle breeze swept across the lake's surface, creating ripples that danced playfully. Immersed in this scene, one could not help but feel the warmth of spring. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the multitude of passengers, there were no large boats at the dock. Only a few small passenger vessels. The southbound group arrived at the ferry terminal, with Li Pingyan leading the way. Boatman, do you head to Fengshui Mansion? On board. An elderly man nearing 50 was accompanied by two bare-armed men, likely his sons. The old man approached, surveying a group of people and noting that they were accompanied by 4 children, likely out for a leisurely excursion. Yet their attire suggested otherwise, resembling that of travelers in haste. Are you chartering a boat? How much does it cost? At this time of year, navigating the waters of Fengshui would require an uphill struggle, and the fare would double, totaling approximately 600 won when including provisions. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the price for chartering rather steep. The old man discerned Li Pingyan's reservations and remarked, If you are reluctant to charter, you may wait a while to share a boat with others. Thus, They lingered by the ferry terminal, consuming their rations while awaiting fellow passengers. Wang Yi was diligently practicing his stances. Previously, he had persistently sought to learn martial arts from Li Pingyan, who had then imparted to him the method of stance training. In truth, Wang Yi had learned this before, yet found it exceedingly monotonous. However, now that his teacher had spoken, he was filled with renewed motivation. As if a wealthy benefactor had illuminated a path to success, promising that if he persevered, he too would achieve greatness. Li Pingyan sat at the bow of the boat, chewing on his provisions. Old Neo fixated on the food in his hands, seemingly contemplating that since he had consumed half, the remaining portion should be reserved for him. As they approached Fengshui, the distance to the capital diminished. Traversing the official roads would take merely 4 to 5 days. Rumors spoke of the capital's splendor, adorned with blooming flowers and luxurious carriages. Li Pingyan chuckled softly, tossing a piece of his food into the water where fish congregated. Old Neo, in a fit of pique, turned his head away. I perceive the capital to be most enchanting. I expect it will regard me in kind. And so concludes today's journey. May everyone rest well. Chapter 81. The giant python. The vessel departed from the dock, gliding serenely across the river's surface. A gentle breeze stirred, and the water remained tranquil. The boat swayed gently with the undulating waves, progressing slowly forward. The rhythmic sound of the oars created ripples that spread in concentric circles across the water. The cadence fluctuated, quickening at times, imparting an ethereal sensation. Wang Yi continued his practice of stances, though the conditions aboard the vessel were less than ideal compared to solid ground. Chui pulled on the young master, cautioning him not to wander too far. A group aboard appeared rather unwelcoming, led by a tall, thin individual resembling a bamboo stalk, bearing a cunning expression. The journey to Fengshui would take 4 days by water. The first 2 days passed without incident, but by the third afternoon, after 2 days of consuming fish, the group found no weariness in their meals. The fish head soup was rich and succulent, while the fish meat was delicate and tender, providing great satisfaction. Stir-fried fish accompanied by a hint of seasoning was both visually appealing and palatable. Suddenly, with a splash, the group was jolted from their enjoyment as a peculiar sound caught Li Pingyan's attention. The boat lurched violently, causing the passengers to stagger precariously, nearly toppling into the water. A thunderous roar echoed, startling everyone aboard. In that moment, the old boatman hurriedly retrieved a large bun, the size of a human head, wrapped in a layer of vivid red. He cast the bun into the river and then knelt, yet his actions bore no effect. As the waters continued to bubble as if boiling, the old boatman, terrified to the core, pleaded with a quavering voice, "Esteemed gentlemen, who among you uttered the forbidden words that have brought calamity upon us all?" Witnessing the old man's fright, the crowd descended into chaos. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was him. He said he would throw the girl overboard. The crowd turned to see a young couple, engaged and playfully bantering. The young man had carelessly remarked, "If you don't behave, I'll toss you into the river." The girl retorted, "Go ahead, if you dare." Although this exchange had occurred the previous day, it was now perceived as a dire omen. In their desperation to survive, the crowd's concern for one another swiftly evaporated. The old boatman approached the couple, insisting, "You have invoked the wrath of the River Dragon King. If we do not cast this girl into the river, we shall all perish." The young girl, overwhelmed by fear, turned pale, while the young man instinctively shielded her, refusing to let her be thrown into the water. A standoff ensued between the boatman and the young man. At that moment, a tall, lean figure at the corner of the boat waved his hand, signaling several men to seize the young man and wrest the girl away, intending to hurl her into the river. The girl's pitiful cries stirred 2 scholars to intervene, but they were rudely shoved aside by the tall man, who barked, "Get lost." Just then, a figure leaped down, delivering a kick to one man's face, shouting, "Release that girl." Wang Yi, small in stature, stood defiantly before the group of men, like a rabbit blocking the den of a wolf. "Who is this brat? Clear off." A second man raised his foot to kick, but Wang Yi deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch that felt like striking steel. Furious, the man reached for Wang Yi, intending to toss him into the river as well. With a sharp crack, Wang Yi slapped him, causing his left cheek to swell and blood to trickle from his mouth as he staggered back. Chui Cheng and Chui Kai positioned themselves, one guarding their young master and the other confronting the men. "The river's current is treacherous. What concern is it of yours regarding this girl?" Chui Cheng admonished. The tall man sneered, "You certainly enjoy meddling. It is a matter of upholding justice." Wang Yi retorted, As the water surged, the tall man, aware of Wang Yi's capabilities, turned to the onlookers on the boat and declared, "Fine. If we don't throw this girl overboard, we might as well wait for death together." At this, the spectators, initially reluctant to intervene, erupted in outcry. "It's her own fault for speaking out." "Exactly. Why should we perish alongside her? Throw her in. This is none of our concern." A chorus of voices filled the air, each fearing that a wave might capsize the boat. Two women stepped forward, declaring, "If you want to act, we shall." They reached for the girl but were seized by Cui Cheng, who held them back. Unable to resist, one woman fell to the deck, wailing in distress. Is there still a semblance of law? Life seems unbearable. Wang Yi felt the malicious gazes of the crowd, being pointed at by a multitude. Suddenly, a pang of regret washed over him. At that moment, Arya shouted, "Do you possess any sense of reason? Just because you are numerous does not equate to righteousness, nor does loudness denote truth." Her voice snapped Wang Yi back to reality. He stiffened his neck and joined in the outcry. Instantly, someone hurled insults. "What do you little brats know? Born of a father but raised without a mother. You're nothing but wretched spawn. It is not your place to speak." Indeed, in an instant, the crowd's fury surged. Cui Cheng and Cui Kai found themselves unable to quell the throng, helplessly glancing towards Li Pingyan at the bow of the boat, only to discover him as steadfast as a rock, seemingly impervious to the chaos around him. "Master!" Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed above the river. Then, a piercing whistle pierced the air. The water erupted, and the shadow unfolded in a bizarre manner. The head of a colossal snowflake python emerged before the onlookers, its mouth agape, emitting a chilling screech. It resembled a grotesque maw, filled with menacing fangs, densely packed. A single horn protruded from its forehead, fierce and terrifying. The crowd felt as though they had been frozen in place, shivers racing down their spines. With a swift motion, the enormous serpent's head lunged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Li Pingyan rose to his feet, the surging river splashing against him. Yet, the boiling vitality within him transformed into ethereal wisps of mist, his garments fluttering in the wind. He stood at the bow, his back to the crowd, confronting the giant python. His slight frame appeared on the verge of being swept away by the ferocious gusts. Grasping the handle of his cane, he murmured, "In this first battle, do not bring me shame." With that, the blade of his cane was drawn. A diagonal slash cut through the air. The river trembled, and steam billowed forth. The glimmer of the blade descended like a feather, as if the wind were sweeping away the remnants of leaves. The once smooth surface of the water seemed to ripple, rising and falling, beginning and concluding in unison. The python's form momentarily faltered. A wail echoed around, haunting and sorrowful. Chapter 82. The alcoholic fumes. Li Pingyan sheathed his blade, the cane sliding back with a crisp sound. He nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "Not bad, not bad," as he gently caressed the blade with affection. Old Neo looked on with a mournful gaze. "Oh, the fickle man." A profound silence enveloped the boat, broken only by the sound of the river lapping against the hull. "Master, you are incredible," Arya exclaimed excitedly. Wang Yi, hands on his hips, proudly addressed the man who had previously clashed with them. "That is my master. Impressive, isn't he? Why are you silent now, As Li Pingyan shook off the water clinging to him, he suggested, "Let the boatman prepare the giant python for everyone to enjoy, to calm the nerves." The old boatman stood in stunned silence for a while before hurriedly agreeing. Such a gigantic python must surely be extraordinary. In the past, he would never have dared to consume such a creature. But now, with an immortal's words, he hastened to summon his son for assistance. Li Pingyan returned to the bow and resumed his seat. At this moment, the crowd fell silent, the previously boisterous woman retreating with her tail between her legs. The tall, lean man and several others also refrained from speaking. The couple who had narrowly escaped disaster approached Li Pingyan to express their gratitude, to which he merely replied with a polite dismissal before saying no more. Zhao Linger and Alia were witnessing Li Pingyan's prowess for the first time, their eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Meanwhile, Wang Yi stood nearby, exhilarated, practicing his stances and fantasizing about becoming as formidable as Li Pingyan one day. Following the tumult, the old boatman hastily prepared a private room on the boat for Li Pingyan and his companions, only to be met with a refusal from Li Pingyan. After some time, the massive python had transformed into a delightful feast for everyone. The old boatman generously served Li Pingyan and his friends a large bowl of snake soup. The meat was exquisitely tender and flavorful, especially with the boatman's commendable culinary skills. Each bite brought a delightful warmth, leaving a lingering taste of exquisite flavors upon the palate. Li Pingyan, savoring the dish, inquired about the recipe. The old boatman, now fully composed, began to elaborate enthusiastically. You've come to the right person. In my lifetime, I have only done 3 things: rowing, fishing, and preparing snake. First, you must strip the flesh from the snake, remove the bones, and lightly salt it in rendered pork fat. Then, add cooking wine, pour in the snake broth, and enhance the flavor with ginger slices and scallions. As the boat glided along the river, the moonlight mingled with the flickering lights of the fishing boats, casting a serene glow on the willow-lined banks. The water shimmered with silver waves, and the gentle breeze brought an enchanting atmosphere, making the scenery even more captivating. Standing at the bow of the boat, an ancient scroll of tranquility unfolded before Li Pingyan, filled with poetic beauty, accompanied by the soft strains of the Eru. He found himself lost in this enchanting moment. Thoughts swirling through his mind. Destiny, single-mindedness, destiny, diligence compensates for shortcomings. Both destinies activated simultaneously, enhancing not only his studies and cultivation, but also his performance while playing the Eru. With these 2 destinies mutually reinforcing each other, the rate of rewards became significantly swifter, akin to watching a video at 1.5 or even 2 times the normal speed rather than the previous single speed. Name: Li Pingyan. Lifespan: 150. Eru melody: Reflections of the Second Spring 3.1500100000. Talent: Inferior spiritual bone. Wine listening sword technique: 90. Understanding new sword intent: 91. Drawn sword technique: 63-65. Turtle breathing skill: 93. No increase. Swallow cloud soaring: 4042 skills. Breath locking: 62-63. Cultivation Heart Sutra. Nirvana Sutra: Acquired treasure. Sword of the practitioner. Light rain: Control level 60. Staff blade transformed from the Fusang tree. Undigested breath within. Alcohol breath. Residual Buddhist chi. Various thoughts raced through Li Pingyan's mind. It was expected that the turtle breathing skill would not increase. Once a technique reaches 80, the remaining 20 depends solely on personal effort. However, the wind listening sword technique, which had long faced a bottleneck, seemed to have broken through. Could it be due to that last strike? An intangible essence of blade surged within. A breath both gentle and cool. Waves of brilliant light swiftly coursed through the heart. Perhaps this was not merely the spirit of the blade, but rather the allure of life itself. The remaining aspects of existence exhibited little growth, lacking any substantial transformation. What preoccupied Li Pingyan most was the lingering aroma of wine within his body, accompanied by the residual energy of Buddhist chi. This chi had been lingering since he ingested the relic, nearly costing him his life. Thankfully, with the guidance of the venerable monk Chongqing and his teachings from the Nirvana Sutra, he had managed to digest a significant portion of the Buddhist chi through continuous contemplation. Though much remained. As for the intoxicating aroma, it stemmed from a sip of wine given to him by the blacksmith, Lao Mo, at the Human Pass. Its potency rivaled that of the chi, yet it did not harm him. Instead, it remained as composed as a maiden awaiting a suitor's approach. The Buddhist chi was no longer a cause for concern. His next task was to swiftly assimilate the formidable essence of the wine. Li Pingyan took a moment to steady his mind. Another day passed, and by evening, the vessel finally docked. Despite the occasional turbulence, the journey had been largely uneventful. As they prepared to part ways, the boatman bid farewell to the passengers. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to share a boat, and 100 years to share a pillow. To share the same vessel in this lifetime was a bond not to be taken lightly. The boatman declined to accept fare from the young couple, having previously engaged in a moment of kindness. His nature was not malevolent, merely ignorant. The splendor of Fengshui Prefecture exceeded the comprehension of many. Wang Yi, who once perceived himself as a dandy, now felt like a rustic. He cast a glance at the grand entrance and then at the imposing gatekeeper, before his eyes wandered to the bustling streets, swallowing nervously. Arriving in such a flourishing place for the first time, the 4 children could not help but feel somewhat restrained. Observing the vibrant attire of others contrasted starkly with their own worn garments, faded from their tumultuous journey. Li Pingyan, however, remained untroubled, leading the way. Were it not for the pressing task at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to linger here a while longer. For now, he resolved to escort the 4 children to the academy before returning for a leisurely exploration. That night, Li Pingyan and his companions found lodging in Fengshui Prefecture. They purchased new garments and footwear, and by midday the following day, they set off along the official road toward the capital. Chapter 83. You are the most unique scenery in the capital city. A handsome young man stood at the city gate, elegantly fanning himself with a jade green fan. Dressed in white with flowing black hair, he exuded an ethereal grace, radiating a striking charisma. His tall and slender figure was adorned in exquisite ice blue silk, cinched at the waist with a white ribbon, and a long sword hung at his side, resembling a jade tree in bloom. Jingyu occasionally checked his reflection, internally exclaiming, "I am truly stunning. Let them dare to underestimate me again." Yet, as he waited, Li Pingyan and his companions remained conspicuously absent. Given the distance, they ought to have arrived by now. Could it be that they encountered some unforeseen circumstance along the way? The more I ponder, the more peculiar it seems. Just at that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly became shrouded in ominous clouds. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued. The streets, once bustling with life, saw people scurrying for shelter beneath awnings, darting into nearby shops, or hastily racing home. In no time, the lively thoroughfare was devoid of any presence. Only Jingyu remained steadfast, gazing at the rain. The timing was impeccable. It would coincide with Li Pingyan and the others' arrival. Standing in the downpour, a faint smile crept across his lips. How dashing he appeared. Look at that foolish fellow, standing in the rain despite the downpour. On the second floor of the inn, Wang Yi chuckled as he looked out the window. The rain fell heavily outside, prompting curiosity among the others who gathered to catch a glimpse. Is he a fool? Arya spoke with a tone of sympathy rather than mockery. Fat Jun remarked, how pitiful. Zhao Linger suggested, why don't we bring him an umbrella? Perhaps he was grappling with some sorrow. Perhaps he should be left to his solitude. Li Pingyan did not turn around, but instead unstrapped his arrow. After finishing their meal, they planned to rest well, for tomorrow was the day of enrollment. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yi muttered, wondering where that scoundrel Jingyu had gone, claiming he would pick them up in the capital. What a fraud. At that moment, Zhao Linger remarked, that gentleman's silhouette bears a resemblance to young Master Jing. Impossible. Would Jingyu stand in the rain without seeking cover? His intellect cannot possibly be that lacking, she declared, before shifting to another topic. The group did not dwell on it further. After a night of relentless rain, the dawn of the next day arrived. The rain had ceased, leaving the air thick and humid. The four children were still asleep. Li Pingyan left the inn early, only to suddenly sense a familiar presence at the city gate. He paused momentarily, just as the individual turned to face him, and they locked eyes. Li Pingyan recalled their conversation from the previous day, and a long silence ensued between them. The breakfast establishments in the capital seemed no different from those elsewhere. The group settled at a table, adjacent to four diners who appeared to be porters, each engrossed in devouring bowls of tofu pudding. Seeing their hearty appetites, Li Pingyan ordered a bowl for himself. However, upon tasting it, he discovered it to be sweet. Such an affront was intolerable to him, and he promptly requested another. The vendor looked bewildered. Sweet? Is tofu pudding ever sweet? Li Pingyan felt insulted and inquired at several other stalls, but all efforts proved futile. Reluctantly, he abandoned the pursuit of tofu pudding. Soon enough, the group had their fill. The dishes on the table were largely consumed by Li Pingyan, as the meat buns in the capital boasted thin skins and generous fillings. The others felt satisfied after only a few, while he, like an insatiable abyss, devoured the surplus meat and buns with abandon. Li Pingyan's appetite had always been considerable, but since tasting Old Mo's wine, it had ballooned even further, leaving him perpetually hungry. After settling the bill, the group set forth toward the academy, located 40 miles outside the capital, encountering numerous fellow students on their way. Due to the academy's prohibition against students riding in carriages, some pampered children from the capital found themselves struggling after only half the journey. Li Pingyan and his companions encountered a young master adorned in fine garments, accompanied solely by his mother and two family servants, all of whom were walking. He was whining and complaining about the inability to continue. His elegantly dressed mother, still possessing her charm, could only plead with him. In stark contrast, Arya and her companions felt a surge of immense pride after having traversed such a long distance. After all, it was merely 40 li. Arya proudly straightened her posture. Wang Yi scoffed. Indeed, we have walked step by step from the four towns of Anbei. Throughout their journey, everyone found it difficult to suppress their excitement as they strolled along the shaded path, reveling in the beauty surrounding them. After a lengthy trek through the mountains, they finally beheld their destination. A bright sign bore the four characters, Huailu Academy. At the entrance, several disciples clad in scholarly robes were welcoming students. Under Jing Yu's guidance, the group presented their letters of recommendation and were subsequently escorted by a disciple. As they were about to part ways with Li Pingyan, Arya clung tightly to him, as if fearing that the world would shatter if she let go. Li Pingyan smiled reassuringly, promising to visit her after the assessments. According to Jing Yu, entry into the academy required passing an evaluation. Only those who succeeded would officially become disciples, while those who failed would return from whence they came. Reluctantly, Arya departed with her companions, turning back every few steps until she vanished from sight. Feeling the absence of the four children, Li Pingyan was filled with an indescribable sentiment, a mix of pride in their growth and a touch of melancholy. Having finally made the trip, "I shall take you to explore the academy," Jing Yu said, draping his arm over Li Pingyan's shoulder. Li Pingyan replied, "Isn't the academy off-limits to outsiders?" Jing Yu let out a dismissive snort. "What nonsense! Do you not know who I am? Jing Yu, you should inquire within the academy, and without question, follow my lead. Let us see who dares to stop you." No entry. A disciple in scholarly robes blocked Li Pingyan and his group. Jing Yu scoffed lightly. "New here? I am Jing Yu." The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. "You are Jing Yu?" Jing Yu crossed his arms and smiled with pride. "You are the one who peeped at senior sister Lu while she bathed, only to be punished by her and hung from a tree in the academy for 3 days?" Li Pingyan quietly stepped back, distancing himself from Jing Yu. Even the old cow looked disdainful. Li Pingyan had little desire to wander the academy and thus took his leave. Before departing, Jing Yu instructed him to wait for him at the inn, promising to find him for drinks that evening. As they exited the academy, a group of well-dressed, elegantly poised scholars approached, the refreshing breeze brushing against them. Cui Cheng and Cui Kai turned back to gaze at the academy, remaining silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. Their eyes shone with envy, wishing they had been granted such fortune in their youth. It is said that while individuals may share the same umbrella, their fates diverge. When fortune graces the world, it bestows equal strength upon all, yet when misfortune strikes, even the mightiest of heroes find themselves ensnared by circumstance. Li Pingyan, attuned to the emotions of the two, offered solace. "You stand upon the bridge, gazing at the scenery, while those above in the towers behold you. The bright moon adorns your window, just as you embellish the dreams of others. Do not dwell too much on trivial matters, nor impose your will upon the world. Attend to your own self, for therein lies your uniqueness." Chapter 84. A red dragonfly upon the shoulder. Rather than linger in this perplexity, might we not seek a better establishment? Cui Cheng and Cui Kai exchanged smiles, their earlier melancholy dissipating considerably. "What a wretched place! My child's feet are sore from the journey. What of it if we traversed a mere stretch?" It was the beautiful woman they encountered along the way, accompanied by a pampered child. Indeed, the 40-mile trek from the capital to the academy proved too taxing for the sheltered youth. Filled with maternal concern, the woman disregarded her husband's admonitions and had a servant carry the child for a spell. Little did she know, upon entering the academy, they were promptly advised to leave. Such injustice is unfathomable. Her husband had just received a promotion. Under normal circumstances, the woman would have fiercely contested the matter, perhaps even resorting to physical confrontation. Yet, within the confines of the academy, even the most headstrong of women dared not cause a scene, opting instead to mutter her grievances in hushed tones. "Mother, my feet hurt," the child complained. "Oh, why haven't you carried the young master?" "I refuse to be carried. It's uncomfortable. I want to ride a horse. In this desolate wilderness, where could one possibly find a horse? I want to ride that," the child insisted, pointing. The old ox cast a disdainful glance, rolling its eyes. The woman followed the child's gesture. 3 individuals and an ox, donning straw sandals, their attire reflecting their impoverished state, with perhaps only their demeanor worthy of note. "Oh," the woman called. The servant named Oh understood her intent and approached Li Pingyan and the others. "You there, today you've struck a bargain. Our lady desires that ox." As he spoke, he tossed a purse of coins. Li Pingyan caught it deftly, without needing to touch it. The sound of the coins clinking against one another hinted at their weight. With a faint smile, he tossed the purse back. "I'm afraid this ox is not for sale." Oh appeared taken aback. "Hey, have you even seen how much is inside? Regardless of the amount, it is not for sale. I suggest you seek another seller." Reluctantly, Oh returned to his mistress. "Not for sale." The woman, already irritable from the long day's journey, was growing impatient. What a ridiculous ox, treating it like a treasure, Ao suggested. If it cannot be sold, why not propose to rent the ox to carry the young master down the mountain? The woman waved her hand dismissively. Ao approached again, this time offering only half of the coins from the purse. The ox isn't for sale, but surely a rental would suffice to carry my young master to the foot of the mountain. Have you seen? All this money could be yours. Li Pingyan patted the old ox, asking, what say you, old friend? Mo. With a resigned shrug, Li Pingyan replied, my old ox disagrees. Unable to contain himself, Ao remarked, I believe your mind has been kicked by a donkey. Li Pingyan remained largely indifferent, while Chui Cheng angrily stepped forward. Do you even know how to speak? You country bumpkin. Do you realize my wife is? Before he could finish, Li Pingyan gestured for the Chui brothers to head down the mountain. Arguing with an imbecile will only make others think you are one too. The woman was furious, having already endured a day full of grievances. Now, even a rustic fool looked down upon her. In a fit of rage, she slapped Ao across the face, the sound sharp and resounding. Useless. Ao lowered his head, covering his face, not daring to utter a word. Though the woman was brash, she was aware of her surroundings. As they ascended, a child beside her continued to cry, clamoring to ride in a cart. The incessant noise irritated the woman, and as she walked past a puddle, she slipped and fell, splashing water all over herself. Ouch! The woman, filled with rage, retaliated by giving her servants a few sharp slaps. After much effort, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where she spotted her husband's cart approaching. Fuming, she strode over. Madam, what has happened? A middle-aged man dismounted from the cart. What happened? I'm furious. The woman unleashed a torrent of complaints. What nonsense is this academy, and those filthy country bumpkins? The man, perplexed, asked what bumpkins. The woman glanced back to see Li Pingyan and his companions leisurely descending the mountain. They had come all this way and were naturally taking their time to explore, moving at a slower pace than the woman. It's those few. They infuriate me. The man, seeing his wife's state, knew he would face endless complaints upon returning home. Realizing the academy was not to be trifled with, he comforted her. My dear, do not be upset. Shall I have someone teach those rascals a lesson for you? He beckoned to a cloaked swordsman. Find a secluded spot and give them a lesson, but do not be too harsh. The swordsman nodded, following Li Pingyan's group at a distance. After covering a distance of several dozen yards, they arrived at a large rock. The first man appeared to be blind, seemingly lacking any martial prowess. However, the two beside him walked with a commanding presence, their heavy steps indicating they were trained in martial arts. Well, it's fortunate. I wouldn't want to harm a blind man without reason. It seems you are simply out of luck, the swordsman mused. Assessing the surroundings, he stepped forward swiftly, placing a hand on Li Pingyan's shoulder and coldly commanded, halt. In an instant, he felt a chill wash over him, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, rendering him cold from head to toe. Li Pingyan slightly turned his head and replied in a deep voice, what is it? The swordsman held his breath, taking a moment to regain his composure. You had a red dragonfly on your shoulder, but it is gone now. Thank you. No, not at all, the swordsman replied, his voice trembling slightly without him realizing it, gazing blankly at the silhouettes of the three men and the ox as they faded into the distance. Li Pingyan finally exhaled a few heavy sighs. Instead of returning directly to the inn, Li Pingyan and his companions sought out a tavern that offered both quality and affordability. They indulged in drinking for a couple of hours, ultimately relying on Li Pingyan and the old ox to carry Chui Cheng and Chui Kai back. As Li Pingyan reclined on the bed, he felt a hint of inebriation. The level of his intoxication was just right, not too excessive, yet not too little. He took a deep, soothing breath and spoke, since the gentleman from the room has arrived, let us share a cup. Receiving no response, he waited a moment until the presence dissipated. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Had the person departed? Just as he had entered the capital, he found himself under surveillance. Reflecting on this, he realized he had no enemies in the city. As for friends, just then, a figure darted in from outside. The one seeking to drink with Li Pingyan was Jingyu. Let us go for a drink. Li Pingyan shook his wine gourd, indicating he had just finished his own. What kind of dreadful wine are you drinking? Allow me to take you to a splendid place. The moonlight illuminated the sky, while the breeze carried the coolness of early autumn. A shadow swiftly passed, soaring over the bridge at Shirley Pavilion, before landing in a dark alley where it softly spoke to the sedan chair hidden in the shadows. The person has been located. Chapter 85. Qingyue Pavilion. As the lanterns began to glow, a scene of splendor unfolded, heralding the start of the nightlife at Qinghua Pavilion. Various carriages lined the street, signaling a night of revelry. The delicate sounds of bamboo and string instruments filled the air, resembling a dissonant serenade. Li Pingyan was pulled inside by Jingyu. "What brings you to such a place?" he inquired. "Good question. Merely drinking is rather dull," Jingyu replied. Upon entering, a graceful and flamboyantly dressed hostess approached them. "Oh, young Master Yang, it's been quite a while since your last visit." Jingyu chuckled heartily. "I had some matters to attend to, but I've just returned to see you." "Young Master Yang?" Li Pingyan queried, perplexed. "When did you change your name?" "Nonsense. Who would use their real name in such a place?" Jingyu whispered. "I'm using my master brother's name." With that, he smirked mischievously. Li Pingyan nodded. Deep in thought, I see. The hostess leaned closer to Li Pingyan. "This young master seems unfamiliar. Is it your first visit? How shall I address you?" Jingyu, engaged in conversation with acquaintances nearby, did not notice the exchange. After a moment of hesitation, Li Pingyan replied, "Jingyu." The hostess smiled slightly. "What a wonderful name, young master. This is a case of learning and applying." Ascending to the second floor, they found a table against the railing. A slight bow of the head allowed for the enjoyment of the exquisite beauty around them. Truly a feast for the eyes. "Isn't this place splendid?" Jingyu remarked proudly. As Li Pingyan listened to the cacophony of music, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, it must be said that the wine here was indeed delightful. If one were to share a drink with a few intimate friends during leisure, it would indeed be a delightful experience. "This wine is no ordinary brew. I procured it from my master after 6 months of hard work. Be cautious with your consumption. It is sweet yet intoxicating," Jingyu cautioned. In a fleeting moment, 2 young maidens arrived, one cradling a pipa and the other holding a guzheng, both adorned in exquisite garments. Their attire, splendid yet refreshingly elegant, captivated the eye. The maiden with the guzheng appeared somewhat bashful, unmistakably a newcomer, exuding the charm of a refined lady. What melodies would the gentleman wish to hear? With fine wine and lovely company, let us indulge in a song of intoxicated beauty, Jingyu proposed with a smile. The pipa sound was gentle and melodious, enchanting the listeners and transporting them into a dreamlike realm. It was akin to honey blended with oil, rouge mingled with powder, sweet yet rich, fragrant yet delicate. The 2 maidens exchanged glances with Jingyu and Li Pingyan. Jingyu, dressed to the nines, bore a jade pendant of considerable worth, while Li Pingyan, in contrast, appeared more akin to a servant. Naturally, the maiden with the pipa took her place beside Jingyu, an outcome of human sentiment. The shy girl with the guzheng settled next to Li Pingyan. After consuming 4 or 5 cups of wine, a delightful haze enveloped them, as Jingyu had predicted. Feeling slightly inebriated, he retrieved some silver coins from his pocket, a mere token compared to the lavish offerings from the nobility. Reclining on the maiden's lap, a smile graced his face, for he was a familiar patron, well acquainted with her, and she bore no offense. This establishment was no ordinary brothel. The maidens were not mere companions for coin. Here, sophistication reigned supreme, while many were daughters of officials. Those who committed offenses found solace under the auspices of the Ministry of Rights. Who would dare act recklessly in such a place, lest they face consequences? The maiden playing for Li Pingyan was named Chen Xiang. Recently, her father had fallen from grace, resulting in their family being confiscated, and she and her mother were sent here. As a newcomer, her circumstances were far from favorable, and a hint of sorrow resonated in her melodies. She understood that if a patron favored a maiden, they would bestow more generous tips. With money, life for her and her mother could improve. Yet, this patron delayed in offering any coins. Did he find her performance lacking, or perhaps her makeup was not to his liking? Chen Xiang bit her lip, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the grand hall. In the hall, a strikingly handsome young gentleman sat at a table, his complexion fair and features refined. Beneath his subtly arched brows, his elongated eyes resembled the gentle flow of spring water. Though he appeared carefree, the brilliance that occasionally flickered in his gaze commanded respect and stirred the heart. Unknown to the others, he was lavish in his spending, and on this particular day, he presented a stunning tortoiseshell bracelet, adorned with gold and jewels, an exquisite rarity. The value of such a bracelet was self-evident. A servant announced loudly, "My master has declared that whichever maiden composes a poem that pleases him today shall receive this bracelet as a reward." The servant's voice echoed throughout the hall, capturing the attention of many. Chen Xiang stared at the bracelet, momentarily lost in thought. A stirring within my heart. If I could acquire this treasured item, My finances are rather limited. Li Pingyan suddenly spoke up. Qin Xiang turned her head, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, remarking that while her performance on the lute was commendable, his funds were scant, and he had to return home. My friend, however, possesses wealth, though he seems quite inebriated. Jing Yu is sleeping soundly, snoring like a boar, utterly lacking in elegance. Observing that other young ladies received rewards, I, bereft of possessions, could only offer borrowed flowers in homage. The gentleman mentioned that whoever excels in poetry would be gifted that bracelet. Li Pingyan propped himself up. The wine Jing Yu brought was indeed extraordinary. Initially unnoticeable, it now left him feeling somewhat intoxicated. Qin Xiang stared at Li Pingyan in a daze, quickly regaining her composure. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Qin Xiang is but a humble person. The privilege of having you listen to a piece is already a blessing. How could I dare to accept a reward? Why refuse a gift freely offered? Li Pingyan replied. Qin Xiang bit her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes glimmering. The young man before her exuded youthful spirit, yet bore an air of maturity and composure, a most peculiar combination. Though she wished to decline further, a nearby lady grasped her arm, the meaning clear. Perhaps she should allow him to make an attempt. Otherwise, Qin Xiang might return home empty-handed once more. Would you kindly assist me in procuring some paper and ink? Qin Xiang fetched the materials, along with a box of prepared ink. Li Pingyan belched softly and took hold of the brush. Each stroke, each nuance, revealed his mastery, with the ink flowing rhythmically, rising and falling like a graceful melody. A dance of fluidity. Chapter 86. The high-stakes game. A servant took Li Pingyan's poem downstairs, calling out, Lady Qin Xiang has left a poem. Everyone turned their attention, for it had hardly been a moment since the noble gentleman's words. How could anyone be so swift? Had it been prepared long in advance, awaiting this very day? Curiosity piqued, the crowd gathered around. On the second floor, Lady Qin Xiang anxiously peered down. The servant laid the Xian paper flat upon the table, unfurling it with confidence. Clearing his throat, he read aloud. Leaning against the perilous tower, the wind whispers softly. Gazing into the depths of spring sorrow, dimming against the horizon. Outside the clear moon pavilion, Li Pingyan supports the swaying Jing Yu as they tread upon the flagstone path. In the fading light of grass and mist, who can fathom the thoughts of one leaning against the railing? I intend to indulge in reckless abandon, toasting wine and singing songs, yet the joy feels hollow. The servant's voice resonated within the clear moon pavilion. Moonlight flowed like a gentle stream, quietly cascading into the alley, illuminating the flagstone path with a patchwork of light and shadow. The moonlit night was exquisite and the breeze tender. It felt as though it awaited a final crescendo. Thoughts drifting into an ethereal state. Time became elusive, and suddenly the servant's Adam's apple moved. Though my garments grow loose, I do not regret. For her sake I grow wan. It echoed like the concluding note of a storyteller. The sound of a wooden board striking reverberated, pulling everyone back to reality. The distant sounds swayed with the wind. As all eyes converged upon the maiden named Qin Xiang, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Yet, one found Qin Xiang anxiously searching for something. Where's the young master? He was clearly here just a moment ago. I need to relieve myself. Jing Yu, slightly inebriated, prepared to unfasten his trousers. A fleeting shadow darted across the night sky, silent and unnoticed, landing not far from the two. Who goes there? Jing Yu demanded sharply. Do you think that just because I am intoxicated, you can seize the opportunity to ambush me? How absurd. Li Pingyan interjected, Brother, please pull your trousers up while you speak. The newcomer slightly bowed, I mean no harm. As he spoke, he produced a golden badge from his waist. Jing Yu snorted. Stepping closer. Under the moonlight, he scrutinized the badge, momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief. A gust of wind swept by, shaking off some of the drunken haze. He burped robustly. Jing Yu rubbed his face and wiped his eyes, confirming that he was not mistaken. He straightened his posture, adjusting his appearance while his thoughts raced. A princess? What brings the princess here? Could it be that she too has come to enjoy the festivities at Qinghua Pavilion? I have not heard of any male companions being present there. Is it possible that she is searching for me? After years of concealing my talents, has my brilliance finally been acknowledged? Indeed, the current princess had once studied at Huai Lu Academy to cultivate her mind and spirit, residing in a modest pavilion. And Jing Yu had never had the fortune to behold her face. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his robe and declared robustly, Lead the way. Not seeking you. The other replied. The figure bowed slightly, Young Master Li, please. Li Pingyan nodded and walked forward with somewhat unsteady steps. Jingyu pointed at himself. What about me? Am I to just stand here? The individual hesitated for a moment. You may squat if you wish. As they turned a corner, a familiar presence emerged. A tall beauty sat upon the stone steps, her sleeves embroidered with dark clouds, adorned with a thin white garment. Having shed her enveloping black attire, the white fabric accentuated her nearly perfect proportions. Bathed in moonlight, she radiated an added layer of mystery and ethereal beauty. How could you have drunk so much? Before reaching her, the scent of alcohol wafted in the air. After several years, their tone bore no trace of estrangement. The wine is delightful. I may have overindulged. Li Pingyan remarked leisurely, taking a seat at a moderate distance. He exhaled softly. Your hand. It's fine. After a brief silence, she inquired. What are your plans for the future? What plans could I possibly have? Just to wander about, and when I grow weary, I shall return. Lu Yan exhaled softly, truly at a loss for how to deal with him. Her beautiful eyes gazed upon Li Pingyan's increasingly resolute face, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. A smile that seemed both teasing and sincere. She forced a facade of indifference, yet it crumbled almost immediately. You've darkened quite a bit. Indeed, the sunlight at the borders is too harsh. That Lu Yong, I sent him to Xiaohoshang. I had originally intended for him to remain in the capital, but I did not expect he would possess a measure of pride. He is a good lad, deserving of further cultivation, as he may prove quite useful in the future. Li Pingyan nodded. I encountered him before coming here. He shared that with me. By the way, I would like to introduce you to someone. Lu Yun nearly forgot the purpose of her journey. An elderly man stepped down from the palanquin beside her, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his hair, as white as the feathers of a celestial crane, contrasted sharply with his youthful, rosy complexion. He was the vice director of the Astronomical Bureau, an institution that served only the emperor. The vice director's status was on par with that of the nation's prime minister. Today, it was evident that Lu Yun had exerted considerable effort to invite him here. The old man scrutinized Li Pingyan and nodded sagely. It was unclear what means had compelled the esteemed princess to care so much that even this old fellow had to personally attend to your ailment. Lu Yun had known the vice director since she was 3, which rendered their bond quite exceptional. This jest was one that could be made. Thus, with a flicker of her eyes, she allowed a smile tinged with helplessness to grace her beautiful cheeks. Li Pingyan offered a slight bow, expressing gratitude for the elder's efforts. The old man waved his sleeve and said, Come, let me examine your eyes. The irises were pale, suggesting a congenital affliction. The old man, not overly concerned, thought the princess had perhaps overreacted. After all, he was a dignified vice director, yet here he was, playing the role of a wandering physician. Nonetheless, the princess's concern for this individual left him with no choice. In his hand, a silver needle glimmered faintly, measuring merely an inch in length. As the needle pierced Li Pingyan's body, he felt no pain, only a peculiar itch. However, in the next moment, as the needle delved deeper, a resounding buzz echoed in his mind, as if it had exploded. The old man, quick-witted, deftly gestured, immobilizing Li Pingyan entirely, infusing the silver needle with his qi. The elder's brow furrowed in concentration. Only boundless darkness surrounded them, as if it could consume everything in its path. The old man, gripped by an inexplicable fear, stared into the void, seemingly confronting an indescribable threat, desperately seeking a path to safety amidst the suffocating silence. The temperature around them plummeted several degrees, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Damn it, I was careless. I thought it was merely a simple task, yet I have wandered into a perilous domain. A dazzling golden needle shot forth from the old man's palm. Lu Yun's expression shifted, her fist clenching tightly as she suppressed the unease swelling within her. Chapter 87. It must be you. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, the old man retracted the golden needle. Its once resplendent hue had dimmed, while the previous silver needles had lost their luster, appearing no different from ordinary silver. The old man's eyes twitched, his heart bleeding for the loss. After a moment of contemplation, he forced out a statement through clenched teeth. Those marked by heavenly retribution are beyond salvation. Li Pingyan struggled to remain upright, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as if he were suffocating. In a hoarse voice, he queried, What does it mean to be marked by heavenly retribution? The old man replied solemnly, One who is untouched by karmic retribution cannot tread the path of cultivation. Though their body may be flawed, They possess extraordinary strength in certain aspects. In simpler terms, they are not accepted by the laws of heaven and earth, lingering outside the confines of order. To put it more plainly, you do not belong to this world. This brief utterance sent a jolt of horror coursing through Li Pingyan's heart. He truly does not belong to this world. Could this be the price of his transference? The old man let out a long sigh. Though those punished by heaven are exceedingly rare, encountering someone like you with such intensity is unheard of. Li Pingyan coughed a few times, his mind still buzzing. The old man cast one last glance at Li Pingyan and remarked that living as an ordinary person, leading a stable life, is not a bad option after all. Having said that, he took his leave from Lu Yun, mumbling as he walked away, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Lu Yun stepped forward to support Li Pingyan. Her brow furrowed with concern. Are you all right? The fragrant aroma enveloped them, a scent both intoxicating and inviting. Her skin, pale as snow, exuded a warmth akin to fine jade. Li Pingyan subtly withdrew his hand, assuring her it was nothing. Lu Yun paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes slowly shifting. Thank you for your help, Li Pingyan said, referring to Lu Yun's efforts to seek treatment for his eyes, although he remained unaware of the old man's true identity. However, from the old man's demeanor and aura, it was clear that he was no ordinary individual. I shall take my leave now. I may have indulged a bit too much in drink tonight. Perhaps we shall meet again on another occasion. With that, without waiting for Lu Yun's response, Li Pingyan turned and departed, helping the dozing Jingyu off the ground step by step, his head throbbing painfully. Li Pingyan deeply felt the weight of this experience. Lying in bed, he found it difficult to fall asleep, forcing himself to contemplate the Nirvana Sutra. Time passed, and he could only recall the increasing commotion outside. It must be dawn. Gradually, he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he discovered Jingyu sitting at the bedside, staring intently at him. What is it? Li Pingyan rubbed his head. Be honest. The organization may consider sparing you. Spare me from what? Come on. What happened between you and the princess yesterday? Do you know each other? I suppose, Li Pingyan replied casually. What do you mean I suppose? Be clearer. Just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? You must be joking. Ordinary friends don't seek you out in the middle of the night, nor do they call upon the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau to treat your eye ailment. Li Pingyan waved his hand, wishing to end the explanation, and dismissed Jingyu. He then had a simple meal, 12 meat buns, 3 bowls of porridge, a plate of pickles, 10 soup dumplings, and 3 flatbreads. Finally, he bought a box of pastries, feeling quite satisfied before returning to sleep. For several consecutive days, Li Pingyan seemed to be lost in a state of drunken stupor. The wine he consumed was no ordinary beverage, but a fine brew brought by Jingyu from the academy, enhanced by the silver and gold needles of the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau. Were it not for Li Pingyan's robust constitution, he might have slept for an entire month without waking. In just a few days, a considerable stir arose in the capital's elegant circles. Someone at the Qingyue Pavilion spent lavishly for a poem composed by a courtesan. Such tales have always captivated literati and scholars alike. In no time, the poem gained popularity throughout the capital. Later, it was revealed that the author of this verse was not the courtesan, but someone from the academy, named Jingyu. That day, the name Li Pingyan had left behind was indeed Jingyu. When others inquired about the author of the poem Qinxiang candidly revealed the truth. Jingyu, as a student of the academy, how could you shamelessly venture into such places? Jingyu gazed at his reddened palms, feeling aggrieved and filled with confusion. How on earth had he been exposed? After years of walking by the river without ever getting his shoes wet, how had this time not only led to his exposure, but also made it widely known? To his astonishment, a poem he had penned had even circulated among brothels and pleasure houses. Pouting, with tears glistening in his eyes, Jingyu found himself under the stern gaze of Master Zhong, who held a ruler in hand. After a moment of silence, Jingyu was about to plead for leniency when the teacher spoke. Is that poem truly yours? I don't know, Jingyu stammered. He had been utterly inebriated when he first encountered the princess. The subsequent events had inexplicably led to the spread of his name and deeds across various establishments. Soon after, Master Zhong had summoned him for a reprimand. Don't know? Do you remember the poem? Jingyu shook his head. With a swift motion, Master Zhong conjured a sheet of rice paper from the table, which floated gracefully before Jingyu's eyes. This was not the piece written by Li Pingyan that day, but rather a transcription by Master Zhong. The calligraphy was exquisite, simple yet encompassing the universe. Leaning against the tall building, the gentle wind whispers, gazing far into the depths of spring sorrow, dimly rising in the horizon. In the fading light of grass and smoke, who can fathom the unspoken sentiments at the railing? I yearn to indulge in wild abandon, toasting with wine and singing, yet the joy feels tasteless. Jingyu inhaled deeply, staring blankly at the final two lines. Though my belt may loosen, I shall never regret. For her, I have withered away. Suddenly, Jingyu stood up with utmost seriousness, declaring, I recall now, this poem is indeed mine. Master Zhong narrowed his eyes. Do not deceive yourself. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a thunderous bell. Jingyu's heart tightened, as if it would burst, and he hurriedly replied, Perhaps it may not be mine after all. Who then has borrowed your name? Jingyu pondered momentarily before pinpointing the culprit. It seems to be Li Pingin's work. Master Zhong furrowed his brow. Then why use your name? Maybe because I invited him to indulge in pleasures. Jingyu quickly corrected himself. To enjoy refined moments over drinks and conversation, and he generously gifted me this poem. Master Zhong stroked his beard, noting that this explanation seemed the only plausible one. Although he had not known Li Pingin for long, he recognized him as a modest individual. Jingyu's gaze returned to the poem, and he picked up the brush to add a small inscription. In the 16th year of Tianyuan, inspired by a visit to Qinghua Pavilion with friends, I composed this verse as a gift to Jingyu. A remarkable poem destined to circulate through the ages. Even in the bustling streets, it would greatly benefit the future endeavors of a Confucian scholar. Moreover, it was likely that this poem would soon be regarded as a masterpiece. Master Zhong frowned and sighed deeply, lamenting, the decline of Confucianism in the Sui dynasty is lamentable. Instead of seeking ways to promote Confucianism, you all are preoccupied with trivial matters. Alas, alas. With that, he picked up his brush once more and added another line. In the 16th year of the Tianyuan era, Zio's friend, along with his disciple Jingyu, visited the Qinghua Pavilion and, inspired by the moment, composed a poem for his disciple. Zhong Dejia, courtesy name. Zio, Jingyu remarked, Master, you truly have a knack for taking advantage of situations. Chapter 88. A calamity of misfortune after languishing in a stupor for 3 or 4 days. Li Pingin finally felt a semblance of recovery. The effects of alcohol had dissipated considerably. Stepping out of the inn, the bright sunlight enveloped him, imparting a surreal sensation. He wandered to the inn's backyard and found the old ox in its pen. The old ox gazed at him with a look of reproach, as if to say, You finally decided to show up. I've been starving for several days, scavenging for scraps among this motley crew. In my hunger, I resorted to licking the horse's ear, tasting flesh. Now, these fellows think I am peculiar. Li Pingin chuckled softly, patting the old ox's head. Apologies, my old friend. Today, I shall treat you to something delicious. He led the old ox away from the inn. In the capital, the prices of rice, oil, and salt were exorbitant, rendering exquisite food unattainable. Moreover, after the journey, his funds were dwindling. He inquired if there were any affordable dining establishments. As he made his way westward, he neared the city's edge. Not all areas of the capital were adorned with blooming splendor and radiant sunshine. Darkness was an inevitable presence. For instance, the street beneath Li Pingin's feet was bustling with noise, yet reeked of filth and disorder, with inconvenient traffic. The alleyway to the left was narrow and long, exuding a musty odor. Alongside stood shabby little eateries, emitting thick smoke that provoked coughs from passers-by, as well as diminutive tea houses reminiscent of chicken coops. The opulence of the capital seemed utterly disconnected from their reality. To whet his appetite, Li Pingin ordered a bowl of eel noodles. The proprietor retrieved the pre-prepared eel, incorporating the tender fish meat into the noodles. Before this, the fish had been steamed until tender, its bones removed, and blended into a chicken broth that served as the basis for the noodle dough. The dough was sliced into thin strips, immersed in chicken broth, ham juice, and mushroom broth to simmer. With the addition of eel meat and chicken broth, the previously bland noodles transformed into a delectable dish, rich in flavor. A hint of chili added a tangy, spicy, and aromatic sauce, enhancing the experience. One bite, complemented by garlic, was utterly divine. As it was mealtime, the noodle stall was bustling with patrons. Seated at the same table as Li Pingin was a mother accompanied by a girl of about 14 or 15. Though they did not possess the beauty of the courtesans from the Qinghua Pavilion, they were still quite pleasing to the eye, embodying the essence of natural beauty. After a while, Li Pingin began to perspire profusely. He quenched his thirst with a bowl of cool tea. The discomfort he had felt in previous days vanished entirely. At that moment, a group of armed guards surrounded the area, clad in bullfighting attire, with horns resembling those of a bull and wielding sabers. They were none other than the renowned Jinui of the Sui dynasty. A number of riders approached slowly, each mounted with a member of the Jinui wearing the distinguished flying fish attire. This garb was not granted to all Jinui. It was a privilege bestowed upon those of certain ranks, typically reserved for the leaders within the Jinui. Now, more than 10 appeared all at once. Go, go, stop dawdling. A group of individuals, without any explanation, began to seize everyone present at the noodle stall. Faced with the formidable presence of the Jinui, one could hardly dare to raise their voice, let alone breathe freely. Li Pingyan, bewildered by the situation, hesitated for a moment. He had just arrived and had not provoked anyone, nor had he committed any wrongdoing. Standing upright, he feared not the shadows. Thus, he resolutely consumed the remaining noodles in one go. The elderly vendor, trembling, approached one of the captors, seemingly familiar with him, but was swiftly knocked down by a kick. Take them all away. The group of over a dozen diners, including Li Pingyan, was unjustly apprehended. The street was swarmed with dozens of Jinui, each exuding a menacing aura. Li Pingyan even caught a glimpse of the insignia of a 1,000 household leader. Fortunately, old Nyo was spared from misfortune. Li Pingyan entrusted his staff and knife to old Nyo for safekeeping. After the group was led away by the Jinui, old Nyo gazed tearfully in the direction Li Pingyan had departed, consuming 3 large bowls of noodles in sorrow. Had the Jinui come to arrest more people? What was happening these days? Who could say? Perhaps they were merely seeking a scapegoat, and anyone they caught would be doomed. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Wang Shower greedily set his sights on the large black bull. He had just seen its owner being taken away. What a stroke of luck. In a hurry, Wang Shower rushed forward, fearing someone else would seize the opportunity, and grabbed a whip, intending to drive the bull home. At that moment, a man with a dark face emerged, heading straight for the black bull, just like Wang Shower. Hey, what are you doing? Another scholar stepped forward, stating, the one taken away was my cousin. I must help return this bull home. Bah, the dark-faced man retorted, that person was my good friend. As the 3 men argued incessantly, another bystander proposed a solution. Since you both claim to be relatives of the owner, surely you must know this bull. Let us see which of you it follows, and that shall determine its rightful owner. This idea was sound, fair, and just. The 3 men fell silent and began calling out to the black bull. However, the bull paid no heed to their calls. At that moment, the clever Wang Shower discovered something. As he shouted, he held a large sausage in his hand. The bull, upon seeing the sausage, indeed approached him. How despicable! The dark-faced man hastily rushed to a nearby bun vendor, purchasing several large meat buns. After consuming the sausage, the bull eagerly dashed toward the meat buns. This cycle continued until old Nyo was thoroughly satisfied, letting out a contented belch before leisurely wagging its tail and departing. The 3 remained in utter disarray, left behind in the wind. In the Jinui's prison, a square and overcrowded cell was filled to the brim. Li Pingyan leaned against a corner, dozing off. The Jinui were known for their practice of temporary detention. This was ostensibly a measure for holding suspects, yet they frequently confined innocent witnesses and relevant individuals indiscriminately, exploiting the opportunity to extort bribes. Those who failed to satisfy the officials' demands were not released, leading to a chronic overcrowding in the prison. They do not even provide sustenance, allowing individuals to perish from hunger. Alternatively, they resort to inflicting severe torture upon the prisoners, tormenting them to death. In the event of a case where the criminal remains elusive, they fabricate charges, detaining innocent civilians and subsequently leading them to their demise. The cruelty of their methods is truly appalling. Naturally, these individuals are not naive. They typically apprehend those who appear to be ordinary citizens without any significant background, often in the outskirts of the capital. Once captured, the victims are imprisoned, with permission granted to contact their families. If they happen to misjudge someone with hidden connections or a formidable lineage, they can rectify the situation in a timely manner to avert any major catastrophe, ensuring absolute certainty. After years of navigating the bureaucratic landscape, they have become adept at these tactics. Li Pingyan, being new to this environment, was initially unaware of these intricacies, believing he was merely assisting in case handling. It was only after hearing the accounts of fellow inmates that he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Alas, this incident is no small matter. The chief of the Jinui is personally out on the streets to make arrests, someone lamented. Chapter 89. There are always a few beasts in this world. After roll call was completed, Li Xiang's task for the day was not to patrol the streets, but rather to oversee the prisoners in the jail. Having just taken up his post 3 days prior, Li Xiang was filled with curiosity about the workings of the Jinhui. Unlike the other seasoned veterans who seemed complacent, merely going through the motions, he was earnest in his patrols and aimed to correct the misdeeds of those with connections on the streets. Yet, his efforts were often met with indifference. Li Xiang, like many who first enter society, was once an idealistic youth filled with ambition, aspiring to act with integrity and serve justly. However, after facing the harsh realities of life, many became what society deemed mature, merely flowing with the current. The prisoners received only 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Li Xiang was responsible for the latter, serving a thin, watery porridge accompanied by a few pieces of salted radish. In Dingxi prison, as Li Xiang ladled out the porridge, he curiously inquired, "What crimes have you committed?" The number of prisoners in the cell seemed excessive. The individual he questioned shrank back, hesitant to respond. Li Xiang found this peculiar. His subsequent inquiries to several others yielded no answers, not even a single response. "I don't know. I was just eating noodles when I was suddenly arrested. Perhaps I forgot to add vinegar," came a voice from the shadows. Following the sound, Li Xiang noticed someone leaning against the wall, their bowl long emptied. Was this person blind? "Please, tell me more," he urged, gesturing to his own bowl. He then filled another bowl and handed it to the man. The blind man meticulously drank every last drop of porridge, savoring it. After licking his lips, he remarked, "I seem to smell the aroma of steamed buns." Li Xiang hesitated for a moment before offering his own dinner to the man. Receiving the bun, the blind man began to explain, "There has been a major case in the city, inciting the wrath of those in power. They have instructed the Jinhui to restore order, capturing more criminals to present to the authorities. Consequently, the Jinhui apprehends ordinary citizens, filling their quotas. Those fortunate enough may escape with their lives, spending just a few days in jail before being released. The unfortunate may have lost even their lives." Li Pingyan had spent a night here, gathering a wealth of information. Lawlessness prevailed. Li Xiang stood up in indignation, while Li Pingyan calmly remarked, "Do not disclose that I was the source of this information. I shall confront them," Li Xiang declared, turning on his heel to leave. Li Pingyan yawned, harboring little hope. Just as he was about to tackle the white, steamed bun in his hand, he suddenly felt a burning gaze upon him. A little girl with big, watery eyes was fixated on Li Pingyan, or rather, on the bun he held. After being nudged by her mother, the little girl averted her gaze and buried her head in her bowl, sipping on a watery rice porridge. Li Pingyan smiled and tore the bun in half, offering one piece to her. The little girl was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes blinking in surprise. She bit her lip, hesitant to reach out. Her mother encouraged her, saying, "We won't eat. You take it. It's all right. I am full," the little girl replied, glancing at her mother. After receiving her mother's approval, she timidly extended her hand to accept the bun, chirping a crisp, "Thank you." Life in the prison was unbearably dull. Aside from the designated times to relieve oneself, one could only sit idly, lost in thought, or entertain the little girl named Yuer. Li Pingyan drew a tic-tac-toe grid on the ground, teaching Yuer the simple game. Each player took turns placing stones on the grid, and the first to align 3 of their stones in a row was declared the victor. This game was quite simplistic, once the strategy was grasped. Most matches ended in a draw. On the 3rd day, a group of individuals was herded through a corridor by the Jinhui, turning a corner into an alley approximately 1 meter wide. On either side of the alley stood 2 rows of low prison cells, housing ordinary offenders. At the southern end of the alley, a sharp turn to the east led to the inner prison, where death row inmates were confined. A group squatted nervously along the sides of the building, anxiously awaiting their fate. Occasional howls and the sound of boards striking buttocks echoed from within, sending chills down the spine of those who listened. Several Jinhui wandered about, discussing which brothel had recently acquired new girls, whispering about who this year's scapegoat would be, even placing bets. Li Pingyan listened impassively. The alley was low, yet the eaves obscured most of the sunlight, casting darkness over every corner. Nearby, the young Jinhui Li Xiang wore a sullen expression, gripping his knife tightly, likely disheartened after facing setbacks in his complaints the previous day, which Li Pingyan could easily surmise. At that moment, a man clad in a flying fish suit entered. "Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed captain." The Jinhui bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. Zhang Gong nodded slightly, inquiring about the progress of the interrogations. "Several have already been extracted. A satisfied expression crossed Zhang Gong's face. Well done. The targets for this year have been met. My brothers have worked hard during these days. I shall treat you all to drinks tonight. After making this statement, Zhang Gong casually glanced around, his gaze falling upon a girl squatting to the side. With a mere look, his subordinates immediately understood and pulled out the girl named Yor. Li Xiang's expression suddenly changed, as if he had grasped something significant. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Gong cast a surprised glance at Li Xiang and coldly retorted, Are you speaking to me? The air around them seemed to thicken with tension. Zhang Gong was no ordinary official. His grandfather had once held the esteemed position of the chief of the Jinyue, although he had since retired. Both his father and uncles were still employed within the Jinyue, their ranks not insignificant, undeniably a product of privilege. Yet, Li Xiang remained undaunted. Sir, I have ascertained that these are innocent individuals. The Jinyue, under the leadership of Zhang De, has fabricated charges to ensnare the innocent populace. You are about to take a mere 13-year-old child. This statement immediately alienated all of Zhang Gong's colleagues, who glared at Li Xiang with malicious intent. Zhang Gong sneered. Innocent or not, who decides that? May I inquire about your current rank? Have you perhaps become the commanding officer of the Jinyue? Surrounding colleagues chuckled derisively, mocking the newcomer for his audacity. Does the superior need to report to you for every action? As Zhang Gong spoke, he jabbed his finger forcefully into Li Xiang's shoulder, causing him to stagger back a few steps. With a determined resolve, Li Xiang replied, I suspect you harbor ulterior motives, sir. Zhang Gong, infuriated, kicked open the door to a side room and hurled the girl inside. Let a few of the brothers enjoy this criminal properly. Immediately, several Jinyue officers moved to enter the room. I dare anyone to try? Li Xiang, blinded by rage, reached for his blade. Zhang Gong extended his neck, grinning menacingly. Come and strike here. Li Xiang's teeth nearly ground together in fury as he glared at this beastly figure before him. The Jinyue enforced strict discipline against raising arms against superiors. Not only would he perish, but his family would also suffer consequences. Zhang Gong, what is the matter today? Why such anger? A clear voice interjected, belonging to a dapper young gentleman wielding a folding fan, smiling as he stood at the doorway. Zhang Gong turned, surprised to see young Master Jing. What brings you to the Jinyue, young Master Jing? Jingyu smiled. I have come to escort a friend. Young Master Jing's friend? Who might that be? Jingyu scanned the room, pointing at Li Pingyan in the corner. It is him. Zhang Gong had no time for pleasantries. Take him away. He had always held a low opinion of the students from Huelu Academy, viewing them as nothing more than a group of impoverished scholars who spoke empty words. However, he saw no need to provoke them. They could coexist without interference. Jingyu, fanning himself, remarked, upon entering, I witnessed Sir Zhang preparing to insult an innocent girl. I must inquire about the rationale behind such actions. Zhang Gong frowned, irritated. The affairs of the Jinyue are not your concern. Jingyu stepped closer to Zhang Gong, asserting, It is my duty to aid those in distress, and what you are doing is simply intolerable. Zhang Gong replied sternly, You are but a commoner, devoid of any distinction. I am already granting you considerable favor by allowing you to take this person. Do not overstep your bounds. With that, he barked orders at the several Jinyue officers by the side room door. What are you still dawdling for? Go and demonstrate a wheel battle for our esteemed young Master Jing. Witnessing an innocent child subjected to such a fate is unbearable. Jingyu, in an instant, lost his previous composure, revealing his desperation. He resorted to his trump card. Do you know who my teacher is? Zhang Gong sneered. Of course. It is the esteemed Master Zhong. He is but a commoner and has no authority over the Jinyue. Jingyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Although Master Zhong is renowned among scholars, he remains merely a commoner without any official title. Jingyu, in a fit of indignation, grasped the sword at his waist, declaring, If you dare to harm her today, I will have someone strike you down within the Jinyue. Before he could finish, Zhang Gong loudly commanded. The sound of unsheathing blades echoed, and the Jinyue outside the prison rushed in. In no time, they had surrounded the area completely. Upon witnessing this scene, Jingyu's eyes twitched slightly as he regained some semblance of calm. It is true that he is a disciple of the Huelu Academy, but that does not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Moreover, in recent years, His Majesty has harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the Huelu Academy, especially within the ranks of the Jinyue. He possessed neither status nor legitimate justification. If he were imprisoned, any hopes of achieving official rank would be dashed. If the situation escalated, his very life would be at stake. Jingyu gritted his teeth. his gaze fixed upon the trembling girl cowering in the corner of the side room. Damn it! These beasts do not even spare children. Should I stand idly by today, not only would my conscience be burdened, but my aspirations for cultivation would also be tarnished. A bead of sweat trickled down Jing Yu's forehead. Seeing Jing Yu's lack of response, Zhang Gong smirked disdainfully. What are you pretending to be a good person for, kid? The other Jinyui stood by with their arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold, indifferent to the plight at hand. Their official attire symbolized not justice, but power. With the assistance of the Jinyui, Li Pingyan freed himself from the heavy shackles and chains, stretching leisurely, his expression calm, as if he were wholly uninterested in the unfolding events. I am giving you a choice. Either kill me, or I will take my brothers too. Zhang Gong adjusted his stance, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His intentions unmistakable. A flicker of malice glimmered in Jing Yu's eyes as his hand pressed firmly against the sword sheath, as though ready to draw it at any moment. However, ultimately, he seemed to lose all strength. His hand fell limply, his head bowed, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Ideals and reality have always been two distinct matters. Zhang Gong triumphantly proclaimed, "Someone, escort our young master Jing and his friend outside. Then we shall close the door and enjoy ourselves. Try not to make too much noise, lest we stir young master Jing's sympathy." No sooner had he spoken than a blinding light flashed across Zhang Gong's neck, leaving him no time to react. As the light faded, everyone witnessed a drop of crimson blood fall. Subsequently, a crimson line appeared on Zhang Gong's neck, growing increasingly vivid. He stood there in a daze, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless and silent. "How dare you?" Li Pingyan softly uttered a few words, and before anyone could react, he swiftly departed. Zhang Gong's father, Zhang Deming, had recently returned to the capital after executing a mission, but had yet to arrive home. The patriarch of the Zhang family, though retired, still held sway, as all four of his sons served in the Jinyui, and the family had not yet been divided. In his younger days, while serving in the Jinyui, the elder Zhang had witnessed the noble families forming alliances through marriage, sharing both fortune and misfortune. This inspired him with a notion. Since they were not born into nobility, they should strive to elevate themselves through their own efforts. However, mere individual effort would not suffice. He had sons, and grandsons, and great-grandsons. Thus, in pursuit of this dream, the elder Zhang fathered 7 sons, 3 of whom perished prematurely, along with 4 daughters, harboring the hope that one day they might soar to greatness. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Master, the elder Zhang, dining with his family, lifted his head slightly. What is all this fuss about? The eldest son is in trouble. Moments later, accompanied by his family, the elder Zhang beheld the lifeless body of his grandson, Zhang Gong. A single strike had claimed his life. No divine intervention could remedy this tragedy. Who did this? Zhang Gong's uncle, Zhang Dihai, seethed with fury. It was a criminal, replied a subordinate. A criminal? What exactly transpired? The subordinate recounted the events in detail. By the time we realized, he had already fled. What about the individual from the academy? Zhang Dihai inquired in a low voice. He is in the inner chamber. Drinking tea. We did not dare to let him leave. Drinking tea? What nonsense. Lock him up immediately. I shall interrogate him. He must be colluding with the murderer. The subordinate hesitated, wishing to remind him that the individual was from the academy, and such actions might be improper, but Zhang Dihai's countenance silenced him. Soon, Jing Yu was cast into the dungeon. In the depths of the prison, Jing Yu leaned against the wall, his eyes vacant, his heart in turmoil. It felt as though a heavy weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Young man, it seems you are aware of the trouble you have stirred. Zhang Dihai stood at the door of the cell, accompanied by the elder Zhang and others. Speak. What is that person's name, and what is his status? Were you two in cahoots? Jing Yu cast them a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with contempt. You cannot touch me. His voice was as cold as iron. While Jing Yu dared not cause trouble in the Jinyui, he was equally untouchable by them. The true reason for his disheartenment was not fear of being implicated, but rather the earlier scene that replayed in his mind. He had not drawn his sword. Regardless of which sect one belonged to, the essence lies in the 4 words. One thought connects all. Yet, at that moment, those 4 words crumbled within Jing Yu's heart. The spirit of the sword lay shrouded in dust. Previously, he had often heard his teacher speak of this, but only now did he truly comprehend its meaning. Why? Why did he not draw his sword? Was he afraid? Indeed, he was afraid. A gentleman in cultivation must take the world as his own responsibility. Loyalty to both the sovereign and the common people is paramount. Yet, there exists a man whose blade is swifter than his. Without a trace of hesitation, it seems that his strike was solely intended for murder, driven by a desire to quell a deep-seated grudge. With clarity of thought, Jing Yu could only manage a bitter smile, bowing his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Dihai continued to bellow with fervor, demanding that Jing Yu be subjected to punishment and confined to a prison for life. However, within a mere 2 hours, orders came from above to release him, allegedly delivered personally by the commander. "My lord, that wretch is clearly in league with the villain who murdered my nephew," Zhang Dihai exclaimed indignantly before the town's pacifier. Initially, the pacifier sought to placate him, but seeing it was in vain, he asked, "Do you possess any evidence? A criminal is a criminal. He is who he is. Surely, you aren't unaware of his mentor's identity?" The esteemed chancellor sought him out personally. "Release him at once." He then reassured Zhang that the perpetrator would be apprehended, providing justice for the deceased Zhang Gong. The act of murder within the confines of the Jin Yiwei prison, especially against one of their own, was a blow to the dignity of all Jin Yiwei. If this matter were not handled with care, their authority would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. The rain poured down relentlessly, creating a mist that enveloped rooftops and streets alike. Zhang Dejia listened to the raindrops pattering against the eaves. With the Jin Yiwei scouring the streets, escaping will be a formidable challenge. "Do you regret your actions?" Li Pingyan smiled, replying, "What is there to regret? Had I not acted, then regret would surely haunt me. Yet, I find myself a fugitive. Why do you wish to assist me?" Zhang Dejia pondered for a moment before responding. "Had I been present, I too would have delivered that fatal blow. Is that justification not sufficient? Alas, a swift death is too merciful for that scoundrel. Had it been my decision, I would ensure he faced a fate worse than death. Thank you. But I fear I have brought trouble upon Jing Yu. This ordeal has shattered his peace of mind, tarnishing his martial spirit," Li Pingyan expressed with regret. Zhang Dejia raised a hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not bear such guilt. This is a trial he must endure. If he can transcend this tribulation, he will soar like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Conversely, if he falters, it merely indicates that his cultivation is still lacking. The influence of the Jin Yiwei is considerable, having gained the emperor's favor in recent years. Your actions against Zhang Gong, whose father, uncle, and grandfather all serve within the Jin Yiwei, have placed you in a precarious position. Escape from the capital is unlikely. I have a small pavilion on an island in the Academy's lake. You may seek refuge there temporarily. Assist me in copying some texts. They will hardly suspect you would hide in the Academy, nor would they dare to search there." Li Pingyan clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sir." In recent days, rumors in the capital shifted from trivial gossip to the ominous mention of the Jin Yiwei. Zhang Gong, a captain of the Jin Yiwei, had been murdered in prison. There exists no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through. Soon, the truth of the matter became fodder for street conversations. It was said that Zhang Gong had abused his power, forcibly taking a young girl, barely in her teens. Such actions were deemed more beastly than human. Some censors seized this opportunity to stoke the flames, submitting petitions condemning the Jin Yiwei for their lawlessness and deceit. The Grand Princess, too, took advantage of the situation to push her agenda. A spark ignites a conflagration, and the Jinyui has become the proverbial rat that everyone is eager to chase. In an effort to quell public indignation and divert attention, the Zhang father and son were soon dismissed from their posts. The dreams of the elder Zhang regarding his aristocratic lineage were utterly shattered. Yet, despite the public outcry, the grim reality remains. Heinous individuals dared to commit murder within the confines of the Jinyui prison. This undeniable truth fueled the Jinyui's unrestrained fury, which they directed entirely towards capturing the mastermind behind these crimes. Major underground factions and hidden operatives surged forth, even enlisting the aid of astrologers from the Imperial Observatory. Yet they yielded no results. It was as if this individual had vanished into thin air. In the midst of a tranquil lake, a solitary pavilion stands upon a long embankment, accompanied by a lone boat. A cup of wine, a melody, and a picturesque landscape combine to create a serene tableau. A gentle autumn breeze stirs the remnants of smoke from an incense burner, mingling with a pot of murky wine. Li Pingyan sat on the pavilion, facing the lake, playing the eru. The cool breeze swept by, and the bright moon chased the evening's rosy hues. The willows along the shore swayed gracefully in the wind, rising higher like a swing. These past few days had been peaceful, with meals consistently provided. With nothing pressing to attend to, he indulged in playing music, copying classical texts, and practicing his skills, finding an unexpected sense of ease and leisure. His contemplation of the Nirvana Sutra had also yielded many new insights. Today, he resolved to cultivate a new hobby, fishing. From his observations, he noted that fish inhabited the waters surrounding the pavilion, though he could not discern their species. Yet, their appearance suggested they would be delectable. He had inquired with the young scholar who delivered his meals daily about the feasibility of fishing in this lake. As he was merely a guest and not the owner of the premises, the young scholar had scoffed, dismissing the notion, saying that if he managed to catch one, it would be a testament to his skill, before departing hand in hand with Xiachan. With a fishing rod fashioned from a bamboo staff, Li Pingyan entrusted the young scholars, Chuanxiu and Xiachan, to procure fishing line and hooks for him. He threaded the line through the bamboo rod, securing a hook at the end. Thus, his fishing rod was prepared. Li Pingyan drifted in his solitary boat, one hand gripping the rod while the other savored a piece of bread, leaning against the old ox, which dozed peacefully. The weight of the ox caused the boat to sit low in the water. Fishing proved to be a challenge. 2 hours passed without so much as a nibble on the line. Yet, Li Pingyan remained unperturbed. He regulated his breath and practiced the turtle breathing technique, meditating without attachment to the past or future, fully present in the moment, cultivating a tranquil and enduring presence, unaffected by external circumstances or internal distractions. As dawn gradually broke, the sky brightened, casting a clearer light upon the heavens. Soft rays illuminated the horizon, where a blush of crimson began to emerge. Suddenly, the bamboo rod twitched, and with a swift motion, Li Pingyan cast his line. A fish, glimmering in the sunlight, traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to a fleeting beam of light. After a night of waiting, at last, I have a catch, he exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of the beginning. Before long, he reeled in a second, then a third. Old ox, it seems we are in for a feast this morning. Let us return. The old cow let out a low moo, then dipped its hind legs into the water, splashing and stirring up the surface. A solitary boat glided slowly towards the small pavilion in the center of the lake. The teacher had truly been generous, offering both pies and buns, making me feel quite hungry. Chuanxiu walked ahead, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Xiachan remarked, let us not complain. Instead, let us ponder whether we can catch any fish today. Chuanxiu sighed deeply, no use thinking about it. We've been fishing for 3 years with no luck. Suddenly, Xiachan recalled, hey, Mr. Li from the pavilion last time asked us for fishing hooks and lines. Could it be that he also wishes to fish? Chuanxiu rolled his eyes. If catching fish were that easy, would we have fished for 3 years without success? Xiachan nodded. True, should we inform him? We wouldn't want him to waste his efforts. Chuanxiu considered it and concluded, let him fish, it's not like he will catch anything. If we tell him, he might think we're being stingy. Besides, he has little else to do all day. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the lakeside pavilion. Sir, we have brought your meal, Xiachan called out. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. What is that delightful scent? Chuanxiu sniffed eagerly. Xiachan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it smells wonderful. Li Pingyan was preparing fish soup, and the old cow went to fetch them. The old cow boarded the boat, splashing as it rowed towards the shore. As usual, Chuanxiu and Xiachan merely placed the food onto the boat. However, this time Li Pingyan exclaimed, come aboard, I have stewed some fish for us to share. Stewed fish? Where did the fish come from? Chuanxiu and Xiachan were taken aback, and a certain possibility flickered in their minds, only to be dismissed almost immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon reaching the pavilion in the center of the lake, the aroma intensified. Li Pingyan smiled. Just a moment, the meal will be ready soon. The seasoning here is somewhat lacking, so it may not taste as good. Where did the fish come from? Chuanxiu stammered. Caught from the lake, Li Pingyan replied. Chuanxiu exclaimed in disbelief. No way. Li Pingyan, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Xiachan stepped forward to take a look and gasped. It's really fish. There were 2 more in the basin. Li Pingyan had caught 4 in total, 2 of which were stewed, while the other 2 remained in the basin. Chuanxiu leaned closer, swallowing hard, and then suddenly plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. Seeing him cry, Xiachan joined in, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Pingyan was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Earlier, he had specifically asked Chuanxiu, who had told him to fish freely. The 2 children continued to cry, refusing to explain anything. After a while, Xiachan finally managed to stop sobbing and, in a stutter, recounted the events to Li Pingyan. The teacher said we have short lives. This fish represents great fortune. Only by catching it can we survive. Otherwise, we will perish by next winter. There are only 4 fish in this lake, and you've caught them all. Woe is us. Xiaochan lamented. With tiny hands wiping away tears, his pouting lips formed a rather adorable sight. Spring and autumn also need to lie down. Li Pingyan could not resist pinching her little face, casually remarking, there are still 2 live ones left, so I shall gift them to you. Upon hearing this, the 2 children immediately ceased their tears, gazing at Li Pingyan in astonishment. Really? This is a rare fortune. Our teacher said it is worth more than gold. Li Pingyan smiled and pointed at the fish in the pot. My treasure's right here. Only when Li Pingyan handed over the 2 fish did the children ascertain that he was not jesting. They rose from the ground, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, and cradled the fish as if fearing he might change his mind. Wait. The 2 children stiffened, wondering if he had reconsidered. We haven't eaten the fish soup yet. They both sighed in relief. Gazing at the fish soup, Chuanxiu and Xiaochan felt a mix of emotions. Li Pingyan served them the soup, reassuring them. These fish are indeed rare. I waited all night to catch 4. What was intended as a comforting statement, however, caused their expressions to sour. They thought to themselves. After 3 years of diligent effort, the other party had managed to catch them in a single night. After finishing their meal, the 2 children bowed respectfully to Li Pingyan. Thank you, sir. Li Pingyan waved his hand, indicating there was no need for formality. As the children were still some distance from the shore, they spotted a figure approaching. Senior brother. As they drew closer, they were taken aback. In just a few days, their senior brother Jingyu seemed transformed, appearing entirely unfamiliar. Jingyu glanced at the fish in their hands and forced a smile. Go ahead, take them. Dressed in white, Jingyu cast a long look at Li Pingyan in the pavilion at the center of the lake. With a light step, he glided onto the water's surface. Landing several yards away, he danced lightly across the water, as if walking on solid ground. In mere moments, he reached the heart of the lake, his garments billowing like flowing water, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, sensing that he was anything but ordinary. The carefree feuds he presented was merely a guise. The next moment, Jingyu plummeted into the water with a splash. Li Pingyan frowned slightly, but did not move. At such a moment, Jingyu would not engage in such theatrics. Thus, it must be for another reason. After waiting for a while, Jingyu had yet to resurface. He should emerge soon, right? This fellow isn't drowning, is he? Jingyu. Jingyu. Li Pingyan quickly leaped into the water. Shortly after, he pulled Jingyu from the depths. Jingyu coughed up water, finally regaining his breath. Why the hell didn't you come sooner to save me? I almost drowned. Li Pingyan offered an awkward smile, redirecting the conversation. There's still some leftover fish in the pot. Let's finish it off together with some wine. After a moment of respite, Jingyu exhaled deeply, murmuring, just let me drown. After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired, why did you draw your sword back then? Li Pingyan took a sip of his drink. Why? There is no reason. I simply found him displeasing. Indeed, quite displeasing. However, I hesitated, even contemplating abandonment. Had you not been present at that moment, I would undoubtedly have retreated, paralyzed by fear and unable to draw my sword. His tone was profoundly somber, akin to the final exhalation of a dying man. Li Pingyan replied nonchalantly, you are unlike me. I can satiate myself without concern for others. Those of the rivers and lakes harbor no such anxieties, living as they please. Yet you aspire to achieve great things, and with that ambition comes the necessity of discernment. It is not merely a single move or a localized strategy that must be considered, but rather the grand tapestry of eternity. If you wish to continue on this path, you must tread cautiously, even at times acting against your own inclinations, adhering to the rules that are imposed upon you. Your goal is not to rescue the girl insulted by the Jinyui, but rather to ensure that countless common folk never again suffer such unwarranted calamities. At this juncture, Li Pingyan paused. As for me, my vision is limited, and I possess little future. Anyone who has crossed me, anyone I find displeasing, I would simply eliminate with a single stroke and then journey elsewhere. He patted Jingyu's shoulder and smiled. You have performed admirably. Shall we celebrate with a drink? Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide grin. Indeed. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Chapter 93. The Confucian scholar, upon learning the news of his son Zhang Gong's demise, Zhang Deming hurried back to the capital, managing just in time to witness Zhang Gong's arrival at the official residence. Throughout the ordeal of his son's death, Zhang Deming remained silent, his countenance dark and heavy, as if the very air around him had solidified. The Jinui wielded considerable power, and the Zhang family had their own connections. As the saying goes, one who associates closely with vermilion will become red. One who associates with ink will become black. Accompanying his father and several uncles in their investigations, he had absorbed little genuine skill but had learned much about extortion, embezzlement, and coercive tactics. Moreover, being the favored son, Zhang Gong had been overly pampered, resulting in a haughty disposition. The previous incident had also stemmed from Zhang Gong's drunken assault on a servant's young daughter. This servant happened to have a relative employed in a prominent household. A major disaster had been narrowly averted, thanks to Zhang Deming's timely intervention, leveraging numerous connections and financial inducements to quell the situation. Little did he anticipate that not long thereafter, Zhang Gong would again display his lack of wisdom. With his demise, the entire Zhang family found themselves embroiled in turmoil. Zhang Deming faced dismissal and investigation. His uncle Zhang Dihai, who had been poised for promotion, now faced bleak prospects. Retaining his current position would be a stroke of fortune. Brother, I have already made inquiries with the gangs below. That wretch must not leave the capital. He is surely still hiding here, Zhang Dihai declared. Zhang Deming closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, spoke. That fellow from the academy, named Jing, you must be kept in our sights. Rest assured, brother, I will not rest until vengeance is exacted. I shall ensure he is utterly annihilated. Feeling the intensity of his brother's wrath, the others in the room instinctively held their breath. With a resounding crack, the wooden table splintered under the pressure. Zhang Dihai's eyes brightened with excitement. Brother, you have broken through. Previously, there had been signs that were initially perceived as auspicious. Yet it turned out that fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Zhang Deming sighed deeply. In the small pavilion at the center of the lake, Li Pinggan was diligently transcribing ancient texts. An old cow lay on the ground, gazing at the original manuscripts, mooing softly as it read aloud to Li Pinggan. As Li Pinggan listened and wrote, his efficiency notably increased. This time, he was transcribing Confucian teachings on self-cultivation, which were esoteric doctrines not found in any public publications. This experience greatly expanded Li Pinggan's understanding. Confucianism represents the orthodox school of thought that governs the secular authority of the myriad states. It has historically assisted various emperors in consolidating and regulating the fortunes of their realms. Among its renowned teachings are the three methodologies for serving the emperor: the art of slaying dragons, the art of supporting dragons, and the art of following dragons. The art of slaying dragons pertains to the limitation of imperial power, aiming to transform the nation into a realm of the people rather than a mere family dynasty. The art of supporting dragons involves aiding the emperor in governance. The art of following dragons suggests identifying a prince to support, with the hope that his eventual rise will elevate one's own status. Aspiring to become the imperial teacher of a nation is the dream of every Confucian scholar. The pursuit of knowledge culminates in a profound connection with the sages, accompanied by the notion of literary fortune. Progressing gradually leads to a transformative awakening. Cultivating a righteous spirit is fundamental to establishing oneself and is the essence of self-cultivation. Confucian practice begins with the rectification of knowledge and self-cultivation. The journey involves clearing the spiritual platform and recognizing a representation of the noble person within it, which embodies the ideals of Confucianism. This path is divided into 9 distinct levels. 1. First level, mundane realm, rectification of knowledge and self. 2. Second level, spiritual platform, clearing the spiritual platform. 3. Third level, noble person, manifestation of the noble image. 4. Fourth level, newly initiated, infusion of righteous chi from above. 5. Fifth level, rectification of things, emergence of righteous chi from within. 6. Sixth level, literary palace, transformation of the internal spiritual platform into a microcosm. 7. Seventh level, life source, generation of the life source, command of natural laws. 8. Eighth level, divine powers, attainment of one's true name. 9. Ninth level, great scholar, weaving of laws within the body, projecting inner rules into the external world. This process bears resemblance to the concept of realms. As for the sages beyond the 9th level, they are exceedingly rare in the annals of Confucian history. In this vast universe, there exist myriad paths to cultivation, and this is but one system within the Confucian tradition. Li Pinggan shook his head. The methods of cultivation are indeed wondrous. It is a pity that he may never embark on such a journey himself. Speaking of which, What level has Jingyu attained? And what about the esteemed Zhong? However, matters of attainment are often ineffable, akin to inquiring about the size of one's private parts. Such questions are considered impolite and best left unasked. You seem to have plenty of leisure, a voice echoed from behind. Li Pingan did not turn, responding casually. What else would I be doing here but transcribing texts for self-cultivation? I find it quite fulfilling. Jingyu continued. I've come to share some good news and some bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Whichever, Li Pingan replied indifferently. Aliyah and the others have been accepted into the academy. Li Pingan nodded. This news could indeed be considered favorable. The unfortunate tidings, however, were that Wang Yi had not been accepted. With a tranquil expression, Li Pingan continued his tasks. Where is he now? Jingyu inquired. He remains at the academy. According to regulations, he is to return tomorrow, and of course, the academy will reimburse his travel expenses. That young man, full of ambition and pride, came here with others. Yet he alone faced elimination. He is likely feeling quite despondent at this moment. Li Pingan nodded, asking, may I meet them? The following day, 4 young guests graced the pavilion in the center of the lake. Uncle. Upon spotting Li Pingan, Aliyah darted over, her little legs moving swiftly. Nyo. Aliyah was one of the few whom old Nyo allowed to touch him. From her pocket, Aliyah produced 4 or 5 bright red cherries. Uncle, look. These are the cherries mentioned in the book. The teacher at the academy gave them to me, she exclaimed, then, standing on tiptoe, whispered to Li Pingan. I shared 1 each with Linger, Fat Jun, and Wang Yi. I saved 5 for you and Nyo, and 2 for my sister. Li Pingan smiled and asked, did you eat any? Aliyah puffed up her cheeks, reluctantly replying, Aliyah doesn't like cherries. Li Pingan instructed Jingyu to prepare some ingredients, and together they crafted a sumptuous feast in the pavilion. Having passed the assessment, taken residence at the academy, and reunited with Li Pingan, the group was filled with joy, except for Wang Yi, who remained somewhat sullen. Among the 4, Wang Yi possessed the highest aspirations, yet now he was the only one not accepted. A result that few could accept. Sir, I cannot face returning, Wang Yi lamented, his head drooping with dejection. Li Pingan understood that children seldom absorb lofty philosophies. So he closed his eyes and pretended to muse aloud. The teacher anticipated this long ago. Chapter 94. Pen name. The hero Wang Yi lifted his head, questioning. The teacher anticipated this? Li Pingan, deep in thought, asked, do you believe yourself to be a person destined for mediocrity? Wang Yi immediately shook his head, resolutely denying it. Then why were you not accepted into the academy? A look of confusion crossed Wang Yi's face as he awaited Li Pingan's explanation. Li Pingan replied thoughtfully, because your path does not lie here. Reflect on whether you enjoy reading, writing, and listening to the teachings of your mentor. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yi again shook his head. Li Pingan smiled and spoke in an enigmatic tone. Your opportunity lies ahead. Really? Wang Yi exclaimed, his spirits lifting. When has the teacher ever deceived you? Wang Yi had always regarded Li Pingan as a benchmark. Thus his words held great significance in Wang Yi's heart. Hearing Li Pingan's assurance, he instantly felt elated, casting aside his recent worries. Indeed, what was so remarkable about the academy? If this place does not welcome me, another shall. As a traveler from the north, Li Pingan had prepared some dumplings, adhering to the traditional customs of his homeland. In northern tradition, there is a saying, dumplings for departure, noodles for arrival, referring to the practice of serving dumplings to those being sent off and noodles to those being welcomed back. Dumplings, being enveloped, symbolize reunion. Thus, the act of consuming dumplings during farewells embodies the hope for togetherness. The following day, Aliyah, Zhao Linger, and Fat Jun officially took residence in the academy, while Wang Yi descended the mountain alone. Cui Cheng and Cui Kai contemplated taking the young master on an excursion. Their intentions were twofold. First, to alleviate the young master's melancholic disposition, and second, to make the most of their rare visit to the capital, lest it be a missed opportunity to explore. At Huailu Academy, within an elegant hall, stood a grand table crafted from Wangwali marble. Upon it lay an array of renowned calligraphic works, numerous precious inkstones, and a stack of ancient tomes. Brushes, resembling a forest, were nestled within the inkwell. An incense burner emitted gentle wisps of fragrant smoke, filling the air with a soothing aroma. Black and white chess pieces danced upon the board, while beyond it, a serene tranquility reigned. The academy's headmaster, an elderly gentleman with long eyebrows and keen eyes, radiated a subtle elegance, exuding an aura of calm serenity. Opposite him sat a young lady, likely to be the future heir to the empire. Draped in a crimson robe, she revealed a graceful neck and distinct collarbones, her demeanor exuding an air of regal sophistication. Even in simple attire, she embodied an ethereal grace. Outside, the winding corridor was lined with armored soldiers, while a young attendant stood nearby, unable to resist stealing glances at the renowned beauty featured on the list of illustrious figures. The princess had not ascended the mountain in quite some time. Lu Yun smiled wryly, acknowledging the overwhelming burdens of daily affairs that left her restless at night. It was only thanks to the headmaster's calming incense that she could find solace in sleep. In her earlier years at Huailu Academy, Lu Yun had been personally instructed by the headmaster, who could be considered a mentor. Despite his willingness to impart knowledge, he adamantly refused to accept any formal acknowledgement of apprenticeship, leaving many puzzled. It was well known that the sovereign might very well appoint her as his successor. Should Lu Yun ascend to the throne, the headmaster would indeed be recognized as the imperial teacher. Yet, the reasons behind his reluctance remained an enigma, a tale still whispered among the learned. "Princess, I presume your ascent is not solely to visit this old man," the headmaster jested. Lu Yun maintained a tranquil expression, offering a gentle smile, perfectly poised. "You jest, headmaster. The Sui dynasty has always honored the teacher-student relationship. It is only proper for Chong Lu to pay a visit to her mentor. Alas, my duties have kept me from doing so sooner." However, she swiftly shifted the conversation. "I have come with a request for your assistance, esteemed headmaster." The headmaster paused. "Speak freely, princess. Chong Lu has a friend, a man of noble heart and integrity, whom she wishes to guide into the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, fate has conspired against us. He has roamed the rivers and lakes for years, inevitably encountering perilous situations. Fortunately, his martial skills are commendable, yet the world is rife with unpredictability. Monsters and malevolent spirits abound. Should he confront challenges beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts, he may find himself in grave danger. Thus, Chong Lu seeks your esteemed guidance in providing a pen as a gift for her friend." The dean raised his brow slightly. It was evident that the person who could elicit a personal request from the princess shared a profound relationship with her. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged, yet her emotions were somewhat intricate. Given her status, she had encountered all manner of men, the scions of noble families, the offspring of royalty, and talented individuals who had risen to prominence. Many had boldly expressed their affections towards her, yet she felt no inclination towards any of them. The only person who truly occupied her thoughts was likely that blind wanderer who eschewed fame and fortune for a life of adventure. "I owe him much." After a moment, Lu Yun gently exhaled. Since this was a request from the princess, it was only fitting that the old man would not refuse. The dean gestured, and the attendant brought forth the pen holder from the desk. "Which pen does the princess desire?" Lu Yun replied, "Thank you, dean. It is indeed disrespectful to hastily ask for writing supplies. I dare not make excessive demands, and hope you can select one for my friend." The dean smiled slightly. "You are quite clever, realizing that should you choose one yourself, and it turns out to be of poor quality, you would not only owe me a favor, but might also place your friend in jeopardy. If I choose, I can ensure it is a worthy pen." Lu Yun smiled faintly, remaining silent. As he spoke, the dean withdrew a pen from the left side. "If he is a man of chivalry and righteousness, then this must be the one." The pen bears the name Hero. The character for hero is composed of to bind with benevolence on the left and righteousness on the right. With the heavens above and the earth beneath, love and hatred coexist. Compassion brings sorrow, and the cycle of victory and defeat compels one to aid the weak and support the downtrodden. In a world rife with injustice, one may resort to arms to defy the law. Indeed, this world has never been fair. Some tread upon the tender shoots in search of amusement, while others slaughter innocents for their own entertainment. 10 households toil, yet only one phoenix hairpin emerges. Yet, there are those who strive for justice on behalf of the powerless. One may serve with utmost loyalty, or depart silently without malice. One may draw their sword, reveling in vengeance, standing in stark contrast to the brigands who slaughter the innocent. Thus, they are called heroes. The excerpt. The character for hero is composed of to bind with benevolence on the left and righteousness on the right. With the heavens above and the earth beneath, is derived from teacher Sun Zhao's heroic aspirations. The novel is commendable, yet I cannot recommend it, for he has ceased writing. It vexes me greatly. If anyone knows when it will be completed, please do inform me. Chapter 95. 2 clearings. There were only 4 fish in the pavilion at the center of the lake, which Li Pingyan managed to catch all in one night. It was rather dull, to say the least. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the pavilion, the imperial palace was bustling with excitement. Today marked a special occasion, the birthday of the Grand Princess. Ordinarily, such a celebration would be managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the ceremonial scale should not be overly extravagant. However, this year was remarkably different, orchestrated directly by the Ministry of Rights. All civil and military officials in the capital received a decree from the ministry, mandating that they don ceremonial robes befitting their status. Furthermore, for 3 days before and after the Grand Princess's birthday, the slaughter of livestock was forbidden among the populace, and the county government could not adjudicate criminal matters. The arrangements by the Ministry of Rights were as follows. Enter the palace at the hour of the tiger to pay respects to His Majesty. Subsequently, the imperial family, civil and military officials, as well as envoys from subordinate nations, gathered to pay their respects. Following this, they proceeded to the ancestral temple before returning to the inner palace to receive congratulations from siblings. Gifts from distant officials arrived in batches, an abundance of rare treasures. Some even presented as many as 81 gifts. Such lavish treatment is befitting of an emperor. Now, with the emperor's tacit approval, the Ministry of Rights orchestrated everything for the princess. It was evident to all that the emperor was paving the way for her succession. The palace buzzed with a lively and joyous atmosphere. As night fell, the sound of 48 ceremonial cannons echoed through the sky, yet another privilege of the emperor. All of this was self-evident. At the banquet, the ministers of the 6 departments and numerous dignitaries, even the chief minister of the cabinet, took turns to toast. Lu Yun graciously accepted every drink. In her youth, she had practiced at Huai Lu Academy, entered Taoism at Longhu Mountain at 13, and studied governance with the imperial teacher at 16, mastering 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The imperial teacher regarded her as a talent capable of governing the realm. Perhaps, under her guidance, the Sui dynasty would once again thrive across the 9 provinces. The lake mirrored the moon, shimmering with light. Li Pingyan sat upright in the pavilion. As the saying goes, one with a straight posture possesses a righteous spirit, and a righteous spirit leads to a pure heart. Imagining holding a red fireball, he gently rotated it with both hands. Once the fireball materialized between his palms, he focused his intent to draw it into his abdomen. His hands moved in unison, then rested lightly against his navel. After a brief pause, he began a gentle circular motion of qi within his dantian. Wherever his mind directed, his qi flowed, moving in harmony with his intentions. Soon, the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate and meld into his being. Before long, Li Pingyan felt the sensation of inebriation. The drink that Lao Mo had given him was truly remarkable. Even now, the energy within him had yet to be fully digested, amounting to less than a tenth. Each time, he expended considerable effort to assimilate this power, yet the rewards were equally substantial. Each fraction digested strengthened him. However, the side effects were quite pronounced. After digestion, he would succumb to a state of weakness and experience lingering drunkenness that his true qi could not dispel. As expected, it wasn't long before his cheeks flushed. He exhaled a breath of warmth, feeling drowsy, just as he prepared to retreat to his quarters for a restful slumber. A small boat glided slowly towards the center of the lake. The newcomer exuded no discernible aura, and the boat would not move without reason. Li Pingyan furrowed his brow, gripping his cane. At that moment, he hesitated slightly, loosening his grip. This was Huai Lu Academy. Surely, no one would dare to commit an act of violence here. The figure on the boat ascended to the pavilion. Without uttering a word, they simply stood there. Or a lock could not be established. To Li Pingyan's perception, the person appeared as if cloaked in invisibility. After a moment, he sighed in relief. You arrive without a word. Startling me. How did you guess it was me? I clearly wore a jade pendant, one that even 5th-tier cultivators cannot detect. The voice of the person opposite was chilling. Upon noticing this, Li Pingyan set down his cane and moved a stool aside. What brings you here? He inquired. I came to see you. Lu Yun replied naturally as she took a seat, casting a wistful glance around. I used to study here, and years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Li Pingyan chuckled. With your status, you should have built a grand residence with 8 entrances and exits, accompanied by over 100 servants. Lu Yun recognized his teasing and rolled her eyes playfully. Are you comfortable living here? Everything is fine. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun produced a beautifully wrapped box. This is for you. What is it? He asked. The pen of the Academy's headmaster. You cannot cultivate, but if you encounter demons or if cultivators trouble you, it may save your life. Although Li Pingyan did not fully grasp its significance, he understood the weight of the headmaster's pen. This gift is rather extravagant. I believe in the principle of no reward without merit, he smiled. I initially intended to find someone to aid in restoring your sight, but after much contemplation, this gift seemed the most fitting. You saved my life, sheltered me for half a year, and even helped me leave the city. I owe you so much. Please accept this as a means to grant me peace of mind. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment before accepting the pen. Then we are even. Suddenly, Lu Yun lifted her head, her eyes narrowing. Even? What does that mean? Before she could elaborate, Li Pingyan shifted the conversation. How does one use this pen? He took out the pen, finding it rather unremarkable. The nib was perfectly round, resembling a jujube seed, and the bristles were plentiful. This was a pen frequently used by the headmaster in his youth. With it in your possession, ordinary demons will hesitate to approach. It also nurtures the heart and calms the spirit, greatly benefiting your cultivation. Most importantly, it embodies some of the headmaster's principles. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, try writing a character. What character should I write? Lu Yun pondered briefly. How about the character for cut? Immediately, Li Pingyan wrote the character on rice paper. The strokes were powerful, imbued with a mysterious force that evoked a sense of awe, as if a divine ruler stood before him. Just as he completed the radical, Li Pingyan felt a heaviness in his body. As he attempted to continue, the pen felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Having just expelled the effects of alcohol, he was in a weakened state. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to finish the stroke. Cut. The word resonated with an uncanny rhythm, as if it bore a chilling power. Chapter 96. Enchantment. Li Pingyan exhaled heavily. Under Lu Yun's guidance, he directed the energy from the character into the blade of his cane. Instantly, the weapon felt as if it bore an immense burden, its cold light dazzling. Grasping the now substantially heavier cane sword, he sensed waves of chill emanating from its sheath. A feeling of astonishment welled up within him. The once brilliant blade, as bright as ice, had become dull and lifeless, resembling a shattered copper mirror, marred by countless cracks. It resembled a seal containing some formidable power. With a single stroke, the blade was unleashed, devoid of any sound that would suggest it cleaved the air. The surroundings were enveloped in an uncanny silence, as if all the air and wind had been absorbed by this strike, creating an imposing aura akin to a mountain pressing down. Within the span of half a breath, where the blade pointed across the distant lake, a curtain of water erupted with a resounding splash. Countless droplets transforming into a wisp of azure mist that dissipated into the atmosphere. Truly marvelous, Li Pingyan remarked. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction, saying, I'm glad you like it. After a brief glance at Li Pingyan, she turned her attention to the solitary boat nearby. Hesitating for a moment, she softly proposed, Since it is still early, why don't we take a boat out onto the lake? It has been a long time since I was here, and I miss it. All right, Li Pingyan replied. Lu Yun lifted her skirt to avoid getting it wet and cautiously boarded the vessel. She adjusted her attire and gazed at the lake. Lost in thought, the ethereal blue moonlight illuminated her face, casting a delicate blush upon her cheeks, lending her an almost dreamlike quality. Perhaps it was the wine from the previous night, or some other reason, but the tip of her nose glimmered playfully in the moonlight, and her full lips curved upward slightly, adorned with a faint smile. Li Pingyan approached, exclaiming, Let us get moving. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, only to be astonished to realize the boat was indeed gliding forward. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, discreetly fixating on Li Pingyan. After a moment, she discerned that it was the old ox propelling the boat with its legs against the hull, its gaze filled with a melancholy that suggested it bore some grievance. Lu Yun raised her head, gazing into the night sky where the stars twinkled, suspended in a celestial river, while the world below draped in a curtain of darkness. The lights of myriad homes shimmered around the city, reflecting upon the waters of the river. How beautiful, she remarked. Li Pingyan remained silent, for his world was shrouded in darkness, only finding a glimmer of light in brightly lit spaces. For over 20 years, he had seemingly forgotten the visage of the night sky. At that moment, Lu Yun began to recount the constellations to him, pointing out the stars and their names. Suddenly, Li Pingyan stumbled and fell straight down. Lu Yun hurried to support him, her brow slightly furrowed. Pingyan, are you all right? After a pause, it dawned on Lu Yun that he had drifted into slumber. The fatigue from his cultivation, compounded by the exertion of inscribing a character of slaying, had rendered him utterly exhausted. As the morning sun bathed his face in warmth, Li Pingyan stretched, shaking off the weariness of the previous night. Lu Yun had already departed. He rubbed his stomach. Each time he completed his training, he found himself in need of substantial nourishment. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. He had heard that once a cultivator reached a certain level, they could forego food entirely. A single pill could resolve all matters of sustenance. How intriguing, he mused. After a while, Chuanxiu and Xiaochan arrived with breakfast for Li Pingyan. Ever since he had bestowed the two children with some treats, they had come to regard him as their savior. Their daily meals not only grew more sumptuous, but occasionally included local delicacies from the capital for him to savor. With merely 2 fish, Li Pingyan felt he had gained a great deal. Greetings exchanged, he felt a renewed vigor surge within him as he replenished his energy. The lingering effects of alcohol dissipated. It seemed that fully overcoming its influence was merely a matter of time. His attention soon shifted to the pen gifted to him by Lu Yun. Although he had just completed his training the previous day and felt somewhat weakened, the sense of pressure he experienced while writing the character for Cut was not exaggerated in the least. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingyan grasped the pen once more. This time, he did not inscribe Cut, but instead penned the character for Fire. The tip of the pen quivered slightly, and an immense power surged from his palm, sending a tremor through his entire being. His true energy began to coalesce, and he directed this force into his hand. After a moment, the character for Fire was completed. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, and he sensed that a considerable portion of his energy had been expended, integrating the character for Fire into his staff blade. It immediately exuded an uncanny aura, as if what lay sheathed was not a mere weapon, but rather a slumbering fire dragon. If acquiring the Fusang blade had bestowed upon him a formidable weapon capable of contending with cultivators, then this pen endowed his weapon with magical offensive capabilities. After 2 days of further study, Li Pingyan made numerous discoveries. The pen bore significant limitations, given his current physical state. He could inscribe a maximum of 2 characters per day. Even if he summoned the strength to attempt a third, its efficacy would be negligible. Moreover, the moment of greatest potency occurred at the instant of writing. If left unused, the characters would gradually lose their power over time, with a maximum duration of 3 days. Despite these constraints, the effects were astonishing. More importantly, it not only enhanced combat prowess. Li Pingyan attempted to write the character for Calm. Upon absorbing it, clarity flooded his mind. His vital energy flowed freely, uplifting his spirits. His thoughts became sharper and more fluid. A day later, Jingyu sought out Li Pingyan at the pavilion by the lake. You were right. They are about to make their move, he stated. Li Pingyan nodded, acknowledging the information. What do you plan to do? Jingyu inquired. Just then, Jingyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, Hero, how did you come to be here? Li Pingyan offered a faint smile. It was a gift from someone. Who? A friend. A friend? Jingyu swallowed hard, contemplating for a moment. There's only one possibility. Is it the princess? Li Pingyan did not deny it. Jingyu's nostrils flared as he hurriedly helped Li Pingyan to a seat, half squatting before him, and respectfully proclaimed, Brotherly, from now on, we shall be like brothers of different mothers. When you and the princess eventually govern this grand sway realm, do not forget our bond. I desire but a modest request. Let me oversee the minting of currency and the brothels as well. I am willing to share the burdens of such sordid places for you. Brotherly, Li Pingyan chuckled and retorted, the world is vast. Why not venture out and explore? What do you mean? Jingyu asked, puzzled. Scram. Zhang family. The elder brother received news from below, and Zhang Dihai hurriedly rushed in. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Deming suddenly stood up. Have they been found? Zhang Dihai shook his head. No, it's the ones who entered the city with him. A boy named Wang Yi, along with 2 warriors, they plan to leave the capital tomorrow. Zhang Deming's eyes flickered. Good. We shall capture them tomorrow. Capture them for what? Needless to say, to force that fellow to show himself. Zhang Dihai remarked. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to come out knowing we are searching for him? Moreover, I've inquired. This boy is no relation to him, so he has no reason to take such risks. Zhang Deming smirked ominously. Do you know why he resorted to violence against Gong Air? Zhang Dihai paused. Because he has a grudge against Gong Air? Zhang Deming firmly replied, incorrect. He acted out of a sense of justice. Such individuals are not like the scum you and I are. They possess a conscience, yet that is also their weakness. Zhang Dihai internally scoffed. How ruthless one can be to criticize even oneself. Although we are scoundrels, must it be articulated so bluntly? By the way, elder brother, The inspectors have started to investigate the cases we handled in the past. A friend informed me that there may be trouble ahead. Zhang Deming's forehead creased with additional lines of worry. The cases they had handled were hardly beyond reproach. When the higher-ups are corrupt, the lower ranks are bound to follow suit. Zhang Gong was a beast, and his father, along with several uncles, were no better. The Zhang family's vast estate was not built on legitimate means. To say nothing of the countless innocents who perished at the hands of Zhang Deming, these matters, if scrutinized, would surely bring calamity. Zhang Deming's gaze darkened. It doesn't matter, we must first deal with that fellow. Only when he is dead can our attention shift. Understood. Zhang Dihai replied. How many men shall we take? No outsiders, just the 4 of us brothers. Very well. Thanks to the many readers for their gifts. Some readers asked how the author manages to maintain a consistent update schedule, 4 times a day, while simultaneously writing 3 books. The truth is, my brilliance and keen wit allow ideas to flow like a spring. Of course, the above is mere jest. The real reason is that my younger brother's leg was injured over 2 months ago from a fall while working on the snowfield. So rest assured, dear readers, the author has little else to occupy his time besides writing. Chapter 97. A blade. Shui Chung and Chui Kai took the young master Wang Yi to purchase a cart. In the capital, the cost of essentials was high. 1 cart was worth 3 in the 4 towns of Anbei. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall, they set off towards the outskirts of the city. Shortly after leaving the capital, the cart sped along the official road. Suddenly, 2 swift horses blocked their path. The young driver was startled, sensing a robbery. This was the official road, and they had just exited the city. Gentlemen, before he could say much more, the Zhang brothers swiftly surrounded them. Brother, the cart is empty. Zhang Deming spoke gravely. What is going on? Damn it, we've been deceived. Turn back. A group of individuals hurriedly made their way back, yet at this moment, time was no longer on their side. Brother, what shall we do now? Zhang Deming's countenance was grim. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, what of that mother and daughter? Which mother and daughter? Zhang Dihai was taken aback. The pair whom Gong heirs sought to insult. Release them. Retrieve them. Zhang Dihai's expression grew troubled. We find ourselves in a precarious situation. Isn't this merely providing others with ammunition against us? There is no time for such considerations. Zhang Dihai gritted his teeth. Then I shall send someone to ascertain the whereabouts of that mother and daughter. Rain fell upon the capital, swift and relentless. As if the Milky Way had burst its banks, unleashing countless cascades from the heavens. The droplets splattered from the eaves, each taking on peculiar shapes. Today, I shall leave the city, Li Pingyan stated calmly to Jingyu. Jingyu had not anticipated such promptness, yet it was indeed reasonable. The Zhang brothers were finished. He had learned that the Inspection Bureau was investigating the Zhang brothers on no less than 58 charges: abuse of power, coercing virtue into vice, embezzlement, and bribery. The lives of countless individuals were entangled, with nearly every accusation carrying the death penalty. It was likely that the Zhang brothers were overwhelmed, too preoccupied to attend to Li Pingyan. Jingyu, coming to his senses, offered, I shall see you off. Leaving the academy, Jingyu and Li Pingyan arrived at a street-side noodle stall near the Zhang residence, merely 500 meters away around the corner. Sir, 3 bowls of scallion noodles, a plate of pickles, and perhaps some cooked dishes, Li Pingyan ordered as he took a seat. This meal is on me. I thank you for your care in recent days. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, which had already been torn asunder by dark clouds. Here it comes. Li Pingyan donned a rain hat. I shall relieve myself. As the enticing aroma of scallion noodles wafted through the air, Jingyu urged, hurry, or the noodles will grow cold. Indeed, Li Pingyan replied, striding into the rain. The raindrops fell rapidly, pulled by the wind, forming slender white lines across the cobblestone ground. However, instead of heading toward a restroom, he approached a residence adorned with the grand inscription, Xiang Shiai's Zhang family mansion. He knocked firmly on the door. Presumably due to the tempest, the occupants within did not hear. Li Pingyan knocked more forcefully. After a brief moment, a voice finally emerged from inside, and the door swung open. May I ask whom you seek? Li Pingyan responded in a low voice. I am looking for Zhang Deming, Lord Zhang. Within the grand hall of the Zhang residence, Zhang Deming perused the case files from recent years, attempting to unearth any evidence that might exonerate him. These cases existed in a delicate balance of approval and disapproval. As long as those above turned a blind eye, he might evade disaster. This was a timeless principle of the bureaucratic realm. If someone were genuinely intent on his downfall, no amount of eloquence could save him. He fervently hoped to swiftly locate that mother and daughter, compelling the scoundrel who had slain his son to surface. Zhang Deming closed the dossier, rubbed his forehead, and let out a long sigh. Summoning the steward with a wave of his hand, Zhang Deming inquired about the fate of the girls. Not yet, came the reply. Perfect timing, let us indulge in some relaxation. Within the Zhang residence lay a secluded chamber, specifically designated for confining women abducted from distant lands. Its purpose was all too evident. However, given the current tumultuous circumstances, Zhang Deming had instructed the steward to dispose of the girls discreetly. Fortunately, the steward had not acted hastily. As Zhang Deming adjusted his trousers and rose to his feet, an individual clad in a rain hat unexpectedly entered, clearly not one of the household servants. "Who are you?" Zhang Deming demanded. The newcomer lifted his gaze, remarking with a hint of mockery, "Lord Zhang, your memory seems to falter. You have been searching for me throughout the capital, yet you appear to have forgotten me at this very moment." Zhang Deming's brow furrowed as he suddenly recognized the face, an exact match for the wanted criminal depicted in the wanted posters. "It's you," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of fury course through him. Who would have thought that the audacity of this individual would lead him straight to Zhang Deming's doorstep? "Seeking your own demise," Zhang Deming bellowed, sending a nearby pearwood table flying with a powerful kick. Simultaneously, the tiles beneath his feet shattered like glass, as if a bolt of lightning had struck the ground, propelling him towards the slender figure standing in the hall. The blade gleamed ominously, slicing through the curtain of rain. Zhang Deming's fist descended with ferocious might, forcing Li Pingyan back against the wall. "Is this all you possess, armed with merely a bamboo stick?" Zhang Deming scoffed, stepping forward. With a single leap, his energy surged like torrential rain, crashing down upon his adversary. He resembled a cannonball, the air around him resonating with a thunderous boom. Li Pingyan was sent sprawling several paces away, the wall behind him collapsing as if the entire chamber were quaking under the weight of their confrontation. Zhang Deming's skin flushed a deep crimson, as if a terrifying power lay dormant within him, poised to erupt. A piercing hum filled the air, heralding the arrival of flying swords. With a sweeping gaze, Zhang Deming raised his arm. The clash of metal rang out as he parried a sword strike, the blade failing to pierce his skin. Having undergone rigorous training, his body had become immensely resilient. Li Pingyan, gripping the hilt of his sword, drew it slightly from its sheath, his muscles coiled like a spring, body leaning forward. His left leg poised to push against the ground. With his thumb pushing the guard aside, he placed his palm on the hilt. Zhang Deming launched his right fist, infused with overwhelming force, towards Li Pingyan, who dared to engage in combat with a cultivator. Such arrogance. The blade, intangible and ephemeral, flickered into motion. Yet the fierce wind it generated tore through the air, creating an invisible barrier around them. The sword returned to its sheath as though it had never been drawn. A sense of swiftness dissipated within that very moment. Zhang Deming suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror as a line of blood began to seep from his chest, spreading like a gaping maw of crimson. Chapter 98. Parting. Zhang Deming collapsed, his strength failing him. Li Pingyan turned calmly towards the side hall. "Elder brother." Zhang Dehai rushed in alarmed. "What has happened?" Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out down his spine as the flying sword darted straight for his forehead. Instinctively, he raised his hand, but his cultivation was no match for that of Zhang Deming, and the sword pierced through his palm. Crimson droplets of blood trickled down. But that was all. Silently, a blade glimmered behind, slicing through the air. The sound of footsteps echoed relentlessly, and screams filled the courtyard in a cacophony. Zhang Deshan, hearing the commotion, hastily cast aside the weeping maiden and donned his trousers. Just as he was about to rush out, a sword pierced through the crack in the door. Caught unawares, Zhang Deshan felt the fine rain sword embed itself in his lower abdomen. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the remaining half of the blade. Boom! In the next instant, the entire door was blown open with tremendous force. Li Pingyan brought down his sword. Despite his ironclad physique, he could not withstand the might of the Fusong blade. A swift slash severed his throat. Li Pingyan casually picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, wiping the blood off the blade. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he felt warmth emanating from the cloth. It appeared to be a belly wrap. "Apologies." Li Pingyan set the wrap aside, ignoring the shrieks of the others as he methodically executed the preordained plan. The entire courtyard was vividly clear in his mind. The four Zhang brothers fell one after another into a pool of blood. The Fusong blade pierced armor, and the hero's pen enchanted them, catching the adversary off guard. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Having accomplished all this, Li Pingan departed through the back door with the ease of familiarity, his expression serene, as if he had merely stepped out for a moment. "Ah, you're back?" Jingyu looked up and inquired, "Why did it take so long?" Li Pingan took his seat, leisurely removing his rain hat, and explained, "I happened to procure a flask of wine." The scallion noodles had become somewhat clumpy. Li Pingan stirred them, adding chili and sesame oil, then began to eat heartily. "Where are we headed next?" Jingyu asked. "To Guangling, to the Duke of the Southern Kingdom's residence. I promised Miss Yen Sun I would return the seeds of the fusong tree." In the span of half a tea's worth of time, he finished a bowl of noodles. Outside, there were hurried footsteps. "Murder! Murder!" Jingyu curiously peered out. "What's happening?" Li Pingan paid no heed and donned his rain hat once more. "Take care of Alia and the others for me, and should fate allow, we shall meet again." Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. "Oh, please convey my gratitude to Master Zhong." Jingyu said, "Before you depart, could we have one more match?" "At what?" "At the zither." Jingyu had brought his own instrument today. "I cannot play the zither." "You can play the eru." Li Pingan was puzzled, wondering how this constituted a match. "You are leaving, so fulfill this wish of mine." Previously, in the 4 towns of Anbei, Jingyu had been playing when Li Pingan had disturbed his tranquility. Now, having crossed the threshold of self-reflection, Jingyu's mindset had transformed entirely, prompting him to challenge Li Pingan once more. Li Pingan chuckled. "Time seems too short. Perhaps next time." "Next time?" Jingyu blinked, watching Li Pingan's departing figure, calling out, "Hey, when will we meet again?" Li Pingan waved his hand. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Encounters in the rivers and lakes are to be anticipated. From the capital to Guangling, the overland inspections were stringent. Li Pingan is now a wanted fugitive, thus opting for the waterways. Compared to land routes, this method offers considerable time savings. He has made contact with a local gang, known for engaging in such enterprises, who just so happened to have a vessel heading to Guangling. However, upon learning that he intended to bring along a bull, their enthusiasm waned. It is quite uncommon to board a ship with livestock. Eventually, after parting with his entire fortune to cover the fare, Li Pingan secured their consent. Presently, he finds himself utterly destitute, possessing merely a bull, a 2-stringed eru, a bamboo pole sheathed with a dagger, and a fishing line coiled around the pole, ready for angling at any moment. Additionally, he carries an unassuming pen at his waist,